Chapter 101. It is now popular on the star internet to speak with a small ending sound, as if adding an O makes it look particularly cute. Sure, you emoticons have now spread from the First Federation to other countries in the universe. Some people have taken screenshots of her smug look and added captions. I like the way you are unhappy with me, but can't get rid of me. The audience of the First Federation is almost laughing like crazy. All the major participating teams know that the First Federation will definitely have some tricks in the competition. But the scores that keep rising after taking the initiative are confusing, making everyone think that the First Federation was the first to discover that the two attacking teams wanted to eat alone. The commander-in-chief of the Tuck Federation felt that the things in the lounge were not that simple, but he could not produce evidence. In his heart, he still thought that Shiryu was indeed powerful. If the two attacking teams wanted to take action, she would have the greatest chance of escaping the conspiracy. The meeting ended in vain, but Shiryu was boycotted by all the remaining teams and was not allowed to participate in the action to protect Major General Huashi. Who knows if Shiryu will attack Major General Huashi directly if the First Federation becomes the attacker next time. If no one can match her like this time, everyone's points will really become negative. Shiryu curled her lips and showed an unhappy expression. Luo Shiatsu quietly pulled her under the sight of all the commanders and agreed to this decision with a smile. Less than a day passed peacefully. There was still a whole day before the next camp change. Shiryu was responsible for patrolling the fortress. Suddenly, the radar of the God of War captured a strange fluctuation. Shiryu raised her eyebrows, and a trace of excitement surged in her eyes. She sent a message to the patrol team and continued to patrol step by step. 10 minutes later, the patrol team handed over. Shiryu rushed to the place where she found the strange fluctuation with two long swords, one black and one white. The God of War suddenly approached, and several mechas that turned on the particle virtualization mode were unprepared and subconsciously drove the thrusters. The vibration of the thruster is too obvious in the universe. Shiryu narrowed his eyes and removed the arm of a mecha in the blink of an eye. Polar Knight pointed directly at the opponent's cockpit. Bang 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 sounded, and in the blink of an eye, several mechas that came to explore were eliminated. The attacking warships far away from the fortress learned about the situation here at the same time, and captured the last picture sent back by their own mechas. The faces of several commanders were not very good. They had just received the people of the two teams that escaped from the fortress, learned about the situation in the fortress, and also knew the location of Major General Huashi's lounge. Everyone knew that Major General Huashi might not still be in the original lounge, but they decided to make a test after obtaining a lot of internal intelligence. But the several mechas they sent out were killed by Shiryu before they even figured out the patrol rules of the fortress. It was a bad start. I don't know if this time the show of power was too harsh, or if the attacking side was busy cleaning out the internal hostile teams, and there was no movement all day. The strongest players of several teams have been eliminated in the last round of camp switching, but the core combat power of the First Federation is still intact. Camp switching has come again. The First Federation is the attacking team this time. The seventh day was calm and nothing happened. It was so calm that people thought that the camp had not changed. But everyone knew clearly that this was definitely the calm before the storm. Every failure makes one wiser. Although the First Federation's actions last time were brilliant, they were far from perfect. After reviewing the situation, the command groups of several teams soon found that several important points last time were almost wiped out. There was nothing unreasonable about it, but it was also unreasonable. There are more than one smart people. After guessing and calculating all the possibilities, some people have already guessed what the First Federation did. After knowing it, they are even more depressed because no one has evidence. There is riot in the fortress again. This time it is not the First Federation that took action. Shiryu smiled and sent a message to Gu Qianqian and others who were patrolling with her. The next second, two long swords were used to kill the patrolling team. No one expected that she would suddenly take action, regardless of teammates and opponents. Soon, people who paid attention to the scoreboard found that the score of the First Federation was rising very fast. These were the points gained by killing the enemy. Shiryu and Gu Qianqian quickly collected the mecha and returned to the fortress, while others turned on the particle virtualization mode to hide the mecha. All the teams in the fortress were unprecedentedly united. This time, the First Federation is the attacker. The other teams are all the defenders. Just now, the Commander-in-Chief of the multidimensional United States imitated the First Federation's last practice and easily found out who was the attacker and who was the defender in the team. He did not hesitate to inform the other commanders, including the general commanders, to kill all the contestants from the First Federation. Shiryu and Gu Qianqian were wearing mimic exoskeletons and moved very fast. They went straight to Major General Huaxi's lounge. They met many people along the way, but they ignored them and rushed forward. In just a few seconds, a large group of people chased them and kept shooting. However, when they turned, they left the pursuers behind for a distance. Everyone gritted their teeth and chased, refusing to give up, and kept communicating to let others block from the front. But the broadcast in the fortress suddenly sounded, "Dear defending teams, please put down your weapons temporarily. Major General Huaxi is in my hands now. In the spirit of peaceful and friendly competition, I am very reluctant to let everyone's score become negative." Repeated, "Dear defending teams." The unserious and annoying voice sounded throughout the fortress, and all the pursuers paused, and the people guarding outside the lounge of Major General Huaxi were completely stunned. Nothing happened here. How could Major General Huaxi be in Shiryu hands? Thinking of Shiryu various tricks since the start of the game, everyone outside the lounge changed their faces, and the people of the multidimensional United States immediately rushed to the front of the lounge and opened the door. At the same time, a figure rushed past him. Then, Lu Dongyan pointed the marked gun in his hand at the back of Major General Huaxi's heart, and he hid behind Major General Huaxi. Everyone outside the lounge, fuck. It's a trap. Lu Dongyan raised his head and showed a kind smile. Everyone, don't do it. 10,000 points are here. With 10,000 points she, Feng Xiao, and the people of the First Federal Military Academy calmly pushed the people of the multidimensional United States away, walked into the lounge, and opened the intelligent brain. Soon, the virtual image of Major General Huaxi being pointed at by Lu Dongyan with a gun spread throughout the fortress. And all the teams that were still questioning whether Shiryu words were true or false burst out swearing at the same time. What on earth are the people guarding Major General Huaxi doing? How can they be defeated like this? Seeing the people behind her stop, Shiryu also slowly stopped and grinned at the people behind her. Goodbye. After saying that, she and Gu Qianqian rushed to the lounge without stopping. Seeing the commanders of each team rushing here, Shiryu waved her claws in their cannibalistic eyes, not afraid that they would suddenly take out their guns to kill her. Luo Xiaozi was surrounded by people and came over. She sat on the sofa and made a gesture of invitation to the 6 commanders. The supporters of the First Federation in front of the live broadcast room were almost laughing like crazy. To be honest, it was too treacherous. Looking at Luo Xiaozi's actions again, it was simply a naked provocation. But the 10,000 points were not deducted after the game, but during the time when Major General Huaxi was out. This means that no matter how the teams in the fortress change their camps in the future, as long as Major General Huaxi is out now, the 6 teams, including the 3 teams in the attacking warships, will be deducted 10,000 points. There is no doubt that in the competition with only 5 qualifying places, if Major General Huaxi is eliminated, the 6 teams will be completely at a disadvantage. And even worse than the 2 teams that were driven out of the fortress with only remnants left. The First Federation's actions completely strangled the 6 teams, making them angry but not dare to speak. Haikashi was the first to suppress the anger in his chest, sat down and said angrily, "What do you want to do?" The First Federation would not be naive to think that the 6 teams would surrender because of this by arresting Major General Huaxi but not taking action? No matter how important 10,000 points are, they are not as important as the threat of being eliminated. Luo Xiaozi glanced at the 6 commanders. Don't be so angry. We are also forced to do so. Our idea is very simple. After all the people in the First Federation leave the fortress, we will return Major General Huaxi. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately sneered, "Return? I think it is more likely that you will eat both ends." These people in the First Federation did not tell the truth, and their actions were even more difficult to guard against. Luo Xiaozi didn't care about the other party's attitude and said calmly, "Sign the agreement." If I remember correctly, the participating team signed the agreement. Didn't you do the same in the second round? Really? The reason why the teams in the second round were able to cooperate from the beginning to the end was that they signed the agreement. And there was no worry of backstabbing. The competition agreement in the rules of the Universal Mecha League clearly explained that it would take effect within the scope and time specified in the agreement. Those who violated the agreement would be sentenced to punishment by the Competition Fairness Department, such as suspension. So the team that proposed the agreement would not violate the agreement unless they were stupid. Several commanders looked at each other, and after an hour of arguing, the commanders finally signed the agreement. All members of the First Federation must withdraw from the fortress within 1 hour. After all members of the First Federation withdraw from the fortress, they must return it to Major General Huishi within 10 minutes. At the same time, all teams in the fortress must not pursue the First Federation team, and the First Federation team must not attack the 6 teams in the fortress within the next 12 hours. The signing of this agreement made all the people in other teams indignant. But after seeing the marking gun spinning in Shiryu hand, they had no choice but to sign the agreement and watch these bastards leave. In the brief chaos just now, the First Federation suffered a lot of losses. The original team of more than 9,000 people lost nearly 2,000. And now there are only more than 7,000 left. All members of the First Federation evacuated from Slake Fortress, and 6 teams sent people to follow. When they successfully met Major General Huishi, the commanders-in-chief breathed a sigh of relief. But not long after, an emergency communication was dialed to their brains. Commander-in-chief, those bastards of the First Federation are about to empty the supply warehouse. 6 commanders-in-chief. To be honest, when they saw the supply warehouse that even rats were unwilling to visit. The faces of several commanders were so gloomy that they seemed to be able to drip ink. Hikexi even grabbed the collar of the person in charge of guarding the warehouse of the 2 Federation. What's going on? With so many of you guarding here, how did they empty the warehouse? Hikexi has never been so frustrated. He feels that this time's Universal Mecha League is not suitable for him. Except for the game in which he hid his strength at the beginning. He was extremely frustrated whether it was the last game or this game. The people of the First Federation can be free and easy everywhere, either benefiting the most or being able to turn danger into safety. The God of Luck always stands on the side of the First Federation. Just now, the Commander-in-Chief of the multidimensional United States, Wilka, said, just now everyone was chasing the people of the First Federation. The defense here was lax, and their people took advantage of the troubled waters to fish in troubled waters and emptied all the supplies. While Wilka said, he called up the surveillance screen. After all the teams received the order to attack the people of the First Federation, the people in charge of guarding this place in the First Federation completed the plan of luring the tiger away from the mountain. And the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the First Federation, Su Wenchen, brought people to move the supplies. Listening to the words "don't leave even the iron sheet behind" in the surveillance video, veins popped out on everyone's forehead. Although the current situation of the supply warehouse is not so bad that there is no iron sheet left, the remaining supplies are definitely not enough for the 6 teams to hold on for more than 20 days. If there is a conflict with the attackers, the supplies will be consumed faster. The First Federation has now become the attacker. They have completely offended all the teams in the fortress by doing this. When they become the defenders, they may not come back. Thinking of this, everyone's face became worse. What makes people feel more difficult is that once the First Federation goes to the attacker's warship and joins other teams to attack the fortress, the situation will be even worse. Now everyone can only hope that the defending team in the attacker's warship can be more powerful and mess up the attacker's warship. It seems that the saying misfortunes never come alone makes sense. Before the 6 teams had time to take a breath, a violent alarm sounded in the fortress, and the words enemy attack popped up in everyone's head. There was also the rumble of artillery bombardment outside, and the fortress shook with it. At the same time, the voice of a general commander of the attacking side came from the public channel. Teams in the fortress, please pay attention. You have been surrounded by the attacking warships. Please stop the meaningless resistance. 6 general commanders, someone is here to fish in troubled waters. The next moment, another emergency call came in. General Commander, the group of people from the First Federation and the enemy warships are back. Chapter 102. The First Federation team was indeed not allowed to attack the 6 teams in the fortress. But the teams in the attacking warships were not subject to this restriction. After the First Federation contestants left the fortress, Luo Shiatsu immediately contacted the commanders in the attacking warships, regardless of the 3 defending teams mixed in, and provided them with the latest situation of the fortress, and made reasonable suggestions to capture the fortress immediately. The attacking mark presented by Luo Shiatsu could not be faked, which meant that everyone was a temporary ally. After hesitating, several commanders agreed to the attack. The number of people who were more than the number of people who opposed the attack. So the attacking team and Luo Shiatsu reached another agreement. The First Federation sold the fortress in return. carrying out their usual sinister and vulgar style. The situation changed so much that the audience in the live broadcast room was overwhelmed. Some applauded and some cursed. And the favorability and hatred values were full. While the audience of the First Federation was happy, they were also worried that the salted fish would be sacked in a foreign country because of their wretchedness. One by one, they sent private messages to the official accounts of the coaches of the First Federation, asking them to take good care of the salted fish with the highest hatred value. The instructors knew that they didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and they wanted to tell the fans that it was more likely that someone else would be sacked. The commanders of the 6 teams in the fortress realized that they were tricked by the First Federation again, and they couldn't help but swear, and immediately arranged an emergency defense plan. However, the previous wave and the next wave connected so quickly that everyone was relaxed, and the consequence of rushing to meet the enemy was naturally a rapid defeat. The 3 defending teams hidden in the attacking warships had to reveal their whereabouts at this time. Otherwise, they would be deducted points if they fought with the teams in the same camp of the fortress. They saw that several defending teams in the fortress were defeated, and they quickly realized that the interior of the warship was empty, and they planned to take control of the attacking warship and escape. The commanders of the attacking teams were not stupid. Knowing that there was a traitor in the team, they would never let them backstab them. The commanders of several attacking teams personally attacked the fortress, and various marked missiles flew everywhere, leaving the interstellar warship empty. 3 teams turned against the fortress and rushed directly to the interstellar warship. At the same time, they contacted the defending teams in the fortress to give up guarding the fortress and use Major General Huishi as bait to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Such a bold decision made many viewers in the live broadcast room exclaim. All 18 teams appeared outside the fortress. The First Federation was restricted by the competition agreement and could not take action against the 6 teams in the fortress. The attacking side of the fortress became 8 against 6. But the other 3 defending teams could backstab the attacking team at any time. As a result, the uncertainty of this offensive and defensive battle has increased sharply, and no one can say which side will win until the end. However, with the First Federation interfering, everyone is obviously more optimistic about the attacking team tonight, and some people even speculate whether this game will end early today. There are not many such remarks, but they make many people feel cold. Now the 6 defending teams are exhausted by the First Federation, although the First Federation cannot take action against them. The 3 teams secretly planning to seize the interstellar battleship are not among them. Who knows? The defending team will really die here. The audience watched the live broadcast nervously, and the battle for the fortress was at its most intense. The live broadcast camera captured Shiryu quietly appearing in the interstellar battleship, and everyone held their breath. The interior of the interstellar battleship was an empty shell. The 8 attacking teams in front obviously realized the intentions of the 3 defending teams, but they had no intention of returning to fight for control of the battleship. It seemed that the attacking and defending sides had reached a consensus. The attacking side took the fortress, and the defending side took the interstellar battleship. But how could things be so simple? After a brief consideration, the 6 defending teams adopted the suggestions of the other 3 defending teams and planned to abandon and take Major General Huishi away. But they did not intend to be bait. So what if they are teams in the same camp? There are only 5 teams that qualify, and teams in the same camp are also competitors. The rules specify that no matter how the eliminated teams are, the number and combat effectiveness of the attacking and defending teams will remain basically equal, which means that even though 6 teams are eliminated, the strength of the attacking and defending teams will still be equal when the camp changes next time. Shiryu quietly shuttled inside the interstellar battleship, avoiding one surveillance camera after another. Like her, there are also several soldiers with the strongest combat capabilities in the First Federation who are operating inside the interstellar battleship. They were very fast and arrived at their respective mission locations in no time. Shiryu and Gu Qianqian eliminated the people guarding outside the central command room when they noticed that a large force of the defending team had entered the interstellar battleship. They broke in without hesitation. There were not many people in the central command room now. A round of conflict had already occurred inside. The eliminated people stood aside obediently. There were not many people who were not eliminated, but they were all from the defending team. Shiryu dodged the marking bullets that were fired at him by turning sideways, fired 2 shots with his backhand, and then used the cover of the command room and Gu Qianqian to kill the remaining people with a bang. The elimination of several people here quickly attracted the attention of the defending team. At this time, The sound of fighting and bomb explosions were heard from all over the interstellar battleship. The defending team, who came back nervously to seize the control of the interstellar battleship, hid immediately, but did not know that someone had tampered with the central control room. The three defending teams listened to the sound of the confrontation and quietly moved over. They found that there were only eliminated people in each place. Eliminated people could not give any hints or speak. Otherwise it would be cheating. It's the marking bullet of the First Federation. Someone made a cautious judgment. Hearing the 4 words First Federation, everyone subconsciously became alert. When the First Federation cooperated with the attacking team, they did not avoid them. Both sides clearly expressed that the 8 attacking teams would first kill the 6 defending teams, and the First Federation would be responsible for holding back the remaining 3 defending teams, and then turn around and kill the remaining 3 defending teams when the 8 teams were free. I don't know what the Commander-in-Chief of the First Federation thinks, but he actually agreed to such a disadvantageous thing of 1-on-3. Not only did the other party agree, but they also agreed with a smile. The people of the First Federation are definitely not fools, thinking that they are very likely to really rely on their own team to deal with their last team. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. The 3 team commanders gritted their teeth, and one of them said immediately, "We will monitor the control room immediately. We must seize control and leave here no matter what." He was about to stand up when a commander next to him pulled him back. "Are our 3 teams afraid that they will not be able to form a team? The other party must have guessed that we are leaving. Who knows what else is waiting for us? It is better to strike first than to fall into their trap." It is true. There has been no conflict inside the interstellar battleship. In fact, today, the defending team actually wanted to make a big move. But the First Federation team suddenly appeared and disrupted their plan. Although the current situation makes it impossible to carry out the original plan perfectly, a slight change may achieve unexpected results. The 3 team commanders immediately rushed to the central control room. At this time, all the people who entered the battleship from the First Federation had gathered at the hatch and left the interstellar battleship easily. The 8 attacking teams were killing the 6 defending teams. Both sides suffered losses, but it was obvious that the defending team suffered heavy losses. In the last wave of confrontation, the people with Major General Huishi were intercepted and eliminated together with Major General Huishi. All attacking teams had 10,000 points added, and the defending teams had 10,000 points deducted. The difference of 20,000 points made the defending team's blood curdling. And the 3 defending teams inside the interstellar spaceship were even more furious. They were still a little hesitant at first, but now they didn't care about anything. They didn't even notice that the supplies inside the interstellar battleship had suddenly increased. After identifying the supplies with the military flag of their own country, they filled all the marked missiles into the warehouse and sailed at full speed, rushing straight to the attacking team. They didn't even care about the First Federation team that had secretly disappeared at some point. While the 8 attacking teams were blood-curdling, they were also wary of the First Federation and the other 3 defending teams. When they saw the interstellar battleship sailing at full speed, they subconsciously wanted to question the First Federation. Before the communications of several commanders were broadcast, Luo Shiatzi had already pulled them into a group and started sending messages one by one. "Luo Shiatzi, didn't I say not to let Major General Huishi out so quickly? Now, they are 20,000 points behind us. Unless all the teams in their hostile camp are eliminated in the later stage, it is impossible to make up for this score gap. They are not going to counterattack now, obviously thinking that eliminating several of our teams will be more beneficial to their subsequent development. Luo Shiatzi, the First Federation suffered heavy losses this time, and the majority of the points belong to you. Now you are being hunted down. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" "Luo Shiatzi, forget it. You can't explain anything in this situation." One of the commanders was so angry that he almost fainted and couldn't help but reply to the message. "When Shiran, you promised to hold him back. But now you just leave? Luo Shiatzi, don't think I don't know what you are up to. Now you want to eliminate Major General Huishi so that they can eliminate us, and you can reap the benefits. Now that you see your plan is failing, you turn around and question me? This is really a good guess. The 8 attacking teams are indeed planning this. Luo Shiatzi, let's do this. We are all in the same camp. We will send some people to help you resist. Let's try to delay for 3 minutes. Shiryu is still with people inside the interstellar battleship. It is impossible to seize control under the current situation. But it is okay to deal with their general commanders. This kind of tone of you betrayed me. But I am willing to continue to cooperate with you makes people angry. But the 8 attacking teams can only bite their teeth and agree. Otherwise the First Federation will escape. And their losses will be absolutely minimal. All the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned by this conversation. Thinking of the First Federation from the initial disadvantage to the subsequent reversal. After they left the fortress, they brought the attacking team to attack the fortress. Now they are playing both sides around. Although the teams in both camps are not good birds. Among all the teams full of calculations, the team of the First Federation is definitely the most insidious. And the moves are hard to defend against. The attacking and defending sides fought thoroughly. The 6th defending team, which had been beaten and fled in panic, quickly reorganized under the stimulation of Major General Huishi's elimination. They fought the attacking team desperately. And it was a win to eliminate one of them. Shiryu was biting a nutrient solution in the cockpit of the God of War. Seeing that 3 minutes had almost passed, he pulled over a virtual screen and pressed the confirmation button on it. At the same time, the marked missiles hidden in various places in the interstellar battleship exploded with bangs. No one survived in the central command room. And other places also suffered losses. The commanders of the 3 defending teams were eliminated. Without the most core voice, the other people in the command group of the 3 teams stood up and vowed to die with the attacking team. All the marked missiles originally prepared were launched from the interstellar battleship. The number of marked missiles shocked the 8 attacking teams. They started to flee while resisting desperately. However, the defending team was obviously desperate. How could they escape so easily? Mechas came out of the interstellar spacecraft one after another. The melee lasted for 8 hours. Finally, the tense moment came. There were only 2 defending teams left, one of which was the multidimensional United States in the fortress. And the attacking team only had the First Federation. It was 2 against 1 now. The First Federation only had some remnants left. The audience in front of the live broadcast room couldn't help but get excited and wanted to see how the First Federation would turn the tide. When everyone was full of expectations, the First Federation surrendered and chose to be eliminated. Not to mention the audience in front of the live broadcast room. Even all the participating teams and organizers were stunned. They didn't know what the First Federation was doing. If all the losers are eliminated, the defending team will get 10,000 points. Is the Commander-in-Chief of the First Federation crazy? Chapter 103. Luo Shiatsi is certainly not stupid. This is the decision he made after weighing the situation. It is not that the First Federation has lost its ability to fight. On the contrary, the First Federation's strength is still relatively intact. Its core combat power is comparable to that of the other 2 teams. If you have to talk about it, sometimes it is stronger with such a plug-in. But he still chose to surrender, because there is no need to continue the game. At the end of the game, the ranking is based on the total points of each team. Just now, the attacking team eliminated Major General Huishi. All attacking teams received a bonus of 10,000 points. And the defending team deducted 10,000 points. The score of the First Federation has been the highest since the balance was broken. Now that all the attacking teams are eliminated, it is just to equalize the original bonus and deducted points. And the huge points gap between the 3 teams on the field is narrowed. Looking at the ranking list again, the First Federation's points for voluntarily eliminating are still ranked first. It is time-consuming and laborious to continue playing, no matter from what angle. This game is no longer necessary. As for competing for a winner, it was probably a matter of honor. But the first goal was to get a spot in the next game. Everyone was shocked, and soon guessed the First Federation's plan from the scoreboard. Many people twitched their lips, and said that the First Federation was so lazy that they dared not look directly at it. They didn't fight for a winner until the end, but took the initiative to admit defeat. Fans of other teams immediately started to lead the rhythm on the Star Network. And one of them was the most active. Toya's Woody. The contestants of the First Federation are really funny. They have no competitive spirit, and dare to participate in the Universal Mecha League. His remarks were immediately posted on the First Federation Star Network as soon as they were published. The audience of the First Federation climbed over the wall overnight to mock his comments. I am invincible. I am not as competitive as you Toyas. I don't know how long it has been since you were eliminated. But you still care about our First Federation's game. Blow up the First Federation. Oh, I originally wanted to see Shinyu and you meet in the quarterfinals. But I didn't expect you to be the first to be eliminated. It's such a pity. This person was ridiculed by countless people, triggering a war between netizens from 2 countries. And was once on the hot search of the universe. As for who was embarrassed, everyone knew it in their hearts. The contestants didn't care about what happened on the Star Network. After such a long battle, everyone was so tired that they fell asleep as soon as they got on the interstellar spacecraft. They lay in all directions, which made the instructors, who came to laugh and cry. They quickly asked the doctor to check their bodies, and carried them back to the room one by one to sleep. 99% of the contestants here have never been on the battlefield, and have limited training. The 8 or 9 hours of fighting is a big burden on their bodies. If they don't check their bodies carefully, and do some maintenance in time, they are likely to suffer irreparable damage. Shiryu slept so soundly that she could not tell whether it was day or night when she woke up. She took a long time to get up from the bed, and turned on her smart brain. Many people had sent her messages. Gu Qianqian said he was eating in the restaurant, and asked if she wanted to join him when she woke up. Feng Xiao and the other two also sent her messages asking if she had woken up. The chief instructor asked her to have a good rest, and not toss around. After she replied to all the messages, she felt very hungry. She took out a bottle of nutrient solution from her space bag, and poured it into her stomach. But it was tasteless. She simply got up, and went to the cafeteria to find Gu Qianqian for food. When she arrived at the restaurant, there were already many people sitting inside. She poked her head out, and saw Gu Qianqian waving at her, and immediately walked towards him. The four of them were here. Shiryu was about to order food for herself, but Feng Xiao pushed a nutritious meal in front of her. A huge question mark immediately popped up in front of her forehead. What is this for? Eat nutritious meals, and don't eat other messy things. Feng Xiao had a serious face, and his tone was full of rejection. Luo Xiaozi nodded in agreement. Nutritious meals are better for your body. The 8 or 9 hours of fighting is a big burden for the mecha driver. When the missiles marked at the back are used up, everyone carries swords and goes straight up. In this way, it is inevitable that the driver's body and mental strength will be damaged. Nutritious meals are specially prepared for the contestants in the cafeteria. The First Federation chose to surrender not only because there was no need to continue the game, but also to protect the bodies of its own contestants. Since it is already the first place, there is no need to fight for the vanity of victory or defeat. Some things are more important than victory or defeat. Shiryu has always been in the front. Everyone knows that she is powerful, so naturally they are more targeted at her. The pressure she faces alone is probably stronger than that of dozens of people. Shiryu saw that they looked serious, and glanced at the nutritious meals in front of them. He swallowed the protest that was about to come to his mouth, and obediently picked up the spoon to scoop up a mouthful of the nutritious meal that made him lose his appetite just by looking at it, and put it into his mouth. If she had known that she came to the cafeteria to eat nutritious meals, she might as well stay in the room and drink nutrient solution. Lu Dongyan saw her painful expression, turned his head away, and held back the smile on his face. Took out a small pudding and put it in front of her, and the meaning of comfort was obvious. After being with Shiryu for so long, everyone knew how to deal with her. As long as she gave her a small pudding, everything would be fine. Shiryu looked at Lu Dongyan, who only took out a small pudding, with resentment. Gu Qianqian saw that she was really pitiful, so he also took out a small pudding. The two small puddings were placed together and looked cute. Halfway through the meal, everyone received a message from the chief instructor that the contestants of the First Federation would have to undergo a comprehensive physical examination 1 day later. Time passed in the blink of an eye. After everyone took the physical examination, everyone got a report sheet. Shiryu report sheet said to pay attention to rest. For this reason, she proudly put her hands on her waist, and said that she would have a good rest in the next few days. Everyone heard the sonorous and powerful 4 words, have a good rest, and was speechless for a while. She finally found a legitimate reason to be lazy. 2 days after the physical examination, the teams that advanced to the top 8 needed to go to the opening ceremony site, and Kane would announce the list of qualified teams. The standings of the third game were open from the beginning. In fact, everyone knew which teams advanced without announcing it. But the form had to be followed, which was also a way for the qualified teams to stand out in front of other teams and give them formal honors. The 8 teams lined up neatly, and last year's champion, runner-up and third place were seated in the first, second, third and last place respectively. The first military academy of the Federation was arranged to enter the scene first. When Shiryu stood at the front of the line and covered everyone in the First Federation to enter, the audience cheered violently. The First Federation's cheers were undoubtedly very high, but when the last Castellan Empire entered, the cheers from the audience were almost overwhelming. I don't know if they were deliberately suppressing the First Federation. Shiryu, who was standing in the field, wanted to cover her ears. Fortunately, she held back. If she dared to cover her ears now, she would definitely be the headline of the Castellan Empire tomorrow. Kane seemed very satisfied with the performance of the audience, and the smile on his face became more and more bright. When the cheers almost died down, he raised his hand to suppress them, said some polite words, and then read out the list of the last game. Undoubtedly, the first place to advance is the First Federation. The second place is the multidimensional United States. And the third place is another country on the defensive side that persisted to the end. After announcing the 5 promoted teams, Kane spoke polite words again, first congratulating the 5 promoted teams, and then encouraging last year's champions, runners-ups and third-place winners, hoping that they can continue to achieve good results in this session. At the same time, since the third game ended more than 20 days in advance, it was completely beyond the expectations of the Universal Mecha League officials and the Castellan Empire. The quarterfinals will be held in a month. This is really good news. Another month of salted fish. This time the rest time is 1 month. Both the audience and the contestants are very calm. And I don't know if the shock has been used up in the last game. The short promotion announcement lasted for more than an hour before it ended. When Kane left the podium, all the teams lined up and left the stage. After leaving the field, Zayuzel did not leave with the team of the Castellan Empire, but talked to a girl in the backcourt. Seeing the team of the First Federation leave the field, he stopped talking, walked a few steps to Shiryu and smiled. Shiryu, I'm sorry for what happened last time. I gave you a not-so-friendly experience. Do I have the honor to invite you to dinner today? To be honest, with the last experience and subsequent speculation, Shiryu and others had a completely negative impression of Zayuzel and didn't want to deal with him at all. She was about to refuse. And Zayuzel said again, I have already booked a place to eat. And my brother wants to see you too. You shouldn't refuse. Right? He laughed and added, I also invited people from other teams. Everyone can get to know each other before the game. Good guy. The road is blocked. Other teams have gone. And the First Federation not going is not only not giving face to Zayuzel, but also not giving face to Kane. This kind of issue that may involve diplomatic relations between the two countries at any time is always sensitive and makes people unwilling to touch it. It is also a good way to restrain people. Shiryu was cautious and did not agree immediately. Nor did he refuse. Instead, he said he would ask the chief instructor, looking like a good boy who had no right to go out. Encountering such an invitation, the chief instructor could not refuse it either. He could only tell the 5 people to be careful and cautious and not to be tricked. Shiryu and his friends carefully wrote down the chief instructor's words and repeated them in front of him. The chief instructor was angry and laughed, and simply waved to them, saying that they would go early and come back early. Xiao was very enthusiastic to them, repeatedly expressed his apologies for the last incident, and invited Shiryu and others to ride his hover car to go to the hotel together. He kept speaking in a gentle tone and keeping a low profile. Shiryu was thinking about how to refuse when he suddenly saw a man coming out of the venue. He apologized to Zayuzel first, then ran over and grabbed Subir's shoulder. Brother Su, would you like to take you to a nice place? After that, she didn't care about Subir's reaction and forcibly pulled him over. In his shocked eyes, she said, Your Highness Zayuzel, you shouldn't mind having a few more people with you. Right? Gu Qianqian and the others followed suit and grabbed one person from each team. Zayuzel kept smiling and said that he didn't mind. So he invited everyone to get on the hovercraft in the doubtful eyes of everyone. The news here soon reached the ears of Kane, who had just come out of the venue. He sat on the hovercraft, lowered his eyes and smiled, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Soon, he started to cough lightly, and the cough became more and more violent. The female assistant beside him immediately handed him a handkerchief. Looking very worried, Kane took the handkerchief, and fatigue surged between his brows. Most of the eliminated countries did not leave the Castellan Empire, and many people have completed the transformation from contestants to spectators. Subir is the most loyal spectator of the First Federation. He is upset about the fact that the First Federation eliminated the Republic of Toyas, and because of this, he was cancelled from the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Republic of Toyas team, and was severely punished. It was because he issued a military order that the punishment was temporarily delayed. Sitting among a group of teams that advanced to the top 8, Subir seemed a little embarrassed and uncomfortable. It was easy to see these two emotions from her brows. But everyone else tacitly pretended not to see them. He bit his back teeth, listened to the conversation between Zayuzel and Shiryu, and gently bent his 5 fingers. It seemed that he wanted to make a fist, but restrained himself. Luo Shiatsi calmly moved his eyes away, pretending not to notice his small and imperceptible movements. Everyone in the hovercraft had different thoughts, but they talked and laughed, and arrived at the destination after a while. What appeared in front of everyone was a very luxurious hotel, magnificent and splendid, although vulgar but full of nobility. According to Zayuzel's introduction, this is the royal hotel of the Castellan Empire, which is only used to entertain royal family members and distinguished foreign guests. Everyone passed through a long and wide corridor and came to the banquet hall used to entertain guests. There were several long tables in the banquet hall, and many people had already come. Shiryu took a look and found that the core players of all the eliminated teams who did not leave the Castellan Empire were here. Zayuzel invited a lot of people for this meal. With so many people, Zayuzel couldn't keep staring at Shiryu. The few people finally got the freedom and followed the guidance of the attendants to the seats that Zayuzel had arranged for them before. It was a long table in the middle, and the members of the teams that advanced to the top 8 sat at this table. I don't know if they thought Subir was also a member of the First Federation, and arranged a seat for him next to Shiryu. Subir didn't say anything, sitting obediently, looking a little depressed. Gu Qianqian was the most enthusiastic. He held the menu and muttered to Subir which dish was delicious. Subir was obviously a little annoyed, but he was embarrassed to make trouble in such an occasion, so he had to bite the bullet and talk to him. The two teams from the two countries that were at war sat together. The Republic of Toyas was still eliminated by the First Federation. The two sides seemed to be chatting happily with new and old hatreds. Many people's eyes were wandering here. After a while, Kane came in from outside. His arrival made everyone in the banquet hall stand up. Kane smiled at everyone, saying that they didn't need to be so restrained. He slowly walked in from outside the banquet hall and walked past Shiryu's table. But after a few seconds, Feng Xiao frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. Zayuzel, who was standing in front, happened to see the scene, but quickly looked away. Kane didn't talk for too long this time. After a few simple words to bring them closer, the restaurant started to serve the dishes. He sat at the front of Shiryu's long table and touched the food first. Then everyone started to eat. Shiryu's eyes swept over the group of bodyguards standing behind Kane, muttering to himself that he was very posing as the crown prince of the empire. Zayuzel sat next to Kane and talked to him in a low voice. The two got along well and seemed to have a good brotherly relationship. Kane took a few bites symbolically, which turned into a gesture, indicating that he still had government affairs to deal with, and left first. Everyone stood up again to see him off, and Zayuzel became the leader in the restaurant. Without Kane, everyone's restraint dissipated a lot, and some people left one after another. Subir suddenly raised his head and said to Shiryu, "I have something to tell you. Can you come out with me?" "Of course not." Shiryu shook his head decisively, without even considering it. Subir probably didn't expect her to refuse so straightforwardly. He raised his eyebrows, and a sneer appeared on his lips. "I guess you only have this much courage." Shiryu took a bite of the small cake and put it into his mouth, then stretched out his hand towards the aisle. "Goodbye." She was very ignoring, and Subir was so angry that his teeth itched. But he had no way to deal with her, so he had to stomp his feet and leave. Feng Xiao and the other 4 didn't even look at him. After more than 10 minutes, Shiryu had eaten and drunk enough, and said goodbye to Xiaozer with his 4 friends. Xiaozer agreed with a smile and watched them leave. Before leaving, Luo Shiatsi took a bottle of drink and drank it with relish. The hotel is very large, and if you want to leave, you have to go through a long corridor, where a few people are walking sparsely. Xiaozer said that the hotel is very large, and he was afraid that they would get lost, so he asked the attendant to lead them away. Shiryu muttered that the small cake just now was not as delicious as the small pudding, and strongly expressed that he would eat 5 small puddings when he returned. Feng Xiao sneered and pushed back 4 of her fingers. Shiryu refused to give in and raised 3 more. Lu Dongyan pushed back the 3 of her fingers. She widened her eyes in anger. "You are too much. You control everything, and even asked me to eat a few puddings. Do you remember how much debt you still owe?" Gu Qianqian said nonchalantly, "Just keep owing it. Too many lice don't itch, and too many debts don't weigh you down." The 4 of them are now dead pigs that are not afraid of boiling water. Shiryu was extremely angry, and said he wanted to fight with him. It was just a joke. During the fight, he accidentally knocked over the drink in Luo Shiatsu's hand. The two stopped at the same time. After receiving Luo Shiatsu's resentful eyes, they smiled at the same time, asked the attendant where the bathroom was, and followed him. Shiryu also went into the women's bathroom, and the attendant waited outside for them to come out. Everything was normal. Under the leadership of the attendant, the 5 people left the hotel. When they got outside, it was dark. Luo Shiatsu stretched out his hand and looked at the bright space station in the sky, revealing a smile. It's a dark and windy night. The 5 people got on a hovercraft and were getting farther and farther away from the Castle and Empire Royal Hotel. Your Highness, keep monitoring all the way. No problem. A dull voice sounded. Zayuzel held a glass of red wine, and his green eyes gradually settled into dark green in the dim room. Everything is going according to plan. Zayuzel drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp. With a smile of extreme contempt at the corner of his mouth, he left the room and walked through the long corridor to another room. His pace was not fast, as if he was strolling leisurely, and there was a smile on the corner of his mouth, and his face softened, without the sharpness and decisiveness on the field. As the room got closer, Zayuzel's smile on his face remained unchanged, but the corners of his eyes were raised. If there was someone here, he would definitely see that he was happy physically and mentally. Extremely happy, as if some purpose was about to be achieved. After turning a corner, he put away all his micro-movements and micro-expressions, and stood in front of a room. He looked at his clothes and knocked on the door. Brother. It's me. Zayuzel. I have something to discuss with you. He knocked on the door for a while, but no one responded. He felt a little strange, so he simply started to dial Kane's communication. The communication did not go through. He called the bodyguards around Kane one after another, but none of them went through. Tense surged on Zayuzel's face, activated the mimic exoskeleton, and kicked the door. The exaggerated click sound seemed to foreshadow something. The room was filled with a strong smell of blood. Several corpses were lying in a mess. Blood was flowing from them, and Kane was sitting on the sofa with a knife stuck in his chest. Chapter 104. After Luo Shiatsu checked the room and found nothing wrong, everyone's eyes were focused on Shiryu, who was eating pudding seriously. It's true that he looked like a real pudding eater. After eating 5 small puddings with satisfaction, Lan Luo pulled off the wig on his head, and the long silver hair fell down like seaweed, softer and smoother than silk. Feng Xiao and the others looked at each other and whispered, "Who are you?" The silver hair is very similar to Xiaoyan, and the boy is also very beautiful. But it is obvious that the two are not the same person. Where did Shiryu find such a person? Lan Luo did not answer, but shook the long hair in his hand, with a touch of disgust on his face, and then turned around and said, "Wait for her to come back and let her explain to you. I have something to do and leave first." In the spacious room, beautiful and gorgeous golden wings stretched out from behind the boy, and the 4 people were like bumpkins who had never seen the world, and were completely stunned. In their dull eyes, the tip of the golden wing passed through the air, and a black circular hole appeared and grew and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lu Dongyan and others had seen the passage built by the Zerg of the Blue Star, and they immediately felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Lan Luo seemed not to see their expressions, and perhaps didn't care. He stepped into the hole. After he disappeared, the hole quickly closed into a thin crack and finally disappeared. The 4 looked at each other for a long time, and Feng Xiao exclaimed, "He can't be the butterfly man from before?" In the Grey Star Battle Fortress, Feng Xiao and Lu Dongyan had seen the golden butterfly man show a friendly attitude toward Shiryu. Later, a lot of things happened, causing them to forget about this matter and never mentioned it again. Lu Dongyan also frowned. Luo Shiatsu and Gu Qianqian were confused and couldn't help asking, "What's going on?" The two were the most confused. They had seen butterfly specimens, but had never seen a butterfly specimen turned into a little man. Just now, such a big man grew wings on his back. It was hard for them not to be shocked. Feng Xiaoyan briefly described what happened in the central control room of the battle fortress. Luo Shiatsu's brain beeped. It was Shiryu. He didn't care about being shocked or the butterfly man, and immediately unfolded the brain, glanced at the message sent by Shiryu, and a dark look flashed across his eyes. It was indeed a Hongmen banquet. Kane is dead. After saying that, his 10 fingers jumped on the virtual keyboard. and columns of data appeared on the screen. At the same time, surveillance videos jumped out of the virtual screen. He said, "Everything around here is monitored." He raised his head and looked at his friends. The three of them activated the mimic exoskeleton without hesitation and broke out of the window. A few seconds later, the sound of fighting sounded outside the window. Soon, all the instructors and cadets of the First Federation were alarmed. At the same time, the chief instructor received a panic communication from Luo Xiaozi. "Instructor, Shiryu was taken away." The chief instructor was startled by the noise. When he heard Luo Xiaozi say this, the kettle in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. And he yelled, "Who took him away? Which direction did he go?" He activated the mimic exoskeleton and jumped out of the window. The residence of the First Federation was completely in chaos. Seeing that the chief instructor was so anxious, Luo Xiaozi quietly said sorry. With Kane dead, the Castellan Empire must be in chaos. If Shiryu got involved, it would definitely be even more chaotic. Before being framed, it is better to strike first. More than an hour ago, Feng Xiao's senior physician qualification certificate is not a fake. He has an extraordinary talent in medicine. If his father did not agree with him to become a professional doctor, and he did not meet Shiryu and others later, he might be squatting in a medical school now. Being a medical genius, he was very sensitive to medicine. When Kane passed by, he smelled a medicine, which was a treatment medicine for an uncommon disease. In the current era of medical development, there are only a few diseases that are difficult to treat except for gene collapse. The medicine he smelled was used to treat a terminal illness. After that, he secretly observed Kane's appearance. He was a little far away and couldn't see clearly. But from Kane's behavior, the probability of having that terminal illness was very high. You know, His Majesty the Emperor of the Castellan Empire is now almost at the end of his life. All countries are speculating when he will die. After all, the change of power in the Castellan Empire will indirectly affect the universe. As the Crown Prince of the Castellan Empire, Kane is relatively moderate in both domestic and foreign policies. Many radicals are not satisfied with him. But he is outstanding and almost crushes all the princes. If we must say, only his brother Zayuzal, who has the same father and mother, can be compared with him to some extent. But Zayuzal has just come of age and has not yet participated in political affairs. He also has a good relationship with Kane. But it is very subtle. Last time, after the 5 people left Zayuzal's mansion, Luo Xiaozi secretly checked Zayuzal and found that the people he interacted with in the Imperial Military Academy were more or less related to radical political participants. Zayuzal himself was a very ambitious person, and it was really hard to say whether he had other thoughts in private. In fact, they were not sure whether this meal was a hangman banquet. But with the experience of the last time, they had to be on guard. So, after Feng Xiao saw that Kane was very likely to have a terminal illness, several people deliberately went to the bathroom when they left. Luo Xiaozi quietly hacked into the surveillance system of the Imperial Hotel and unexpectedly found that Kane did not leave, but went to a lounge of the Imperial Hotel. At the same time, after they left the restaurant, Zayuzal also left. What was more subtle was that the attendant who led them quietly nodded in the direction of the surveillance. Luo Xiaozi did not dare to investigate too much, for fear of being discovered by accident. Shiryu made a quick decision to stay in the Imperial Hotel to see what drama the Castellan Empire wanted to play. But how could she stay here when she was so old? She couldn't fool the servant outside, and she said someone would leave for her. The 4 people were confused, and there was a wall between the 2 sides. Inside the other wall, Shiryu checked that there was no one in the bathroom, and she couldn't say if there were any messy things in the bathroom. So she simply turned on the blocker, hid in a corner, and whispered, "Little one, come out quickly." No one paid attention to her. "If you don't come out, you are not allowed to eat my little pudding in the future." This threat was fierce enough. The little one Lan Luo, who was the size of a palm, fell on her head with a snap and grabbed her hair. Since he had something to ask for help from the little one today, Shiryu didn't bother with him. After pulling him off his head, he took out several small puddings and said, "Lan Luo baby, do me a favor. These puddings are all yours." Lan Luo looked at the little pudding and then at Shiryu, and the frequency of his wings shaking became faster. I don't know if he was disgusted by her calling him little baby, but he also hugged the little pudding honestly. Shiryu laughed immediately. She had put the little pudding in the room before. Once she found that the little pudding was missing, she thought someone had sneaked into her room. She was alert for a long time. And then she saw the pudding cup thrown out from the bed. She walked to the other side of the bed, and saw Lan Luo grew up to the appearance of a 4 or 5-year-old child, holding her little pudding and eating happily. She was angry and amused at the time, picked up the little one, and watched him struggle in her hands and become the size of an adult. She was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth for a long time. However, perhaps because Lan Luo's tiny appearance left too deep an impression on her, Shiryu was not afraid of him becoming an adult, but pressed him down on a chair and asked him to explain what happened. She then realized that after Lan Luo escaped from the underground laboratory, he was too weak to run far. He ran from the laboratory to another laboratory and happened to meet 770, 880, and 520. The two sides fought, and the weak Lan Luo turned back into a little butterfly and was put into a crystal box by them. No wonder. 770, 880, and 520 were spies. But Shiryu had seen their abilities, and was surprised at the time that they had encountered some terrifying Zerg that caused them to be injured like that. Little Bid didn't know what bad luck he had. He just got out of the wolf's den and stepped into the tiger's den. If 770, 880, and 520 were not stopped by Feng Xiao and others, he would have been caught and continued to be experimented. The butterfly body is Lan Luo's larval body. Once his body is seriously injured, he will instinctively turn into a butterfly body. He can only turn into a human when his body is repaired. Lan Luo was taken by Shiryu by accident and hibernated for more than 2 years. In the central control room of the Grey Star Battle Fortress, someone opened the crystal box that restricted his ability, which made him wake up from the hibernation period. At that time, his consciousness was still in chaos, and he instinctively killed those people. Later, Shiryu and others arrived. He felt a very kind breath on Shiryu. He subconsciously felt that Shiryu would not hurt him, and his consciousness slowly woke up. After that, he stayed by her side. This plot made it difficult for Shiryu not to think of the plot in the fairy tales, where the spirit beast recognized its mother. She became a mother inexplicably, but the little kid couldn't explain why. Lan Luo recovered a lot, but after being suppressed by Shiryu, he became a little kid again. His favorite thing to do all day was to steal the little pudding from Shiryu's space bag and eat it all. Lan Luo succumbed to the little pudding and grew up obediently, but Shiryu patted his head to signal him to become as big as her. Lan Luo was wondering, and Shiryu put a wig on his head that she had prepared just in case. She turned around in front of Lan Luo, lifted his luxurious and exaggerated golden retro dress, took out a set of First Federation military uniforms that were exactly the same as the one she was wearing from the space bag, and pushed him into a corner to change as quickly as possible. Luo Xiaozi and the others were struggling over what Shiryu should do, but after just over a minute, they received a message from her saying that they could leave. The four adjusted their expressions and walked out of the bathroom. When they saw Shiryu coming out of the ladies' bathroom holding a few small puddings, their pupils almost gave them away. They looked so much alike. However, they quickly realized that the Shiryu in front of them was different from the real Shiryu. But this little difference was really insignificant to people who didn't know her. After receiving the OK message from Luo Xiaozi, Shiryu stayed in the bathroom and didn't act immediately. Instead, she waited for Luo Xiaozi to get on the hovercraft and cover her. Then she quietly climbed up the balcony of the lounge where Kane was from the wall of the bathroom, under the cover of night. The scene inside really didn't disappoint her. Kane sat on the sofa in the lounge with a calm face, looking at a bodyguard who was being held down and kneeling on the ground. His face was very cold, and his eyebrows were full of fatigue. The bodyguard kneeling on the ground obviously wanted to commit suicide, but was stopped by the female assistant beside Kane. "Did Zayuzel ask you to come?" Kane was very calm as if the person who said that the murderer was not his own brother. Seeing the shock in the bodyguard's eyes, Shiryu couldn't bear to look at it and grimaced. Kane suddenly laughed. "You are not Zayuzel's man. He is not that stupid. Zayuzel was taught by me personally. He is smarter than anyone else." Kane laughed as he spoke, as if Zayuzel's intelligence was something he was proud of. Kane stopped looking at the bodyguard and gently nodded his chin. The weak female assistant beside him immediately killed the bodyguard with a knife. Kane's eyes were calm. He held a handkerchief to his mouth and coughed twice. From Shiryu angle, he could see the blood on his handkerchief. It seems that Kane really has a terminal illness. Shiryu was hiding secretly, and Kane spoke again. "Don't hide. Come out." Shiryu's heart tightened, and countless thoughts surged in her mind, wondering if she was discovered. She kept her composure and continued to hide on the balcony without any movement, while being alert to the surroundings. Kane didn't seem to be in a hurry, waiting patiently. The female assistant beside him was always alert, and the remaining bodyguards began to move quietly in the house. Seeing a bodyguard coming to the balcony, Shiryu held her breath and was about to jump off the balcony to escape as quickly as possible, when a person suddenly walked out of the wall. Shiryu raised her eyebrows. This hiding technique is not bad. She hid and saw the bodyguards near the balcony immediately surrounded Kane. And then she looked up at the person coming out of the wall. It's Subir. Shiryu was a little overwhelmed by this one after another. Kane was obviously a little surprised. He looked Subir up and down, with the corners of his mouth curled up. The Republic of Toyas wants to attack me? How brave. Subir was pointed at by several energy guns, but he was not panicked at all. He said, Your Highness, the Crown Prince misunderstood. Toyas is not so brave. Everyone knows that the Republic of Toyas is the most loyal dog of the Castellan Empire. If the Castellan Empire points east, the Republic of Toyas will never dare to go west. But who knows what the people in power in the Republic of Toyas are thinking? Kane thought it was a bit amusing. Is that your own idea? Kill me, and then put the blame on the First Federation. The Castellan Empire will inevitably go to war with the First Federation. Can the Republic of Toyas take the opportunity to bite off a piece of meat from the First Federation like 100 years ago? Subir didn't expect him to be so bold in guessing. His face turned pale, but he still said, I don't understand what the Crown Prince is saying. I didn't expect that the Crown Prince didn't leave but came to the lounge. I didn't want to cause misunderstandings, so I didn't. Bang! What responded to him was an energy bomb. The energy bomb hit Subir's forehead, and the electric current that emerged instantly crawled all over his body. With a thud, Subir fell to the ground, and blood flowed out of his head. Kane, who fired the gun, looked calm. He threw the energy gun away expressionlessly and whispered, Get rid of it. The two bodyguards immediately took out a bag from their space bag and put Subir in it, and then calmly cleaned up the blood on the ground. Shiryu watched with relish, and felt that people really can't be judged by appearances. Kane always showed a gentle face, and the policies he advocated were also gentle. He didn't treat the civilians of the Empire as high and mighty as other nobles, and was deeply supported by the civilians. But the Crown Prince is the Crown Prince, and he will never show mercy where he should be cruel. Shiryu thought that the play should be almost over, and was about to slip away. But Kane spoke again, Lika. After I leave, you follow Zayuzal. If he doesn't want you, you leave quietly, and don't let him find you. As he spoke, he coughed intermittently, and the blood on his handkerchief became more and more, which looked shocking. The female assistant who was guarding him, that is, Lika, instantly had red eyes, and kept calling His Highness. Kane smiled and said, Zuzal is still too young. Killing Ariel won't do anything, and killing Subir won't help us deal with the First Federation. Come on, Lika. Rather than dying uselessly, I'd rather use my death to make the final contribution to the Empire. Lika couldn't do it, but Kane took the dagger from her hand without hesitation and stabbed it into his heart. When she knelt down beside him in disbelief, he stroked her cheek with his last bit of strength and whispered, I'm sorry, Lika. Chapter 105. Kane was really cruel, and he didn't even blink when he attacked himself. Lika's face was full of tears. After crying bitterly, she picked up another dagger with her left hand and fought with the bodyguards in the room. She was crying and making signs of fighting. When bodyguards fell one after another, Lika ignored the blood flowing everywhere and cried beside Kane. Shiryu's legs were a little numb from squatting, so he simply stood up. He also thought that the big show inside was well performed, so he simply applauded them. The sound of slapping at this time was undoubtedly abrupt and creepy. Lika suddenly felt a chill on her back. She immediately looked at the balcony and saw Shiryu slowly pushing open the French window and grinning at her. Lika's pupils dilated. She never expected Shiryu to appear here, but Shiryu walked in and opened the smart brain, playing all the scenes that had just happened. A fatal fear surged in Lika's heart. She clenched the dagger in her hand. Shiryu seemed not to notice her murderous intention. He walked around the room slowly, then touched his chin and sighed. The Empire's play is really wonderful. I have never seen it since I was a child. It really broadened my horizons. How did you appear here? Lika gritted her teeth and spoke in a sinister tone. Of course. Your Crown Prince invited me here. She smiled as she spoke, pretending not to understand Lika's words. His Highness Kane is really good at planning. The death of the Crown Prince of the Empire will definitely cause an uproar. If the murderer is found out to be from the First Federation, all of us contestants will die here. Well, let me guess. You should have been prepared long ago. This dagger is good. And it has the flag mark of the First Federation. TSK. TSK. If you take it out, it will be ironclad evidence of guilt. The First Federation will not be able to explain it even if it has a mouth. It is a clear frame-up. Clumsy but very useful. The relationship between China and other countries in the universe is like this. Sometimes you only need such solid evidence as an excuse. As for the truth, it doesn't matter. What's more, this is the Caslan Empire. The Crown Prince is really dead. Whoever they want to say is the murderer is the murderer. What if the First Federation raises doubts? Who will listen? The Battle of Lilvaya 100 years ago caused the decline of the First Federation. The Caslan Empire took the opportunity to rise and become the most powerful country in the universe. For so many years, the Caslan Empire has been suppressing the First Federation. But no matter how much the Caslan Empire wants to suppress it, the distance between the two countries' territories is there after all. Direct harassment is definitely not possible. And the only way is to keep instigating the Toyas Republic to pull the First Federation's front line. The First Federation did fall into an unprecedented low under the suppression of Caslan's empire. But a few decades ago, Xia Liqin became the first marshal of the Federation. And the First Federation gradually became stronger from decline. It was not until more than 30 years ago that a genius mecha master Shao appeared in the First Federation. The latest mecha design she published at the Space Mecha Summit shocked the world. The next year, she developed a mimic exoskeleton, eliminating the heavy and troublesome space suits, so that mecha drivers do not need to wear mimic exoskeletons to drive mechas in space. The invention of the mimic exoskeleton liberated the combat effectiveness of mecha drivers, and the combat effectiveness of the First Federation army rose sharply. In the next few years, she continued to improve the mimic exoskeleton, making it adapt to the human body, thereby stimulating the potential of the human body and bursting out stronger power. The emergence of the mimic exoskeleton caused a sensation in the entire universe. All countries' research directions were drilled in this direction. But no country could surpass the First Federation. While the mimic exoskeleton was being developed, Shao also published many weapon designs, including but not limited to mechas. The Federation's strategic weapon, the Naka floater, also became feared by everyone under her improvement. Since then, the First Federation has been like adding a thruster. The mecha designs published every year are newer, stronger and more powerful than the previous year. In just over a decade, the First Federation's research on mechas and various weapons has kept pace with the Caslan Empire. Unfortunately, Shao disappeared 20 years ago. No one knows where she went. Some people even thought she was dead. And some speculated that she was assassinated by the Caslan Empire. There are countless speculations about her. Some people even said that she designed and manufactured the strongest mecha in the universe before she disappeared. But no one has ever seen that mecha. And the First Federation has not produced a mecha with terrifying combat power. As time goes by, everyone has forgotten these speculations in the depths of their minds. Shao's disappearance was a big blow to the First Federation. But her husband was still there. He was also a mecha master. But he didn't have as terrifying a talent as her. Because the Federation was developing better and better and was about to rise. The war faction of the Caslan Empire could no longer hold back. Over the years, they had been trying to find an excuse to attack the First Federation. But unfortunately, the First Federation was very cautious, and they had never found an excuse. So far, in this session of the Universal Mecha League, the contestants of the First Federation have shown terrifying talents and schemes. Once they graduate from the military academy and enter the military, they will definitely be a big threat to the Caslan Empire. These are the most outstanding military academy students in the First Federation. If they are gone, it will definitely be a big blow to the First Federation. And it may even cause a talent gap in the First Federation. Lika clenched the dagger in her hand and launched an attack instantly. But just as she jumped up, the dagger in her hand turned and stabbed her heart fiercely. Lika groaned and widened her eyes in disbelief. But saw Shiryu put his hands behind his back and slowly jumped to the side. At the same time, the dagger that pierced her chest stabbed to the bottom and came out from her vest. Blood gushed out of Lika's mouth, and she fell to the ground with a thud. Turning her head, Shiryu was bending over and saying to her, "Lika, you can't leave. It's a pity that Crown Prince Cain arranged for you. Instantly, a flash of lightning flashed through Lika's mind. And she said vaguely with a mouthful of blood, mental power. Materialization. Sure, you added with a smile. Since everyone thinks that her ability is the strange theory of mental power materialization. She will admit it. Anyway, everyone who knows this secret is dead. Lika's pupils dilated. And she seemed to be unwilling to do it. But the fatal wound did not give her a chance to get up again. After Shiryu confirmed that she was dead, he destroyed all the evidence in the room that could be used to prove that the First Federation had been present. The two daggers engraved with the flag of the First Federation also changed their shapes slightly under the control of her ability to become the flag of the Republic of Toes. If the blame is successful, the Republic of Toys will most likely be ruined. And Xiao Piaoliang should feel more relaxed. Her trip was not in vain. Shiryu did not leave immediately, but looked at Cain's smart bracelet. Since he was here, wouldn't it be a bit of a loss if he didn't take more things with him? The smart bracelet scanned Cain's body and opened quickly. Shiryu covered his hand with a layer of metal film and began to explore his smart bracelet. Virtual screens popped up one after another, and she browsed through them at the fastest speed. They were all policy documents of the Castellan Empire. These were not allowed to be copied. She simply opened her smart bracelet and recorded them all. In the spirit of a thief not leaving empty-handed, Shiryu recorded every file very carefully. Suddenly, she saw an encrypted folder and was overjoyed. But with her rubbish skills, it was impossible to open this encrypted folder. She muttered, "Cain is really troublesome." After muttering, she was about to contact Luo Shiatzi to see if she could open this encrypted folder. But her peripheral vision swept over the lock of the encrypted folder and opened it. Shiryu blinked her eyes, fearing that she had read it wrong. She checked several times to make sure that the folder was really open. And suddenly she was shocked. There were not many files in the folder. Only one. Reg. When she saw these two words, Shiryu felt that she had heard them somewhere before. But she couldn't remember them for a moment. And it was not good to think about them at this time. So she quickly recorded everything. Just as she was about to record and watch, there was a knock on the door outside. And Xiaozei's voice came. Shiryu wanted to pack up and leave immediately. But when she realized that only Xiaozei was outside the door, she hesitated. If she left at this time, according to Xiaozei's idea of killing the First Federation, he would definitely erase all the evidence here and replace them with the First Federation's evidence. In this way, she wasted a whole night here in vain. According to what Cain said before, after his death, the position of the Crown Prince of the Castellan Empire will most likely fall into Xiaozei's hands. Such a person who is ambitious to compete with Xiao Piaoliang will definitely not be soft on the First Federation, and may even kill Xiao Piaoliang to become a unique genius. It happened that all the files were recorded at this time. Shiryu turned off Cain's brain and slowly stood back to the door. Xiaozei outside saw that the brain could not be connected and began to get angry. At the moment the door was kicked open, Shiryu did not hesitate to put the dagger into Xiaozei's chest, and deliberately stood a little further away to avoid blood splashing on her. Xiaozei was so shocked to see Cain's body that he was attacked by surprise. He turned his head and saw Shiryu smiling. His pupils contracted. "You? Why are you here?" Xiaozei fell on the door while speaking, and seemed extremely weak. But at the moment he finished speaking, he fled without hesitation. How could Shiryu let him get away? She grabbed Xiaozei's shoulder and pulled him back, and stabbed him harder with a dagger in his heart. The dagger was made of special materials. After stabbing into a person's chest, the highly toxic substances inside would spread immediately and kill the person in a very short time. Xiaozei was stabbed in the chest by the knife, and the force was quickly released. He fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing Shiryu squatting in front of him, his lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't say anything, so he could only stare wide-eyed. Shiryu saw the unwillingness in those eyes, and shook his head with his chin in his hand. "Your Highness. Goodbye. To be honest, you are not even as good as one finger of Xiao Xiaoyan, let alone compared with him." It was the first time that Xiao Piaoliang's name was mentioned so directly. Shiryu felt a little awkward, but she thought his name was nice. She savored it for a while, and the smile on her face became even wider. Seeing Xiaozei's eyes widen, Shiryu continued to attack. "Not only are you not as good as one of his fingers, you are also stupid. If it was him, he would have succeeded in your mansion last time." Shiryu couldn't stop bragging about Xiao Piaoliang. When she almost finished bragging, she looked down and saw that Shiozuru had died. Maybe he was angry to death by her. She didn't even close the door. After checking the room again, she sent a message to the people who were still dining in the restaurant using Shiozuru's smart brain, and slowly jumped out of the window and left. If the people who found this place were from the Castellan Empire, it would be hard to say what would happen next. But once it was discovered that there were people from all countries, the scene that followed would surely be very lively. Today's night sky was darker than ever before, but the light of the space station on the horizon was extremely dazzling. Shiryu quietly went down to the Imperial Hotel, and when she saw the message that Luo Shiatsi had just sent, her mouth twitched uncontrollably. It was a pity that these guys could think of it. She was kidnapped? However, this was just right, and she could go back with a clear conscience. Shiryu did not take the hovercraft. Under the guidance of Luo Shiatsi, she returned to her residence in the First Federation secretly, listening to the fighting in front. Her mouth twitched even more. At this moment, she also heard the chief instructor's roar. "Tell me, where did you take my students? If you don't tell me today, I twist your head off." Such a fierce tone made Shiryu tremble, and she could feel that the chief instructor was really angry. If she went back and told the chief instructor that all this was their own drama, in order to make the people who were monitoring them lose their composure and allow her to return here safely, the chief instructor would probably twist her head off first. Shiryu touched her neck and quietly retreated into the darkness, thinking that it would be better to let the chief instructor vent before going out. She leaned against the wall, sighing and wanting to send a message to Luo Shiatsi. The next moment, an extreme chill ran up her spine, and she subconsciously squatted down and rolled to the side, where she was originally standing. Several blades were embedded in the wall, and the tails were shaking gently, emitting a cold light. Shiryu immediately looked into the darkness. There was a person standing inside. He was wearing a hat, and it was unknown how long he had been standing inside. He might have been there from the beginning, or he might have just appeared, touching the silver mask covering half of his face. Shiryu pupils dilated. "It's you?" Standing in the darkness was no one else but the man wearing a silver mask and a hat who tried to track down the person who threatened Luo Shiatsi after leaving Shiozuru's birthday party last time, but killed him on the street. The corners of the man's mouth curled up, not showing the terrifying smile like last time, but still creepy. "You are very smart and your reaction speed is also very fast. It seems that the gene lock is fully activated." The voice of the man in the hat was mechanical and unpleasant, and it was obvious that he used a voice changer. Shiryu immediately narrowed his eyes. "Who are you?" He wanted a butterfly specimen and threatened Luo Shiatsi. Maybe it was related to the battle fortress of Greystar. "Don't be so nervous. In fact, we are the same kind. As long as you are willing, we can become partners with you." "The same kind? You?" Shiryu keenly caught these 4 words. She looked up and down at the man in the hat hiding in the dark, and suddenly sneered. "Are you sure? Who is the same kind as you who hides in the dark and cannot see the light? You don't even dare to let me see your face. And you still want to be my partner? Do you need me to buy you a pillow on the Star Network? It's more realistic to sleep and dream." The man in the hat seemed to understand her attitude. He slowed down his voice and said, "The current hiding is for the dawn of the future. You have power that others don't have. Why do you choose to associate with those weak people?" "Weak?" Shiryu touched his chin when he heard him, and soon smiled and said, "What you said makes sense." The man in the hat didn't seem to expect her to be shaken so quickly. He laughed at the same time. It seems that you still have some self-knowledge, knowing that you are too weak and unworthy to be with me." The moment he finished speaking, Shiryu activated the mimicry exoskeleton and rushed towards the man in the hat with 2 dark golden scimitars. She sneered. "Can't the rats in the gutter be more quiet? You want to come out to see the sun, but you can't bear to take off your stinky skin. It's really disgusting. I was worried about where to find you, but I didn't expect you to come to my door so soon. Now that you are here, don't leave. Right? I will treat you well. Although there are no puddings, I will leave you a few pudding cups." Her movements were quick and fierce. She approached the man with a hat in an instant. The man with a hat knew that he was no match for Shiryu wearing a mimic exoskeleton, so he activated the mimic exoskeleton in an instant. The black mimic exoskeleton was exactly the same as the ones worn by Aquamarine 770, 880 and 520, and his number was 1314. It turned out that there was really a number 1314. No wonder 770, 880, And 520 didn't attack her last time when they heard 1314. Shiryu's eyes flashed with excitement, and the speed of his hands increased. The two fought together, so fast that almost only the afterimages could be seen. The sound of weapons clashing was particularly abrupt in the darkness. No matter how fast Shiryu's hands were, she knew that the best defense was the fastest attack. The man in the hat really showed signs of weakness under her attack. Seeing the other man's mouth tightened, Shiryu narrowed her eyes slightly. At this time, a shadow was reflected from behind her, and it kept getting longer. Chapter 106. Zheng! The sound of the scimitars colliding with each other was very harsh. In the little light scattered from the air, Lan Luo's silver hair floated up, curling with beautiful silver light. Shiryu grinned. Little one, you came just in time. She didn't have to fight two people alone. After saying that, she kicked 1314, and the opponent's reaction speed was very fast. He stepped on the wall sideways and avoided the scimitar stab by Shiryu. Lan Luo stood behind Shiryu and blocked a backstab for her. Hearing the three words little one, the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. His hands were not slow either. He didn't know where he got a scimitar, and fought with 290, who tried to sneak attack Shiryu. Shiryu sighed. You are getting too cocky, and don't take me seriously. Lan Luo didn't bother to pay attention to her, and his speed suddenly increased. The sound of clang 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 came one after another. Lan Luo's fighting skills were obviously not low. He completely suppressed 290. Just now, 1314 had a hard time dealing with it one-on-one. Now it was 2-on-2, and he was even more at a disadvantage. I don't know if Shiryu was born with a tacit understanding with others in fighting. While dealing with 1314, he could also occasionally attack 290. It was simply impossible to defend against. 290 was obviously not as good as 1314. If this continued, both of them would have to stay here. Seeing that 1314 was about to run away, Shiryu said with a chuckle, You little mouse? You're going to run away just because you can't win? You just said you wanted to be my partner. With this little bit of backbone and ability, you still want to be my partner? Don't run. Don't run. What's the point of hiding all the time? Just fight head on. 1314 didn't want to fight with her, and stopped talking. With a bow, she threw a bomb from her space bag. Shiryu kicked it back. The bomb exploded in the air. It didn't have much power, but it scattered countless dust. The corner that was originally swallowed by darkness was completely hidden in the night. Shiryu narrowed his eyes, and threw the dark golden scimitar in his hand. After a muffled sound, something fell to the ground with a thud. The sound of the bomb exploding here quickly attracted the attention of the instructors not far away. The instructor who had hammered the monitor to the ground hurried over, and saw Shiryu panting against the wall, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The chief instructor rushed over, and stood in front of Shiryu. He looked her up and down, and then up and down. He was relieved to make sure that she was not injured and asked, What happened? Weren't you arrested? Shiryu felt a little uneasy. But then she said confidently, Instructor, do you think I am someone who would not resist being arrested? There is a price to pay for arresting me, she said, looking away and pointing at the man on the ground who was hit in the heart by the scimitar. Perhaps the more lies she told, the more confident she became. Shiryu straightened her chest and said, I am exhausted. It really looked like that. The chief instructor glanced at her suspiciously and walked around in front of the man who had died on the ground. The one killed by Shiryu was not 1314, but 290. The chief instructor probably believed her words and had her carried back. He also found a doctor to do a detailed full-body examination before allowing her to return to the room. In the room, Luo Shiatsi and others were already squatting inside waiting for her. Shiryu was stared at by 4 people at the same time. She stretched her arms and rolled her eyes. I'm so tired. Let me sit for a while, said sitting for a while. She lay down on the sofa, closed her eyes, and wanted to sleep. And it was Gu Qianqian who pinched her nose to wake her up again. Shiryu was too lazy to say anything, so she sent the video she took to their smart brains for them to watch. The 4 people's exclamations were more exaggerated than each other. Feng Shao held his chin and said, Fortunately, Kane killed himself. Otherwise few people could beat him. Kane didn't intend to take them to the crime scene or anything, but asked them to go to the Empire Hotel and clearly put the blame on the First Federation. If it weren't for Zayuzul's actions last time that alerted the enemy, the First Federation might really fall into his trap this time. thanks to Zayuzul's overly cautious behavior that he thought was foolproof, but was actually full of loopholes. Otherwise the few people would not have discovered the abnormality, and thus nipped the trouble in the bud. Shiryu had fought 2 battles today, and was exhausted. Seeing that the few people still had something to ask, he sent them away with a sentence of "let's talk about it tomorrow." She knew what they wanted to ask. Wasn't it Lan Luo? She knew nothing about Lan Luo herself, and didn't know where to start. Shiryu sent the 4 people away, turned around and saw Lan Luo turn back into a little kid, holding something in her hand, staring at her straight. To be precise, it was the space bag on her waist. Shiryu instinctively covered the space bag, trying to move the little pudding inside. Lan Luo stared at her straightly for a long time, and shook the thing in her hand at her. She walked over with a lot of doubts. She had just killed 290 with a knife, but let 1314 run away. Lan Luo wanted to chase him, but Shiryu grabbed him. She was afraid that this unlucky little guy would be caught again if he chased him. She didn't know how to explain to Xiao Piaoliang when the time came. 1314 was obviously in the same group as 770, 880, and 520. Maybe he didn't know where Lan Luo was before. But now that 1314 ran away, he must know that Lan Luo was with her. She didn't know what those people would do next. Shiryu rubbed his eyebrows and walked towards the little guy. When he saw what he was waving in his hand, his eyes paused, and he grabbed it and opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Where did you get it from? He had a piece of torn cloth in his hand, with half of the emblem on it. Exactly the same as the emblem she found in the central control room of the battle fortress. Lan Luo didn't know if he didn't have enough energy to grow bigger, so he raised his little hand and made a hat-wearing gesture. Shiryu understood that he took it from the man wearing a hat. She frowned and thought for a while, and suddenly a flash of light flashed through her mind. She sat down on the bed, unfolded her brain, and opened the encrypted file that she had just recorded from Kane's brain. Lan Luo quietly flew to the side of her space bag, took away a small pudding while she was not paying attention, and ate it happily. Shiryu finally remembered where she had heard the word Reg. After the Grey Star incident, Piaoliang came to her and said that the emblem she found was the private emblem of the deceased Prince Reg of the Castellan Empire. The information in the brain was quickly presented, and all the information about Reg also appeared in front of Shiryu. She read it very carefully, and did not miss a single word. Reg was indeed not dead, and he really became a spy in the First Federation as Xia Liqing guessed. Shiryu scrolled down the information, and soon saw Reg's identity in the First Federation. She was stunned and even confirmed it several times in disbelief. Impossible. If that's the case, how could the First Federation develop so well under the nose of the Castellan Empire? Shiryu really wanted to send a message to Xiao Piaoliang now, but she couldn't because she would be monitored. She once again felt that coming to another country was really troublesome and annoying. Tonight's incident was quite a big deal. The chief instructor's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and the faces of other instructors were not very good either. After Shiryu came back, the chief instructor followed the people he had arrested and investigated them. This investigation really made him happy. They were all people of the Castellan Empire's Prince Zayuzul. Perhaps the people who were sent to monitor did not expect that the people of the First Federation would take action directly. Now they have become living handles one by one, and the First Federation still insisted that they wanted to take Shiryu away. The chief instructor was about to drag these people to the palace of the Castellan Empire for questioning, when the news that Kane and Zayuzul died together broke out on the Starnet. The Starnet was in an uproar, and the Castellan Empire was in an uproar. The chief instructor confirmed it several times with disbelief. It was undoubtedly true, but he was still a little unresponsive. A few hours ago, Kane and Zayuzul appeared at the ceremony site in good condition. Now they are dead. Not to mention that the chief instructor did not react. Even the political leaders of the Castellan Empire repeatedly asked several times before rushing to the Empire Hotel in panic. Duke Kelly arrived at the Empire Hotel first. Seeing the contestants from various countries surrounding the crime scene, he immediately realized that the matter was serious. Duke Kelly made a prompt decision and ordered them to be detained. But the leaders of various countries all rushed to the Empire Hotel. The scene became more and more chaotic, and the deaths of Kane and Zayuzul continued to ferment on the Starnet. The two of them had high status in the eyes of the people of the Empire, now that the news of their death had suddenly spread, and the official of the Castellan Empire had not yet come out to admit or refute the rumor. Everyone had bad thoughts in their hearts. The matter fermented until the next morning. When the seriously ill emperor of the Castellan Empire heard one of his sons talk about this matter, he vomited blood on the spot and died an hour later. First, Cain and Zayuzal died, and then the emperor of the empire died suddenly. The Castellan Empire was in chaos, and the ambitious princes couldn't wait to fight for power. The royal family of the Castellan Empire was in chaos. As the most powerful member of the royal family, Duke Kelly stood up to preside over the overall situation, stopped the princes from fighting for power, and held an emergency press conference, saying that he would definitely catch the murderer who killed the two princes. In this way, the news was confirmed, and the waves on the Star Network became bigger and bigger. A country that wanted to stir up trouble came out and said that it saw a dagger with the flag of the Republic of Toes at the scene of the crime. The people of Castellan, who had been paying attention to the follow-up of this incident, began to question Duke Kelly whether this was true. Duke Kelly had no idea what those who wanted to fish in troubled waters were thinking. He was so angry that his teeth itched. But he had to admit that there were indeed traces of activities of the Republic of Toes at the scene of the crime. Duke Kelly officially admitted that the Republic of Toes might have participated in the murder of the two princes, pushing public opinion to a climax. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Toes was caught off guard, and was confused for a while, before it strongly denied it, and raised a series of questions. It also stated that the Republic of Toes and the Castellan Empire have always been friendly allies, and would never attack the two princes of the Castellan Empire. This is true. Even the people of the Castellan Empire think that the Republic of Toes is a dog of the Castellan Empire. Public opinion began to polarize. When the people were arguing the most fiercely, the news that Subir's body was found at the scene of the crime was somehow leaked. Those who thought that the Republic of Toes could not have assassinated the two princes on the Star Network were severely slapped. In this way, the Republic of Toes had no way to defend itself. Duke Kelly originally wanted to cover up the matter, if others did not know the specific situation. Then he knew a little bit after interrogating Zayuzal and the people around Cain. He originally wanted to suppress the fact that Subir's body appeared at the scene, but he didn't expect it to be leaked. Now he is in a dilemma, and can only detain all the people in the Republic of Toes and question Helles. The Republic of Toes is still at war with the First Federation. After the loss of Winter Star, Helles was in a state of panic. But this happened again. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. But he had to spare his energy to deal with the questioning of the Castellan Empire. If the Castellan Empire turned against him at this time, the Republic of Toes would not be able to resist the offensive of the First Federation. At that time, all the humiliations of the First Federation by the Republic of Toes would be humiliated back. But Helles was not in the Castellan Empire, and he didn't even know the cause and effect of the matter. He was forced to hand over the frontline command to the Deputy Commander-in-Chief and personally inquire about the affairs of the Castellan Empire. The people of the Castellan Empire did not buy his account and insisted that the Republic of Toes hand over the murderer. The matter became more and more serious. The Universal Mecha League was forced to stop. All contestants were detained in the Castellan Empire, and the first discoverer was also under surveillance. The First Federation was not very peaceful either. The chief instructor detained the people who made trouble that night. He didn't want to go out and meddle at this time. But some people were unwilling to let the First Federation go. Helles directly called out to the First Federation and shamelessly stated at the public press conference that all this was a conspiracy of the First Federation, in order to break the alliance between the Castellan Empire and the Toes Republic, so as to occupy the territory of the Toes Republic. Duke Kelly didn't know what he was thinking. After Helles ended the press conference, he led the Imperial Army to surround the residence of the contestants of the First Federation, pointing the finger at Shiryu, and said that she was the one who killed Cain and Zayuzal. The instructors and contestants of the First Federation were completely angry. The Castellan Empire did not look at the glaring evidence, but instead pointed the finger at the First Federation because of Helles' words. It seems that they don't even want the last layer of fig leaf. Duke Kelly still wanted to cover up his mistake. He played a video in front of everyone in the First Federation. The video was dimly lit, but it showed a person climbing down from the Empire Hotel. Judging from her figure and face, even people who were not familiar with Shiryu could recognize her. The chief instructor who tried to argue with Duke Kelly was stunned for a moment and sneered, "Duke is really amazing. He just found someone to shoot a video and said she was my student. Duke doesn't think this kind of thing can be used as evidence? If you want this kind of evidence, I can forge 9 or 10 copies and give them to you." After that, the chief instructor asked people to bring out all the people who were detained that night. Duke Kelly. Look, is there anyone you know here? That night, Zayuzel sent people to try to kidnap my students. I haven't come to settle accounts with you yet. But you dare to come and blame them? Do you really think that our first federation is a soft persimmon that you can squeeze whenever you want? The chief instructor was not afraid of Duke Kelly at all. He turned out all the information he had investigated about these people and put it in front of Duke Kelly. Then he sat on the sofa, hugged his chest and said, "Your Excellency the Duke, don't you really want to go to war with the First Federation?" He did not show any fear. Duke Kelly narrowed his eyes and read the information he pushed out one by one, and his expression gradually became ugly. The information was indeed all Zayuzel's people, and they were guards in public. Duke Kelly never thought that Zayuzel would be so stupid that he would leave such a big handle after his death. But he didn't care. These people were all within the territory of the Castellan Empire. As long as he wanted, the so-called evidence could disappear at any time. Duke Kelly loosened his fingers and was about to give an order when a man rushed in from outside, not caring about the people from the First Federation still in the room, and shouted, "Duke! Oh no! Something happened. Watch this video." The video was not long, only a few seconds, but it made Duke Kelly feel like he was in the cold winter, rather than dying in vain. "It is better to use my death to make the final contribution to the Empire," a small voice sounded in the room. In the video, Kane stabbed the dagger into his chest. At that moment, Duke Kelly was furious. "Where did you get this video?" The man's forehead was covered with fine and dense cold sweat. He stuttered, "Starnet. Starnet is everywhere." The video only had a short section. The handle of the dagger was immediately held by Kane and Lika. From this angle, the national flag logo on the dagger could not be seen. The video also only captured Kane's profile. But the layout in the video was the crime scene of the Empire Hotel. In addition to Kane, there was also his most trusted assistant Lika, and his bodyguard, who was familiar to all the citizens of the Empire. Duke Kelly felt dizzy. He did not expect that Kane, who had always been cautious in doing things, would have a day when he made a mistake and was photographed by someone. In this way, all his arrangements were in vain, and he would even bear countless infamy, and those ordinary people who worshipped him as a god would also collapse their faith. Collapse? The chief instructor listened to the conversation between the two and opened the Star Network. He played the video again in front of them and immediately slammed the table and stood up. "Duke Kelly, shouldn't you explain to me what's going on? Your crown prince committed suicide, but you put the blame on us? What a good plan." At that moment, countless thoughts went through the chief instructor's mind. But he made the most clear decision without hesitation and questioned Duke Kelly. Duke Kelly's face was livid, and he said with trembling mouth, "It's just a video. What can it prove? Didn't Colonel Sue just say it? Such a video." "Duke." Before Duke Kelly finished speaking, another person rushed in, and his expression was even more nervous than the previous person. Duke Kelly was so angry that he was dizzy, and the man didn't care about these things. He said with a stiff face, "Duke, the 7th Marshal of the First Federation, when Renma led his troops to the Keltri meteorite belt, and the head of the First Federation requested to talk to you. It's a deterrent. It's an intimidation. How many years has it been since the Castellan Empire felt this way? Since the decline of the First Federation, no country has been a rival to the Castellan Empire. The Castellan Empire has firmly established its position as the strongest country in the universe with a strong attitude. Since then, it has always been the Castellan Empire that intimidates other countries. No country dares not to take the Castellan Empire seriously." Chapter 107. Yuyan. When Renimo led his army to the Keltri meteorite belt, Xie Jiangsa hurriedly walked into Xie Yuyan lounge and saw that he was full of fatigue. His anxiety was restrained a little, and he was worried. "How are you? Are you still not feeling well?" Heller's departure from the front line did not reduce the pressure on the First Federation. He issued a death order and never allowed the First Federation to take away any inch of the territory of the Toyas Republic. The deputy commander-in-chief of the Toyas Republic was not a pushover. He fought a conservative war and did not take the initiative to attack like Heller's did. This made it even more difficult to fight. Xie Yuyan has been studying tactics all night these days. If he had not been knocked unconscious by Xie Jiangsa and carried back, he would probably still be fighting late into the night. Xie Yuyan had just woken up. Hearing his words, he sat up from the bed in shock and asked hurriedly, "When did it happen? How long has it been?" "An hour ago. It was not passed by the parliament." I don't know if it was his decision alone. In the Federation, not all resolutions must be passed by the Parliament. Each marshal has a certain degree of exemption from the Parliament. In simple terms, he gives orders first, and then notifies the Parliament. Where is the head of state? He is negotiating with the Castellan Empire. Hales of the Toes Republic is a madman. And Duke Kelly of the Castellan Empire is no exception. The reason why he didn't do it so decisively is that he is wearing the skin of the world's most powerful country, and wants to save face. If he is forced into a desperate situation, no one can say what these two madmen will do. But now, the First Federation is pushing both madmen to death. Xie Yuyan lowered his eyes, pondered for a long time and said, the Federation and the Castellan Empire may go to war. Soon. He raised his head with a firm look. 3 months. Within 3 months, the Toyas Republic must be unable to fight again. He is going to the Castellan Empire. Negotiation. 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 Negotiation after negotiation. Almost every country asked the Castellan Empire to release its Universal Mecha League participants on the Muse Star. But the Castellan Empire took a tough attitude and claimed that all participants needed to cooperate in the investigation of the deaths of Kane and Zyuzel. As for the videos that fermented on the Star Network, he deleted them all and said that someone was maliciously framing Kane. Kane has many supporters, and he has always shown a gentle face. This also led to the fact that after the video came out, the people who worshipped him in the Castellan Empire did not believe the content of the video at all. After Duke Kelly said this, almost everyone blindly believed his words. But this video is like a thorn, firmly rooted in the hearts of everyone who has watched it. Occasionally, when hearing certain words or seeing certain things, this thorn will hurt. Shiryu still has one little pudding left. She pinched Lan Luo, who tried to snatch her little pudding, and whispered a warning, "This is mine." It has been 2 months since the death of Kane and Zyuzel, and they have been imprisoned on the spot by Duke Kelly for 2 months. The little puddings in the 5 people's space bags have been consumed in these 2 months. In the past half month, they have been completely dependent on nutrient solution. Shiryu swears that she has never lived so miserably in the most difficult days on the Aquamarine Star. Lan Luo didn't care how fierce she was. He held the pudding and refused to let go. This kind of drama was performed almost every day. Feng Xiao and others were no longer surprised. They also learned from Shiryu that this palm-sized little man was the silver-haired boy who pretended to be her, and came out of the Empire Hotel that day. No one asked any extra questions. They saw that Shiryu seemed to have something in his heart after that day. He was not motivated to do anything, and was listless. Their network was also cut off. With Luo Shiatzi around, it was not that they could not browse the Star Network, but the entire Star Network was full of news about which countries were negotiating with the Castellan Empire after Kane's death. It was strange to say that among so many countries negotiating, only the First Federation had a tougher attitude. Other countries seemed to be just going through the motions when they said they wanted to negotiate. After so long, there was no progress. Things have actually been very delicate so far. If every country could unite, the Castellan Empire would not dare to detain so many people no matter how powerful it is. However, every country has its own ulterior motives, and no one knows what kind of agreement they have reached with the Castellan Empire in private. And this delicate balance has been maintained. Until now, the balance has been broken. The Castellan Empire released all contestants except the First Federation and the Republic of Twiz, and escorted them to the Interstellar spacecraft. At the same time, there was a quarrel in the First Federation Parliament. The First Marshal Xia Liqin and the 7th Marshal Wen Renmo argued with each other, and the other marshals also took their own positions. After another unhappy parliamentary separation. But 2 days later, the First Federation declared war on the Castellan Empire. The declaration of war came so suddenly that not only did the Castellan Empire not expect it, but even many politicians in the First Federation did not expect it. Not to mention the ordinary people. Xie Yuyan received the news at the front line and paused for a long time. The other commanders in the command room also looked at each other, with doubts on their foreheads. Is it Wen Renmo? Xie Yuyan was silent for a long time before asking. Xie Jiangsun nodded. Wen Renmo's parents had served in the military, and both died in a small-scale conflict with the Castellan Empire. At that time, the officers of the Castellan Empire did not return their bodies, but directly threw them into space, letting them drift like space garbage. Not many people know about this, and people in the parliament have heard about it more or less. Father, what is the attitude of the First Marshal? Oppose? But From the current results, the effect is not significant. The head of state disagreed. The parliament argued several times about it, and the marshal was also opposed. But the remaining marshals, especially the two old marshals, now that the emperor, the crown prince, and a prince of the Castellan Empire have passed away, the royal family is in chaos. Kelly's control of the government is not legitimate, and the Castellan Empire is also unstable. It can be said that now is the time when the Castellan Empire is extremely weak. In the Battle of Livia 100 years ago, the Castellan Empire joined several countries to attack the Federation. The Federation fought on multiple fronts, and 5 of the 7 marshals died in the battle. The 2 old marshals were resentful about this, seeing that they were about to reach the end of their lives. They wanted to end the feud with the Castellan Empire at all costs. Xiao Yan closed his eyes. All our victims. All the people in the first military academy of the Federation were put on restriction bracelets, and only the most basic nutrient solution was provided every day. Shiryu sighed. I didn't expect that the result would be like this in the end. That's right. The purpose of a country will not change because of the death of 1 or 2 people, even if these 2 people are of noble status. But she didn't expect that it was not the Castellan Empire, but the First Federation that first declared war. The rulers of the First Federation have always regarded the lives of the people as their top priority, and every citizen trusts the Federation so much that when all the people stranded in the Castellan Empire heard that the First Federation declared war on the Castellan Empire, their first reaction was that it was fake news. But what happened next clearly told everyone that it was not fake. They really became abandoned. More than 10,000 people were wandering around at a loss, not knowing where the road ahead was, and not knowing which would come first, tomorrow or death. After several days, all the people in the First Federation were sent on an interstellar spaceship, with the destination being the battlefield of Keltri in the Castellan Empire. And the entire journey took 23 hours. Shiryu was held alone in a room with surveillance. She leaned on the bedboard, and hadn't eaten pudding for a whole month. With surveillance, little Lan Luo didn't dare to run out to play with her, probably because she was too bored. She kept staring at the monitor, and the monitor suddenly said, I'm a little scared when you look at me like this. Shiryu shocked. Luo's shiatsu voice. I've taken control. You can do whatever you want. Call me if there's anything. I also notify you if there's an accident. I'd be in the room next to you with a few of them. Shiryu immediately became alert. Lolo, you're the one hanging. Lan Luo didn't know if she heard the conversation between the two, and fell on Shiryu's head with a snap, holding her hair and scratching it out of boredom. Shiryu found that his problem was really bad, but she had warned him several times. But the little guy just wouldn't change. She took him down and poked his cheek. What do you think the Castellan Empire wants to do by taking us to the front line? As hostages? The Federation has declared war. What's the point of being hostages? We're already abandoned. Lan Luo didn't know if he understood or not. He just held her fingers in disgust and pushed them out hard. Shiryu pushed his finger back and suddenly thought of something and stood up immediately. You said? If we seize control of the interstellar spaceship now, is it possible to go back to the Federation directly through the wormhole? Yes. This is an interstellar spaceship. It is in space, and has the basic conditions for space jump. As long as the wormhole can be opened and the coordinates of the Federation can be located, it is entirely possible to return to the Federation from the Castellan Empire. Lolo. Shiryu took off the restriction bracelet with a click, and immediately called Luo Shiatsu. Luo Shiatsu was so annoyed by her frequent Lolo calls that he thought something was wrong with her. Just when he was about to ask, he heard her say, Lolo, how strong is the Castellan Empire's military? Is it possible for us to seize control of the starship? Luo Shiatsu thought she was going to say something else, but it turned out to be this. He spread his hands and said, I just checked. It's easy to seize control of the starship, but the starship is escorted by 3 SSS-class battleships. A starship with no combat power can't be a match for an SSS-class battleship. Once we make any unusual movements, we are more likely to be blown away by a single shot. What a terrible result. Shiryu squatted back down with his legs folded. Luo Shiatsu's voice rang again, but there is a way. What is it? Shiryu immediately became alert. At the moment of entering the wormhole, modify the jump coordinates of the interstellar spacecraft and jump directly into the Federation. Luo Shiatsu said while looking at the coordinate map of the Federation. But the distance between the Castellan Empire and the Federation is too far. If you jump directly, There is a 68.9% chance of deviating from the original coordinates, a 21.3% chance of encountering space turbulence, a 6.8% chance of getting lost in the undeveloped desolate universe, and a tiny chance of successfully jumping to the Federation. The two middle options are all dead ends. Shiryu does not expect to successfully jump to the Federation, as long as he can get rid of the Castellan Empire. Even if he accidentally goes to other countries in the universe, the situation will be 1,000 times or 10,000 times better than it is now. Lolo, do it. But don't tell anyone else for now. The fact that Luo Shiatsi is a spider has been leaked, and someone has come to find him. No matter how stupid Shiryu is, he knows that some of the military academy students or instructors of the First Federation are in cahoots with the man in the hat. Shiryu has seen the video of Duke Kelly coming to settle accounts, and Luo Shiatsi has also checked it carefully. There is no trace of forgery. It is indeed the scene when she came down from the Empire Hotel that day. In addition, she was attacked by the man in the hat later. It is almost easy to think that she was secretly monitored at that time. The video was most likely given to Kelly by the man in the hat, but it is not known whether the two parties have any connection, or the man in the hat was a member of the Castellan Empire from the beginning. But the act of just giving the video obviously cannot beat Shiryu to death at once. If the other party really wants to kill her, he should have caught the thief on the spot before she left the Empire Hotel. Shiryu didn't get a response for a long time, and shouted, "Luo Luo. We can't get out?" Luo Shiatsi took a long time to spit out 5 words. The door code of this interstellar spaceship is randomly replaced. Even Luo Shiatsi can't eliminate all the interference codes and open the door in a short time. Shiryu didn't expect that this was the reason. She raised her mouth and smiled. Had the surveillance outside the corridor been controlled? Luo Shiatsi heard her say this, and suddenly thought of something. He immediately said, "It can't be broken by external force. Otherwise it will immediately trigger the alarm system of the interstellar spaceship." "Who told you that I'm going to break it by external force?" "You wait." After speaking, Shiryu took a communication, walked to the door, and put her hand on the door handle. All the structures inside the door appeared in her mind. To be honest, she really likes all kinds of things made of metal. After a while, the structure inside the door began to change, but it did not trigger the alarm system. After a few seconds, the door opened with a click. There was no one outside the corridor. Shiryu stretched and walked to the next room. He opened the door in the same way, seeing several friends standing, lying, sitting, and lying. He blinked speechlessly. "You have many postures." Gu Qianqian opened his eyes wide in surprise. "How did you get here?" Shiryu patted his legs. "I walked here." Everyone knew that Gu Qianqian didn't mean that at all. Feng Xiao rarely came to pat her shoulder and looked at her curiously. "I really didn't know you had the ability to open the door." Shiryu grabbed his hand and closed the door. There was no one guarding outside, but someone would come to patrol every 10 minutes. "Don't talk nonsense. How long will it take before the jump? Let's sort out the plan and start as soon as possible. We must not go to the front line. By then, we will really become rabbits to be slaughtered." Luo Shiatsi nodded, made a draft in his mind, and quickly talked about his plan with several people. Since the driving system and other systems inside the interstellar spacecraft are independent, Luo Shiatsi has no way to invade. Several people need to go to the cockpit of the interstellar spacecraft as quickly as possible and modify the jump coordinates at the moment of the wormhole jump. In this way, they can avoid the 3 interstellar battleships without being noticed. At the same time, since the coordinates were not located before, the possibility of deviation from the coordinates is very high. This location is the safest jump coordinate I have selected. Even so, there has never been such a long-distance space jump from this wormhole before, and the safety is questionable. It's better to fight than to be captured as a hostage by the Castellan Empire. Lu Dongyan is the most open-minded among the few people being abandoned by their own country. Almost everyone has a shadow hanging over their heads, but everyone knows that if it weren't for the Castellan Empire's bullying, they wouldn't have come to this place now. Luo Shiatsi's plan was very complete. After confirming that a patrol team had left, several people immediately left the room and followed Luo Shiatsi's guidance. They moved forward quietly all the way. When passing an intersection, they heard the sound of conversation in front. "Have you heard? The front line of the Toes Republic is losing ground, and the entire battle line is collapsing. I heard from some war experts that if this continues, the capital of the Toes Republic will be lost." Alas, this news is all over the Star Internet. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that Xieyuyan of the First Federation is indeed very powerful. If His Highness Zayuzal were still here, it would be great. The two sighed at the same time. And one of them was indignant. It's all the fault of the First Federation. If it weren't for them, how could His Highness Zayuzal die at such a young age? It's said to be the First Federation, but that video at the time, when the video was mentioned, both of them were silent. And one of them retorted, it was forged by the First Federation. How could you believe it? Then, there was another silence. And the two looked at each other. And only they knew the emotions in their eyes. Luo Xiaoxi frowned and shook his head. And lip-synced, it's too late. If this goes on, the plan will be delayed. And the next patrol will be here soon. Lu Dongyan grabbed Shiryu wrist, and made a knife hand gesture. He was the most decisive. Shiryu nodded. And the two of them acted at the same time, killing them with one blow. Dragged the two into an empty room. They rushed to the cockpit at the fastest speed, and entered the cockpit. Luo Xiaoxi didn't care. He was wondering if it would alarm the people inside. So he gritted his teeth and said, start jumping in advance. The wormhole ahead has already opened. Several people in the cockpit heard his voice, and turned back vigilantly. But their throats were cut by the metal scimitar. At this time, the alarm of the interstellar spaceship sounded. It's over. Luo Xiaoxi rushed over and pushed them away immediately, his 10 fingers jumping wildly on the virtual screen, almost leaving an afterimage. Before completing the coordinate input, he did not hesitate to turn on the interstellar spaceship's thrusters and rush to the wormhole. At the same time, he began to modify the coordinates. But in just a few seconds, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The alarm sounded, and everyone on the interstellar spaceship was alarmed. The 3 interstellar battleships next to it also stretched out their guns to aim at the interstellar spaceship. Several people didn't know how to control the interstellar spaceship, so they could only stand aside and worry. The 3 interstellar battleships outside were about to complete the energy storage, start entering the wormhole. With a boom, the shells exploded, and the entire interstellar spaceship shook. Luo Xiaoxi, who was inputting the coordinates, didn't stand firmly and accidentally pressed a wrong number. Chapter 108. The interstellar spaceship was hit hard, and it had already started jumping to the wrong coordinates, with no chance to change it. After jumping out of the wormhole, Luo Xiaoxi slightly relieved the discomfort caused by the long-distance space jump, and immediately located the location of the interstellar spaceship. But before he could do anything, a distress signal popped up first. He clicked on the distress signal and looked at it. His eyes were stunned, and his face became very ugly. When several people saw his appearance, they looked at each other. And Shiryu asked, what's wrong? Luo Xiaoxi pursed his lips and said, I'm afraid our current situation will not be much better than before. We have space jumped to the Republic of Toys. When these words came out, several people were also stunned. This is just out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's den. The Caslan Empire thinks that it is the most powerful country in the universe, and it still has some room for the prisoners of the First Federation. Now they have arrived in the Republic of Toys. Once they are caught, referring to the previous Winter Star incident, you can imagine what everyone will end up with. Helles doesn't know what shame is. Shiryu gritted his teeth and felt that his luck was really bad this time. Where are we now? Luo Xiaoxi began to query the coordinates to locate the interstellar spaceship. After a while, he said, in the heart of the Toys Republic, it is only 3 hours away from the capital system. Fuck. It is so close to the capital system, and it is possible to be discovered by the Toys Republic if you are not careful. Shiryu scratched his hair. Can we make another space jump? Luo Xiaoxi looked at the energy status in the interstellar spaceship and shook his head. When we just made a space jump, the energy cabin of the interstellar spaceship was destroyed by the interstellar battleship of the Caslan Empire. It is okay for short-distance voyages, but it cannot support another space jump. Bad things are really stacked one after another. Lu Dongyan also frowned. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and asked, who sent the distress signal? Several people looked at him at the same time. Distress signal. Luo Xiaoxi sent out a short communication. I am Zakana, the Vice President of the Republic of Toes. My spaceship is under attack by interstellar pirates. Please help me if you are passing by. I will reward you handsomely. Zakana? Feng Xiao uttered a sigh. You know? Shiryu asked. As a complete idiot, Shiryu only knew that the Republic of Toes was under the control of Helles alone. As for who the other political leaders were, and what their positions were, she was completely clueless. Feng Xiao nodded and said, "My father mentioned that she is a representative of the peace faction of the Republic of Toyas. She has always opposed Heli's launching of foreign wars. She has the same political views as the head of state who was assassinated in the Lilvaya fortress. But her situation has not been good since the previous head of state was assassinated. My father also said that according to the current situation in the Republic of Toyas, Heli's will sooner or later get rid of Zakana. The deputy head of a country was attacked by interstellar pirates, and even had to send out a distress signal. You can imagine how difficult the current situation is." Shiryu's eyes lit up and said, "Zakana must not die. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Heli's is now the only one in the Republic of Toyas. If Zakana dies, I'm afraid no one can control him. Since they met by chance, she would be a good person and save Zakana. Lolo, you contact the instructors immediately and either capture or kill the remaining people from the Caslan Empire on the interstellar spaceship. And then send someone to help Zakana. The little doctor, the university bully, and I will go first. And you, Mr. Qian, stay with Luo Luo to protect him." Shiryu made a very straightforward decision. As she spoke, she activated the mimicry exoskeleton and walked out of the cockpit. Feng Xiao and Lu Dongyan hurriedly followed. Gu Qianqian obviously had something to say. But before he could say anything, the three of them disappeared. So he had to swallow the words that were on the tip of his throat. Why is he always the one who stays behind? He also wants to go out and have fun. In fact, he also knows that if he brings Feng Xiao and Lu Dongyan, who are good at long-range attacks, he will have more freedom. And Luo Shiatzi must be around someone. Luo Shiatzi patted his shoulder and looked at the current situation in the interstellar spaceship. When the interstellar spaceship was hit by the warship of the Caslan Empire, the instructors had already keenly discovered that something was wrong. They broke out one by one and gathered most of the military academy students together. Luo Shiatzi contacted the chief instructor and told him about Shiryu's plan. The instructors were all retired officers of the expeditionary force. They were all highly skilled in combat and made decisions quickly. They arranged all the students in an orderly manner and also arranged some people to go out for reinforcement. The current situation is different from the last time on Winter Star. The instructors are experienced in many battles. And the military academy students are also one of the best in the Federation. In addition, after the previous training and the competition in Slake Fortress, everyone is not so unfamiliar with space. And they are not ordinary civilians who can be slaughtered at will. 10,000 people quickly formed an organization. At the moment of life and death, no one was willing to stay in the interstellar spaceship and wait for others to rescue them. Shiryu and the other two were the first to leave the interstellar spaceship. They saw that the surface of the interstellar spaceship was indeed damaged. It was not easy to maintain normal navigation. She didn't have time to think too much. She drove the God of War and rushed towards the battlefield in the distance. After a rough detection, she found that the scale and number of interstellar pirates were not small. And they also had 3 interstellar battleships. Zakana's escort fleet had been retreating step by step and could not hold on for long. Shiryu observed and soon found something wrong. These interstellar pirates did not look like interstellar pirates at all. Instead, they looked like well-trained troops. It's not that interstellar pirates can't be well-trained, but this group of interstellar pirates has a strong military style between offense and defense. A bold guess crossed her mind. The so-called interstellar pirates, can't they be an excuse for Heli's to eliminate dissidents? Guessing is just a guess. After Shiryu figured out the way of the interstellar pirates, he turned into a beam of light and rushed over. Her sudden appearance obviously disrupted the battle situation. Shiryu opened the public channel and said in a serious voice, "Deputy Head of State Zakana, I am Major Erica under the command of Duke Kelly of the Caslan Empire. I accidentally discovered your distress signal and came to support you. Are you okay?" As Shiryu spoke, she drew Duke Kelly's totem emblem on the virtual screen and let it appear on the surface of the God of War. At the same time, she sent a copy of the totem emblem she had drawn to several friends, and asked Luo Shiatzi to pass it to the reinforcements behind. No one of the two sides in the battle expected that a major from the Caslan Empire would suddenly appear. The totem emblem displayed on the surface of the mecha did belong to the Caslan Empire. Zakana, who was sitting in the frigate and calmly waiting for death, suddenly stood up, and the situation in space was projected in front of her by her assistant. Zakana frowned at first, and soon said, "It is indeed the emblem of Duke Kelly. Let the escort fleet cooperate with them." The behavior of the Zakana escort fleet undoubtedly acknowledged the identity of Shiryu and others. In the main ship of the Interstellar Pirates, several commanders who had not even changed their uniforms of the Republic of Toes looked at each other immediately. And one of them said angrily, "What's going on? How could people from the Caslan Empire appear here? I will contact the general immediately." Before the man finished speaking, the interstellar battleship shook with a huge roar, and the entire battleship shifted to the other side, narrowly avoiding the shells fired. Shiryu smiled and rushed towards the Interstellar Pirates battleship with two long swords, one black and one white. It is undeniable that the combat literacy of this group of interstellar pirates is not low. But for Shiryu, it is still not enough. The god of war turned into a silver blue light and rushed forward, so fast that it was almost impossible to catch his position. Wherever Shiryu passed, the mecha was broken into pieces, and the wreckage was scattered, which shows how tragic the record of the interstellar pirates was. Feng Xiao and Lu Dongyan were not easy to deal with. Feng Xiao was responsible for covering Shiryu, while Lu Dongyan aimed at the commander of the mecha unit. One gun for one mecha, and the three of them fought with extremely high efficiency. Behind them, the large army came, and the two sides were entangled together. Shiryu did not waste time on the mecha unit. She unloaded the 6 floaters on the legs of the god of war, and rushed directly towards the 3 interstellar battleships with the floaters. The god of war, which had been freed from the driving mode restrictions, was a terrifying killing machine. The particles at the core collided rapidly, continuously providing energy for the entire mecha. The floater began to accumulate energy, and the god of war had already approached one of the battleships. The 2 long swords, one black and one white, collided. It happened that a ray of light from a distant galaxy star shone over, and the light that slid from the hilt to the tip of the sword was so bright in an instant that people dared not look directly at it. Zakana looked at the silver blue mecha projected on the virtual screen, pursed her lips, and whispered, "Y1121. The assistant who heard her whisper was shocked and looked at the silver blue mecha on the virtual screen carefully. When it gradually overlapped with the mecha in her memory, she covered her mouth in surprise. Zakana's brows were getting higher and higher. Shouldn't she be in the Caslan Empire? Why is she here? And pretending to be someone from the Caslan Empire to save her? Zakana was not stupid, and soon guessed Shiryu's purpose. A trace of deep thought flashed across her eyes. She sat on the sofa, tapping her 5 fingers from time to time, as if she was making a difficult decision. Shiryu didn't know that her vest had fallen off. She had been holding it in for so long in the Caslan Empire, and she was holding back her breath in her heart. Now these interstellar pirates happened to be her punching bag. The tearing sound continued to echo in the universe. The 6 floaters were like the sickle of death that harvested human lives, cutting the interstellar battleship with extremely terrifying power. The rumbling explosions were endless. Shiryu did not kill them all, and then destroyed the engine and all the firing devices of the interstellar spacecraft. She had not forgotten that she was from the First Federation, and she would definitely not hide her meeting with Zakana. And these people, she was 80% sure that they were Hele's people. She was always happy to clear up misunderstandings for others, hoping that Helles would like this gift. But the battle had just ended, and Luo Shiatsi sent an urgent message. A fleet suddenly appeared. They are from the military of the Republic of Toyas. Be careful. I suspect they were ambushed nearby before. Luo Shiatsi communication had just ended when the fleet appeared. The 7 interstellar battleships made sure you burst out with a curse. Fuck. Helles is really a cunning old man. Chapter 109. Shiryu still knew her reputation in the military of the Republic of Toyas. Before the interstellar battleship appeared, she quietly hid behind Feng Xiao and Lu Dongyan mecha, trying to hide her big target. Her guilty behavior was seen by Zakana. After a brief contemplation, Zakana quickly opened the public channel. "Excuse me. Which general's fleet is ahead?" "I am Zakana, the deputy head of the Republic of Toyas. I was attacked by interstellar pirates here. Thanks to the soldiers of the Caslan Empire for their assistance." Zakana suddenly spoke, and Shiryu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the deputy head is also very clear about her current situation, and knows that it is not good for her to expose them at this time. I just don't know how this fleet will react. If Helles is ruthless, he will probably tear off the last fig leaf and kill Zakana directly here. And their more than 10,000 people are really not enough. After a few seconds of silence, a middle-aged man's voice sounded in the public channel. "Deputy Head of State. I am Kyle Mrs. I have received your distress signal, and am leading the fleet to support you. Are these soldiers from the Castellan Empire? Aye. It turns out to be General Mrs. Please arrest these daring space pirates first, and we will talk later if there is anything else. Sikanana made Helles spend time dealing with her. So there must be something that gave him a headache. This woman is not easy to deal with. The Republic of Toes has always been divided into two factions on whether to fight or not. After the previous head of state was assassinated in the Lilvia fortress, Helles' support rate rose sharply, and he completely took over the responsibility of the head of state. In the past 3 years, the Republic of Toes has not elected a new head of state. However, as the battle lines between the two countries were pulled, the Republic of Toes was defeated step by step, and Helles' reputation in the country continued to decline. At this time, everyone thought of Zakana, who had always advocated peace. Recently, Zakana has been active frequently, and many people in the war faction in the country have lost confidence. Helles is so annoyed that he simply wants to get rid of Zakana. Who knows who will suddenly appear from the Castellan Empire? It just so happens that the Castellan Empire is an important ally of the Republic of Toyas. Now the two countries are at war with the First Federation together, and the connection is closer than before. The interstellar spaceship in the distance is indeed an interstellar spaceship of the Castellan Empire. Seeing the interstellar pirates being defeated step by step, Kelmissus had to leave the fleet out. Otherwise these interstellar pirates would all fall into the hands of Zakana. They are all living handles. Kelmissus wanted to figure things out immediately, but Zakana obviously wanted to pull these people from the Castellan Empire to her side. After a brief consideration, Kelmissus decided to wait and see for a while. Shiryu immediately sent a communication to Luoxiatsi, asking them to change all the uniforms of the First Federation, and change as many uniforms of the Castellan Empire as there were on the interstellar spaceship. If there were not enough, they could wear casual clothes. The atmosphere in space was a little subtle, and soon another fleet appeared, belonging to Zakana. Zakana took over the interstellar spaceship where Shiryu and others were, and Kelmissus could only watch. In this case, everyone in the First Federation had no extra choice. After all, they pretended to be people from the Castellan Empire and could not stand up to scrutiny. Helles only needed to verify with Duke Kelly and guess that they were people from the First Federation. Then, they would not be able to run away even if they wanted to. Now, they had to change to a new interstellar spaceship and leave the heartland of the Toyas Republic immediately. After Shiryu discussed with the chief instructor, she did not wait for Zakana to find her, and asked Luoxiatsi to send a communication to confront her. Zakana looked to be in her early 30s, an elegant and beautiful woman, with the inherent shrewdness and competence of a politician. When she looked at people, her eyes were very calm and would not make people feel disgusted. Shiryu glanced at the people around Zakana and asked directly, "Can you tell the truth?" The implication was to ask her if everyone here was trustworthy. Zakana nodded with a smile on her face. "I didn't expect to communicate with you face to face." Y1121. Y1121 is a number that no one in the Toes Republic senior management is unfamiliar with. The shame that Winter Star Y1121 brought to the Toes Republic has been remembered by many people. I knew I would be exposed, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. Shiryu coughed lightly. "I am also very happy to talk to you face to face. Vice President Zakana." Zakana looked at her for a few more times and said, "You are different from what you said on the Star Network. But it is the same." This was a roundabout way of speaking. So Shiryu simply smiled. "Let's not waste your time by talking nonsense. We need an interstellar spaceship to leave here as quickly as possible. Do you think it's okay?" Shiryu did not mention the life-saving grace just now, and spoke in a very humble tone. Zakana did not reply immediately, but looked at her carefully for a long time. "Why do you think I will let you go?" Y1121. She repeated the number again, as if to emphasize something. Shiryu's smile remained unchanged. "Because you are a smart person and a good person." The latter sentence, of course, was a good person card. To be the vice president of a country, you must have the ability, but you will not be kind-hearted casually. Not to mention that the person sitting opposite her is from an enemy country. Zakana also laughed. "You talk very interestingly, but it seems to be more beneficial for me to keep you here." Y1121 is not a major concern of the Republic of Toyas, but she carries the hatred of the entire Republic of Toyas. If Zakana announced that she had captured Y1121 at this time, her reputation would undoubtedly rise to a higher level. Shiryu still had a smiling face, but what he said made everyone around Zakana alert. Colonel Bader thought so at the time. Zakana's face changed with just a simple sentence. Shiryu stood up from the sofa and stretched, exclaiming, "What a great interstellar battleship!" After exclaiming, she turned her head to Zakana and said, "The deputy head of state should not have seen the judgment. Mr. Kuwait had the honor to go there once, and he told me that the judgment was very beautiful inside. In fact, she never saw Kuwait again after she fainted, and Kuwait seemed to have died after returning to the Republic of Toys." Zakana's face turned pale. Shiryu was threatening and warning her. She was telling her that if she wanted to break up, she could make the Winter Star incident happen again. Too arrogant. Zakana had never seen such an arrogant person. But she had to admit that Shiryu had the capital to be arrogant. After the Winter Star incident, Colonel Bader died, and all the generals of Winter Star were held accountable. Zakana knew that it was Bader who coveted the mecha technology of the First Federation and invited the wolf into the house. As a result, the First Federation did not get the mecha technology, but also involved Kuwait, which fundamentally changed the situation of the confrontation between the two countries. And now, she is sitting opposite Y1121. Realizing this, Zakana stopped breathing for a moment. When her pounding heartbeat gradually calmed down, she pulled up the corners of her mouth and reluctantly said, "I said something wrong just now. You said exactly the same thing on the Star Network. The same arrogance, the same contempt for others, and the same fear of things that have not happened yet." Shiryu showed a well-behaved and shy smile. Everyone is too kind. In fact, she didn't quite understand what was said about her on the Star Network. But it must be all good words. In this case, she took it all. Zakana took a deep breath. "Okay. I will prepare an interstellar spaceship for you right away." After she finished speaking, Shiryu raised his index finger and waved. "I have changed my mind now. I hope the Vice President can personally send us to the border where the two countries are at war." Her voice was very light, which also meant that the time for issuing good cards had ended. In Zakana's angry eyes, Shiryu put his hands behind his back and looked around the interstellar battleship. "Don't worry. As long as we reach the border where the two countries are at war, we will leave by ourselves. This time we will not invite you to visit the judgment." The girl is not very old, and her overly young face can easily make people relax their vigilance. But only those who have really talked to her know how frightening she is. Obviously, she has a smile on her face, but it makes people shudder. Zakana gritted her teeth, seemingly unwilling to compromise. The next second, a scimitar flew out of Shiryu's hand, brushed the side of Zakana's assistant's face, cut off a thin strand of hair, and happened to float beside Zakana. At the same time, Shiryu disappeared on the spot. Then, the girl's frivolous voice sounded behind her right. "What do you think, Vice President?" She leaned on the sofa. Her ponytail tied at the back of her head drooped, and the guards around Zakana didn't even take out their energy guns. Zakana pulled the corner of her clothes tightly, and heard the girl say, "I'm doing this for your own good, Vice President. If Helles knew you were with me, he would accuse you of treason." "General, I found it." The silver blue mecha just now looked like Y1121's mecha, but there were several mechas covering it just now, so I couldn't capture a clear image. I checked several other mechas, and found that they were mechas of the contestants of the First Federation Universal Mecha League. A small voice sounded in the central command room of the battleship, and Kyle Mrs. pupils dilated. "Y1121. Yes. We are verifying with the Caslan Empire." "General." "Verified. A few hours ago. The interstellar spaceship that the Caslan Empire used to escort the prisoners of the First Federation suddenly lost its position while traveling through the wormhole. The interstellar spaceship just now was the interstellar spaceship that the Caslan Empire used to escort the prisoners of the First Federation." One sentence after another sounded in the interstellar battleship. Kyle Mrs.'s eyes were heavy, and he immediately ordered, "Deputy Head of State Zakana colluded with the First Federation to try to harm the Republic of Toes. All combat forces listen to orders and shoot down the battleship in front at all costs. Never allow the spies of the First Federation to escape. Y1121 must die. For the Republic of Toes. For General Helles. She must die." Chapter 110. Kel Mrs.'s reaction was faster than Shiryu had imagined. As soon as the sound of the bomb exploded, the communication of Zakana's intelligent brain rang. "Deputy Head of State. Kel Mrs. has taken action, saying that we are colluding with the First Federation and will not listen to any explanation at all." Kel Mrs. certainly would not listen to any explanation. He came here to kill Zakana. Now that he can kill two birds with one stone, How could he miss this great opportunity? Zakana is not stupid. But she underestimated the cruelty of Helios. Sure, you gently put down the last straw that broke the camel's back, Deputy Head of State. You should know that if you die, the Republic of Toyas will only become a war tool for the madman Helios. When we leave, I will declare to the outside world that I am holding you hostage. No one in the Republic of Toyas should question my words. Right? This sentence really carried out the arrogance of Y1121 from beginning to end. Zakana smiled helplessly. The two warships fought together. Obviously, Zakana's fleet could not get rid of the entanglement of Kelmis's fleet for the time being. And Kelmis's fleet was one level higher than Zakana's fleet. Obviously, if this continued, Zakana's fleet would be destroyed. After the two sides reached a consensus, Zakana said that all the main ships must go together. Otherwise they would rather die here. At this time, sure, you really didn't know whether to say that she was soft-hearted or that she had not lost the most fundamental thing of being a human being. No, Gu Qianqian said without hesitation. Let's go together. What can you do alone? The other side has 7 SSS-class battleships. Sure, you pushed him to Lu Dongyan. I can run away if I can't beat them. But can you run away from me? 7 battleships. So what? I have smashed the Winter Star. You guys must stay here. Lu Dongyan obviously didn't agree with her. But sure, you was serious for a rare time. Don't think that Zakana has reached a consensus with us now. No one knows whether she will turn against us. I'm relieved that you stay here. In terms of the ability to make trouble, these guys have been with her for so long, and should have learned her true teachings. If they can still turn over like this, they deserve to be left in the Republic of Toyas. After saying that, sure, you smiled lightly again. I will do something big before leaving. When the interstellar battleship starts jumping, Luo will notify me, and I will be back immediately. After saying that, sure, you immediately left the lounge and went to the front cabin. Gu Qianqian punched the wall with his fist. And it was like this every time. Feng Xiao patted him on the shoulder and said, "Let's hide well." Zakana obviously deliberately sent the fish out, most likely to attack. Perhaps it was because Shiryu's brilliance was too bright, and everyone's eyes were focused on her alone, so that they ignored her companions. This made several people feel a little powerless. But at the critical moment, they could only be thankful that their brilliance was dim enough. The offensive of the Kelmis's fleet was very fierce. Shiryu drove the God of War out, loaded the Naka floater behind the fleet, and then turned on the particle virtualization mode, quietly avoiding the conflict point between the two warring parties, and moved towards several warships. The particle virtualization mode can avoid radar detection, but it is not really invisible. There will still be traces under high-precision radar detection. Otherwise, the Federation should be invincible on the battlefield. Shiryu tried his best to minimize the movement of the God of War. The 7 warships in front did not seem to expect that someone would attack, and they opened fire at full power and aimed at Zakana's fleet. This is just right. Ares approached slowly, but when he was close enough, he removed his disguise in an instant, driving the virtual particle wings behind him to turn into a beam of light and rushing straight to the warship in front. At the same time, the Naka floater behind Ares began to accumulate energy. Ares suddenly appeared and was so close to the warship that the people in the central control room of the warship took several seconds to come back to their senses. Someone exclaimed, "It's Y1121. Y1121. The number that gave the Republic of Toyas a nightmare, instinctively made people tremble with fear. However, in just a few seconds, Ares was infinitely close to the warship, and its projection appeared in front of Kelmis's. Kelmis's was filled with inexplicable panic, and he shouted, "Shoot it down! Quick! Shoot it down!" His voice was full of exasperation, and he lacked the dignity and composure of a general. I don't know if it was infected by his emotions, but the people in the central command room also became nervous, and the operation that had been familiar became stiff and unfamiliar. All the mecha troops surrounded the warship and fired at the silver-blue mecha. But the speed of the God of War was too fast. Even with the assistance of radar, it was impossible to capture his movement trajectory. The dense shells fired and injured friendly forces in a hurry. But the silver-blue mecha swung the black sword in his hand in full view of everyone. The revolving polar knight seemed to have eyes, cutting through one shell after another, and finally returned to Shiryu hands intact. A few seconds seemed like a century to everyone, and the silver-blue mecha was like a God of War descending to the world. He floated in the universe, raised his right hand indifferently, and the Naka floater behind him was his sharpest weapon, judging all those who disrespected him. The brilliance of the star shone brightly, and the terrifying explosion spread in the universe. The Kyle Mrs. warship, which was famous in the Republic of Toys, turned into space garbage in an instant. After Shiryu solved the central warship, he did not hesitate to activate the propulsion function of the Naka floater, and rushed towards the warship that was about to enter the wormhole amid Luo Xiaozi's almost hysterical roar. The silver-blue light was like a meteor, disappearing without a trace in the exploding warship. After the fatal discomfort, a bright light suddenly appeared in everyone's eyes, and the endless explosions made everyone think that they had not yet escaped the pursuit. This is the battlefront between the Republic of Toes and the First Federation. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. Seeing the warships of the Republic of Toes suddenly appear, the army of the First Federation subconsciously regarded them as enemies. But the army of the Republic of Toes was confused. Shiryu endured the dizziness and quickly jumped out of the cockpit of the God of War, and was pointed at by countless energy guns in an instant. She raised her eyebrows and saw Zakana standing behind everyone. Deputy Head of State. Are you planning to rob the thieves? The dense energy guns? Shiryu looked at it, and couldn't tell how many people were surrounded here. Zakana looked at her calmly, as if she had suppressed the fear in her heart. She said coldly, Y1121. I have to admit that you are very powerful. But you have to know that this is my battleship, and it is not your turn to be presumptuous. Shiryu raised the corner of his mouth, but did not speak. Zakana was obviously dissatisfied with her perfunctory attitude, and the coldness in her voice dropped again and again. Y1121. Your companions are still on my battleship. As long as you surrender, I can release them all back to the First Federation. 1 person for 10,000 people is a very cost-effective deal. Shiryu smiled, and she glanced at Zakana, and the mockery in her eyes almost overflowed. Zakana was extremely angry at her look. But Shiryu said casually, do you know what happened to the last person who threatened me like this? I think you don't want to know. She quickly replied, but tilted her head and laughed. Are you underestimating my companions too much? Zakana was stunned by what she said, and the sound of the safety pin being pulled open sounded behind her. And then an energy gun was pressed against the back of her head. Deputy Head of State. Has no one told you that it's not safe even if you stand behind a group of people? Gu Qianqian's voice was cold, and the restriction bracelet that had just been worn on his wrist fell to the ground with a click, silently mocking something. Feng Xiao and the others also rubbed their wrists slowly, and all the people of the First Federation surrounded them from various channels. And the original besiegers became the besieged. Shiryu curled the corners of her mouth and blew a whistle. The next second, she moved. Bang, bang, bang. It was the sound of flesh being hit hard and falling to the ground. Several soldiers of the Republic of Toes fell to the ground, and the girl who was pointed at by them with energy guns disappeared. Shiryu relaxed his muscles and bones, stood beside Zakana, turned on the intelligent brain, opened the public channel, cleared his throat and said, hey, 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 can you hear it in the universe? The sudden sound made both sides, who were fighting, freeze for a moment. Federal Soldier Y1121 notifies the entire army of the Republic of Toes. My comrades and I are now guests on the interstellar battleship of Miss Zakana, the deputy head of the Republic of Toes. In line with the principle of friendly exchanges, why don't we lay down our weapons and fight again another day? The entire army of the Republic of Toes, The entire army of the First Federation, It is estimated that only Shiryu can be so casual as a guest on the interstellar battleship of a hostile country. Shin Chen's brows relaxed in the First Federation Central Command battleship, and then piled up at a faster speed. He immediately opened his brain and tried to contact Xie Yuyan, but found that the communication could not be connected. He sank in his heart and turned to call Xie Jiangsa's communication, but it also could not be connected. The two armies temporarily ceased fighting. Zakana did not have the honor of being a guest on the Judgment, but was fortunate to play on the interstellar battleship of the Federation. Shiryu drank a bottle of nutrient solution, and Shinchen hurried over. She subconsciously looked behind him, and Xie Yuyan was not among the group of people following him. Shinchen took Shiryu to a lounge and asked impatiently before she could speak, how did you kidnap Zakana and escape? Didn't you reach the heart of the Toes Republic during the space jump? How do you know? Shiryu asked subconsciously. After your interstellar spacecraft appeared in the Republic of Toyas, the Republic of Toyas immediately verified it with the Castellan Empire, and the Castellan Empire issued a space wanted order. The commander-in-chief knew about this a few hours ago, and moved up the original plan. He led the fleet directly into the heart of the Republic of Toyas, and wanted to capture the capital star system of the Republic of Toyas in one fell swoop, as a condition for exchanging you. Shiryu's eyes widened. What did you say? She was not that she didn't hear clearly, but she was surprised and asked subconsciously. Shinshin continued, I just sent a communication to the Commander-in-Chief, but there was no response. The plan to directly capture the capital star system of the Republic of Toyas is inherently risky. I am worried. In the past 3 months, Xieyuyan has changed his tactical style that has become calm in recent years, and returned to the original paranoid and crazy style of play. Seeing the grayness in his eyes, Shinshin sometimes wanted to ask him why, but when the words came to his lips, he couldn't ask. Arrange an interstellar battleship for me immediately, and tell me all your original plans. You? Don't talk nonsense. Arrange it for me immediately. Shiryu was almost mad. How could Xiao Pielyong, who was so smart, go crazy at the critical moment? Is he stupid? Is he stupid? Shinshin seemed to be shocked by her anger, and dared not speak anymore, and arranged it for her immediately. Shiryu, who was angry, did not notice the slight ripples in Shinshin's eyes when he lowered his head. Chapter 111. Shiryu did not tell Lu Dongyan and others. She knew that they would definitely follow her, so she sneaked away alone without bringing anyone else. Shinshin disagreed, but it was obvious that disagreement was useless. She did not think that she could defeat thousands of troops alone, but she understood that if there was a large-scale mobilization of troops, it would definitely arouse the vigilance of the Republic of Toyas, which would bring danger to Xiao Pielyong. Moreover, she had greater freedom of movement alone, and could run away faster when encountering danger. Shinshin really couldn't beat her, and repeatedly reminded her to pay attention to safety. If she found anything, it would be best to contact the Federation as soon as possible. Seeing Shiryu leave on the shuttle, Shinshin lowered his eyebrows and returned to the combat command room. Sakana went back on her words and wanted to control Shiryu, but she failed to steal the chicken and lost the rice and became a hostage. Now her support rate in the Republic of Toyas has risen, and there is a Kuwait example. Even if Heles wants to use the high-sounding banner of sacrificing for the country, he must consider whether it will cause a counter-effect. It was really hard to tell whether the Republic of Toyas would surrender. The front line was still in confrontation. No one could tell what crazy things Heles would do when he was forced into a desperate situation. As the temporary commander-in-chief of the war, Shinshin had to be vigilant at all times to prevent the Republic of Toyas from making crazy moves. After all, this was not the first or second time. After Shiryu secretly left the front line, she sent a message to Feng Xiao and others, immediately muted the communication, and found a safe place to jump in space. A few hours later, she pinched a tube of nutrient solution and bit it in her mouth. She never dreamed that she had just left this ghost place and came back to her own death. If she had known that she would have to go through this, she might as well stay here. It can only be said that man's plans are not as good as God's plans. Shiryu turned on the smart brain given to her by Shinshin. This is the first federal military smart brain with an independent channel, which can communicate without going through the networks of other countries. She clicked on the communication of Xiao Pielyong and waited for a while. The communication was ringing but not connected. She didn't know whether she was too busy to answer it or something happened. After 3 calls were not answered, Shiryu sighed and called Xie Jiangsa again. No one answered the call. Just as she was about to close the call, her own brain suddenly popped up a call request. It was Xie Jiangsa. Shiryu was stunned for a moment. She didn't quite understand why he used his personal brain to send her a call. If the Republic of Toyas caught it, it would be fatal. To be able to use a personal brain to send her a call in such a critical situation. Something more critical than being discovered by the Republic of Toyas must have happened. Shiryu suddenly had a bad premonition and immediately connected the call. The call was clearly connected, but the camera on the other end was shaking. The rumbling explosion came from the other end of the call first, and her bad premonition became stronger and stronger. The camera stopped shaking. In the silence after the explosion, a heavy low gasp almost came through the call. Xie Jiangsa leaned against the messy corner with blood all over his head. He was very weak, covered in blood. His uniform was tattered, and there were several bodies lying beside him. Shiryu pupils dilated. What's wrong with you? What happened? She was so anxious that her voice broke. Xie Jiangsa raised the corner of his mouth and said with difficulty, Go to the capital star of the Republic of Toyas. Yu Yin. Yu Yin is there. We have been plotted against. You go and save him. Xie Jiangsa almost yelled out the last sentence with gritted teeth. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and large patches of deep red smudged on the dark red uniform, and soon merged with the uniform, making it difficult to tell which layer was the original color of the uniform. Shiryu jumped onto the cockpit of the Ares while connecting to the communication, and asked anxiously, "Where are you and how are you now?" Xie Jiangsa wiped the blood from his lips and squeezed out 3 words from his teeth. "I won't die." He drank a potion, took a deep breath, and said, "You, pay a little attention to me. Listen to me carefully." He spoke intermittently, and the flames that shot up to the sky beside him rolled up the gray smoke, as if to swallow everything. Xie Jiangsa continued to speak persistently, as if he didn't see it. "We were calculated. Hele's planned to destroy the Toya's Republic. He buried the evil dragon under every planet in the capital star system of the Toya's Republic. The person with me accidentally triggered the evil dragon in advance. Now the Tokay star where I am has become a ruin." Hearing the word evil dragon, the shock in Shiryu's eyes almost burst out. Even though she was a layman, she had heard of the great reputation of the dragon. In the Battle of Lilvaya, 5 marshals of the First Federation died one after another, and the dragon was the first to win. The dragon was an extremely terrifying destructive weapon, equivalent to the nuclear weapons of the Earth era. The power of the explosion could destroy a planet, leaving the entire planet barren for 1,000 years. The terrifying radiation would cause all kinds of mutations in organisms. The most deadly thing was that the gene chain of the irradiated organisms would collapse, and they would slowly and painfully die. Thinking of this, Shiryu widened his eyes and asked Xie Jiangsa, "How are you now?" The speed of the god of war is getting faster and faster, almost turning into a meteor and passing through the universe. "Shiryu?" Xie Jiangsa leaned against the wall, calling her name so solemnly for the first time. He panted softly. His pupils began to dilate, but he stared at the virtual screen persistently, as if capturing Shiryu's image. Finally, his sight focused on a certain place, and he said in a soft voice, "Yu Yin? He has always been very lonely, from childhood to adulthood. Except for me, he has no friends. You are the first person who makes him feel that there is still hope in this world. I hope you can take care of him more on my behalf in the future. And don't let him blame himself. It's not his fault. Tell him that I said I would always protect him. I may have to break my promise." As he said this, he seemed to think of something funny, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. But he hurriedly said also, "You have to be careful." Boom! The terrifying explosion sounded, swallowing up the words that Xie Jiangsa was about to say, and the sky-high flames poured out. The communication was torn and interrupted. Shiryu looked at the black virtual screen, her body trembling uncontrollably, and the tears in her eyes flowed down uncontrollably. Her throat seemed to be blocked by a ball of cotton, and the fear and despair that she had forgotten and thought could not appear in her world once again surged into her heart. The piercing screams continued to grow in her ears. She gritted her teeth and looked at the Tokay star that had turned red on the simulation sand table. She clenched her fists and smashed it down hard. Why? Why is this happening? She had no right to hesitate or be weak. Shiryu wiped the tears from her face. The speed of the war god reached the extreme, and she was about to enter the capital star system of the Toya's Republic. It was in chaos. The capital star system of the Toya's Republic was completely in chaos. The self-destruction system of the space station was turned on, and countless civilians screamed in fear. No one knew why the war came so suddenly, why death was so close, and why the space station suddenly exploded. There were flames and explosions everywhere. No one paid attention to the fleeing people. The Toya's military had already panicked and had no choice. The communication of their supreme leader was closed, and no one could contact Helles. Shiryu looked at the Tokay star that turned into a sea of fire, and drove the war god into the capital star of the Toya's Republic. She did not use the military brain anymore, and kept using her own brain to call Xiao Piaoyong private brain. But it never connected. The capital planet of the Republic of Toyas is so big that it takes a full 3 days for a hovercraft to circle it at maximum speed. In such a huge planet, Ares is just a drop in the ocean. The simulation sand table is constantly expanding, and the radar detection is spreading. More and more explosion sites are presented on the simulation sand table, but she still can't find a place where Xie Yin may be trapped. Where is it? Where is it? Finally, The radar detected a fluctuation of the same frequency as her brain. Shiryu drove Ares to that place without hesitation. At this time, no one cared whether she was from the Republic of Toyas, and no one cared whether she was Y1121. She rushed to the huge gap that had been exploded, and saw many broken mecha wreckages, and her heart couldn't help tightening. When she saw the wreckage of one of the mechas, her pupils contracted. That was the fragment of the mecha of Judgment. Judgment was made in imitation of Ares. It was also made of blue titanium, but the quality was not as high as that of Ares, and the quantity was slightly less. Shiryu panicked for a moment, but she quickly realized that the cockpit of Judgment had been stripped out, and Xiaoyu could control Judgment without entering the cockpit. The destruction of Judgment did not mean that Xiaoyu was in trouble. The radar detection system of Ares was driven to the extreme, and finally captured a trace of life fluctuations under this big pit. Shiryu jumped into the big pit without hesitation and rushed to the place where the life fluctuations were. After going deep into the big pit, she found that the big pit was only a little scary on the surface, and the inside was still intact. This place seemed to be an underground base, but there was no one, and it was very quiet. So quiet that it was scary. Soon, there was an explosion not far from Shiryu. She increased her speed, but the underground base became narrower and narrower. So narrow that it could not accommodate a mecha at all. Shiryu collected the God of War, activated the mimic exoskeleton, and rushed forward at a terrifying speed. The explosions became louder and louder, and she was getting closer and closer to the people inside. It was Xiaoyu. Dozens of people wearing black mimic exoskeletons raised huge energy guns and fired shells at him. The gray light shield opened, and the green light flowed, protecting him and the entire central control console. He ignored the increasingly dense shells fired at him, and his 10 fingers jumped wildly on the virtual keyboard. Countless virtual screens surrounded him, but one after another virtual screens kept collapsing and disappearing. The people wearing the black mimic exoskeleton seemed to realize that the shells could not do anything to the gray light shield. They began to fire shells at the ground and the surroundings. The rumbling sound continued. The ground shook, and pits were blown up one after another. If this continued, this place would collapse. Xiaoyu, who was in the gray light shield, became paler and paler, and a trace of blood flowed from his lips. He didn't even have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He focused on every virtual screen, but after a few seconds, he put his hand down dejectedly. When Shiryu rushed in, he saw that he stopped moving, turned on the smart brain, and his expression was stunned for a moment. The next moment, a communication request popped up from Shiryu's smart brain. She gritted her teeth, connected the communication and rushed forward, gnashing her teeth and shouting, "If you have something to say, don't say it in front of me. Why broadcast the communication?" Her voice was loud, and it reached the smart brain and the ears of everyone present. Xiaoyu looked up in shock and saw the girl who removed the mimic exoskeleton rushing towards him with 2 scimitars. Her high ponytail fluttered up, posing a cool arc. Her eyes were red and bloodshot, but she kicked down 2 people wearing mimic exoskeletons in one jump, and threw the scimitar in her hand, hitting the vests of the 2. The scimitar seemed to have eyes, piercing through their chests and returning to her hand cleanly. The moment their eyes met, he heard her question, "Are you stupid? Why did you make such a dangerous plan? Why did you come to such a dangerous place?" She was bloodshot. One after another fell in front of her, and those who reacted seemed to be killing machines who didn't know pain, regardless of casualties, and rushed towards her one by one. The explosions outside were getting louder and louder, as if foreshadowing something. But these annoying rats were killing more and more. "Don't get entangled with them." Shiryu heard the weak and pale voice of Xiaoyu behind him. "It's not possible to get entangled. With so many people, it's even more difficult to leave. In this case, let's all die here." Shiryu's eyes were filled with golden light, and her pupils suddenly turned golden, which made the people who surrounded her startled. The next second, the entire space began to distort, and the metal debris that fell on the ground turned into scimitars one after another in an instant, and the terrifying scimitars were densely packed throughout the space. The sudden change made all the people wearing the mimic exoskeleton feel a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts. The explosion sounded even louder, rumbling from outside to inside, and the smell of gunpowder was strong and indelible. Shiryu did not hesitate at all, and controlled the metal scimitar to rush towards everyone. Puff, puff, It was the sound of the sharp blade cutting through the flesh. And the strong smell of blood almost covered the smell of gunpowder from the explosion. The battle was almost one-sided. But the people wearing the black mimic exoskeletons seemed to feel no pain. They were stabbed by the scimitars, but still rushed towards Shiryu. Some people held energy guns in their hands. And dense energy bombs shot from all directions. The metal shield that suddenly stood up blocked one energy bomb after another. Some energy bombs hit the wall. And the arc of electricity spread out to pierce a large hole in the wall. The building here began to collapse. In the dark corner, a man secretly set up a sniper rifle and looked for an opportunity to sneak attack among the corpses. There was a fire coming in from outside. The scorching breath rolled, and the flames licked the wall. When it burned to the place hit by the energy bomb, the fire became more dazzling, and some beams began to break and fall down. And the sound of bangs came one after another. There were more and more corpses on the ground. And Shiryu's consciousness became more and more blurred. Suddenly, her right shoulder was hit by an energy bomb, and the mimic exoskeleton on her shoulder was shattered. Blood gushed out, and the bloody wound looked even more terrifying. Xiaoyu's pupils contracted. But Shiryu ended the man's life at a faster speed. Just as the people were about to be cleared out, another group of people wearing black mimic exoskeletons rushed in from outside. They held a strange gun in their hands, with an arrow stuck in the muzzle. After they rushed in, they didn't care about what was going on inside, and shot directly at the gray shield. The green light on the surface of the originally unbreakable gray shield shook after being hit, and the arrow began to release blue arcs, as if it was stuck in the gray shield. The light of the gray shield became brighter and brighter, but it dimmed in an instant and almost disappeared. In just a few seconds, the gray shield was broken. Xiaoyu was hit hard, spitting out blood with a wow, and knelt on the ground weakly. His originally pale face looked even paler, and his beautiful face looked like a fragile doll to others. Kill him and retreat immediately, someone ordered. This he obviously didn't refer to Shiryu. You want to do it in front of me? I want to see if you have the ability to do it, Shiryu sneered, and the golden light in his eyes reappeared. At that moment, the entire space began to tremble. She stepped down with her heels, and a metal wall rose from the ground, protecting Xiaoyu firmly inside. She stood there, with golden light in her eyes. Those who tried to move were shocked to find that they couldn't even move. The mimic exoskeleton that originally gave them strength became their biggest constraint. The black mimic exoskeleton was like a thick wall, which bound them and made them unable to move and began to shrink wildly. Shiryu looked at it indifferently. She could control metal, but metal controlled by other people's mental power was not so easy for her to control. She wanted to seize control, which was very dangerous. Once someone's mental power was stronger than hers, she might lose more than she gained, and her mental power would be damaged and she would become a fool. Among so many people present, perhaps no one's mental power was stronger than hers. But so many mental powers were like rivers one after another. She wanted to cut off all these rivers, and the mental power consumed was immeasurable. If she was not careful, she would become a fool. But now, she couldn't care so much. Shiryu held the scimitar, like an emotionless killing machine, madly harvesting the lives of those present. One body after another fell, and fire snakes sprang up from the side, devouring the world. A clacking sound was heard, the sound of metal stepping on the ground. The high wall sank into the ground again, and Xiaoyu covered the blood that flowed from his mouth and raised his head with difficulty. The girl's mimic exoskeleton was removed, and her long black hair fluttered gently as she walked. She was in a mess, with blood on her body, and it was unclear whether it was someone else's or her own. The smoke raised by the fire rolled over, and Xiaoyu could not see her appearance clearly. With a click, the bright red blood dripped, and the girl knelt on one knee in front of him, lifted his scattered silver hair, and gently touched his side face with the only index finger that was not stained with blood, and whispered, "I'm here to take you home." Chapter 112. The news that Helles had placed an evil dragon in the capital star system of the Toes Republic swept across the universe like a gust of wind, and everyone was stunned and terrified. Who would have thought that Helles, as the supreme leader of the Toes Republic, would be so crazy that he would disregard the civilians and the garrison in the capital star system, self-destruct the space station, and destroy all shuttles, just to destroy the Judgment Corps. The news spread, and the universe was in an uproar. All countries condemned Helles, and said they would send him to the universe military court for judgment. But Helles seemed to have disappeared, and no one knew where he went. At the same time, the First Federation released Sakana, the deputy head of the Toes Republic, and the First Marshal Xia Liqin personally escorted her to the capital star system of the Toes Republic. One of the 8 evil dragon systems buried in the capital star system of the Toes Republic exploded, and the remaining 7 were all dismantled by Xie Yuan, the Judgment Corps of the First Federation. After returning to the Republic of Toyas, Sakana announced that the Republic of Hellas Toyas would be deprived of its nationality, and sent troops to search for Hele's whereabouts, and took the initiative to express her willingness to sign a peace treaty with the First Federation. Xia Liqin did not respond to Sakana's request. After taking away all the soldiers of the First Federation, he led his expeditionary army's First Legion to massacre Hele's trusted legion. Such arrogant behavior shocked Sakana and made her unable to raise any condemnation. The Republic of Toyas, which had experienced this incident, was already in ruins. After learning about Hele's behavior, the faith of the soldiers of the Republic of Toyas collapsed, and the people suffered an unprecedented blow, and their attitude towards the First Federation became extremely complicated. The people of the entire 7 planets were rescued by Xie Yuan, the commander-in-chief of the Judgment Legion, who was hated by everyone in the Republic of Toyas. However, Hele's, whom they trusted and supported, disregarded the lives of all the people for the confidentiality of the plan. It was really ironic to the extreme. Birds flew across the sky, leaving spotted shadows, and the breeze blew through the dense treetops, bringing bursts of flower fragrance. There are 2 kittens, one black and one white, crawling on the soft grass under the tree. I stroke your fur. You stroke mine. After stroking their fur, they put their heads together again, as if whispering something. Perhaps they could not reach a consensus. The white kitten stretched out its soft meat pads and slapped the black kitten's head. The black kitten bared its teeth and avoided it, and the white kitten chased after it and made a fuss. The 2 little guys were fussing together. After a while, there were more black and white fur on the grass. The 2 kittens were fussing and fussing until they reached the leg of a crystal table. They suddenly stopped, leaned against each other quietly, and started to stroke each other's fur again. This is a crystal table, on which a set of retro chess was placed. The chess game was chaotic, and the white chess was overwhelmed by the black chess. If they were not careful, they would be defeated. After a butterfly enjoyed the nectar on the flower, it flew around with satisfaction and finally landed on the black chess piece. The slender white hand reached out and jumped the white chess king away, avoiding the fatal blow of the black chess, but was surrounded again. He held the black chess piece between his index finger and thumb, playing with it from time to time, and I don't know if he was thinking about what to do next. His 5 fingers with distinct joints were very beautiful, with the integrity that a man should have, but not inferior to the exquisiteness of a woman. On his wrist, there was a golden dial. The second hand was trembling slowly, and the minute hand and hour hand were slowly burying time. After a while, the sound of gentle footsteps came from far away. The man walked closer, took off his hat, took off the silver mask, and said in a deep voice, "Sir, the star hunting plan failed." He paused while holding the chess piece, and I don't know if he was shocked by the man's words, or thought of what to do next. He didn't say anything, put down the black chess piece in his hand, held the white chess piece on the chessboard, took a step forward, and then said in a gentle voice, "It's not all in vain, right?" The man nodded hesitantly. The Judgment Corps suffered heavy casualties. Xie Jiangsa sacrificed. As the man's voice fell, he held the black chess piece and took another step, saying, "Let's proceed to the next stage of the plan first." This time the code name is called God Killing. In the spacious ward, the window was slightly open, and a cool breeze blew in, blowing the curtains and the fragrance of spring flowers. Shiryu slowly opened his eyes, saw the plain white ceiling, smelled the heavy smell of disinfectant, and for a moment couldn't tell whether it was reality or a dream. Everything was too peaceful, and it was cut off from her memory of the horrible explosions one after another. Suddenly, she remembered something and hurriedly sat up from the bed. Feng Xiao, who was dozing off by the bed, was awakened by her movement and was startled and almost fell to the ground. Seeing Shiryu wake up, Feng Xiao became excited. "You finally woke up? How do you feel?" "She has been in a coma for several days. Her body is intact. Why is she sleeping all the time?" Shiryu wanted to speak, but her throat was so dry that she couldn't say a word. She opened her mouth and raised her weak hands to her mouth to make a drinking gesture. Feng Xiao immediately poured her a glass of water. Seeing her gulp down the whole glass of water, he asked her if she wanted more. Sure Yu shook her head gently. Thank you. Thank you, Yin. What? What happened? Her voice was still hoarse and intermittent, and some words were not pronounced clearly. Feng Xiao didn't know what to say, and finally could only say weakly, in the ward next to you. He is still in a coma. Hearing this, Sure Yu pulled out the needle on the back of her hand and hurried to get down. Feng Xiao looked at the blood coming out of the needle and pulled her back. What are you doing? He's fine. Why are you in such a hurry? Look at yourself. You become such a ghost. And you still say you be back soon. Do you look like you be back soon? When the four of them hurried to the capital star system of the Republic of Toys, they saw Xie Yuyan holding Sure Yu covered in blood, and their minds were in a mess. Feng Xiao thought of the fear at that time, and couldn't help but redden his eyes, and shouted loudly, Do you think that if others call you awesome, you will really be invincible? After all, Gung Gung. Yu Huai. This bastard Yu Huai always leaves them behind whenever he has something to do, as if they are delicate flowers that cannot withstand the wind and rain. It's really funny. Who instilled such a perception in her? Sure Yu stood silently, and finally could only say the three most pale words powerlessly. I'm sorry. The trip to the Republic of Toys was full of dangers. She didn't think her companions were a burden, but she was afraid of putting them in danger. She was used to being alone in the end times, and no one would stand by her side and fight side by side with her. She was just afraid that she would lose these companions who really treated her. You dare to do it next time. Feng Xiao sneered. Sure Yu secretly pinched the corner of his clothes and didn't dare to speak. Looking at this look, he knew he dared. Feng Xiao wiped his eyes. His face was cold. Let's go and see your little beauty. Sure Yu pursed her lips and secretly glanced at him, but was caught red-handed. What are you looking at? I'm not your father, and I still care about you having a boyfriend. Sure Yu, If I were your father, I would break your legs immediately. I was wrong? Father Feng. A soft and hoarse voice sounded. Feng Xiao was stunned for a moment. The depression in his heart was inexplicably swept away, and he was angry and laughed. You dare to argue with me? Sure Yu quickly shut his mouth. Feng Xiao pushed a wheelchair over and asked her to sit on it first. Sure Yu didn't want to, but she still sat on it obediently under his warring eyes. Feng Xiao pushed her out, but suddenly stopped, pushed her in, and handed her the mirror on the table. Sure Yu took the mirror in doubt, and looked inside at Feng Xiao's signal, but saw a pair of golden eyes. She was stunned. What's wrong with the eyes? Feng Xiao whispered. In the interstellar age, people have all kinds of hair and eye colors, but golden eyes have never appeared. Sure Yu looked at herself in the mirror. Her hair was disheveled, and she should have looked disheveled, but the pair of golden pupils inexplicably brought a sense of dignity. Is it a superpower? She has never used superpowers on such a large scale. Before she fainted, she could feel her mental power frantically testing the edge of collapse, collapsing on one side and being repaired by a mysterious force on the other. She pursed her lips and said, I don't know either. After saying that, she found that the golden color in the pupils reflected in the mirror was slowly fading and gradually covered by darkness. Feng Xiao's brows piled higher and higher, and suddenly thought of a possibility, and said nervously, Have you been irradiated by the dragon? Seeing Feng Xiao thinking this way, Sure Yu hurriedly shook his head. No. No. Absolutely not. Don't think too much. It may be overworked. Have you forgotten the inexplicable gene lock in my body? It is very likely that the injury this time is too serious and has something to do with that. Not talking about superpowers is not because I don't believe Feng Xiao, but the fewer people who know the secret, the better. It is to protect myself and my companions. Feng Xiao saw that she didn't seem to be lying, so he had to frown and take the mirror in her hand and push her out. You'd better not lie to me. Otherwise. He didn't say the rest of the words, but sure you could hear that it was a threat. She nodded obediently, and heard Feng Xiao say, Lolo and the others went to buy you food. You should come back quickly after meeting people. Neither of them expected that there were other people in the next ward. The moment they opened the door, they heard a crisp slap and were stunned. Xia Yuyan sat on the bed with a pale face, and in front of him stood a graceful woman. The woman looked only in her early 30s, but her brows were full of haggardness. She slapped with full force, and Xia Yuyan was almost knocked down on the bed. The red slap marks soon appeared on his pale face. His expression did not change at all. He did not even touch his injured face. Instead, he tilted his head weakly and whispered, "I'm sorry." The woman saw him like this, sneered and roared, "What's the use of saying sorry to me? Will Jiang Sa come back just by saying sorry? Tell me, why did you take him to such a dangerous place? I said before that he would get into trouble sooner or later if he was with you. But he didn't listen to me. He had to hang out with you. Do you know? He doesn't like fighting and killing at all. Do you know how much he gave up for you? In the end, he even lost his life for you. Tell me, why didn't you die? Why not you?" The woman roared hysterically. She even grabbed the fruit knife on the table and wanted to attack. Xie Yuyan never tried to defend or dodge from beginning to end. He sat on the bed in a mess like a rag doll with a lost soul, as if waiting for the woman to stab the fruit knife into his heart. The expected stinging pain did not come, and a shadow covered his body. Shiryu held the woman's hand and said calmly and indifferently, "Can you come back if you kill Xie Jiangsa?" The short sentence made the woman's pupils dilate. It was obviously powerless, but it defeated her. The fruit knife fell to the ground with a clang, and the woman covered her face and cried, calling Xie Jiangsa's name. Xie Yuyan looked up at Shiryu, and then quickly lowered his eyebrows. He tentatively reached out to touch the woman, but stopped when he touched her shoulder, and said in a hoarse voice, "Mother?" The crying woman heard the word mother, as if she had violated some taboo. She took 2 steps back and opened Xie Yuyan's hand. "I am not your mother. You are not qualified to call me mother. It's all you. You weirdo." The unspoken word was strangled in the woman's throat. She raised her head and seemed to realize her embarrassment in an instant, and rushed out. The ward was terribly quiet. The woman didn't finish her words, but everyone guessed that she hadn't finished yet. Xie Yuyan's whole body was stiff. The moment his eyes touched the silver hair, his pupils contracted. He forced himself to look straight ahead, but he saw his own appearance in the mirror on the table. He was a silver-haired boy of 17 or 18 years old. He was completely frozen, staring at himself in the mirror. Although the boy was so handsome, he seemed to have seen an evil ghost, and his whole body was cold. Cold to the point of stiffness. A hand grasped his cold fingertips, and the instant warmth made him linger in every possible way. He gently touched her palm, wanting to take it for himself. But then he realized something and struggled to pull his fingers away. But they were held tightly. She didn't allow him to refuse, and interlocked his fingers with hers. She used her free hand to slowly comb his messy hair, and then sat down by the bed, facing him, looking straight into his eyes. "Nice to meet you, Xie Yuyan." She said what he had said to him again. Xie Yuyan looked at the girl so close to him. His pupils dilated, but Shiryu smiled at him. A warm smile, domineeringly driving away the coldness in his world bit by bit. Feng Shao left at some point, and even closed the door behind him. Shiryu helped him to tidy up his hair, and whispered, "Brother Xie asked me to bring you a message. He said he would always protect you. Always." After she finished speaking, she could feel the 5 fingers clasped with her tightening. Shiryu leaned over and held his shoulders. "I will always protect you. Always." Her back was suddenly tightly held. Xie Yuyan leaned against her neck, grabbed her clothes tightly, and could no longer suppress the emotions in her heart, and burst into tears. The spring light outside the window was so warm that it made people want to chase. Tears flowed for no reason, and they could not be stopped. In the laboratory with gates one after another, people in white coats came and went. Shirji sat in the room with an indifferent expression. When he saw someone coming in, he just raised his eyelids. Xie Liqin sat in front of him, his eyebrows full of fatigue. "Aji, I was wrong at the beginning. I said that I would not force you again. But this time, I want you to do one last thing for me." Shirji's expression did not change at all. But someone brought in a life box and placed it in front of him. Lying inside was Xie Jiangsa. Chapter 113. 2 years later, the freshmen of the 1st Federal Military Academy were training in Summer Island. The freshmen of the 1st Federal Military Academy suffered unprecedented devastation. Who can tell them why the opponents of the 2nd phase of military training would be seniors in the 4th year? Where are the sophomores? Where did they go? Can you please return the lovely sophomores? The audience in the live broadcast room was already laughing like crazy. "I am a fish thief. Ha ha, look at the unbelievable eyes of these elementary school kids. They were pressed to the ground and hammered as soon as they met. It's so miserable. So miserable. Ha ha ha." Salted fish is lazy again. Salted fish is still sleeping on the tree branch. Another day of sympathizing with 4 workers. Ki has no head. Finally saw salted fish again. I haven't seen her for 2 or 3 years. She hasn't changed at all. Ha sleeping. She lay on the tree branch. The freshman didn't dare to move. Shiryu, who was lying on the tree fork, yawned and turned over. Almost didn't fall from the tree. Fortunately, she was flexible enough. One leg hooked the tree branch, and barely saved herself. The audience who followed her in the live broadcast room laughed one by one. And another mocking barrage flew by. Shiryu patted her chest, took a breath, took out a fruit and ate it. She ate so seriously that the freshmen, who looked at her under the tree, looked at each other in surprise. Maybe it was because Shiryu's reputation was too great. Even if she disappeared from the public sight for 2 or 3 years, it did not prevent the new students from remembering her glorious deeds in the past. And they were restrained. Seeing her eating fruit happily, the 5 new students quietly moved back. And as if they thought of something, they took out the fruit from the space bag, put it in a clean box, and placed it under the tree where Shiryu was. Then, they stepped back more than 10 meters and ran away. The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned at first, and then laughed to the ground. Shienyobi, ha ha. I am dying of laughter. Are they offering sacrifices? Ha ha ha. I can't bear to look at my god. Offering sacrifices is useless. Shienyu will not let you go. Ha ha ha. But I really laughed. Why are the freshmen so cute? Duh. In the end, this shark is too fierce and scared the newborn babies. Shiryu threw the core back and jumped to the ground. She picked up the tributes given to her by the freshmen and looked at them. She touched her chin and waved her hand and said, "Little friends in front. Your things fell. Don't run so fast. I will return them to you." She ran forward while talking. In the blink of an eye, she caught up with the newborns, who were running around in front. In a jump, Shiryu blocked them. They almost stopped and leaned against each other pitifully. Shiryu was like a demon who robbed a beautiful woman. He smiled with white teeth, handed over the tribute in his hand, and said, "Why are you running so fast? Don't you want the things anymore?" The 5 people shook their heads wildly at the same time. Seeing Shiryu raised his eyebrows. One of them said boldly, "Senior sister, this is for you. A little bit of our appreciation." Shiryu raised her eyebrows even higher, touched her chin and looked up and down at the 5 people, shook her head and said, "Are you bribing the examiner?" After saying that, she smiled and narrowed her eyes, raised her feet to walk over. And the 5 people fled in 5 directions without hesitation, like a flock of chickens attacked by an eagle. It was disgust. And it was quite smart. Shiryu stood there inside. "I just want to return the things to you? Why do you see me as a flood and a beast? Making me run for nothing. TSK. The young friends nowadays don't know how to respect the elderly at all." When the audience in the live broadcast room heard her words, the barrage quickly swiped one after another. "Trust you, ghost." It was so neat. Shiryu only sighed symbolically, then shamelessly used his intelligence to send the coordinates of the 4 workers' escape to the other 4 workers. And he slowly chased the other one. 5 minutes later, the 5 newborn cubs huddled together pitifully surrounded by 5 big gray wolves. And one of them stammered, "Senior sisters and seniors, why don't you just hurry up and take our points first, so that we can have a chance to turn things around later?" Since Shiryu class of freshmen, the freshmen who participated in the military training of the major military academies seemed to have opened their minds. They did whatever they wanted. And the one with the highest points in the end was the most awesome, completely changing the previous stupid and direct confrontation military training mode. The instructors were also more and more troublesome every year. And Shiryu always got a few cold eyes when she met the instructors. But she didn't care about it. And she always greeted the instructors with a smile. And the instructors were embarrassed to say anything to her. Shiryu sat down beside the 5 kids and handed the fruit in the box to them. "Want to eat? It tastes very good." The 5 kids looked at the fruit that originally belonged to them and quietly put their hands in their pockets. The young man Suwa Fan, who had just spoken, was the bravest and took the lead in touching one. Then he followed Shiryu and started to eat it, saying, "Senior sister, it's really delicious." His smile was innocent, and he looked no different from a little lamb. Feng Shao leaned against a tree trunk with his arms around his chest, turned his head, and showed an expression that he couldn't bear to look directly at. Gu Qianqian held Lu Dong in shoulder, and the 2 of them whispered to each other about something. Luo Xiaozi was still concentrating on his brain as always. Over the past 2 years, everyone has changed a lot. Several teenagers have grown taller. Their faces have lost their original immaturity. And their temperaments have settled down. They have gradually become calm and reliable. Just standing there can attract a lot of attention. And they are all outstanding. Shiryu is tall and has also grown a lot. She just passed the physical examination this year. And her height was measured to be 1.78 meters. But her personality has not improved as much as her height. She bit a piece of fruit. Watching the little guys gradually grow bolder. Each picking up a piece of fruit. She smiled and said, "You have a lot of points. Don't you feel bad if I take half of them?" The rules of the second round of military training are that the freshmen and seniors will plunder points. If the freshmen lose, half of the points will be taken by the seniors. And if the seniors lose, all of the points will be taken by the freshmen. The points are rounded up. Su Wifan ate the last bite of fruit with a snap. And said heartlessly, "Of course it hurts. But we can't beat the seniors. Except to hand over the points honestly. There is no other way to go." After he said that, he spread his hands, showing an extremely distressed expression, which was completely different from what he said just now. A barrage of comments rolled through the live broadcast room again. "It's a dream to be a salted fish. The way this kid talks has the style of salted fish in the past. Just like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. Salted fish is back. Don't be a kid. They are very powerful. Many of the most troublemaking freshmen in this class have fallen into their hands. Who knows? They may even be able to plot against the salted fish. Fish powder is the most delicious. The quality of the freshmen in Liani this class is indeed very high. And these few are also the best among the tall ones. But I think they are still a little naive to plot against the salted fish." The barrage started to discuss in a serious manner. Shiryu saw that they had finished eating all the fruits, clapped his hands and stood up, put his hands behind his head, and walked away with his back to the 5 kids. "Since you are so well behaved, I'd better grab half of your points first." Bang! A sentence and a gunshot sounded at the same time. Shiryu slightly sidestepped to avoid the marking bullets shot from behind. Turned around and smiled with white teeth. "That's right." Feng Xiao and the others didn't even raise their eyelids. The 5 little guys looked at each other. And the marking guns in their hands kept banging. However, they were originally extremely accurate in shooting. But now they became masters of human body outlining. They ran out of marking bullets, and couldn't touch the corner of Shiryu clothes. Such a record is undoubtedly terrible for them, as the most outstanding freshmen of the first military academy of the Federation. But the fast-moving target seemed to have not had enough fun. He stood there with his hands on his waist and said, "Little friend, your shooting skills are too bad. I can't hit you even if I stand here? How can you compare with people from other military academies during the joint military exercise of freshmen?" The target was too arrogant. Su Wifan and the others threw away their marking guns without hesitation and rushed toward Shiryu at the same time. The audience in the live broadcast room closed their eyes and waited until the banging sound stopped before they opened their eyelids a little and looked at the 5 little guys lying on the ground, shedding crocodile tears. Fish. We can't be so excessive. What if we leave psychological trauma on the younger students? What the above said is right. I feel that the younger students of this class have good resistance to blows and have climbed up again. I don't really want to laugh, don't say it. This class of freshmen has the style of salted fish back then, showing weakness to the enemy first, and then waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack. But it's a pity that they are not mature enough. I feel that they need to be trained. He. The last 3 words he are really too vivid. Shiryu knocked down the little guys easily, collected their points with a smile, and said amiably, "Welcome to come again next time. The fruits are good, and the points are quite a lot." The few rolled their eyes with despair, and then said obediently, "Thank you for your patronage. See you next time." Senior sister. She is quite ambitious. The military academy students of the same class, as sure you were completely infected with her style of doing things. Many military academy students, who participated in the Universal Mecha League with her were deeply influenced by her. All the freshmen of this class were living in dire straits. The happy life of the freshmen's military training ended quickly. When Shiryu said goodbye to the newborns, they stuffed her with a pile of fruits, so much that she could be buried completely. Gu Qianqian and others were not left out either, and received piles of various gifts. When the chief instructor was giving a speech, several assistants squatted on the side and murmured. Shiryu looked at the gifts received by several friends and suddenly became jealous. Why did you also receive little puddings? Only I have all fruits? Lu Dongyan lifted his eyelids and glanced at her, eating the pudding slowly, and said, maybe it's because of the depth of love. Sure you? ? What nonsense are you talking about? Sure you moved closer to Feng Xiao again, trying to get a pudding from him. Feng Xiao turned around, facing away from her, and then opened the smart brain to communicate with her. If you want to eat pudding, buy it yourself. Don't you have an unlimited ATM? Sure you, So love will disappear. Right? Sure you hung up the call indignantly, trying to get some comfort from the other two friends. Gu Qianqian had already given all his puddings to Lu Dongyan. A huge exclamation mark suddenly appeared in front of Sure Yu's forehead. Mr. Qian, you have puddings but you don't give them to me? Not even one? The exclamation mark in her words almost broke through the sky. Gu Qianqian smiled awkwardly. I just lost the bet. These are debts. Lu Dongyan took all the little puddings for himself without hesitation in Sure Yu's angry eyes. Helpless, Xian Yu had to look at his only comrade in arms. Under her burning gaze, the comrade in arms looked up blankly with a look of sudden enlightenment. Sure Yu thought that he would finally have a little pudding. Luo Xiaozi pushed a virtual screen over. Thank you, Commander. You will be promoted to Marshal. Chapter 114. The news that Xie Yuyan was about to be promoted to Marshal spread like a gust of wind across the entire First Federation. Everyone was surprised, but also understood it as a matter of course. Yes, it's time to be promoted to Marshal. 15 years ago, the 16-year-old Xie Yuyan came out of nowhere and made the Federation change its past decline with a powerful attitude and gain a firm foothold in the entire universe. In the past 15 years, he has made great contributions to the Federation and has been hovering between life and death countless times. More than 2 years ago, in the battle of the capital star of the Toy's Republic, most of the Judgment Corps were killed or injured, and his adjutant, Major General Xie Jiangsa, also died. He himself had to lie in bed for more than a month before he could walk. He went to the battlefield again before his body fully recovered, suppressed the turmoil on the border between the Toy's Republic and the Federation with thunder, and caught the tail of Helles from the clues. A year ago, Helles was executed by him. After executing the heinous Helles, he did not stop, but led the reorganized Judgment Corps to the Talisaka fortress at the border of the Castellan Empire and the Toy's Republic, and took down the Talisaka fortress at lightning speed, which was the first major victory since the war between the First Federation and the Castellan Empire. Before that, the second Marshal He Yao, who went to the front line to supervise the war, was attacked by the Toy's Republic and was seriously injured, which made him, who was already old, die with endless resentment towards the Castellan Empire. The position of the second Marshal was vacant, and many people wanted to move up. The Parliament also discussed the issue of the selection of the second Marshal, but several Marshals and the head of state had not been able to reach a unified opinion, and the position of the second Marshal was vacant for a year. In the past year, no one could compare with Xie Yuyan in terms of military exploits. In the past 10 years, no one could compare with Xie Yuyan in terms of military exploits. In the past 100 years since the Federation fell into decline, it was only Xie Yuyan who made the Federation a powerful country in the universe again. First Marshal Xie Liqin strongly recommended Xie Yuyan to be the second Marshal. After several discussions, the Parliament nominated several candidates. After the Parliament reached a unified resolution, the list of all candidates was announced throughout the Federation, hoping to hold a referendum. Before the referendum, each candidate had to make a speech. After becoming a Major General, Xie Yuyan had many opportunities to be promoted to Lieutenant General, but he himself had always been uninterested and only focused on the Judgment Corps, so the opportunity for promotion always fell on others. This time, when the list of candidates for the new Marshal came out, everyone was wondering whether Xie Yuyan would participate in the competition. He had always been indifferent to these things, which made others feel uncertain. No one expected that when other candidates were still waiting and watching, Xie Yuyan was the first to stand up. He was too young. So young that people could not believe that he was the chief commander of the Judgment Corps, which was invincible, and had a great reputation in the Federation. All the viewers watching the central channel of the Federation were full of awe and respect for him, staring at the young man on the virtual screen. His long silver hair was tied high behind his head, and his calm brows were filled with coldness. He only said one sentence: "I will protect the Federation." His tone was not heavy, and it was as if he was asking if you had eaten or drunk water. But for some reason, the people who looked at him and listened to him were filled with passion and enthusiasm from the bottom of their hearts. And they couldn't help but repeat his words. Shiryu stared at the boy on the virtual screen stupidly, watching his hair flying and his courage. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. And she didn't want to eat the pudding anymore. She walked out silently with a full space bag of fruit. The four people who had the mind to tease her just now looked at each other. And Feng Xiao was the first to sigh. Why is this? More than 2 years ago, Xie Yuyan had to go to the battlefield just after his body recovered a little. Shiryu certainly disagreed, but was knocked unconscious and said here. After she woke up, she didn't say anything, and returned to the first military academy of the Federation without a word. She was lazy when she should be lazy, and she was frighteningly focused when she should be training. Suddenly, more than 2 years had passed. News about Xie Yuyan kept coming from the front. But Shiryu never mentioned his name, as if she had never known him. A month later, Gu Qianqian looked at Shiryu, who was dressed in an ordinary uniform, and shouted exaggeratedly, "What did you say? You want to go to the capital star?" Shiryu nodded, raised her chin and asked, "Is it not possible?" Gu Qianqian did not say whether it was possible or not, but said in a more exaggerated tone, "You go alone? You want to come with me?" She did not answer directly. Lu Dongyan interrupted at the right time. "Can't it?" Shiryu nodded, "Yes." "Why not? If you want to go together, pack your things quickly. You only have half an hour, and you will not be able to wait after the deadline." Luo Xiaozi opened his smart brain to book tickets. And Feng Xiao asked casually, "Why are you going to the capital star?" Xie Yuyan enthronement ceremony was still 3 days away. Shiryu left the Four-Season Star for the capital star at this time. It was difficult for him not to connect the two things together. Major Lin Xie asked me to send a bouquet of flowers to his friend in the capital star. I thought I was free recently, so I went there. She said while whispering, "What flowers did you ask me to send?" "I forgot." The four people looked at each other with complicated eyes. She was so poor at coming up with such an excuse. Luo Xiaozi, who was buying a ticket, raised his head and said, "I think I have something else to do. You should go to the capital star alone." Lu Dongyan also scratched his head and said, "My brother asked me to go home yesterday. I won't go to the capital star with you. My dad seemed to have something to ask me suddenly. I just forgot it. Fortunately, I remembered it now. I'm leaving first," Feng Xiao said while opening the door, and really ran away. Gu Qianqian touched his chin and said, "The little pudding I bought yesterday will arrive today. I go back to sign for the express delivery first." Shiryu watched the people who were going to go to the capital star with her just now run away one after another, blinked, and snorted. It seems that these light bulbs are somewhat self-aware. Shiryu took out a small pudding from her space bag, ate it while walking out, and soon stepped onto the hovercraft to the Interstellar port. She arrived early, so she simply sat in the waiting room and browsed the latest federal news. As expected, the news that Xie Yuyan was about to be promoted to Marshal was overwhelming on the Star Network. It seemed that his promotion to Marshal was a natural process. No one thought that there was anything wrong with the Xie family having 2 marshals. Whether it was the first Marshal Xie Liqin or the current Xie Yuyan, both of them had ascended to the position of Marshal by virtue of their numerous military exploits. No one could criticize or refute them. After reading the news for a while, Shiryu opened the address book, took a breath and scrolled to the end. The terminal number that was originally pinned to the top of her address book was successfully brought to the last step by her adding a note Z. She stared at the note Z for a long time, but she still didn't dial the call. She was in a daze here, and didn't notice that 4 heads were gathered together in the 2 rows of chairs behind her. Each of them was holding a magazine to kill time, and completely covered their faces. The interstellar spacecraft soon docked at the port. Shiryu turned off the smart brain and walked in. When she sat in her seat, she remembered the business she was going to do this time, and hurriedly called Lin Xie to ask him what flowers to send. Lin Xie was silent for a long time before he gave her 2 words whatever. Shiryu thought he was a little weird, and just wanted to ask him what was wrong. He heard him say fiercely, "You are about to graduate. Don't be lazy all day long. Pay attention to where you are going after graduation. I have something else to do, so I won't talk to you." The communication was hung up, and Shiryu shook his head helplessly. Lin Xie's temper is still as bad as before. He deserves to be single for so many years. Yes, Lin Xie is over 100 years old, and still a single dog. Shiryu said that she didn't care about being single. She enjoyed the pudding on the interstellar spaceship peacefully. This time, The interstellar spaceship sailed very smoothly and arrived at the capital star on time 10 hours later. Xie Yuyan enthronement ceremony was held on the capital star. During this period, there were so many people flocking to the capital star that the Federation had to order a limit on the number of people entering the capital star every day. Sure, you entered the capital star unimpeded with the armband of the Judgment Corps. The capital star is the most prosperous planet in the entire Federation. 3 days later, there will be another martial enthronement ceremony, which is very lively. Sure, you looked for more than 10 hotels before finding a hotel with 1 presidential suite left. She looked at the federal currency in her account with heartache and swiped the payment code to check into the luxurious presidential suite. She couldn't tell what she was thinking now, but she just wanted to come. After doing sit-ups on the bed for 2 whole days, Sure, you finally got herself ready and went out with a heroic spirit. The ceremony of conferring the title is today. The entire capital star is under martial law. People from all over the Federation are waiting on the Federation Central Channel, waiting for the ceremony to begin. But in the waiting room at the ceremony site, everyone was in a mess. Shin, who was always calm, was walking back and forth with a headache. When Xie Liqin received the news that Xie Yuyan had disappeared for no reason, he dropped the cup in his hand. After asking if there were any signs of fighting at the scene, the little bit of restlessness that had just appeared between his eyebrows subsided, and he opened his smart brain to broadcast the communication between Xie Yuyan. No one answered. Xie Liqin was furious and shouted at everyone to find someone. How important is the marshal's conferring ceremony? If he was absent at this time, did he not want to be the marshal? Sure, you wanted to go to the conferring site, but she sadly found that she didn't have an admission ticket. Looking at the air route where traffic control was implemented, she grinned and went into a flower shop on the side of the road. The owner of the flower shop is a young girl. She clasped her fingers together and placed her palms on her chin. She was staring at the virtual screen in front of her, as if she was expecting something. Sure, you could guess what she was expecting. But after she entered the flower shop, she still attracted the girl's attention. The girl looked at the virtual screen reluctantly, and soon smiled and said, "Hello. What flowers do you need?" Sure, you thought of the single dog Lin Xie, and said without hesitation, "Give me a bouquet of roses." She said it very firmly, and the smile on the girl's face piled up. "Please wait a moment." The girl moved quickly, and soon handed Sure Yu a bouquet of roses. The fiery and strong color was not vulgar, and the extremely impactful color was gorgeous and flamboyant. Sure Yu nodded with satisfaction, and the girl handed her another flower. "This kapok flower is for you. I hope you and your partner can watch the ceremony of Commander Xie enthronement together." Sure Yu took the kapok flower stupidly. Kapok flower, also known as hero flower. "Thank you," she said 2 words lightly, and the girl smiled immediately and winked at her. "Come on." Sure Yu walked out of the flower shop under the girl's encouraging eyes and smiled at the slightly gloomy sky. The enthronement ceremony will start in more than an hour. Before that, she has to deliver the bouquet of flowers in her arms. Sure Yu followed the navigation and made many twists and turns for half an hour before finding the address Lin Xie gave her. She looked at the 4 words Time Garden on the smart brain, and then looked at the 4 words Time Garden on the stone tablet at the intersection of the cemetery. She was speechless for a moment. There is only 1 Time Garden in the entire capital star. She did not come to the wrong place. It turned out that Lin Xie wanted her to visit a deceased person. Sure Yu tightened the rose in her hand and registered at the door, and then found the tombstone number 710. When she saw the blank tombstone, Sure Yu suspected that she had gone to the wrong place. But she carefully checked the number, and it was indeed number 710. It was a tombstone without a name. Sure Yu put the rose down in silence. All the martyrs of the Federation were buried in the Garden of Time. Each tombstone was engraved with the names of the martyrs, except for this one, which was blank. The time of death of the owner of the tombstone was written on the lower right corner of the tombstone. A careful calculation showed that it was 21 years ago. Sure Yu saluted the tombstone solemnly and seriously, and the breeze and drizzle came and sprinkled a layer of light water droplets on her hair. A fiery red petal brushed against Sure Yu's cheek and floated past. The soft touch seemed like someone was caressing her side face. She raised her hand to catch the petal, which was exactly the same as the kapok petal in her other hand. She looked up and saw a tall kapok tree planted at the end of the row of tombstones. The fiery red petals swayed in the breeze, and some of them could not bear the weight and floated down and danced in the air, rolling up wisps of raindrops. Suddenly, Sure Yu's eyes froze. On the other side of the kapok tree, Soft silver hair swayed in the breeze. The boy, wearing a thin white shirt, stood in front of a tombstone with his head bowed. Time seemed to have stopped, with only silver hair fluttering in the breeze. Suddenly, the boy raised his head and looked into her eyes in the swaying drizzle. Suddenly, Shiryu opened his eyes wide, activated the mimicry exoskeleton, and a silver blue figure passed by, blocking a bullet shot from a distance. Shiryu protected Xiaoyan and hid behind a tombstone, and stuffed the K-Pock in his hand into his hand. Take it for me. Don't break it. And open your turtle shell. Squat there, and wait for me to come back. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed out, and the dark golden scimitar she threw out seemed to have eyes, and stabbed the heart of the person who fired the gun. Shiryu sneered and pulled out the dark golden scimitar again, seeing the blood gushing out. Her voice was like a piece of ice. You are so brave. You dare to do it under my nose. Do you want me to die? Knowing that the man in front of him was a trained assassin like the previous ones, Shiryu did not hesitate to end his life. There were obviously more people coming. After Shiryu took action, the others did not hide. They wore black mimic exoskeletons and shot at Xiaoyan. It's a pity that their bullets had not come out of the muzzle, and the bullets flying from a distance had taken their lives faster. Shiryu looked back and saw Feng Xiao and Gu Qianqian, who appeared in the cemetery and fought with the people wearing black mimic exoskeletons. She whistled and said, "You guys are finally willing to come out?" Gu Qianqian then paused, but sent the person in front of me to see the King of Hell with more fierce force. Shiryu didn't say anything more. He took out the energy gun and shot a black rat with one shot. In the blink of an eye, a pile of bodies fell to the ground, and no tombstones were destroyed. Shiryu pulled Xiaoyan up, looked at his hair wet by the drizzle, thought for a moment, took out an umbrella from her space bag, and covered him with it. Feeling his eyes on her, she touched her nose and said, "Why are you here?" The four tools retired after their mission accomplished, and all showed contemptuous eyes to the two people under the kapok tree, and quickly stopped the guards, who were about to rush in after hearing the noise. Xiaoyan did not answer her immediately, but stood beside her. Shiryu had to hold the umbrella closer. The umbrella that originally could only cover Xiaoyan immediately covered the two of them, and the slightly cold weather gradually warmed up. "Why are you here too?" I haven't heard his voice for a long time, and it was still that cold tone, but it contained many things that Shiryu couldn't understand. Shiryu moved his wandering eyes around, and finally fixed on a tombstone not far away, and raised his head. "I came to visit an old friend on behalf of my elders." Xiaoyan did not ask her who the old friend was, but suddenly held the back of her hand, and his cold fingertips touched her warm back of the hand. Shiryu subconsciously tightened her palm, but the cold hand completely covered the back of her hand, holding her hand and moving the umbrella handle towards her, covering the small half of her exposed shoulder. Shiryu looked up at him, but Xiaoyan turned his face to the other side. She followed his line of sight, and saw the tombstone where he had just stood. On the tombstone was a wanton and ostentatious smile. At that moment, an invisible big hand pinched Shiryu's palm. "It's not that I don't remember, but I dare not think about it. I'm here to see my brother." A clear voice sounded, seemingly without emotion, but hiding countless undercurrents. "He said that if I were in my father's position, I would do better than him," he whispered, as if he was telling himself something. Shiryu's eyelashes trembled to catch his sight. Sad, hesitant. All the indifference was fake. All the indifference was pretended. He was very fragile. So fragile that he could not bear a single blow. Shiryu raised her hand and lifted his slightly drooping head up. "If you don't try, who will know?" After that, she grinned and grabbed his other hand. "Do you know what kind of flower this is?" The kapok tree was tall and flamboyant under the drizzling rain. It tried to grow upwards and bloomed blood-red flowers. "For you." She tilted her head and smiled, and her long ponytail swung gently with her movements, confident and flamboyant. Xiaoyan lowered his eyes and looked at the flaming red flower in his hand, and whispered, "Okay." The silver-blue mecha swept across the sky, and everyone on the ground looked up in shock. Someone exclaimed, "That's why 1121. The mechas that were controlling the traffic on the capital star watched the silver-blue mechas rushing to the marshal's enthronement ceremony site at a speed that could not be captured by radar. Someone couldn't help but whisper, "It's Marshal's emblem." Everyone was stunned, and it seemed that they couldn't understand why the emblem of the new marshal appeared on Y1121's mecha. At the enthronement ceremony, Countless mechas lined up in a square formation, waiting for another patron saint of the Federation to ascend the high platform. Suddenly, the galloping mechas broke the solemn silence, and all mechas immediately entered a state of readiness. However, a cold voice broke through the sky from the public channel. I am Xiaoyan, the new Marshal of the Federation. Please allow me to enter the ceremony site by the mecha troops in front. I am from the Federation. The mecha troops that were about to take action stopped blankly in place. The silver-blue mecha had passed all the mechas and stopped in front of the high platform. The god of war vibrated the virtual particle wings and slowly descended from the air. The cockpit opened, and Xiaoyan, wearing a blue and gold marshal's uniform, walked out, stepped into the mecha's hands, and was slowly and steadily carried to the platform. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, and all the reporters from various countries who were invited to participate in this grand event came to their senses and immediately took pictures of this scene. It was Y1121. Y1121 escorted Marshal Xie to the ceremony. The noise and solemnity reached a strange balance here. Suddenly, the wind blew away the drizzle, and the sky turned white, revealing a touch of sunshine. Xiaoyan turned around and saw her kneeling on one knee, with her finger to her heart, and said devoutly, "You are my glory." Marshal Xie. Chapter 115. The enthronement ceremony was grand and solemn. The silver-blue mecha that created countless miracles knelt on one knee in front of all the mecha teams and offered the most pious oath under the witness of all the media on the scene. No need for others to say anything. All the mecha teams on the scene pointed their hearts and bowed their heads in unison. And the sound shook the world. Ritual music flew. Spring light bloomed. And silver silk swaggered. The boy stepped onto the high platform step by step and drew out the sword of judgment that symbolized power and protection. The sharp edge that rose in that moment reflected his face. Sincerity, determination, and unstoppable. Even if there are thousands of people, I will go. In front of the virtual screen, the girl in the flower shop covered her mouth and burst into tears. The guards in the cemetery gave the most sincere military salute. The busybodies in other countries were silent. It's great. In the cold and huge transparent glass jar, the man looked at the huge virtual screen in the laboratory and chuckled. He closed his eyes slightly. Tears mixed with unknown liquid. His slightly long silver hair swayed gently, and the teardrop mole at the end of his eye shone brightly. I used to hold the sword for you, and I hope I can walk with you in the future. The warm wind holds the sunny hand, and there is a slight coldness in the eyes. It's really difficult. A light sigh, flowing with a bit of killing. Sir? The man wore a pair of white gloves, looked at the young man on the high platform, who seemed to be coated with a layer of golden light, and slowly tightened his 5 fingers. There are always obstacles that are harder to move than stubborn stones. But things must continue. He sighed, and then said, "It's a pity." "What's the pity?" No one answered. "Colonel Sher, the first marshal invites you." The man saluted respectfully and said to Shiryu. Shiryu stopped, and after a brief pause, he followed him. She already has the rank of colonel. After leaving the Republic of Toyas 2 years ago, Xia Liqin awarded her the rank of colonel and appointed her as the adjutant of the chief commander of the Judgment Corps. But later, the two walked through the corridor and met many people along the way. Some people were stunned when they saw Shiryu's dark red uniform of the Judgment Corps and the rank on her shoulders, but soon reacted and saluted her. It seems that Y1121 really served in the Judgment Corps. It is true that Y1121 sent Marshal Xie to the scene of the conferment today. He was so cool all the way. And there was that sentence, "You are my honor." Is there a better CP than this? Shiryu didn't know what others were thinking, and saluted one by one. When she came to Xia Liqin lounge, she saw a tall figure standing by the window. It was Xia Liqin. The man stood with his hands behind his back, and his back was as majestic as a mountain. He was a recognized hero of the Federation. Among the 7 marshals, he had the highest prestige. Even Xiaoyan now could not compare with him. The window was wide open, and the wind blew in from outside, blowing Shiryu's long hair. Suddenly, she remembered the scene of seeing Xia Liqin in Xiaoyan Ward 2 years ago. Haggard, tired, old. Shiryu couldn't tell how many emotions she saw on Xia Liqin's face. In short, there were many. So many that she couldn't believe that the person standing in front of her was Xia Liqin, the first marshal of the Federation, who was always decisive and ruthless. First, to some extent, mean strong. throughout the history of the Federation. All those who were awarded the title of First Marshal were strong. Xie Liqin didn't seem surprised that she was in Xie Yuyan ward. Seeing her look at him, he nodded at her. At that time, sure you couldn't tell what she felt in her heart. Ever since she guessed that the stingy uncle was caught by Xie Liqin, and that Xiao Piaoliang was the product of genetic experiments, she couldn't raise any respect for the First Marshal of the Federation. A person who can use his own children as experimental subjects to achieve a certain purpose is not worthy of being a human being. She was silent for a while, but finally nodded to him out of consideration for Xiao Piaoliang. Xie Liqin didn't care about her attitude. He sat on the chair that the adjutant beside him brought for him, looking straight at Xie Yuyan with cold eyes. Xie Yuyan leaned on the bed with his eyes downcast. He knew he was coming, but he didn't react at all. I don't know if he didn't want to see him. The room was silent. The warm spring breeze blew in from the open window, but it didn't bring any warmth. It was Xie Liqin who spoke first. Jiang saw. He paused, and then said, I buried him in the Time Garden, and the other people who were judged are also here. The short sentence made Xie Yuyan, who had no reaction, suddenly look up. Why? His voice was hoarse, but unusually tense. Why wasn't there even a funeral? Why so soon? I'm not here to discuss with you. It was Xie Liqin's usual authoritarian tone. If you don't want him to make your subordinates die in vain, you'd better not die now. Xie Liqin's voice was as cold as ice that never melts, and there was no emotion in his words. I will make up for the losses in the Judgment Corps. From now on, the Judgment Corps should be expanded to a normal organization. He really didn't come to discuss. Helles hasn't been caught yet. Xie Yuyan's eyes moved slightly. Sure, you was angry. She was about to speak. Xie Liqin put a potion on the table. You will use it. He stood up and glanced at Shiryu. Come with me. I have something to tell you. It was a condescending tone. Xie Liqin's attitude should be like this. Shiryu stared at the potion he put on the table, and did not follow him out, but asked, What is this? Xie Liqin paused for a moment, and continued to walk out. Shiryu glanced at the distraught Xie Yuyan, gritted his teeth, and chased out. The two walked one after the other. To be honest, if Xie Liqin was not Xiao Piaoliang's father, she would definitely rush up and beat him up now. But if there was this if, there would probably be no Xiao Piaoliang now. You have something to say to me. Xie Liqin sat down and spoke directly. Shiryu looked at him and suddenly laughed. Don't you have something to say to me? Xie Liqin looked at her up and down, with a touch of admiration in his eyes. He didn't care about what she said, and quickly said, You are very good. Better than I thought. Shiryu felt that he had something to say, and frowned and was about to ask. But he said first, How much do you know? He was very calm, and when he asked this question, the fatigue between his eyebrows was slightly swept away. I know a lot. What do you want to hear? Shiryu followed his words. Xie Liqin raised his eyebrows and pointed to the chair opposite him. Then how about you sit down and tell me everything? Shiryu looked at him, and wanted to know what he was thinking at the moment. But unfortunately, she couldn't see anything. She sat down and said straight to the point, Where is your Ji? In my hands? Xie Liqin was very straightforward. Shiryu didn't expect him to admit it so straightforwardly, and frowned. I want to see him. No. The rejection was also straightforward. Shiryu stared at him closely, and seeing that he had no intention of changing his mind, he suddenly laughed. There are only two of us in this room. Xie Liqin also laughed. I am not bad. Nor Zakana. Nor Helles. I won't be so stupid as to be controlled by others and lose both the wife and the army. He is very arrogant. Want to try? He invited. Shiryu shook his head. Although it is a very pleasant thing to beat you to your knees and beg for mercy, it will be very difficult for me. Before Xie Liqin could get angry, she changed the subject and said, Since you won't let me see it, let's talk about something else. Have you seen this emblem? Shiryu took out the emblem she had drawn for Xiao Piaoliang from her brain. The hand-painted emblem was a little rough, but it was easy to identify. Xie Liqin stopped laughing and stared at Shiryu. Did you find this emblem at the beginning? He asked. Shiryu nodded. I don't know if he told you that this emblem was found in the battle fortress. In fact, it can't be said that I found it by accident. If the central control console didn't have that groove at the time, she wouldn't look for something that might fill the groove. This time when I went to the Castellan Empire to participate in the Universal Mecha League, I saw a very interesting encrypted file in Kane's brain. Are you interested in knowing it? Sure, you asked back. Compared to this question, Xia Liqing's focus was obviously on something else. Did you kill Cain? He was not surprised, and there was appreciation between his eyebrows. He also said, well done. Cain is smarter than his father, and is not easy to deal with. A very objective evaluation. Xia Liqing has always been paying attention to the affairs of the Castellan Empire. He opposed the war between the Federation and the Castellan Empire because it was not good for the Federation to fight on two fronts. But everyone had their own thoughts. He tried to stop it, but it was useless. The former second marshal lost his life for it. Don't you want to know what I saw? She asked and brought the topic back. You don't believe it, right? Otherwise, you should announce it to the world instead of asking me for confirmation. Xia Liqing smiled. Confident. Then will you tell me whether the document is true or false? Sure, you asked back. She had no good impression of Xia Liqing, and even had a negative impression of him. With so many things happening before, it was not difficult for her to believe that Reg was Xia Liqing. But some facts were too worrying. The emblem inside the battle fortress. From the beginning, the people hiding behind the battle fortress deliberately staged such a drama in order to let her take out the god of war. It was impossible for them not to know that she would run around inside the battle fortress. And Yan Bai. She was led to the central control room by Yan Bai. If it weren't for him, she would have left with everyone at the fastest speed. She happened to arrive at the central control room of the battle fortress, saw the groove on the central control console, and so coincidentally found the emblem that could activate the groove. To be honest, the people behind the scenes were so cautious. Why did they design the emblem that could expose their identity so blatantly inside the battle fortress? It seems that the design was made just to wait for someone to enter the battle fortress one day, find it, and then make it public. Of course, Sure Yu was not sure whether the person behind the scenes had such a habit. He carefully hid behind the scenes, while wantonly provoking those who wanted to catch him out, in order to show his power. After all, he activated the battle fortress on Grey Star, which was a clear provocation to the entire Federation. It was too contradictory to make a judgment. She went to the Castellan Empire to participate in the Universal Mecha League, and she did think about whether to look for information about Reg. But how easy is it to find clues about a person who disappeared 100 years ago? If it weren't for the fact that several people noticed that Cain and Zayuzel were playing dirty behind the scenes. She was worried about staying, and saw the scene of Cain's suicide, and opened his smart brain. She would never get any news about Reg. How important is the intelligence of a crown prince? She easily opened Cain's intelligence, and saw so many internal documents of the Castellan Empire, and the encrypted documents about Reg by Cain. Such an important document was unlocked inexplicably, and she saw it. Cain is not a fool. A coincidence can be said to be a coincidence. Countless coincidences put together. There are only two possibilities. She is really the lucky child of this world, or this is a trap set by others. Setting a trap with facts is the most terrible trap. Sure Yu looked directly at Xia Liqing, so she did not take the evidence directly to Xiao Piaoliang, but came to find him in person. If Xia Liqing is really a spy of the Castellan Empire, then he is too successful as an undercover spy. He is the marshal of a country, and the most powerful person. If this truth is exposed, the Federation will probably become the most terrible joke in the universe. But who says that the Prince of the Castellan Empire must be a spy when he becomes the first marshal of the Federation? You are much smarter and more cautious than I thought. He was not afraid at all, and was in the mood to praise her. Sure Yu sneered. No matter how you praise me, I will not cover up for you. Promise me one thing, and I will tell you what you want to know. He has not asked what is written in the document until now. Is it expected, or he is not afraid of what is written in the document? Sure Yu fell silent and stared at him, put at an absolute disadvantage. He dared to put forward conditions in front of her. The word tell is like drawing a pie in the air. Empty and pale. The room became quiet, and the gradually depressing atmosphere made the whole space cramped. Both of them were silent, and no one spoke first. I don't know how long it took. Sure Yu said, you should be glad that there are people watching behind you now. The person who wants to kill Xiao Piaoliang will not be Xia Liqing. It would be easy for him to do it, and there is no need to be so roundabout. On the contrary, Xia Liqing needed Xiao Piaoliang, and assassinating Xiao Piaoliang was more like going against him. Xia Liqing did not comment, put his hand on the space bag, and took out a silver shoulder strap. Are you interested in taking it? Major, sure. After the last Grey Star incident, Xie Yuyan awarded her the rank of major in order to stop the public from talking. What Xie Liqin took out now was the shoulder strap of the rank of colonel. What do you want me to do? Protect someone. As for who this person is, the two knew it well. Take it. And when we meet next time, I will tell you what you want to know. Long time no see. Sure, you greeted lightly, sat down at the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it all up. Xie Liqin closed the window, walked over and sat opposite her. And sure, you generously poured him a cup of tea. The two people who should have faced each other with swords sat together strangely to drink tea. Sure, you spoke up. You are meeting me now. Are you going to answer the question from 2 years ago? Xie Liqin drank the last sip of tea in the cup, ignored her words, took out a small box from the space bag and handed it to Shiryu. Go to him. This time he won't go his own way. It was the shoulder strap of a federal major general. Shiryu looked at the shoulder strap and fell silent. 2 years ago, she held the shoulder strap and returned to the ward in a daze. Seeing Xie Yuyan wearing a military uniform again and standing straight, she subconsciously glanced at the medicine that Xie Liqin had just placed on the table. It was empty. When she realized what he wanted to do, she walked to his side in 2 steps and tried to pull off his military uniform. But he dodged her sideways. She had been here for a month, and no one knew his physical condition better than her. His condition was not just a slight gene collapse as she imagined. The reason why he could live like a normal person was because he relied on the new gene repair medicine that Professor Mellis had been developing for him. After Professor Mellis's accidental death, his gene repair drug was never adjusted again, and his body became weaker and weaker. If there was no better gene repair drug to repair his gene collapse, he would die in pain like those people with genetic diseases. She had felt the pain of gene collapse, and the feeling of being burned like a flame was still imprinted in her bones. She couldn't imagine under what circumstances Xie Yuyan endured the pain brought by gene collapse every day on the battlefield and on the front line, talking and communicating with others like a normal person. Are you crazy? She questioned him with red eyes, but unexpectedly saw his bloodshot eyes. He looked down at her, used his cold fingers to brush away the hair that fell on her forehead, gently touched her cheek, and whispered, I have to go. You? The slightly cool kiss fell, caught off guard, like a dream. Wait for me to go home. The wind outside the window swept through the spring light, and there were bees and butterflies busy in the flowers. Warm and cozy. Chapter 116. I don't need to explain to anyone. I did use another name. It's been too long, and that name doesn't suit me. When he said this, he was proud. He really thought that name didn't suit him. Xie Liqin did not have any explanation as he said, nor was he curious about what was in the encrypted file in Shiryu's hand. Before leaving, he left her a smart brain bracelet, without a single extra word. It may not be appropriate to describe Xie Liqin as the only one who is supreme, but Shiryu really couldn't think of any words to describe his arrogant attitude. She looked at the smart brain bracelet for a long time, and really couldn't see what Xie Liqin wanted to do with it by leaving it for her. After thinking about it, she put it on her other wrist. Xie Liqin couldn't deal with her at this time. He still needed her to be a pretty adjutant. She put on the smart brain bracelet and quickly bound it to the smart brain system. But she couldn't use the smart brain. After a long time of trying, there was no response. Shiryu felt that she was fooled. She was about to find Xie Liqin to make him explain clearly. But the door was pushed open with a click. The person who pushed the door was very strong and almost blew it against her nose. Fortunately, she had a good reaction ability and was not blew against the wall. The boy standing outside the door was panting slightly. It can be seen that he ran all the way here and was very anxious. A few strands of silver hair fell on his forehead. The solemnity on his body were swept away, and a bit more messy and fragile beauty was added. Xie Yuyan looked up and saw the girl standing in the room, holding her nose and showing an admiring expression. He paused slightly. He could probably guess what she was admiring. After all, since the first time they met, she had always been a playful and smiling face in front of him, and never behaved properly. He looked away and found that she had changed into the dark red uniform of the Judgment Corps at some point. It was not the first time I saw her in a military uniform, but it was the first time I saw her in the uniform of the Judgment Corps. It was more beautiful than I had imagined. Much more beautiful. And there was an indescribable feeling. As if I shared my things with her. In more than 2 years, she had grown a lot taller. and the military uniform made her look heroic. She had the same high ponytail as him, and her clever eyes showed when she covered her nose. Even if someone who was not familiar with her looked at her now, she would probably think she was up to something. But she quickly sorted out her expression, looked well behaved, and smiled at him. She was really good at deceiving people. Xie Yuyan's mouth curved upwards, and the breath in his heart was relieved. And he was a little unsteady. He was very tired today. The ceremony was too heavy for him. He was just about to rest when he learned that his father had found her. He was worried and chased after him. Shiryu hurriedly supported his shoulder. "Are you okay? Are you okay?" Two voices, one in front and one behind, coincidentally overlapped. Shiryu was stunned for a moment and then laughed. "Don't you look at yourself now? Why are you asking me if I'm okay?" He was so weak that she felt that the wind could blow him down. She didn't know how thick the filters were when those people in the outside world looked at him. So they thought he was invincible in the universe, and put all kinds of awesome words on him. "Where's my father?" Xie Yuyan looked around the room, but didn't see Xie Liqin. He asked in a low voice, leaving aside what he had just said. "The first marshal. He had something else to do, and left first. I felt thirsty, and stayed to drink 2 more cups of tea," Shiryu said, pulling a chair from the side for him to sit down, and then closed the door. "Why did you come here alone? No one followed you. How many people are eyeing you covetously? Don't you know what's going on?" She kept nagging like an old woman. Xie Yuyan sat on the chair, lowered his eyes, and held her hand. "No one dares to attack me here." As for why, probably because he didn't want to die here. His fingertips were as cold as ever. But Shiryu felt waves of heat creeping up where he touched her, and she couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard she tried. She didn't dare to lower her head, for fear that she might be seen through by mistake. Her eyes were wandering around, and she was absent-minded. So she said what she was thinking. "I still want to kiss you." The room was silent for a moment, and Shiryu really wanted to slap herself to death. What the hell was she talking about? Perhaps the impact of these 3 words was too great. After nearly 3 minutes of silence, the person sitting on the chair stood up, leaving her with a stiff back. "You have to attend the banquet later, so you can't," he said no seriously, and let go of her hand and walked out. But Shiryu saw his red ears at a glance. The awkward mood suddenly became light, and Shiryu smiled with white teeth, changed her epaulets, and walked behind him in a swagger. The banquet was held in the evening. Shiryu entered the venue wearing the dark red uniform of the Judgment Corps. She undoubtedly received countless stares. The epaulets on her shoulders representing her military rank also made many people speculate in low voices. As the youngest marshal in the history of the Federation, many people wanted to talk to Xie Yuyan. Shiryu originally thought that according to his personality, he would definitely not like to deal with these people. But he did not expect that he could deal with those smiling tigers just as well as the politicians, who were good at dancing with long sleeves. Xie Yuyan rarely attended these occasions. Even if he did, he would always stay in a corner alone, drinking boiled water, and leave in time when it was time. Many people who were responded to by him at this banquet were a little surprised, so that other people who observed this also showed an eager expression. However, not many people could walk in front of him. Those who came over just said congratulations and left quickly. Even so, they seemed to be touched by the joy, and everyone had a smile on their faces. Lu Shiwang came over with a wine glass, and Lu Dongyan, who was dressed in a formal suit, followed him step by step, looking a bit like a young wife. Lu Shiwang was a perfect politician, with a perfect smile on his face. He raised the wine glass to Xie Yuyan. "Congratulations, Marshal Xie." Xie Yuyan had a glass of water in his hand, but Lu Shiwang didn't care and drank it first as a respect. After finishing the wine, Lu Shiwang focused his attention on Shiryu, took another glass of red wine, and pulled Lu Dongyan beside him, and said, "Xiao Yin has been taken care of by Major General Shi for these years. The 21-year-old Major General is the youngest Major General in the Federation after Xie Yuyan. No one thinks she is incompetent. People may be a little confused when mentioning the name Shiryu. But if you talk about Y1121, you can't finish talking about her brilliant achievements for 3 days and 3 nights. Shiryu has always felt that she has the noble quality of humility, and said, no, it is Dongyan who takes care of me." Lu Dongyan stood aside and looked at the hypocritical smile on her face, listening to her calling his name seriously, and wanted to reach out and rub his arm, and press back the goose bumps on his arm one by one. Fortunately, He forced himself to hold back, so that his image of being well-behaved and sensible was not ruined. At the middle of the banquet, Xia Yuyan was invited to speak on stage. Feng Xiao and Lu Dongyan, who were caught by Feng Xin and Lu Shiwang, came to Shi Yu. While everyone's attention was on Xia Yuyan, Feng Xiao cleared his throat and said in a low voice, "You are my glory." Lu Dongyan joined in the fun and said, "Marshal Xia." The two of them made a finger-to-heart gesture at the same time. And Shi Yu almost killed someone on the spot. At that time, I didn't think it was a big deal to say that sentence and do that gesture. But now I think it's really the extreme of middle school. When she thought about how she said such a stupid thing in her glorious life, Shi Yu couldn't help but close her eyes. She punched each of the two bad friends around her and warned them in a low voice, "Shut up." The two put their hands on their mouths and made a zipper gesture, but started to wink. Shi Yu was impressed by them. They were all serious people. But now they acted like fools. They should let those little girls, who were calling them their idols, open their eyes and see clearly what kind of top-notch they were. Perhaps the entertainment time was over. Lu Dongyan lowered his voice and said, "You will stay in the Judgment Corps in the future, right?" Shi Yu nodded. Today, someone dared to attack Xiao Piaoyang in the cemetery. Obviously, the rats hiding in the gutter were still peeking at the outside world and trying to snatch things that did not belong to them. Feng Xiao couldn't help but sigh. My father also asked me to serve in his legion. I didn't really want to go, but he said that if I didn't go, he would break my legs. He never did this before, and I don't know who he learned it from recently. Lu Dongyan also pursed his lips and said, "My brother asked me to do it myself, but he still gave me some reasonable suggestions, and I haven't thought about it yet. When it comes to graduation, separation will always come. Everyone has grown up. If possible, don't take a wild path." Shi Yu suggested after a long silence. The two rolled their eyes at her at the same time. Feng Xiao said, "The Federation is still at war with the Castellan Empire. Although the current situation has eased, the tug-of-war between the two countries is not as urgent as before. However, when you join the Judgment Corps, you will be on the most dangerous front line. You don't know when those disgusting cockroaches will crawl out. You should be careful not to take a wild path. From the beginning of the Aquamarine Star to today's cemetery assassination, first sneaking and then openly, the rats in the gutter are no longer satisfied with hiding in the dark. But after so long, they haven't even figured out who is hiding behind them. And no one knows when they will fall into the carefully dug trap. Those people seem to be everywhere, and their shadows are behind everything." The conversation between the few people was very short, and the banquet was about to end. After Xia Yuyan stepped down, he left the banquet under heavy guard. After the conferring ceremony, he had a month's vacation. But after he became the marshal, all the affairs of the previous marshal fell on his head, and he was busy in the marshal's mansion during the 1-month vacation. Shi Yu originally wanted to keep an eye on him and let him have a good rest. But now that she had joined the Judgment Corps and had to deal with school matters, she returned to the Four Seasons Star. Luo Xiaozi said that he would return to the Black Triangle once. And Gu Qianqian was also captured by Gu Mingzhan. The 5-member team went their separate ways. Shi Yu looked at the gate of the first military academy of the Federation, thinking that the next time she came back should be to take graduation photos. She held back the bitterness in her eyes. But at this time, she received an emergency notice. Traces of Battle Fortress activities were found in the abandoned Lily Star system. The Battle Fortress that appeared on the Gray Star is still a shadow in the hearts of the people of the Federation. The 9-star system was closed for 3 months. The first Marshal Xia Liqing personally cleaned up suspicious people. It was not an exaggeration to say that blood flowed like a river at that time. The Judgment and a group of frigates sailed in parallel and arrived at the Livia Star system after a short 6-hour voyage. The Livia Star system is not far from the Livia Fortress. That year, the evil dragon exploded in the Livia Star system, and the entire system was destroyed. More than 100 years have passed, and the radiation generated by the evil dragon is still there. The Judgment passed the dilapidated space station that had not been renovated, and went through the atmosphere directly into the planet Livia. All people were allowed to leave the Judgment only after they were injected with radiation-blocking drugs. Sure, you thought she would see a ruin, but she didn't expect that there would be a city standing not far from where the Judgment was docked. There were all kinds of mutant plants growing outside the city. Some mutant plants were tall and aggressive. Some mutant plants were smaller than their original appearance. And some? It was not only Shi Yu who was surprised that there was a city here. The city, surrounded by high metal walls, was more prosperous than they had imagined. There were many pedestrians inside. And they were just like the mutant plants. Strange shapes. Some people had 3 eyes. Some had only 1 hand. And some had a tail. Maybe they should no longer be called people. Sure, you had never been so shocked. She was not so shocked when she saw the monsters in the underground laboratory of the aquamarine. Sure, you was speechless for a moment. Xie Yuyan, who was standing beside her, explained in a low voice, after the Battle of Lilvaya, people living in the Lilvaya galaxy were exposed to the radiation of the evil dragon. At that time, the Federation did not have extra experience to rescue the Lilvaya galaxy. Some people died because of the radiation, while some survived and reproduced here. After the situation in the Federation improved, it wanted to rescue the people of the Lilvaya galaxy and take them out of the Lilvaya galaxy. But you can see that they look different from normal people. People always have an overly repulsive mentality towards the different. The survivors of the Lilvaya battle could not live among normal people at all. They would suffer all kinds of strange looks at all times. Leaving here was not salvation for them, but another level of hell. Later, the Federation stopped trying to take people here out, and even closed the entire galaxy, and did not allow outsiders to come in, but would send emergency supplies here regularly every month. The survivors of the Lilvaya battle also gradually faded out of people's sight. After hearing his explanation, Shiryu was silent. Indeed, although it was painful to be exposed to radiation day and night, how could it compare to the sympathetic and disgusted looks from all directions? No one needs the sympathy of others, and no one needs the disgust of others. The Lilvaya galaxy is the best destination for the survivors of the Lilvaya battle. The arrival of the Judgment made a lot of noise. People in the city noticed this huge and gorgeous interstellar battleship, and also noticed the people coming out of the interstellar battleship. Some people cast curious eyes, and when they saw Xie Yuyan, a little boy of 4 or 5 years old shouted happily, "Marshal Xie! It's Marshal Xie!" As soon as he shouted, countless little radishes suddenly emerged from the crowd, shouting Marshal Xie one by one. Xie Yuyan stretched out his hand to greet them, and the little radishes, who got the response, shouted even more vigorously. Sure, you couldn't help but smile. And another childish voice came out. Y1121 is standing next to Marshal Xie. Marshal Xie and Y1121 were standing in the crowd one after another. And Shiryu raised her eyebrows in surprise. Shin, who was standing next to her, smiled and explained, when the Marshal was stationed in the Lilvaya fortress, he often came to Lilvaya Star, and everyone knew the Marshal. Although the people here don't contact the outside world, they are not short of intelligent computers. The news of the winter rescue has spread throughout the Federation, and everyone must know Y1121. The people here are no different from normal people, except that they look a little different from normal people due to radiation damage. Shiryu also stretched out his hand and waved to the crowd, and the little carrot heads' voices became louder. The star of Lilvaya is an old man with a long white beard who looks like he is in his 80s or 90s, but his actual age is only in his 30s. The most obvious feature of him after being irradiated is physical aging, which is irreversible and genetic. He welcomes the arrival of the Judgment. After a brief greeting, both sides quickly get to the point. The traces of the battle fortress were discovered a week ago. At first, the people here only thought it was the traces of the activities of a large mutant beast, and did not pay much attention to it. Later, it was discovered that some people who went out were missing. After investigation, one of them took a picture of the battle fortress. The picture had been sent to Xie Yuyan before. It was not clear, just a blurry shadow, but it was clearly recognizable as a battle fortress. It was very large, larger than the 2 that appeared on the Gray Star. The Star Commander was the first to find out that something was wrong. The Gray Star incident was a big deal. He paid attention to it at the time and found that the battle fortress in the blurry photo was similar to the battle fortress on the Gray Star. He immediately sent a message to Xie Yuyan. Everyone has little fighting power. I'm afraid that more people will go missing. I've asked everyone not to leave the city. No one has gone missing in the past few days, but the people who went missing before haven't come back. I don't know if they were eaten by wild beasts or... The Star Leader said with some hesitation. Every place has the problem of missing people. Although Lilvaya is special, it can't escape this railway. However, the number of missing people fluctuates every year. But the number of missing people in the past month has reached the number of missing people in the past year. And all the missing people are children, which makes the Star Leader uneasy. The people on Lilvaya have been irradiated for a long time, and their reproductive capacity is also decreasing year by year. Every child conceived grows up in an artificial womb to ensure that there will be no genetic mutation. And these children have to be injected with barrier drugs every once in a while after they are born. This is the care of the Federation for the entire Livia galaxy. Over the years, more and more children have been born normally, and everyone is also considering sending them to Livia Fortress to live when they grow up a little bit. And no more barrier drugs. But more than 10 children disappeared in just 1 month. And everyone was scared when they found the huge battle fortress. Having experienced the horror of war, they fear war more than anyone else. After listening to Xing Chong, Sure Yu immediately had a bad association. She still remembered the people who were used as test subjects in the battle fortress. At that time, the entire battle fortress was destroyed, and she didn't have time to check the specific situation. She didn't know whether those test subjects were cultivated from embryos or captured for transformation. Wait. If she remembered correctly, in the investigation of Su Xinhan's brother and sister, they were both genetically defective at the beginning. After changing their appearance, they entered the 9-star military academy and hid secretly. At that time, she guessed that Su Xinhan's brother and sister had undergone genetic modification like Bai Zhuang. The children born on Livia were selected by technology, and each one was healthy and intact. Why did the people behind the scenes capture these children? It is easier to be discovered by people if you capture children here than those outside. So why capture them now? After Xing Chong left, after a brief discussion, Sure Yu decided to take people to the place where this photo was taken at that time to take a look. Xia Yuyan also wanted to go, and Sure Yu really couldn't persuade him. And it was not good to offend him as a marshal in front of so many people. So he had to let him get on the hovercraft together. The hovercraft was very fast and arrived at the destination in just a few minutes. This is an oasis. The reason why it is called an oasis is that the land outside this small area is all desertified, and the air is very dry. The area of the oasis is not large. Not even as large as the city just now. The wind can cover any traces of desertified land. After a careful inspection and various detection instruments, they have not found any clues for several hours. Sure Yu looked at the sky. Even with the barrier agent, he could feel the distorted atmosphere in the air. Even as strong as she was not feeling well. Not to mention the weak Xia Yuyan. He had a thin layer of cold sweat on his forehead, and his face looked a little pale. Let's leave it at that for today. If they are really that group of people, they can hide in Grey Star for so long without leaving any trace. They must have been hiding here for quite a while. It will take a while to find them. Xia Yuyan nodded. As soon as he stood up, a message popped up on his smart brain. It was from the Star Commander. His voice was anxious. The moment the message was connected, he couldn't wait to say, Marshal Xia. Xiaoku is missing. Xiaoku was the first little boy who came out of the crowd and called out to Xia Yuyan when everyone arrived in the city. Xia Yuyan frowned. When did he disappear? Where did he disappear? Xingzhang was obviously a cautious person. He had asked other people about this matter, and now his answer was also very cautious. More than an hour ago, he kept talking about wanting to see you. He likes to run around, and his parents didn't pay much attention to him. Just now, when we looked for him, we found that we couldn't find him no matter how hard we looked. When we wanted to find him through the positioning on his body, we found that we couldn't locate him at all. Although the space station outside Livia Star has not been rebuilt, the ring satellite is intact. As long as there is no problem with the ring satellite, the positioning cannot disappear for no reason. Unless someone takes away the positioning device on his body and destroys it, or turns on the shield. I especially asked people to guard the entrance and exit of the city. He absolutely cannot leave. Before Xingzhang finished speaking, someone rushed in and shouted, Xingzhang. The entrance of the city sewer was pried open, and someone found Shuka's positioning device inside. It was destroyed. There are many destroyed positioning devices inside, which are those of the children who disappeared before. Chapter 117. Sure Yu ordered Xia Yuyan to return to the judgment number. With the development of technology to this era, he no longer needs to follow up all the time to grasp the situation on the scene. Sure Yu turned on the full mimicry mode of the intelligent brain. Under the full mimicry mode, the person communicating with her can observe all the situations on the scene. She returned to the city with Shenchen and others. Xing Chong was already guarding here. He looked very anxious, and did not see the disappointment flashing across Xia Yuyan's face. He quickly realized that it was not right to show such emotions, and immediately retracted his expression and said, Major General Sure. The children's positioning devices were found in the sewer in front. Xing Chang pointed to a section of the road in front that had been blocked. There was an alley at the corner in the direction he pointed. Everyone walked over and found that the alley was very dirty, with a lot of garbage thrown in it. However, because Xiaoke might have been here, it had just been cleaned, but it was not cleaned up. The stench drifted out from it, which was a bit unpleasant. Xinchen frowned and looked at the entrance of the sewer. The entrance was not dirty. There was a temporary lighting inside, and light came out. He thought for a while and said, "Let's go down and take a look." This was said to Shiryu. More than 2 years after Xie Jiangsa's death, Xinchen had prepared himself for Xie Liqin to send someone to Xie Yuyan again. But there was no movement after waiting. When he thought Xie Liqin had other plans, Shiryu suddenly appeared and took Xie Jiangsa's original position, replacing his position in the Judgment Corps. Of course, some people would be dissatisfied when someone suddenly parachuted in. But this person was Shiryu, and the voice of dissatisfaction was minimal. Even in the Judgment Corps where there were so many strong people, it was not certain that there was anyone who could beat her. Shiryu didn't know whether she was really good at being a good person, or just pretending to be. Every time she met someone, she would greet them with a smile, which was very similar to Xie Jiangsa before. But her style of doing things was very arrogant. This arrogance was revealed from the inside out. But she was so arrogant that people were convinced. In the few training sessions after she joined the Judgment Corps, all the training results were better than everyone else, which was incredible for the previous Judgment Corps. Everyone has their own strengths. Some in shooting, some in fighting, some in observation, and some in tactics. But after Shiryu came, she left everyone behind. Some people tried to defeat her with her weakest tactics. But unfortunately, she was not very good at tactics. In terms of her adaptability, few people could compare with her. It's not scary that the opponent is strong, but it's scary that you don't know how the opponent will play. That kind of untraceable fighting style makes people confused and scalp numb. Shiryu nodded in agreement with him. Xinjiang immediately led the way. The stairs of the sewer were narrow at first, but became wider at the bottom. The whole sewer was very wide and not dirty. With the development of technology, it is much easier to preserve natural resources than in the Mother Planet era. All the water discharged is clean and will not pollute the environment. Even if there are lights in the sewer, it can't cover up the dark and depressing feeling. Shiryu looked around and said, "How did you find this place?" The sewer entrance was built in a small alley full of garbage. Even if a comprehensive search was conducted, it would not be found in a short time. Xingzong is a cautious person, and his answer is also very cautious. Someone said that Xiaoke played around here before he disappeared. I immediately sent someone to look for him. The person in charge of the search found that the sewer had been opened, and found the positioning device on Xiaoke's body when he came in. Major General, sure. It was found here. Xingzhang pointed to the ground of the sewer while speaking. The ground of the sewer was wet, and no traces could be seen. Have you searched the entire sewer? Shiryu continued to ask. She looked around. It was damp all year round, and there were small puddles on the ground. The puddles were shallow but numerous, and it was hard to tell whether anyone had walked through here. Xing Chong nodded and said, "We have searched everything, and found nothing unusual. No traces of human activity, or mechanical devices." Shiryu nodded, glanced at the dark sewer passage, half squatted down, and looked at the ground carefully. Xinchen and other people from the Judgment Corps were also carefully checking the sewer, not wanting to miss any clues, but with little success. Shiryu squatted on the ground for a while, looked at the depths of the sewer passage with a worried look in her eyes, and turned on her brain. A red line spread from her body, spreading outward at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her brain immediately popped up a virtual screen, which showed a 3D model of the entire sewer passage. The sewer on the virtual screen was full of footprints marked with fluorescent green. The footprints were a bit messy, but it was clear that it was only one person's. The footprints meandered forward, and no one knew where they would lead to in the end. She did this series of actions without avoiding others. Xing Chong also saw the situation on the virtual screen and took a breath of cold air. This is... Shiryu smiled and said, "The latest technology developed can capture the activities of organisms in a certain space within 24 hours. That's what she said. But in fact, it was Xie Yuyan, who had been connected to her microphone, who calculated all this. Xing Chan put away his surprised expression, and the anxiety on his face faded a little. With a smile, "That's great. We will be able to track down those who took the children soon." The children are still so young. And the people who took them are really too cruel. The smile that just emerged on his face disappeared, replaced by indignation. When you heard him say this, he suddenly said, "Didn't you say that there were other people missing before? Can you send me the information of those missing people?" Xing Chong suddenly heard her talk about other missing people, and seemed a little confused about why he asked this at this time. He paused again, nodded quickly, and sent her a piece of information. "All the people who have disappeared recently are here, and I don't know if they can come back. Sure, you did not promise or guarantee anything." He pointed to the increasingly complete modeling on the intelligent brain and said, "Let's follow this row of footprints to find it. Xing Chong, you go back first. If there is anything, we will contact you at any time." Xing Chong was a little worried, but he knew that he was a burden to stay here. So he nodded and told him with some worry, "Be careful." Xing Chong left, but others stayed to help lead the way. Sure, you and others followed all the way forward. When they reached a wall, the footprints disappeared. Obviously, the people who took the children away may have gone somewhere through this wall. Maybe this place can lead to the outside world. Sure, you was hesitating whether to use external force to directly destroy the wall. Shinshin stepped forward and said, "I try. Maybe I can open it." Sure, you nodded, and saw him unfold his brain and extend virtual tentacles to the wall. His 10 fingers were flipping on the virtual keyboard. Soon, several virtual screens popped up on the wall. The data was surging very quickly. It can be seen that he was deciphering the program installed on the front wall. Shinshin is the second in command of the Judgment Corps, second only to Xie Yuyan. He is outstanding. If he is outside the Judgment Corps, he is now a general. About 2 or 3 minutes later, the virtual screens in front of him decreased one by one and only one was left. The wet wall began to shake, and soon the wall was completely opened. What appeared behind the wall was a passage that was completely different from the sewer. It was very clean inside. It can be seen that the passage was made of rare metals. When the light came through, it went from gray to bright, and the halo made people feel unreal for a moment. Sure, you took 2 steps forward and put her hand on the wall of the passage. Soon she heard Xie Yuyan say in the private communication, "The main material is snow silver, the most famous or in the Livia galaxy. Like gray lithium, it is one of the materials for making SSS-class mechas." Speaking of gray lithium, it was hard for Sure Yu not to think of the battle fortress that almost took her life. She narrowed her eyes. Where does this lead to? Is it a battle fortress? Or an underground military factory? Want to go in and take a look? Shinshin asked. The passage was very quiet, and there was no one guarding it. I don't know if the other party was too confident, or didn't care about being discovered here, or was it abandoned? Sure Yu's lips curved, and she couldn't help laughing. Everyone didn't understand why she laughed, and Shinshin couldn't help but look at her twice more. What's wrong? Is there anything funny here? He didn't ask the last sentence. Of course I have to go in and take a look. I want to know who is so arrogant that he dares to kidnap people under my nose. What do you think of destroying their lair today? As she said this, she crossed her arms, her eyes flashing with eagerness. And she was still as arrogant as ever. Xie Yuyan, who also heard her words, curled his lips in indulgence, knowing what she was thinking. It was not the first time that Shinshin saw her so arrogant. He nodded and reminded her, be careful. Sure Yu patted his shoulder, don't worry. There will be no problem. She was too arrogant. This was not like her. But she was like her. Shinshin nodded helplessly and looked into the passage, as if thinking about something. Sure Yu asked the people who came to lead the way to return the same way, and he walked into the passage with the people of the Judgment Legion. The light in the passage was very soft, but no one knew what kind of murderous intent was hidden under this softness. Commander Shin, what place do you say this is? Sure Yu took out a tube of nutrient solution and bit it, asking casually. After walking for a few minutes, he didn't see any new tricks, and he didn't know how long this passage was. Shinshin thought seriously, is it possible that it is the same as the military factory under the Grey Star base? The military factory under the Grey Star base is simply shocking. No one would have thought that the person behind the scenes had such a great ability to build a military factory under the Grey Star base, and built it secretly. If it weren't for a series of events triggered by the battle fortress, who would know the existence of the military factory under the base? Unfortunately, both the battle fortress and the military factory disappeared completely in the terrifying explosion of the battle fortress, leaving no trace. The military factory found later was also abandoned long ago, and has no value for investigation. Shiryu touched his chin and said, "Do you think the dead rat hiding behind has some psychological problems? He obviously does things secretly. But he wants to build a military factory in a place where it may be discovered at any time. Does he think it's dark under the light? Or is he provoking?" Shinshin shook his head. "It's really hard to guess what others are thinking." Shiryu bit the nutrient solution and continued, "Do you think it is possible that he has been secretly monitoring us somewhere since we came in? And just like last time, he deliberately set a hook for us to come over to achieve a certain purpose?" "Last time?" Shinshin noticed the words in her words and asked, "Did you do the same in Grey Star?" Shiryu said lightly, "I'm not talking about Grey Star. I was caught in Grey Star." As she spoke, there was a bit more complaint in her tone. "That dead rat still wants my genes. Can't get my genes. And wants my god of war. To be honest, no wonder it's a dead rat that dares not show up. Always thinking about other people's things. That's it." She kept talking about dead rats. "And I don't know if they felt that someone was secretly spying on them," as she said, "trying to anger the other party to death in this way." Shinshin asked in surprise, "Why do you want your genes? For genetic experiments?" The genetic experiments inside the Grey Star Battle Fortress caused a huge uproar. Xia Liqin personally started to clean it up. And the Cosmic Life Organization also sent people to investigate. The matter was a big deal. Shiryu raised his eyebrows, more surprised than him. "Don't you know? Bai Zhuang secretly took my blood before. But because my genes were genetically locked, he failed to steal the chicken and lost the rice. And he was hospitalized for more than half a month. I don't know if it was because of the genetic defect that made him a little crazy. I almost fell into his hands at that time." Shiryu sighed as she spoke. Shinshin always felt that there was something else in her words, which was hazy and hard to hear, but also very awkward. "Then which last time are you talking about?" he asked, pulling on the point he just noticed. "Universe Mecha League," Shiryu answered very briskly. Seeing Shinshin's puzzled look at her, she smiled and said, "Although the dead rat is a little disgusting, I have to admit that he has some skills. He not only colluded with Helis, but also colluded with Kane." Shinshin was a little confused about what she meant by this. And Shiryu patiently explained, "He should think that his plan is flawless. But he doesn't know that too many coincidences together become deliberate. It is inevitable that I will participate in the Universal Mecha League. Our Marshal has also signed a military order in front of the First Marshal to take down the Winter Star within a year. So the war between the Toya's Republic and the Federation will definitely go very fast." Shinshin couldn't help interrupting her. "Is there any inevitable relationship between these two things? Shiryu participation in the Universal Mecha League and the war between the Federation and the Toya's Republic are completely two independent things." Shiryu smiled. "Of course it is related. I am participating in the Universal Mecha League, and the Caslan Empire is plotting against the Federation and wants to go to war with the Federation. Even if Kane and Zayuzal are not killed, others will die. In short, the Caslan Empire will definitely find an excuse this time. If the Caslan Empire wants to find an excuse, it is easiest to start with us contestants. What do you think will have the greatest impact when the Empire and the Federation go to war?" Shinshin thought about what she said. And after a few seconds, he said, "A two-front war is too stressful for the Federation. One side must end the war quickly so that all its energy can be devoted to the other side. That's the reason. So, after we were detained in the Caslan Empire, our Marshal had to speed up the pace." Shinshin couldn't help interrupting her. "But speeding up the pace is the Marshal's own plan. The Parliament did not ask the Marshal to end the war with the Toya's Republic in a short time. Shouldn't I ask you this?" Shiryu suddenly stopped, leaned against the wall, and looked at Shinshin with a smile. She was holding a nutrient solution in her hand. She had just finished the one she had just finished. This one was the new one she had just taken out. Shinshin was completely stunned, not knowing what she meant by that. "I'm so tired. Let's take a break before we move on." Shiryu bit the nutrient solution and said vaguely. Shinshin was a little unsure of what she was thinking about, and felt a little uneasy. The passage was quiet, and only the sound of everyone's breathing could be heard. The two leaders did not speak, and the others looked at each other, trying to minimize their presence. After waiting for Shiryu to finish the nutrient solution, everyone was waiting for her to say something. She rubbed her shoulders and complained, "I really want to go back to sleep." At this time, everyone remembered her glorious record of sleeping for 8 or 9 days during the military training for freshmen at the 1st Federal Military Academy. Some people twitched their mouths, and some couldn't help but smiled. But everyone was quiet. Finally, Shiryu focused his eyes on Shinshin, tilted his head, and thought for a while. Where was I just talking about? You said that the marshal had to speed up the war with the Republic of Toys. Shinshin reminded him kindly. Shiryu immediately showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Yes. That's right. She continued. The marshal will speed up the elimination of the Republic of Toys. But outsiders cannot know what kind of tactics he will formulate. And the same is true for the dead rats. Shinshin couldn't help wondering again. Then you said so much. It would be different if there was an insider. Shiryu interrupted him, with a very bright smile on his face. At that moment, Shinshin's pupils contracted, and the dark golden scimitar had pierced straight into the wall beside his neck, and the blade of the scimitar was only a few inches away from his skin. Shinshin was completely frightened, and stuttered, Major General, sure. What are you doing? Didn't I say it? Those dead rats have an insider in the Judgment Corps. Shiryu held his chin and spoke lightly. You mean I'm the insider? Shinshin said in disbelief, raising her voice with a questioning tone. I've been with the marshal for more than 10 years. And I've been through life and death with him countless times. You doubt me. Does the marshal know? Don't you know that I never listen to him? He always listens to me, she said, with a little pride in her voice, as if she was not showing off to others, but showing off something. After she finished speaking, all the smiles on her face were restrained, and her cold face made people want to shiver. Another scimitar flew over, brushing against Shinshin's temples, cutting off a strand of hair. The black hair fluttered in the air, and soon fell to the ground. If he didn't trust you, how could he let you supervise the battle at the front line and lead his men deep into the enemy's territory? If he didn't trust you, how could he put himself in danger and almost lose his life? If he didn't trust Shinshin, how could Xie Jiangsa die? To be honest, I didn't doubt you at first, but I found out later that something was wrong. For a regiment with strict discipline, don't you think it's a bit ridiculous to tell a military academy student about a mission classified as top secret so easily? You are from the Judgment Corps, Shinshin emphasized. Commander Shin, do I need to recite the wartime confidentiality regulations of the Judgment Corps to you? It's pointless and ridiculous that he still refuses to admit it. Starting from Kane's death, he provoked the Federation to go to war with the Republic of Caslan, and regarded more than 10,000 people as abandoned pawns. The Parliament would do that, but Xie Yuyan would not. He would not ignore the lives of any people in the Federation. You are forcing him to take a risky move, go deep into the Republic of Toys, and then reveal the plan to Helles in advance. Don't tell me that Helles had opened his eyes to guess your plan in advance and buried the Dragon system in the capital star system of the Republic of Toys. Not only did he bury the Dragon system, but he also set people to attack him. He would not be relieved until he saw him dead with his own eyes. Tell me, to what extent was that dead rat afraid of him that he would go to great lengths to set up such a big chess game? Even you were turned against, seeing that Shinshin was still trying to defend himself. Shiryu raised his index finger to his mouth. Don't explain. It's meaningless to deny it anymore. Shinshin's eyes surged. Do you have evidence? Do I need evidence? Shiryu asked back softly, as if he had heard something ridiculous. Shinshin stared at her closely, not knowing how long it had been, and suddenly sneered. You are indeed difficult to deal with. I had planned to deal with you together, but I didn't expect you to be much more troublesome than I thought. Not only did you not die, but you also rescued people. No, I shouldn't have let you get involved in the first place. Without him as your umbrella, you will be eaten alive by the Parliament sooner or later. Deep regret filled Shinshin's words, and it can be heard that this is not the first time he has thought so. Shiryu was turning the scimitar in her hand, not afraid of accidentally hitting herself. She listened to Shinshin's words silently without any expression. Shinshin couldn't see through her, and fell silent, his eyes heavy. You know I have a problem, but you still dare to follow me here. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? That requires you to have the ability, Shiryu said indifferently. She clapped her hands and stood up straight, stretching. Tell me, what is this place? If you tell me obediently, I might let you go if I'm happy. Shinshin didn't say anything, but a smile appeared on his lips. Do you think I'm afraid of death? I think everyone is afraid of death. Of course, dead mice are different. Shiryu. Shinshin suddenly called her name. What? Why? Why do you choose to stick to those stupid and meaningless things? Shinshin asked very seriously, his eyes calm, as if he wanted to get a real answer. Why did you give up your original belief? She answered irrelevant questions. Of course, it's for a better future. The Federation should not be a toy in the hands of some people. It has a brighter future. Xia Liqin is not worthy of being the first marshal. He is just a... No matter how unworthy he is. He has protected the Federation and personally pulled the Federation back from the Abyss Swamp. Compared to him, you are even less worthy. A brighter future? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Working with Helis and Kane is for a brighter future for the Federation. Who painted the pie for you? Shinshin was stunned by what she said. His eyes were dull, as if he was thinking about something. What? Doing things without thinking? Thinking about what you have done now. The contempt in her eyes was almost overflowing. Shinshin had never been looked at in such a way before, and he was shocked. Sure, you pulled out the scimitar from his neck. Let's say goodbye here. I hope to see you and your so-called bright Federation again. She took the people of the Judgment Legion and left without looking back, as if she really intended to save his life. Shinshin looked at her back with his eyes flickering. At this time, a piercing alarm sounded in the passage. He subconsciously looked deep into the passage and found that the gates around him were falling down one by one. What happened? Of course, the system here was hacked. Sure, you was not talking nonsense just now. He was still buying time. She and Xiao Piaoyang shared the intelligent brain. Xiao Piaoyang could access the system here through her intelligent brain and crack it. While she was talking to Shinshin just now, Xiao Piaoyang sneaked into the system here and began to tamper with the control, and even controlled the self-destruct system of the core center. It was not the first time that Shiryu felt that it was easy to work with Xiao Piaoyang. He could guess what she was thinking without her reminder and make the fastest response and feedback. After the incident on the capital star of the Republic of Twiz, the two of them suspected Shinshin at the same time. But no matter from which angle, Shinshin had no reason to betray Xie Yuyan. Sure, you remembered a famous saying of Sherlock Holmes, after eliminating all impossibilities? No matter how unbelievable the remaining is, it is the truth. The reason why Shinshin was not dealt with immediately was just to find out the actions of the person behind the scenes through him. But for more than 2 years, Shinshin did not make any move until this time. This is too careless to invite someone into the trap. He hid for so long and was easily discovered. He was on the planet of Lilvaya, which can directly contact Xie Yuyan. It seems to be a deliberate trap. Whether it is too much to think or not, it will be fine to be cautious. Facts have proved that you can't be cautious when dealing with rats in the gutter. Sure, you led the people of the Judgment Corps to rush forward at the fastest speed through the channel eliminated by Xiao Piaoyang. Seeing the AI robot standing still, she couldn't help but whistled and said, "You are still awesome." It was a clear compliment, and the people behind her tacitly kept silent. Everyone knew that her status in the Legion was no different from that of Xie Jiangsa before. When the Marshal insisted on his own way, he probably only listened to what she said. There was no imbalance in her heart. After all, the words Shiryu said at the enthronement ceremony were heard by the whole universe. Xie Yuyan always knew that she was not serious, so he ignored her words and said calmly, "Turn right ahead. You have to be careful. The control over there is independent, and you can't tell what's going on." He had already found the place where the kidnapped children were. Not far ahead. Shiryu responded with a okay and activated the mimic exoskeleton. Everyone went forward and saw an exit with light, which was very similar to the previous battle fortress. This place should be an underground base, with traces of human activities. But there is no battle fortress here. Xie Yuyan told Shiryu what he had found out. When they got to the front, there was no laboratory as expected, nor the large glass jar they had seen before. It was empty here, surrounded by walls on all sides. In the corner in front, several children were knocked unconscious and tied up and thrown on the ground. It was too weird. In such an empty place, there were just a few children. Shiryu did not go over immediately, but checked the condition of the children through the remote scanning of the intelligent brain. After finding that there was no problem, he asked people to pick them up. The children just fainted, and their bodies were not injured. Whether they were injured in other aspects still needed more detailed examination. Shiryu walked a few steps in this large and empty place, put her hands on the wall, and did not find anything unusual. Suddenly, she thought of something and immediately said to Xie Yuyan, "How are you now?" After she asked, she found that she did not get a response. She unfolded the virtual screen of the intelligent brain and found an exclamation mark in the lower right corner. This place was blocked. She is now using a military intelligent brain with an independent channel. She does not need to borrow the ring satellite outside the planet. As long as the judgment is nearby, The communication cannot be blocked so easily. Realizing that there may be a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain, Shiryu gritted his teeth and took out the God of War without hesitation. And the others also took out their mechas. This place is big enough to accommodate several mechas. Shiryu threw out the particle beam sword and vibrated the virtual particle wings behind Ares and rushed upwards. Can't cut it open. Even the particle beam sword can't break the defense of this place for a while. The opponent is well prepared. All of you get out of the way, she shouted, unloaded the 6 floaters on Ares' legs, and fired particle beams upwards. The penetrating power of the particle beams fired by the floaters is unknown how many times stronger than the particle beam swords. With a click, the wall began to break. Shiryu's eyes glowed with gold, and the broken walls fell down. Shiryu was stunned for a moment. She just used her superpowers slightly to help the floaters break the building defenses. But she didn't expect that her superpowers would be at least 10 times stronger than before. You know, her superpowers had reached a bottleneck at the end of the world. And her superpowers had not become stronger after so many years of traveling through time. Was it last time? Shiryu thought of her eyes turning golden. But she quickly put all this behind her. Golden light filled her eyes. And the originally indestructible wall suddenly became a shoddy project, breaking into pieces and falling down in the blink of an eye. The 6 floaters continued to work hard. And in just 2 or 3 minutes, several mechas broke through layer after layer of defense and came out from underground. The ground was shaking, and the originally prosperous city became a sea of fire. Countless people screamed and fled. Not far from the city, the battle fortress that was as terrifying as a towering mountain raised countless gun muzzles and bombarded the city indiscriminately. Not far away, the Judgment and its escort ships tried to stop the battle fortress, but with little success. They were entangled by the other 3 battle fortresses and could not get away. They could only send a part of the mecha troops to evacuate the crowd. But there was no way to stop this battle fortress. What a big deal. For battle fortresses appeared at the same time. What exactly did the people hiding behind want to do? While Shiryu dialed Xiaoyan communication, he rushed towards the battle fortress that was firing at the city. So-called light means letting ordinary people experience the pain of war again? It's ridiculous. The God of War approached the battle fortress at a terrifying speed. But Shiryu suddenly heard a crazy and paranoid voice in the monitoring channel. Let's all die. If we all die, we won't have to experience this kind of pain. If we all die, we won't have to live as monsters. Let's all die. Ha ha. Let's all die. Shiryu had heard this voice before. It was Xingqiang. Where was he? The God of War radar scanned the surroundings at a terrifying speed, and soon appeared in front of her as a tiny figure. I don't know when the white hair on Xingqiang's head fell off, and there were terrifying and huge scars on his exposed scalp. His face, like tree bark, was full of crazy and paranoid smiles. He stood on the highest clock tower in the city, watching the monsters fleeing wildly in the city with more and more excitement in his eyes. It would be great to die. If you die, you don't have to live in this world like a reptile and be looked down upon. You should have died long ago. He kept uttering various curses. Shiryu approached the battle fortress and destroyed the muzzles extending from the inside of the battle fortress one after another. She listened to every word of the Star Commander, and a layer of ice formed on her face. She turned on the PA and said, "Idiot! If you want to die, why don't you just die yourself? What qualifications do you have to decide the life and death of others? Choosing you as the Star Commander is the greatest sorrow of all." After just one sentence, she turned off the PA channel and opened the internal channel of the team. Team A, you are responsible for destroying the muzzles. Team B evacuates the crowd and protect as many people as you can. As for me, I will blow up this turtle shell again. Everyone in the Judgment Corps is a mecha pioneer, and Shiryu is leading the core team. After receiving the order, the execution is extremely terrifying. Several mechas destroyed countless muzzles in just a few seconds, and the battle fortress quickly fell into a disadvantage. Shiryu brought 6 floaters and turned into a flash of lightning, punching holes in the battle fortress one after another in a moment. The Judgment over there also showed terrifying combat power, suppressing several battle fortresses. In more than 10 minutes, the battle situation was gradually evened out from the one-sided situation at the beginning. When the balance was about to tilt towards the Judgment, the 4 battle fortresses suddenly opened one door after another, and dozens of mechas rushed out from each battle fortress. When the appearance of the mechas was captured by the radar and presented on the simulated sand table, Shiryu was stunned. Except for the color. The appearance of these mechas is almost exactly the same as the God of War. In just a few seconds, these mechas fought together with the mecha troops of the Judgment. The combat effectiveness of the mecha troops of the Judgment ranked among the top in the universe. And the combat effectiveness of the core members was extremely terrifying. But now, these fake mechas are fighting on par with them. Appeared a silver-blue machine that is almost exactly the same as the God of War rushed toward Shiryu. Chapter 118. So that's how it is. Shiryu suddenly realized. After leaving Gray Star, she always felt that the person behind the scenes had achieved his goal. But she couldn't guess what the other party's goal was. At this moment, she finally felt like her Ren and Du meridians were opened. The other party had been forcing her to use Ares. Not to take away her Ares, but to collect data on Ares. One thing after another. It was really a good plan. It took 3 years to build a mecha that was exactly the same as Ares. But I don't know if the other party stole the essence. Sure, you didn't use Midnight and Dawn, but threw out a beam sword and approached the fake at an extremely terrifying speed. The other party didn't retreat at all, and also threw out 2 beam swords to kill Shiryu. It seems that he is going to fight head-on. He is quite confident in himself. Interesting. A little interesting. She didn't use 2 beam swords for the sake of power, but because both hands were very flexible. Using 2 swords would not cause any burden to her, but would only improve her combat effectiveness. That sneaky dead rat stole the mecha. But he also specially found a driver who was similar to her. What kind of disgusting habit is this? The beam swords collided with each other, and with a tearing sound, countless arcs were pulled out. Like the intersection of light and shadow, the 2 mechas separated immediately at the moment of collision, and approached each other at a more terrifying speed. The speed of the battle was so fast that people could not see clearly, even with radar monitoring. It could only capture the battle trajectory before the action. The excitement in Shiryu's eyes became stronger and stronger. Her mental and physical state were adjusted to the best. The control core of the God of War was spinning wildly, and the virtual screen that recorded her physical and mental data was adjusting upward at a terrifying speed, constantly breaking through the previously recorded data. Faster. The speed of the God of War was faster. The opponent also accelerated. Shiryu hadn't felt this kind of pressure for a long time. Since she got the God of War, she has never continuously broken through her limits in battle. This is the first time. She didn't feel tired at all, and even felt that every cell in her body became active, clamoring to defeat this ignorant thief. Suddenly, she received a communication request, which was an unfamiliar communication. The radar of the God of War detected that this communication came from the fake that was fighting with her. Shiryu raised his eyebrows and connected the communication. The woman who appeared in front of her was a woman, but the other party's appearance made Shiryu almost vomit. She could no longer be said to be a person. Her limbs were gone, leaving only a torso soaked in an unknown liquid in a transparent glass jar. Tubes were pulled out of her body one after another. Her hair was also shaved, and there was an opening on the top of her head, and very small tubes were pulled out from it. There were virtual screens floating around her. The mechas were clearly engaged in a terrifying battle, but the place where she was as stable as a mountain, without a single tremor. As the battle progressed, a small pipe came out of the transparent jar and pierced her body fiercely, injecting unknown drugs. Every time this happened, pain would surge on the woman's face, but the counterfeit would suddenly increase its combat effectiveness. Shiryu suddenly lost interest in fighting. Fighting with such a person, it would be meaningless even if she won. She defeated not a powerful opponent, but those unknown drugs and stimulation. She also looked away. It was hard to imagine how crazy someone had to be to do such a thing to a normal person. Seeing Shiryu, the woman suppressed the painful expression on her face and was excited. Shiryu, it's been a long time since we last met. The woman's voice was hoarse, but it was sinister, as if Shiryu had dug up her family's ancestral grave. Hearing her words, Shiryu looked at her carefully, and then he realized that the woman in front of him, who could no longer be called a human, was an old acquaintance. Su Xinyu. Before the joint military exercise of the freshmen of the 7 major military academies of the Federation, she came to test her and asked about the mecha ring of the God of War. She acted in front of her inside the battle fortress, but her acting skills were not good enough, and she was thrown away. She was also Su Xinhan's twin sister. The Gray Star incident was too chaotic. After the explosion of the battle fortress, Shiryu thought that except for the military academy students who came out with her at that time, everyone else died in the explosion. Unexpectedly, Tsushima not only did not die, but also appeared on the star of Lilvaya. Seeing Shiryu's expression, Tsushima knew that she had remembered her. She opened her mouth and provoked, "So what if you have such a strong gene? You are just like this." She made herself look like a ghost. And she still had the courage to shout. Maybe this kind of person never had a clear positioning of herself. Shiryu didn't say a word. She turned off the communication and her hands moved faster and faster. The fake was not dragged down by her rhythm. The speed of the God of War accelerated. And the opponent also accelerated suddenly. The two mechas seemed to be racing while fighting. Tsushima was furious when she didn't get any response from Shiryu. She felt that Shiryu didn't take her seriously as always. So she simply opened the public channel and said hysterically, "Shiryu, are you scared? You have achieved your current success only by relying on other people's gene chains. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant? God of War. Only those idiots on the Star Network would call you God of War. You are nothing but a thief." What responded to her was a spinning beam sword. The beam sword drew a brilliant light in the air, cutting through the shells fired by the battle fortress, while forcing its way towards the fake. Shiryu heard Xiaoyuyan calm analysis. The material of the opponent's mecha is not blue titanium. From the current combat data analysis, it should be a rare material that is extremely close to the properties of blue titanium. From the trajectory of the battle and the occasional lag, the driver obviously cannot fully master this mecha. And the mecha is not as perfect as Ares. It is not ruled out that it is only a part of it now, and collects data again in the process of fighting with you. Shiryu nodded and said, "Okay, you focus on the 3 battle fortresses. And you don't need to worry about things here." Xiaoyuyan nodded and ended the communication with her. Shiryu held the particle beam sword that was swirling back. No matter how fast Ares was, it approached the fake in the blink of an eye. Shiryu was familiar with Ares, and all operations did not need hesitation. As she approached, the 6 floaters that were originally taken back to Ares' legs to store energy were removed again. I don't know if it was to deliberately imitate her. Tsushima did what Shiryu did. The God of War launched 6 floaters to launch particle beams. And the counterfeit also launched 6 floaters to launch particle beams. The particle beams could not hit the 2 fast-moving mechas at all. But after just 1 minute, the battle fortress, which was the main battlefield of the 2 mechas' battle, was riddled with holes. Tsushima didn't know if she noticed it or not. And she didn't care about the threat of the particle beams to the battle fortress at all, and controlled the 6 floaters to launch more and more terrifying particle beams. Shiryu liked this kind of madman who didn't even care about his own people when fighting. She dodged lightly, and brought 12 floaters to continuously cause damage to the battle fortress, and occasionally hit the mechas fighting next to it. Tsushima was very angry about her evasive behavior. She opened the public channel again and said angrily, "Shiryu, what's your ability if you can only dodge? Let's fight openly. I want to let everyone know that you, the God of War that everyone worships, are just a waste with a false name." Shiryu was too lazy to pay attention to her at first, but now she couldn't stand her clamoring like this even though she was so useless. She opened the virtual screen and said, "If you have the ability, come and fight me. You can't even catch me. But I still say I'm a waste? Don't you know who is a waste? Come on." If she added come on at this time, her provocation would be more vivid. But fortunately, she remembered not to make people too angry. The battle fortress was destroyed and riddled with holes. Shiryu didn't stay here. The virtual wings of the particles behind her vibrated. She turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. How could Tsushima let her escape? She drove the mecha to chase her without hesitation. Seeing the 2 mechas flying farther and farther away, the battle fortress, which had once again gained the upper hand due to the appearance of the Ares replica, suddenly found itself under increased pressure. It was also at this time that a beam of light appeared in the sky, and red rays penetrated from the atmosphere of Lilvaya's star, hitting one Ares replica after another. The mechas hit by the rays found that the mechas themselves were not seriously damaged, but the core drive began to stagnate. At the same time, each mecha of the Judgment Core had a special gun in its hand. The muzzle did not fire an energy bomb, but a net made of special materials. The net was very large, and after it was fired from the muzzle, it covered each mecha and released an electric current. The red electric current flowed across the surface of the mecha, and all the drivers in the cockpit screamed in pain, and then all lost consciousness and fainted. One mecha after another fell down like dumplings, and all were caught by the mechas of the Judgment Core and recycled into the Judgment. As the red rays became more and more numerous, the dense fleet broke through the atmosphere of Livia and drove straight in. Shiryu saw that the support finally came, stopped in the air, picked up 2 beam swords, and turned back to kill. Tsushima didn't expect her to stop at all, and the mecha she was driving was stagnant for a moment. She had limited talent in driving mechas. The reason why she could drive the current mecha was because her whole body had been modified, and her mental power was forcibly improved by drugs. When encountering emergencies, her own reaction ability was not timely. Now that the drugs that stimulated her were not injected in time, the gap between her and Shiryu was infinitely magnified at this time. The war god approaching at a terrifying speed. It was like the god of death descending from the sky. Tsushima could not react in time, and could not avoid Shiryu attack at all. She could only forcibly raise 2 beam swords to try to block her attack. With a tearing sound, the beam swords collided, and the arc was pulled out from the intersecting beams, spreading from the beam swords to the mecha. Another medicine was injected into Tsushima's body. She was shocked, and the strength of the mecha's hand suddenly increased. Shiryu slightly turned sideways, and released the beam sword in his hand. The huge force did not land, and it fell into the air, and the mecha fell forward. Shiryu had already appeared behind the mecha, and stepped hard on its back. The sudden gravity plus the forward inertia caused the mecha to completely lose balance and fall forward. Shiryu did not miss this opportunity. The hand that had originally released the beam sword suddenly held the polar knight, and stabbed the mecha's vest without hesitation. With a click, the tip of the sword pierced the back of the mecha, and a crack appeared at the place where it was pierced. According to this force, if Tsushima could not react in time to escape Shiryu control, she would be pierced through the cockpit and die here. The medicine was still being injected, and Tsushima let out a painful roar. The mecha's reaction became faster. She followed the inertia of falling forward and prepared to turn on all thrusters. Shiryu raised the corner of his mouth, not caring at all that the duck in his hand was about to fly away, and even took the polar knight and the beam sword very considerately. Tsushima did not notice her movements for a while. After escaping from the control, her anger became even worse. She turned around to kill Shiryu, but suddenly noticed the 12 floaters floating around her. She had just been chasing all the way, and the floaters followed, and they were still emitting particle beams. Just now, she went forward and fell completely into the encirclement of the floaters. Tsushima's pupils dilated, and just as she was about to move, 12 floaters simultaneously launched particle beams, and the mecha she was driving, as the center point, was about to be blasted into a hornet's nest. Tsushima's mouth curled up a wanton smile. The defense of her current mecha was not comparable to that of ordinary mechas. Even particle beams could not break through the defense in a short time, and the little time she gained was enough for her to escape. Being happy too early often leads to death without a burial place. God of War, floating leisurely in the sky, holding a particle sniper rifle in her hand. She fired a shot at the cockpit of the fake when the 12 floaters fired particle beams. Crack! It was the sound of the mecha surface breaking. Bang bang bang. The speed of the particle sniper rifle was not slow at all. She kept firing at the position of the mecha cockpit, and each bullet hit the same place. Finally, when the particle beam stopped, the cockpit broke. Goodbye. Idiot! It was not her fault that she had a defective gene, but she made herself look like a ghost. Idiots are not enough to describe this pair of twins. Chapter 119. Lu Dongyan half lay on the balcony, staring at the 2 kittens, one black and one white, playing in the yard. What are you thinking about? A gentle voice sounded behind him. It was Lu Shiwang. Lu Dongyan did not look back, still keeping his eyes on the distance. Lu Shiwang pulled a chair and sat down beside him. He held a paper book in his hand. In the Interstellar era, paper cannot be said to have been eliminated, but very few people use it. Lu Shiwang rarely has such a leisurely moment. Since he became the head of state, he has been running outside all day long, handling various government affairs, and also giving condolences and other things that belong to the scope of the head of state. The Federation and the Castellan Empire are still at war. As the head of state, he has to pay attention to the situation on the front line at all times, and he is busy every day. Lu Dongyan also knew that he was very busy, so he raised his chin and said, "Brother, how did you have time to stay at home today? The president also has holidays. You finally come home, and I can't not even spend half a day with you." He hasn't enjoyed a holiday since he became the president, but today he was just slacking off. Lu Dongyan felt that he was no longer a child, And he felt a little embarrassed when he heard him say that, "I'm not a half-grown child." The boy has grown a lot taller than him. Lu Shiwang smiled and sighed. No matter how much he grows up, he is still the little kid in my eyes. This topic can't be continued. Otherwise, he will have to bring up his embarrassing childhood. Lu Dongyan immediately changed the subject and said, "Where is brother Qi Xia?" Qi Xia is Lu Shiwang's personal secretary and part-time bodyguard. I was lazy, so the problem naturally fell on him. Lu Shiwang put the book on the table, poured himself a glass of water, and also poured a glass of water for Lu Dongyan, and asked, "It's rare to see you in a daze. Did you encounter something that you can't make up your mind about?" This sentence hit the point. Lu Dongyan didn't ask Qi Xia anymore. He thought about it seriously and said, "Brother, have you ever been confused?" Since he was a child, Lu Dongyan's goal has been very clear. He wants to become a strong person. It's hard to say when he had such an ambition. It seems that in his cognition, he must become a strong person. So he always tries his best to study. After discovering that his mental power level has reached the SSS level, he has a clear goal to take the exam for the first military academy of the Federation. He passed the exam and met a trustworthy partner who could be trusted. But he suddenly found that he didn't seem to be as strong as he imagined. And he couldn't even help at the critical moment. Lu Shiwang couldn't help laughing when he asked this. "I'm not an AI that can make the next move by calculating data. So of course, I will be confused sometimes. As long as you are human, you will be confused," he said seriously. "You have to know what you want most and go forward without hesitation. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, no matter who stands in your way, you have to remember that you can achieve everything you want to achieve." Lu Shiwang spoke every word clearly. His voice was gentle, but there was a sense of determination to move forward. After saying that, he smiled in Lu Dongyan's stunned eyes. "This is what a friend of mine said to me. I always remember it." "For some reason," Lu Dongyan said, "then he must be a very powerful person." Lu Shiwang nodded. "He is very powerful." He looked into the distance as if he was recalling something, and there was a little smile at the end of his eyes. But he turned back and said to Lu Dongyan, "Have you decided what you want to do?" Lu Dongyan held a water cup and thought, "Go to the front line. Since it is not strong enough, then make yourself stronger. The front line is the place that can hone him the most. Where there is life and death, go to the front line. Have you thought it through?" Feng Xin looked at Feng Xiao, who was taller than him, and couldn't help asking one more question. Feng Xiao nodded seriously. "Please don't tell others that I'm your son." "Father." Feng Xin laughed and punched him in the chest. "Don't embarrass me." Feng Xin has always been worried about Feng Xiao's future. Being a doctor is a good way out. But he thinks Feng Xiao's talent is more than that. In order to inherit his father's career, he always wants Feng Xiao to work in the military. He is not afraid that his child will accidentally die on the battlefield. If there is such a day, it is also a sacrifice for the country. And there is nothing to regret. "I will leave tomorrow. Please don't tell mother," Feng Xiao whispered. Unlike his father, his mother's biggest wish is for him to be an ordinary person and live a happy life. But it is obvious that whether he becomes a doctor or joins the army, he can't be ordinary. And he is unwilling to be ordinary. "Brother, can you stop looking down on me? I'm 22 this year, not 12. Gu Qianqian collapsed on the sofa, shouting and rolling his eyes. "I'm not looking down on you. You're just too unreliable. You may not even pass the assessment for an ordinary legion, let alone the Judgment Legion." Gu Qianqian rolled his eyes even faster and sat up from the sofa. "Just wait. When I'm your age, I definitely have a higher rank than you." After saying that, he walked out with a snort. Gu Mingzhan couldn't help laughing and felt a little relieved looking at his back. "Are you leaving again this time?" In the dimly lit entertainment venue, the dark-skinned bald man drank a glass of wine and asked the thin boy beside him. Luo Xiaozi nodded. "I came back to see the teacher this time. I already know what I want to do in the future." The bald man was a little sad and drank a big glass of wine and said, "You are just playing outside. Don't think I don't know the good things you did with a few little bastards. You are not like you before." What was Luo Xiaozi like before? He was taciturn and incompatible with his son. He always hid in the dark, like a spider that always came out late at night. Luo Xiaozi smiled. "If you have a chance, you can also go outside for a walk. It's different there." "What's different? What's different?" He didn't explain. The bald man looked at him twice more and shook his head and said, "I don't want to go out." People like me are only suitable for living in the Black Triangle. By the way, I recently joined an organization. I feel very good. The benefits are very good. What kind of organization? Luo Xiaozi asked curiously. The bald man has always been alone. When he heard that he joined the organization, Luo Xiaozi was really curious. I joined because I lost a bet. The organization is called X. The leader is very mysterious and has only one codename. X1003. It seems that there are not many people. They have been recruiting new members recently. Luo Xiaozi nodded and did not ask too much. In the Black Triangle, there are all kinds of organizations. The big ones cannot be counted with 10 fingers. Not to mention the small ones, which are more numerous than the fish in the river. It is hard to say whether they will be established today and destroyed tomorrow. Or they may develop into a big organization one day in the future with ability, talent and luck. The bald man scratched his head. Where are you going next? Didn't you graduate? Luo Xiaozi held his chin and thought for a while. Then said, I will go to the front line. The battle ended without suspense. No matter how terrifying the 4 battle fortresses were, they could not be the opponent of an entire fleet. After Xie Yuyan was conferred the title of Marshal, the Judgment Corps was expanded. All the fleets that originally belonged to the second Marshal were under his command and reorganized by him. Since the second Sequence Corps had been stationed at the front line after the death of the previous Marshal, they could not leave in a short time. Xie Yuyan did not let them return during the Marshal ceremony. After Xie Yuyan was conferred the title of Marshal, Xie Liqin led the first Sequence Corps to the front line, where the second Sequence Corps was stationed, taking over the second Sequence Corps' mission. And the second Sequence Corps returned to the Federation. Before this, Xie Yuyan only gave orders to the deputy commander of the second Sequence Corps. No one except the deputy commander knew where the second Sequence Corps' destination was. Shinshin had been on guard against Xie Yuyan for a long time, so naturally he did not know his plans and intentions. Although it was very fast, things still happened too fast and still caused irreparable damage. Sure, you looked at the ruined city and the people who were killed and injured, and clenched his fists. The battle fortress showed no mercy to the people in the city. The shells fired were not lethal, but the explosion range was extremely wide. The flesh could not withstand the power of the shells at all. Under the collapsed buildings, blood was flowing out. There was grief everywhere. Major General Sure. The person has been captured. With a report, Xing Chang was pushed in front of Shiryu. His head was bald, but there were huge and terrifying scars one after another. Even with such advanced medical technology, such large scars can still be left, which means that these scars are constantly damaged and healed, so that the scars are getting bigger and more terrifying. Xing Chang made a hoarse sound from his mouth. He was pushed to the ground. When he saw Shiryu, he struggled to get up, but he had no strength, and finally fell to the ground again, as if realizing that he couldn't stand up. Xing Chang lay down in a mess, his eyes full of resentment. Why? Why don't you let them die? Why don't you let this city be destroyed? You demons! It's you who caused us pain, and you pretend to be kind and save us? Ha ha ha! A bunch of hypocritical people. It's really disgusting. Shiryu looked at him calmly, and waited for him to finish all his words in indignation, and then said indifferently, Are you still human? The short 5 words were like an extremely sharp and poisoned dagger, piercing Xing Chang's chest fiercely. His pupils dilated, and even his eyes seemed to be twice as big. Shiryu glanced at the injured people and looked at Xing Chang in the eye. They are human. You are not. No one can easily decide the life of others. It is everyone's own decision whether to survive or not. You took those children away, right? Shiryu asked back, but his tone was very firm. Xing Chang struggled for a while, and suddenly laughed. They will have a bright future. They should live. I'm so sorry. I accidentally brought them all out. Shiryu interrupted Xing Chang's words, and seeing his eyes widened, he continued, It seems that you have undergone genetic modification, but failed. So you made yourself look like a ghost. Xing Chang's eyes widened, as if asking how you knew. Did I get it right? Shiryu raised his eyebrows. It's not that hard to guess. Your acting is a bit poor, and you are ugly. Let me guess how those people tempted you. They wanted to help you remove the mutated genes and make you a normal person. But unfortunately, the genetic modification failed. The genetic mutations that occurred after you were irradiated not only did not disappear, but instead caused a more serious genetic collapse. Shiryu said, lowering his head in disbelief. They have made you look like this. And you are still working for them? Still believe in them? Why are they all so stupid? Xing Chong seemed unable to bear her words, and began to twitch all over. But Shiryu no longer gave him any glances, and walked towards the docking point of the fleet in front. Xing Chong looked at her back unwillingly, and his body twitched more violently. Shiryu walked very fast, and he could not see any more. He could only move his eyes upwards, and saw the dilapidated battle fortress. His eyes widened, perhaps finally reaching the moment when he could no longer hold on. His eyelids fluttered, and he was out of breath. How is it? Shiryu walked to the side of the battleship and looked at Xiao Yin, who finally stopped. He shook his head and said, those people are much more cautious than we thought. They didn't leave any clues. The people we caught seemed to be brainwashed. Their mental state was not right. They didn't know who was behind the scenes. They only accepted orders and executed them. They are indeed imitating the god of war. But it seems that the progress is not going well. The mecha is only similar to the god of war on the surface. Its performance is not even as good as the judgment. It should still lack core data. What about the drivers? All the people who drove the god of war replicas were made into ghosts. The reason why they could exert such a strong combat power was all supported by potions. And those potions overdrew the lives of the drivers. They won't live long. They were injected with special drugs before participating in the battle. After their vitality was overdrawn, they would quickly fail. In just 1 hour, more than half of them had died of cell failure. Have you caught the people who transformed them? Xiao Yin shook his head. The ones caught were just ordinary assistants. They were transformed under the guidance of someone according to the communication. In other words, this time we worked in vain. Although he was reluctant to admit it, it was true. Shiryu pinched his eyebrows. This is normal. The other party took the initiative to reveal his flaws. He must have anticipated what would happen after being exposed. It is normal to erase all traces. Xiao Yin said again, it's not that there is no gain. Shiryu lowered his head and looked into his eyes. They saw the understanding in each other's eyes. During the assassination, there was a terrifying vibration on the ground. The sudden vibration caused the air to shake, and the judgment also tilted. The alarm sounded suddenly, and a serious female voice sounded in all the warships. Warning! The deep underground is accumulating huge energy. It is recommended to leave the surface. It is recommended to leave the surface. Just as the female voice finished speaking, a terrifying explosion came from underground. Shiryu rushed towards Xiao Yin without hesitation, activated the mimic exoskeleton, and took him into the cockpit of the god of war. However, there was a difference of 1 second before and after. The terrifying explosion shook the god of war out. The god of war was rushed out by the huge thrust. As the driver of the god of war, Shiryu was the first to be affected by the shock. He spit out a mouthful of blood with a wow, and his face was instantly as pale as paper. The explosion and impact outside continued, and the rumbling explosion sounded incessantly. A pair of huge red eyes appeared after the terrifying explosion smoke, and its target was very clear. It was the silver-blue mecha. The huge fiery red mecha appeared from the ground and approached Shiryu in the blink of an eye. It had no hands, but 2 terrifying mechanical whips instead. The long whip was swung out and firmly bound the silver-blue mecha that was shaken away in the aftermath of the explosion. Accumulate power. Pull. Ah! Shiryu screamed in pain. The terrifying force pulled away from the war god's limbs, and the pain that penetrated her nerves made her feel as if she was tied to her limbs and head with ropes, and was being pulled by 5 horses, and torn into pieces. So, waiting here, Shiryu's eyes were bloodshot, and Xiao Yin, who was still protected by her, immediately realized that something was wrong. He wanted to check the situation of the god of war, but he didn't have the authority. What's wrong? He could only ask weakly like this. Shiryu's world was full of scarlet. When she was driving a white mecha inside the Grey Star Battle Fortress and was destroyed by Bai Zhuang, she had never experienced such a terrible sting. And now, she could feel that her mental power was about to be torn apart by a terrifying force. Countless warning screens popped up, and the god of war's mechanical voice sounded. The degree of damage to the mecha is as high as 80%, and the system has autonomously separated from the driver. The driver is Shiryu, god of war. I am happy to fight side by side with you. Goodbye. The mechanical voice disappeared into thin air, as if it had never appeared. Shiryu's eyes overflowed with tears. Even if it hurt to the extreme, she never wanted to cry. But at this moment, the tears in the corners of her eyes could not be stopped. Goodbye. A word she had never said to others sounded in her ears. Who allowed you to say goodbye to me? The words squeezed out from her teeth were full of her stubbornness and arrogance. Golden light gathered in Shiryu's eyes. And the god of war, who was about to be torn apart under the huge force, was suddenly protected by a mysterious force. At the same time, the surface of the broken mecha healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the long whip wrapped around the body of the god of war cracked into pieces. It was a more terrifying explosion. The smoke and dust that filled the air covered the silver-blue mecha. The ground that completely lost the signal could not locate it. The red giant mecha flashed red light in its eyes, but it could not capture the position of the god of war. Suddenly, a silver-blue light fell from the sky. It ignored the shock wave brought by the explosion, and stared at the huge red mecha like a sharp cone. The mecha that reached the extreme in defense and strength must be weak in other aspects. The red mecha sensed the approach of the god of war, but could not avoid its attack at all. It stood still, swinging its whip flexibly, but was stabbed in the control core by a sword. The long whip instantly moved in the air like a flexible snake, trying to bring the god of war under control again. The god of war was fearless, and didn't even move. Seeing that the long whip was about to wrap around the god of war again, it was suddenly restrained by a mysterious force, and stagnated. At the moment when the black long sword penetrated the control core of the red mecha, a terrifying red beam shot from the side, accurately brushing the side of the god of war, and passed straight through the front of the red mecha, leaving a terrifying big hole. The rumbling sound of explosions continued, and the judgment appeared behind the smoke. Xiaoyan retracted his trembling hands, and hugged Shiryu, who knelt down. He closed his eyes. The god of war was ruined. Chapter 120. The sun shone down from the treetops, and sprinkled on the green grass. A palm-sized golden butterfly flew around in the flower bed next to it. It flew for a long time, and seemed to feel bored. It staggered and landed on a straw hat in the grass. The golden butterfly turned into a butterfly man. He sat on the edge of the straw hat, pressing his legs from time to time. When the brim of the hat sank, he lifted his legs again. The straw hat quickly lifted up. He played up and down, and his beautiful golden wings trembled slightly. He had a lot of fun. Suddenly, a hand was raised, pinched him, and threw him to the side. The butterfly man rolled in the air, and barely stabilized his body. He flapped his wings and flew back to lift the brim of the straw hat. The light straw hat was blown away by him, and he sat on the head under the straw hat without hesitation, and began to scratch the long black hair. When it was almost a mess, he was satisfied and wanted to run away, but he was grabbed before he ran. You have become more and more capable, right? Sure, you grabbed the little guy who had been going too far recently, pinched his cheeks with her index finger and thumb, and pressed gently, and the soft feeling made her a little reluctant to let go. Lan Luo tried hard to pull her fingers and push her away, but she couldn't get rid of the devil's control even with all her strength. Shiryu slowly sat up from the grass, holding Lan Luo and shaking him in front of him, squinting his eyes and warning, "If you touch me again, you won't be able to eat the little pudding anymore." The little one, who was still struggling, paused for a moment, and his beautiful butterfly wings drooped down, which was indescribably pitiful. However, Shiryu was cold-hearted. She sneered, "Don't use the same way to deal with him to deal with me. I won't fall for it." After saying that, she loosened her fingers and threw the little one out, stood up and stretched. The sun was shining. The wind was clear, and the sun was warm. And the happy life of Xinyu was probably like this. It has been 2 or 3 months since the trip to Lilvaya. The explosion at that time was too terrible, and Lilvaya suffered heavy casualties, especially ordinary people. Only 1 in 10 survived. After Xiaoyan thoroughly cleaned up the Lilvaya galaxy, he led the entire fleet back to Lilvaya Fortress, and has been stationed here ever since. Shiryu stretched and took out a small pudding from her space bag, and was about to eat it. But when her eyes touched the empty index finger of her right hand, she lost the desire to eat the small pudding. She was not a sentimental person, but she was always unmotivated recently. It happened that the weekly assessment of the Judgment Corps had just passed, and she sneaked out to be lazy. Maybe her mood suddenly became low. Lan Luo, who was about to fly over her head to continue to make trouble, stopped for a moment, flapped his wings and flew in front of her, made a circle, and did not get the slightest attention. He glanced at the small pudding in Shiryu's hand, flapped his wings and flew over, grabbed the seal of the small pudding with both hands, and tore it open with a tearing sound. Some sweet juice splashed out and splashed on Lan Luo's face. He subconsciously stretched out his little tongue to lick his lips. He liked the slightly sweet feeling very much. He flew to the edge of Shiryu's space bag again, holding a pudding spoon that was almost as big as him, and scooped a mouthful of small pudding. After thinking for 2 seconds, he sent the pudding to Shiryu's mouth. Shiryu was stunned for a moment, swept away the disappointment in his heart, ate the pudding without hesitation, stretched out his other hand to press the top of the little one's head. I didn't expect you still have a conscience. Lan Luo shook his head in disdain, and suddenly noticed something and looked up behind Shiryu. Noticing his action, Shiryu turned around. Not far away, Xie Yuyan stood there, and he didn't know how long he had been standing there. Why are you here? Shiryu stuffed the small pudding in his hand to Lan Luo and walked towards him. Nothing, Xie Yuyan said softly. He has been hiding in the battleship, and it seems that there is endless work to do every day. It was the first time he heard him say this, and Shiryu raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. The sun fell from the treetops, hitting him with mottled shadows. His skin was very white, abnormally pale, and his long silver hair fluttered in the wind, drawing a graceful arc in the air. He was wearing very thin clothes, the same white shirt that Shiryu wore when she first met him. Just by looking at him, she could tell that he was weak and frail. She was afraid that the wind would blow him away. She took out a coat from her space bag and walked behind him skillfully. Although the weather is good today, the wind is strong. Don't get sick again. After staying with Xie Yuyan for a while, Shiryu realized that he was weaker than she thought. Not only did he need to take gene repair drugs on time, but he also had to have a physical examination every day to prevent illness in time. Not so weak. His voice was clear, like the sound of a spring in the mountains. Very pleasant to hear, and seemed to be able to cleanse people's hearts. Take you to a place. Xie Yuyan paused and looked down at Shiryu's hand hanging by his side. Shiryu was about to ask him where he was going to take her, when his cool fingertips gently touched the back of her hand, like a dragonfly touching the water, longing for something, but then retreating inexplicably. Xie Yuyan turned around and walked ahead. Shiryu strode after him, pinched his cold fingertips, and pulled his hand into his coat pocket without any refusal. Xie Yuyan looked sideways, and saw the girl say confidently, "I'm too hot. Cool me down." His heart suddenly became soft, and he quietly curved his mouth. Lan Luo, who had eaten up all the little pudding, flew over, crossed his arms, and winked at Xie Yuyan. The slightly cold fingers shrank outward, and Shiryu grabbed Lan Luo firmly and stuffed him into the other pocket, not caring whether he would be suffocated by himself. Xie Yuyan was stunned for a moment, but heard Shiryu say, "He is sleepy and wants to sleep." This lie was told without even a draft. And as for the little thing struggling in her pocket, it must not come out. Xie Yuyan nodded, and the corners of her mouth curled up again. Everything around was very quiet. The two walked forward. After about 10 minutes, Xie Yuyan stopped. This is a very beautiful small garden. There is a small white villa in the garden. Various vines climb on the walls of the villa, and beautiful small flowers bloom. Who would have thought that the Lilvaya fortress is not a cold fortress full of military mechanical mechas, as the outside world imagines? This place is more comfortable and peaceful than the capital Star. And there are many ordinary people living here. Some of them are survivors on the battlefield, because they can't adapt to the life of normal people. They choose to stay here. Some are family members of soldiers, who come here to accompany their relatives. After coming to the Lilvaya fortress, Shiryu life is peaceful and comfortable, and Xie Yuyan doesn't need to stay in the judgment all the time. What is this place? Shiryu looked at the villa and the small garden curiously. A place to stay. Xie Yuyan took her inside. Shiryu raised her eyebrows. 1? You still have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 places to stay? Her focus is always different from others. Xie Yuyan nodded helplessly. You can say that. Big Brother. When Big Brother was still alive, he didn't like living in a battleship. Every time he went to a place, he would buy a place to live and drag me around. There was nostalgia in his eyes, but no sadness. Let's go. Let's go in. Shiryu followed his strength and walked inside. There were household robots in the villa, and they would take the initiative to clean the entire room when the owner was not there. You don't like living in a battleship either. You can live here in the future. Xie Yuyan opened the curtains and waited for the sunlight outside to shine in, and the house felt warmer. Shiryu knelt on the sofa with his elbows on the edge of the sofa. holding his chin and looking at the pretty back, and said, "Where do you live?" Noticing that his back paused for a moment. Shiryu stretched out his thumb and index finger to pinch the corner of his shirt and gently pulled it. "Do you want to live with me?" He was still holding the curtain in his hand, and a layer of light pink appeared on the base of his ears. He suddenly let go and held her wrist. "We will be stationed in the Livia fortress for a long time. So we should." He didn't say anything else. Before Shiryu could make a joke, he quickly changed the subject and said, "Turn on your smart brain." The topic change was too abrupt. But seeing a hint of red on the base of his ears, Shiryu grinned and turned on the smart brain obediently. Xia Yuyan felt a little uncomfortable when she looked at him. He pretended to be calm and fiddled with the things on his smart computer. After a while, a reminder sounded on Shiryu's smart computer. "Dear dreaming of being a salted fish. You have a transfer information. Please confirm." A huge question mark appeared on Shiryu's forehead. She clicked on the message and blinked again and again. In her ears, she heard Xiao Piaoyang's low voice. "This place will be yours from now on." He didn't wait for Shiryu to react. He took her hand and asked her to stand up and walk forward. The two stood in front of a wall and did nothing. After a while, the wall suddenly opened, revealing a door full of silver texture. Xia Yuyan held Shiryu's hand against the door, and a light blue light swept over the two of them. A gentle female voice sounded. "The identity information has been successfully entered. Welcome, Mr. Xia Yuyan." The door opened, and a passage appeared in front of them. Xia Yuyan pulled Shiryu in. Seeing her curiously looking around, he explained, "I built a secret laboratory here, and I have some clues about the God of War." Shiryu's eyes widened slightly. The God of War was irreparably damaged. Even if she used her supernatural power to forcibly repair it, the built-in AI had entered hibernation. The system was completely blocked, and the mecha ring became an ordinary ring that could not be opened at all. She stuttered, Can you repair the God of War?" The excitement was obvious in his tone. Xia Yuyan couldn't bear to shake his head. He was not a mecha master, and he was not familiar with making or repairing mechas, so he couldn't give a definite answer. He pursed his lips and didn't speak. Shiryu knew a little bit, so he stopped asking questions. The two quickly walked down the stairs to a small laboratory. The laboratory was empty, with only a small rectangular table in the center, and a chip on it. Xia Yuyan walked over and took out the chip, saying, "Remember when I took you to the Aquamarine Express headquarters?" Shiryu nodded. "At that time, the doctor was taken away by my father at Professor Melis's funeral. My father quickly found out that he had been to Aquamarine. You should also guess that my father has always wanted to get the God of War, and I went to Aquamarine to get the God of War." Shiryu already knew all this, but there was a doubt that had been hovering in her heart. Who made the God of War? And why was it in the hands of the stingy uncle? The stingy uncle is a life scientist, not a mecha master. Xia Liqin wanted the God of War, but why didn't he want it later? Shiryu guessed that Xiao Piaoyang was mediating for her, but he didn't know what kind of bargaining chips Xiao Piaoyang used to make Xia Liqin give up. Xia Yuyan sorted out his thoughts and said, 40 years ago can be said to be the fastest time for the Federation to rise. At that time, a person appeared, a person who made the Federation change dramatically. Her name is Shao. Dr. Shi's sister. Shiryu knew Shao, the developer of the mimic exoskeleton and the leader of the Federation's mecha technology. But he didn't expect that she was the sister of the stingy uncle. Are all the members of the stingy uncle family so powerful? I met her when I was very young, and I saw her create the God of War with my own eyes. 22 years ago, the God of War was born and showed extremely terrifying combat power during the simulation test, and even destroyed a planet. It was a planet that produced blue titanium. Shao succeeded personally, and her mental power level was only S level. The Ares can exert such a terrifying power, and the requirements for the driver are not high. Once this technology is rolled out, it is only a matter of time for the Federation to trample the Castellan Empire on the ground. Shiryu opened her eyes wide. How is it possible? As the driver of the Ares, she knows better than anyone that the Ares combat power is indeed extremely terrifying. But to destroy a planet, I'm afraid it can only be done without resistance. And it is absolutely impossible in a short time. The core of the Ares has been replaced. Shiryu's eyes opened even wider. In addition to the manufacturing materials, the most important thing for a mecha is the core. The manufacturing materials are the hard conditions of the mecha, and the core determines the upper limit of the mecha. Xia Yuyan said, taking out the Ares mecha ring that Shiryu had given him before. He put the mecha ring on the table, and a groove immediately appeared on the table. The Ares mecha ring was embedded in it. A blue light flashed, and the table began to read the data of the Ares mecha ring. When the virtual screen popped up, Xiaoyan waved his 10 fingers and jumped lightly on the virtual screen. Soon, the model of Ares appeared in front of the two, followed by dense data. I also found it recently when analyzing the data of Ares, Xiaoyan explained. At that time, I went to Aquamarine because the doctor asked me to help him protect a person and a thing. Needless to say, this person was right in front of him. Shiryu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. No wonder Xiao Piaoliang took her to the headquarters of Aquamarine Express the second time he saw her. The thing he asked me to protect is this chip, Xiaoyan said, and put the chip on the table again. After sending Shiryu to the shelter, he went to Shiryu and Dr. Shir's residence and took the chip away. Although he didn't know what was in the chip, it didn't prevent him from knowing the importance of the chip. He didn't put the chip on his body, but put it here. I tried to decrypt the chip before, but unfortunately, the encryption program is very complicated. I tried for a long time, but couldn't crack it. I guess it was Dr. Shi Xiao who encrypted the chip. Xiaoyan knew everything Shi Xiao taught him. He has lived in the research institute since he was born, and he has seen people in white coats. Shi Xiao is very similar to Shiryu. He always has an indecent smile on his face and likes to tease him. She never looks at him with strange eyes and asks him to call her teacher. She takes him out of the research institute to the mecha experimental base whenever there is something wrong. Shiryu is a little confused and doesn't understand what the relationship between the God of War and this chip is. Xiaoyan said, I guess the real core of the God of War is in this chip. He didn't know what happened at the beginning, but he knew that Shi Xiao's disappearance must be related to the God of War. The power of the God of War is too strong. So strong that it is terrifying. If you can't protect the power beyond your ability, you will only fall into endless danger. On the Aquamarine planet, I discovered that Ares added a restricted driving program that adjusts the driving level according to the driver's mental strength and physical state. I thought that Dr. Shi Xiao was afraid that Ares would fall into the hands of someone with bad intentions, so he added this program. But now it seems that it was to cover up the fact that the real core had been replaced. As for why he didn't destroy Ares directly, it was probably because he couldn't bear to see the child born from his own hands disappear. After separating Ares and the real core of Ares, even if someone got Ares, if there was no way to unlock the highest level of driving mode of Ares, they would never find out that the real core of Ares had been replaced. To unlock the highest level of driving mode of Ares, mental strength and physical fitness must reach an extremely terrifying level, which is impossible in the human gene chain currently being studied. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but look at Shiryu more. It is estimated that Shi Xiao himself could not have thought that one day in the future, there would be such an outlier as Shiryu. After listening to so many explanations, Shiryu finally figured out some things. Does this mean that as long as the real core of Ares can be activated, he may be repaired? Xiaoyan nodded, in theory. It is true, but it is not easy to repair Ares. Xiao Liqin also has the research data of Ares, but he has only built one judgment in all these years. The lack of core data is one thing, but the more important thing is the lack of an excellent mecha master. Sometimes quantity can surpass quality, but sometimes, no matter how much quantity there is, it cannot replace the most critical thing. How can I decipher the chip? As long as there is a glimmer of hope, no matter how impossible it is, it will become possible. Xiaoyan waved to her, come here. Dr. Shi Xiao and Dr. Shi Ji are both people who are afraid of trouble. I never thought of this before, but now, I think my guess is 90% sure. Shiryu walked to him with a head full of doubts, seeing his 10 fingers jumping on the virtual screen. A silver blue light soon shot out from the chip. Xiaoyan showed a look of understanding on his face. And then the silver blue light scanned Shiryu from top to bottom. Shiryu didn't know what he was doing. He was a little uneasy, and his body was stiff, and he didn't dare to move. A few seconds later, a familiar mechanical voice sounded. Identity recognition is correct. Driver Shiryu. We meet again. Shiryu pupils dilated slightly. God of War? God of War is listening. Please don't talk to God of War in such a surprised tone. It will make God of War think you haven't seen much of the world. Shiryu, Go away. You can continue to sleep. Chapter 121. Xiaoyan looked at Shiryu's face, which was puffed up with anger, and couldn't help laughing softly. It seems that my guess is right. Encryption is very simple. Both doctors are people who are afraid of trouble. Instead of making those roundabout encryption systems, it is better to do identity recognition. As long as the person is not here, no matter how powerful the cracking expert is, he can't decipher the secret of the chip. Dr. Shurji can give the god of war to Shuryu. He must have regarded him as the person he trusts the most. She is also the person who is most likely to unlock the core encryption system of the god of war. The god of war is still as annoying as ever. Shuryu really wants to hit the god of war hard. But unfortunately, he is a virtual AI. And he can only think about hitting hard. Lan Luo finally climbed out of Shuryu's pocket with difficulty, and flew to the simulated little god of war projected from the chip. It is estimated that they have similar tastes, and even got together. What should we do next? Shuryu didn't want to pay attention to the god of war. But the depressed feeling in his heart was swept away at this moment. Where did you put the blue titanium I gave you before? Xia Yuyan said while checking the real core data of Ares. Shuryu pointed to the mecha ring he had placed on the table. I was afraid that it would be accidentally discovered if I put it in the space bag. So I put it in Ares' mecha ring. Blue titanium is the best material for making mechas. Neither gray lithium nor snow silver can compare with it. If you have to give it a level, blue titanium is the best rare material at the ceiling level. Only she can open Ares' mecha ring. It is the safest place. Xia Yuyan nodded. Ares will fight side by side with you again. This is his promise to her. Shuryu did not doubt his words at all and nodded vigorously. At first, she thought that Ares was a symbol of trouble. But for so long, she and Ares have fought side by side. It is no longer a simple relationship between a driver and a mecha. Xia Yuyan's 10 fingers continued to jump on the virtual keyboard. After several minutes, he said, the system of the god of war is very complicated. I am afraid it cannot be repaired in a short time. Ding! Xia Yuyan was only halfway through his words when his brain rang. The communication request was from Xia Liqin. He stopped his movements and hesitated for a few seconds before connecting the communication. Shuryu asked him with his eyes whether he needed to avoid it. Xia Yuyan shook his head at her. Xia Liqin has now completely taken over the front line, where the second sequence legion was stationed before. The Talasaka fortress is also under his overall planning. The war between the Federation and the Caslan Empire on the front line has also won and lost. If you have to say it, the Federation lost a marshal, which is considered to be the more tragic side. Father. Xia Yuyan's tone was calm and indifferent. Now he and Xia Liqin are both marshals of the Federation. There is no superior-subordinate relationship, and they are not subject to his jurisdiction and restrictions. I already know about the Lilvia Galaxy. You are too stupid. The very straightforward and clear rebuke did not make the person concerned react. But Shuryu raised her eyebrows. To be honest, she still wanted to hit Xia Liqin to the ground. Xia Yuyan seemed to be accustomed to this kind of relationship. He admitted his mistakes very straightforwardly. This time, it was indeed his negligence that led to the destruction of the god of war. He should have thought that the other party was thoughtful, and would definitely guess that he had a backhand. Xia Liqin did not hold on to this topic. He stared at Xia Yuyan for a long time through the communication before saying, you will be stationed in Lilvia Fortress for some time. It won't be long before the new head of the Toes Republic, Zakana, will arrive at Lilvia Fortress to sign a peace treaty with the Federation. After the explosion of the capital galaxy, the people of the Toes Republic were in a very depressed mood. After Heles was executed by Xia Yuyan himself, Zakana became the new head of the Toes Republic without any surprise. After the two countries ceased fighting, the Republic of Toyas has been negotiating with the Federation to sign a peace treaty. However, the defeated country has never had much say. And Xia Liqin is extremely strong. He refused to return the Winter Galaxy and Brooks Fortress, and asked the Republic of Toyas to pay war compensation. The Republic of Toyas certainly did not want to agree to such an overbearing condition. But now there is no other way for them to go. What the Federation is doing to the Republic of Toyas now is just returning what the Republic of Toyas did to the Federation 100 years ago. In the universe, there is no right or wrong in negotiations and wars between countries, but only a matter of each country's position. Xia Yuyan also knew that the Republic of Toyas wanted to sign a treaty with the Federation. So he had been stationed in the Lilvia Fortress. After he became the marshal, the Lilvia Fortress became the area under his jurisdiction. Xia Liqin was not polite, but in the end, he recognized Xia Yuyan's ability. Otherwise, he would not have pushed him to the position of marshal. Seeing his cold expression, Xia Liqin leaned back in the chair behind him. and shed his commanding attitude. His tone was slightly softened. I sent you something. It's almost reached the Lilvia fortress now. Remember to receive it. Also, although the god of war is destroyed, Shiryu is not a waste who only relies on mechas. You are also at the right age to get married. I can see that she... Father! Xie Liqin was interrupted by Xie Yuyan before he finished speaking. Shiryu, who was eavesdropping on the side, blinked her eyes and grabbed the flying little thing in front of her. She really wanted to know what Xie Liqin's expression was on the other end of the communication. She secretly looked at Xiao Piaoliang and found that he put his hands behind his back uncomfortably and began to speak faster. Father, I have something to do later. I will communicate with you later. After speaking, he immediately hung up the communication, not caring about how Xie Liqin on the other end of the communication would react. As soon as he hung up the call, he met Shiryu's eyes. He felt a wave of heat on his face. He turned his eyes away unnaturally and said, My father said he would send me something. Let's go over and take a look. I sort out the data of Ares later. Shiryu nodded and let go of Lan Luo, who was struggling in her palm. Her eyes were completely attracted by his slightly red face. Her mouth suddenly twitched. In fact, I'm also at the right age to get married. Before Shiryu finished speaking, her mouth was covered. The fingers touching her cheek were not as cold as before. They curled up slightly and were tinged with anger. The distance between the two suddenly shortened. Shiryu could smell the same fragrance on him and Lan Luo. Is this considered pheromone? It's damn sweet. Let's leave here first. The gentle voice was not as calm as usual, and it was inexplicably hurried. Shiryu grabbed Xiao Piaoliang, who was about to run away, reached out and grabbed Lan Luo, who was still flying beside him, and stuffed him into his pocket again without letting him refuse. Xie Yuyan staggered as she pulled him, holding onto the wall slightly, but Shiryu came over from the side, blocking him, smiling and saying, I suddenly remembered that I forgot to settle a debt with you. The girl had an indecent smile on her face, which made people feel a little flustered. Xie Yuyan lowered his eyes and said, What debt do you want to settle? She raised one hand to support him, and this way of getting along in a weak position made him a little uncomfortable. The smell of soapberry on the girl also drifted into his nose, which was very clean and nice. Shiryu bent his fingers and tapped lightly on the wall, making a small clicking sound, and said with a smile, It seems that you knocked me out and threw me back to the first Federal Military Academy when I wasn't paying attention. Tell me, have I not settled this debt with you yet? Xie Yuyan paused for a moment, and didn't know what he was thinking about, and his eyes became even more uncomfortable. He suddenly felt his throat dry and his lips dry, and after a few seconds he said, The situation was very dangerous. I couldn't let you and me. The sudden kiss made Xie Yuyan slightly open his eyes, and the girl who was close to him blinked her left eye, tiptoed slightly, and grabbed his neck without saying anything and bit his lips. When their lips and teeth were attached, he heard her mumble, Who is the one to be protected? Don't you know? Suddenly, Xie Yuyan closed his eyes and grabbed the girl's waist, still unable to do anything with her as always. Shiryu was lifted up by the chin and opened his eyes angrily, but he could only laugh. You are the adjutant, and I am the commander. Chapter 122. When Miao, the newly promoted deputy commander of the Judgment Corps, felt that the Marshal and Major General Shi were a little strange today, but he couldn't tell what was strange. After thinking about it, he had to scratch his head and continue to report his work. After he finished reporting his work and walked out of the command room, he remembered what was wrong. The core team of the Judgment Corps basically knew that the Marshal was not in good health, and his face was always a little pale. But today was different. There was more blood on his cheeks and his lips were slightly red, as if he had taken a tenfold tonic pill. Cough, cough, cough. This description seems to be wrong, but it is very appropriate. When Miao touched his chin and wondered if the Marshal didn't need to study tactics all day long these days, and had a good rest for a while to have such a good complexion. However, why did Major General Shi also look like he had taken a tenfold tonic pill? He still remembered that after Major General Shi's mecha had an accident, her face was as pale as a bereaved mother. No one in the Judgment Corps dared to talk to her for a whole month, and the weekly assessment tortured the newcomers in the Corps to death. When Miao thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, so he had to give up. He still had a lot of things to deal with, and he would continue to think about them when he was free. As soon as Miao left, Shiryu laid down on the sofa in an untidy manner, biting a nutrient solution. Lan Luo, who had just been forced to hide, punched her again, trying to scratch her hair into a mess. Shiryu was in a good mood and didn't bother with him, letting him vent the anger that she stuffed in his pocket. Seeing that the two of them were quarreling again, Xia Yuyan couldn't help but stroke his forehead, and stood up after finishing the last document and said, "Let's go. The things said by father have arrived." Shiryu immediately turned over from the sofa and stood up, straightened his military uniform, grabbed the little thing on his head, and threw it to Xiao Piaoyang. Then took care of his hair, and walked out of the command room, like a human being. Xia Yuyan followed behind her. Seeing her brisk steps, whispered to Lan Luo to let him put it in his pocket immediately, and chased after him out. He had just walked out of the command room when the judgment sounded a piercing alarm. Shiryu immediately retreated to his side, and Xia Yuyan immediately opened his brain. An emergency communication immediately popped up from his brain. "Marshal, an unknown warship appeared near the fortress, and the fleet sent by the first marshal is now under attack." Along with the communication, there was also an optical image. There were two interstellar warships, one of which had the emblem of the first Marshal Xia Liqin, and the other had no logo, but it was also built according to the specifications of the federal military. Seeing the familiar imitation mecha, Shiryu narrowed his eyes. "I was worried about where to find them, but I didn't expect to be delivered to my door. Since you are here, don't leave," Shiryu said, grabbing Lan Luo from Xia Yuyan's pocket and said, "He is left to you. Keep an eye on him and don't run around." Lan Luo crossed his arms, turned his butt towards her, and raised his chin proudly. Shiryu stuffed the little thing back into Xiao Piaoyang's hands and said, "I don't know what your father sent. Those people suddenly attacked the warship of Deputy Commander 1 and must want to get what he has." Seeing that she was about to leave, Xia Yuyan suddenly grabbed her wrist and said, "It's probably a mecha." "Mecha?" Shiryu raised his eyebrows. Xia Yuyan nodded and said, "Yes, if my inference is correct. The mecha that my father ordered people to develop has almost been manufactured now. You go first and I will contact you later. If you can't communicate, you go directly to Deputy Commander 1. Shiryu nodded without delay and went to the port as quickly as possible. After the God of War was damaged, she was equipped with the standard mecha of the Judgment Corps. The performance was not as good as the God of War, but it was unknown how many times more powerful than ordinary mechas. She drove the dark red mecha and quickly turned into a stream of light and flew out of the port. At the same time, the mecha troops of the Judgment Corps also began to move. The other party dared to attack not far from the Livia fortress, presumably intending to fight quickly, or have unknown bargaining chips. Deputy Corps Commander 1 probably didn't expect that someone would dare to attack so close to the Livia fortress. Caught off guard, the formation was completely disrupted. But he had been on the battlefield for a long time, and had walked more roads than Shiryu had eaten. He quickly adjusted his state, and fought the mysterious warship. Suddenly, a white mecha flew out of the mysterious warship at a very fast speed. Its design also had the shadow of the God of War. But it was obvious that this white mecha had its own style. And it was not just a blind imitation like other mechas. Shiryu smiled coldly, and opened the public channel. Judgment Corps Y1121 come to support. The white mecha rushed straight toward Shiryu, and it was clear that he was quite confident. "Idiot!" Shiryu spat out 2 words, threw out 2 particle beam swords, and rushed towards the white mecha at the same speed. However, she felt familiar after just one encounter. She continued to open the public channel and said, "Brother Mask, it's you? You're back from the Caslan Empire?" Shiryu's tone and words sounded like she was greeting an old acquaintance. The people in the cockpit of the white mecha didn't change their expressions, but the speed of the mecha suddenly increased. "I'm really curious. Although your master doesn't dare to come out to see people, he still has some skills. Not only did he mess up the Federation and the Republic of Toys, he also indirectly calculated Kane. What else can he do with this ability? Why do he have to be a rat in the gutter secretly?" Feeling the white mecha's attack power getting stronger, Shiryu raised the corner of his mouth. "Why? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to let people say it? You are really a loyal dog." Shiryu is not incapable of scolding people, nor is she incapable of scolding vicious words. But she doesn't like to hurt a person with words most of the time. But now, the other party is obviously not worthy of being a human being. The beam swords connected with the beam swords, and the tearing arcs pulled apart. If the two were not careful, they would set themselves on fire. Shiryu must have said something that touched the other person's sore spot. An unpleasant mechanical voice came from the public channel. You really are like an indestructible cockroach. I'm so sorry. My nickname is Xiao Chong. I tell you another secret. Actually, I've lived for thousands of years. And everyone who wanted me dead died before me. Ha ha ha. Sure, you laughed as he spoke. And said frivolously, it looks like it's your turn this time. The beam swords collided again. Sure, you narrowed his eyes. And while exerting force with both hands, he fired the particle beam that had already been fully charged at the waist and abdomen of the mecha. The combat literacy of the white mecha driver was much higher than Su Xingya's. He slightly turned sideways to avoid the particle beam fired by Shiryu. You are nothing more than that. The mechanical voice suppressed some emotions, and soon chuckled, without the god of war. What are you? Your father. Shiryu replied without hesitation, and said, Dad taught you how to be a man. You must learn it well. Don't blink. The dark red mecha leaned slightly to one side, but the white mecha predicted the evasive route, and was hit by the particle beam sword on the right shoulder. And a gap appeared instantly. Shiryu's face did not change at all, and he turned sideways again, forced to expose his back to the white mecha. The driver of the white mecha said contemptuously, Who teaches who to be a man? As soon as he finished speaking, the particle beam sword pierced through his abdomen. Of course, it was Dad, who taught you how to be a man, Shiryu said without hesitation. And the particle beam sword in his hand suddenly disappeared, and then ejected from another direction. The dark red mecha bowed slightly. The left thruster was fully opened, and the whole mecha turned around instantly, and the particle beam sword chopped the shoulder blade of the white mecha. She deliberately exposed her flaws. Shiryu continued to work hard, ignoring the approaching particle beam sword, and decided to send the driver of the white mecha to see the king of hell in one go. But at this moment, a black and white mecha flew out of the battleship and shot at Shiryu. Shiryu didn't intend to die with the white mecha, so she kicked him away. She was about to reorganize the attack, and Xiaoyan communication popped up. Go to the battleship to get your mecha first. Is it really a mecha? Shiryu didn't hesitate at this time, and flew towards the battleship of Deputy Corps Commander when at the fastest speed. When Zheng had previously communicated briefly with Xiaoyan, and immediately began to receive Shiryu mecha. The white mecha and the black and white mecha obviously wanted to chase, but the mecha troops of the Judgment Corps came over, and they couldn't chase even if they wanted to. When Zheng temporarily handed over the command to the adjutant and went to the hatch at the fastest speed. When Zheng looks very young, but he is not much older than Xia Liqin, and both are old foxes. Shiryu saw him beside Xia Liqin and immediately saluted. When Zheng did the same, he took out a small box and handed it to Shiryu. This is the mecha given to you by the marshal. Please bind the mecha ring immediately. The other one is for the second marshal. Shiryu nodded. When Zheng is Xia Liqin Deputy Corps Commander with the rank of General. The mecha Xia Liqin sent him to deliver is probably not simple. The box also contains 2 silver rings, engraved with the totem emblem of the Judgment Corps. When Zheng did not explain too much, and Shiryu did not ask at this time, he pointed to the thinner mecha ring. This one is for you. Shiryu picked up another mecha ring and wanted to put it on her right index finger, but paused, and put it on her left index finger. A light blue light lit up from the mecha ring. After scanning her whole body, a gentle female voice sounded. The identity recognition is correct. The mecha ring is successfully bound. The driver is Shiryu, the guardian. It's an honor to fight side by side with you. When Zheng saw that the mecha ring was successfully bound to Shiryu, and saluted her solemnly, I hope you can make good use of this mecha and don't let it fall into the hands of others. Shiryu didn't quite understand why his tone suddenly became heavier, but she nodded to him seriously and saluted. It's better to destroy it than to lose it. When Zheng nodded, Shiryu took out the mecha. The light blue mecha had a streamlined design. As the light from the hi-hat shone, the light spots on the surface of the mecha flowed through in an instant, and finally gathered to a point and shone brightly. Very beautiful. Shiryu opened his mouth slightly. Is this made of blue titanium? When Zheng nodded. Just at this moment, the battleship trembled violently, and the alarm sounded. Obviously, the other party wanted to destroy the battleship directly because they couldn't rob it. Shiryu immediately entered the cockpit. The mecha system was turned on, and the light blue light swept across her body. Shiryu skipped various modes, started the mecha directly, and rushed out of the battleship at the fastest speed. Guardian. As if the light descended in the universe, all the mechas in battle stopped for a moment. In the mysterious warship, the man narrowed his eyes slightly, and he opened the team channel. Come back. The white mecha paused and whispered, "Sir, Xia Liqin is much smarter than I thought." With one word, the white mecha stopped fighting and wanted to evacuate with the team. It would be strange if Shiryu let him go so easily. She still wanted to avenge the god of war. Besides, how could she allow these rats in the gutter to come and go in her territory? Brother Mask, I haven't fought enough yet. Why are you running? If you have the ability, destroy my mecha again. If you can't destroy it, you're too bad. When it comes to taunting, Shiryu is no less than anyone. But with someone to calm the situation, it's not so easy for her to provoke others, since there is no reaction. Don't blame her for being rude. The Guardian is extremely fast, and Shiryu has only experienced this feeling when driving the God of War. It is still more pleasant to drive a high-performance mecha. Of course, this does not mean that the mecha of the Judgment Legion is not high-performance, but the difference between high-level mecha and top-level mecha in comparison. Since you are here, then don't leave. Shiryu's arrogant voice sounded in the public channel. She did not chase other people, but entangled the white mecha. The person driving the white mecha was obviously different from the previous cannon fodder. Keeping him may not necessarily help us, but it will definitely be a major blow to the other side. Shiryu carried a sniper rifle and shot at the white mecha that was accelerating away without hesitation. Her shooting skills were always accurate, and this time she did not miss. The speed of the white mecha was difficult for even the radar to detect, but Shiryu shot it in the head. The head of the mecha is not a fatal part, but it is also the place where the driver's mental power is connected. The mecha's head was damaged, and the driver of the white mecha was obviously hit hard. Shiryu planned to shoot him again, but the black and white mecha beside him was faster and picked up the white mecha, and at the same time unfolded a light red light shield. The sniper bullet hit the light shield as if it was embedded in it, and was immediately disintegrated by the red arc. Good guy. The other side also developed a tortoise shell? If one shot can't penetrate the tortoise shell, then you have to shoot a few more times. Shiryu drove the acceleration thruster while shooting at the two mechas in front of him. The accurate hit rate made the people participating in the battle nearby feel numb. Seeing that Shiryu was still chasing, Xia Yuyan immediately connected her communication. Don't chase. Move to the right. Shiryu never disobeyed the command of the commander, and moved to the right according to Xiao Piaoliang's words. Almost the next second after he moved to the side, the laser beam that had been charged for a long time roared and bombarded the warship in front. At the moment when the laser beam approached the enemy warship, a scarlet light shield opened outside the enemy warship, blocking the laser beam. But where the laser beam passed, one mecha after another was crushed into cosmic dust. At this time, a wormhole opened not far in front of the enemy warship. Run away again. Shiryu finished work and returned to the judgment, and all the warships returned. When she collected the mecha and returned to the command room, she happened to see Wenjung coming out. After the two saluted each other, Wenjung left. It seemed that he had other tasks. Shiryu walked into the command room and saw Xiao Piaoliang touching the mecha ring on his right index finger as if in a daze. He walked over to him and asked, "What's wrong?" Xia Yuyan came back to his senses and shook his head. "Nothing?" Seeing that he didn't say anything, Shiryu didn't ask either. She stretched out her left hand with the mecha ring in front of Xiao Piaoliang and asked, "The performance of this mecha is not inferior to that of the God of War. It even exceeds it in some aspects. More than 20 years of technological innovation has finally narrowed the gap between other mechas and the God of War. It's blue titanium." Xia Yuyan looked up and said, "Isn't blue titanium very difficult to extract?" Shiryu was a little confused. "It's really difficult. But as long as you are willing to spend manpower and material resources, you can extract it no matter how difficult it is. My father has dug out the entire Winter Star's mineral veins." Shiryu opened his eyes wide. "Is it so exaggerated?" Xia Yuyan nodded confidently. "Father asked me to take over Winter Star because Winter Stone can extract trace amounts of blue titanium. After Winter Star was taken over by him, Xia Liqin immediately sent people to guard it and extract blue titanium day and night. Nearly 3 years have passed, and the winter time of Winter Star has been almost empty, and countless manpower and material resources have been consumed." Xia Yuyan actually didn't expect Xia Liqin to give him and Shiryu two mechas. It was good that Xia Liqin wanted to get the God of War, but the God of War was already bound to the driver. Unless the driver took the initiative to transfer the driving rights, other people could not use the God of War at all. That's why Xia Yuyan asked Xia Liqin not to be obsessed with the God of War in exchange for taking over Winter Star. Xia Liqin had the research and development data of the God of War. But the most core part was destroyed by Shi Shao. Otherwise, he would not be able to create a judgment that was almost exactly the same as the God of War. Over the years, although Xia Liqin has not been able to perfectly replicate the God of War, he has also made other breakthroughs in mecha research. The Arbiter and the Guardian are the best proof. Sure, you crossed his arms and sighed. Back then, you were afraid that he would steal my God of War. So you had to make me sneak around. Now he has given me the mecha that he has worked so hard to make. It's really funny. Thinking of this, sure, you admired Xia Liqin again. He was flexible, and not afraid that she would still remember the original hatred and turn against him. No. It's hard to say whether he is flexible or not. She heard his conversation with Xiao Piaoliang clearly not long ago. Xia Liqin clearly used Xiao Piaoliang to eat her up. But sure, you knew this. But he couldn't do anything to him. I haven't seen your mecha yet. Go to the training room to take a look? Sure, you was eager to try. Xia Yuyan nodded. Although he did not directly participate in the frontline battles, he had to be familiar with the performance of the mecha, as he might need it at any time. When they arrived at the training room, Xia Yuyan took out the judge. And sure, you also took out the Guardian. Looking at the two extremely beautiful mechas, she sighed softly. The Guardian is a melee-type mecha, and the Judge is a defensive mecha. There are slight differences in the subtle designs, but the appearance is still 80% to 90% similar. Xia Yuyan really has no talent in driving mechas, and the Judge did not play a big role in his hands. Today's Judge has also given up more power, and pursued defense and speed. Sure, you jumped into the cockpit of the Guardian, wanting to try out how thick the tortoise shell of the Judge was. Before the God of War is repaired, this mecha will probably be her partner for a long time in the future. Sure, you only had time to get familiar with the performance of Guardian. Guardian adopted the design concept of Ares, and it was more like Ares in terms of both program and design. Sure, you was afraid that the trainer would be bombarded by the cannon, so he copied the beam sword. The shield on the surface of Judge was still green, very similar to the gray shield, but obviously stronger than the gray shield. Sure, you chopped the green shield with the beam sword for 100 times, but there was no sign of disintegration. She was quite satisfied with the defense. She also found that the energy carried by the particle beam sword seemed to be absorbed by the shield and turned into its own energy when it dissipated on the surface of the green shield, which in turn improved the defense. The people who designed and manufactured these two mechas were very powerful. The two tried it out and almost touched the performance of the two mechas. Sure, you jumped out of the cockpit and looked at the extremely beautiful Guardian, thinking of the scene when Ares first appeared in front of her. Beautiful. Ares is very beautiful. She thought about it and touched her right index finger, but touched nothing. Xia Yuyan came over and gently pinched her finger and said, "The God of War will come back." Sure, you nodded. It's not that the Guardian is not good enough, but she already has the God of War. It's not clear whether the other party showed up this time to snatch the mecha or for other purposes. The peace delegation of the Republic of Toyas is about to arrive at the Lilvaya Fortress, and no mistakes are allowed. Lilvaya Fortress is under strict restrictions, and patrols in the surrounding areas are always strengthened. Particle jammers are deployed to prevent wormholes from being easily opened in the area. With the assassination of the head of the Republic of Toyas in the Lilvaya Fortress last time, Xia Yuyan carefully considered and decided that sure you would be responsible for Zakana's safety. The interstellar spaceship of the Republic of Toes was about to dock at the port of Lilvaya. Sure, you saw Zakana coming down from the interstellar spaceship, and smiled. He walked towards her, stretched out his hand and said, "Long time no see, President Zakana." This time it's not the deputy president. Zakana didn't want to see Shiryu, but when she arrived at the Lilvaya Fortress, she was not the one with absolute say, so she could only accept the arrangement of the First Federation. Zakana learned the lesson from the last time, and put on the attitude of a politician, shaking hands with Shiryu and saying, "Long time no see, Y1121. The two shook hands and quickly separated. Shiryu naturally stood beside Zakana and made a gesture of invitation. "Next, I will be responsible for your safety. I hope everyone can cooperate with each other." Zakana nodded. It is one thing to grit your teeth at Shiryu, and it is another thing to admit that Shiryu is powerful. Zakana heard that the person in charge of her security in the Lilvaya Fortress was Shiryu, but she was secretly relieved in her heart. After the Battle of the Capital Galaxy, the voices of peace talks in the Republic of Toyas completely overwhelmed the voices of fighting again, and he became the biggest voice in the country. But no matter what the situation, there are still extreme militants. Hales did such crazy things. But there are still people who worship him as a god. After he was executed by Xiaoyan, some organizations secretly hid and created chaos in the country. As the new head of state, Zakana is undoubtedly their target. In addition, there are other countries that do not want the Federation and the Republic of Toyas to live in peace, such as the Castellan Empire, which is at war with the Federation. After Hales was executed, the alliance between the Republic of Toyas and the Castellan Empire broke down directly. Although it has not reached the point of war, it is no longer as close as before, which is not what the Castellan Empire wants. Therefore, Zakana's life is always under threat. During her tenure as the head of the Republic of Toyas, she has been assassinated no less than 5 times. Shiryu sent Zakana to the resting house, and reporters from various countries were invited to broadcast the journey live. After 5 years, the two countries once again negotiated, and many countries in the universe were paying attention to the progress of the negotiations. At the same time, the head of the Federation, Liu Shiwang, also arrived at the Lilvaya fortress. As the head of state, he had the responsibility, but no obligation to participate in this peace talk. Chapter 123. This was not the first time Shiryu met Liu Shiwang, but it was the first time he saw him handling government affairs. It must be said that Liu Shiwang was extremely competent as the head of state, and he was very capable. He was also an extremely difficult smiling tiger. He forced Zakana to retreat while chatting and laughing. Although they were both heads of state, people could clearly feel the gap between them. Zakana was not Liu Shiwang's opponent. Liu Shiwang did not give in, nor did he press step by step. Instead, he maintained the peace talks at a just right degree, tightening when loose and relaxing when tight, making it hard to guard against. Of course, the peace talks could not be ended in 1 or 2 days. At the peace talks, the representatives of the two countries argued fiercely. After the peace talks, Zakana had to force herself to smile and consult Xiaoyan opinions at Liu Shiwang's invitation to visit the Lilvaya fortress. The Lilvaya fortress is not much different from an ordinary residential planet. It has all the facilities that a residential planet has. Because of the visit of the Toes Republic delegation, the spirit of the entire Lilvaya fortress has been raised a lot compared to before, which is bound to make the Toes Republic feel awe. It is hard to say what Zakana is thinking, but the smile on her face is getting more and more forced. Xiaoyan is strict in military management. The internal assessment system of the Judgment Corps is very strict. Other corps almost conduct assessments once a month. Only the Judgment Corps conducts assessments once a week. There is a ranking for each assessment. Once someone exceeds 3 rankings, he will be eliminated and supplemented by the Reserve Corps. Moreover, the Judgment Corps will not recruit eliminated people again. It is precisely because of this that everyone has put all their efforts into training to make themselves stronger and keep the glory they have obtained. The training ground of the Judgment Corps is very large. Very large. With mecha training and individual training. There are many projects, and it is also very shocking. Just the military exercises of the Reserve Corps of the Judgment Corps. The emotions in Zakana's eyes are getting more and more solemn. She had served in the army when she was young, and she knew very well what the quality of the soldiers of the Judgment Corps was like. She also knew that no army in the Republic of Toes could compare to the Judgment Corps. No. The reserve army of the Judgment Corps. Zakana gritted her teeth, and a sense of powerlessness rose from the bottom of her heart. If it weren't for Hele's insistence, how could the military of the Republic of Toes be depleted to its current state? Now there are still people in the country who are influenced by his extreme thinking, and regard the First Federation as an enemy, constantly creating chaos in the country, and trying to split the regime of the Republic of Toes. I don't know if Liu Shiwang noticed Zakana's complicated mood. After walking all the way into the shooting training room, he took an energy gun, tilted his head and smiled at Zakana. I heard that President Zakana also served in the military when he was young, with the rank of Major General, and the title of Sharpshooter. I wonder if I have the honor to compete with President Zakana. His movements of holding the gun were a little unfamiliar, but he quickly adapted, as if he was familiar with the gun before, and hadn't used it for a long time. Faced with Liu Shiwang's invitation, Zakana certainly couldn't refuse. She was suppressed by Liu Shiwang in the peace talks for the past 2 days, and wanted to win back a game in other aspects. Although this game would not have any impact on the peace talks between the two countries, Liu Shiwang's physical and mental strength are only a level. His information shows that he is a thoroughly ordinary person. If he hadn't participated in politics, he would have no chance to stand here. Of course, Zakana didn't dare to underestimate him. She smiled and said, "What sharpshooter? It's just that the hit rate is higher than others. Why 1121 is still standing here? How dare I call myself a sharpshooter?" This sentence brought up Shiryu. It was not the first time in the past few days. She also put on a hypocritical smile on her face and said, "My hit rate is really not good. If you want to talk about being good, Marshal Lu's brother is better than me. Bragging about your friends. Of course, you can brag about it without any money." Lu Shiwang took the kickball and smiled helplessly. He is still a child. Not as powerful as Major General Shi said. Shiryu smiled and narrowed her eyes, and suddenly noticed a ray of eyes falling on her. She turned her head, and found that no one was looking at her. She turned her head back, and the sight that had just been looking at her did not appear again. Lu Shiwang took the energy gun and fired a shot at the target in front of him. He tried the feel, and only hit the 7th ring. Zakana also tried the feel, and the first shot scored 9 close to 10 rings. He smiled helplessly. "It seems that I will lose." Zakana smiled, did not respond to him, turned to Xie Yuyan and said, "Marshal Xie, do you want to try it too?" Xie Yuyan nodded, and took the energy gun handed over by Shiryu. Zakana saw his skillful gun-holding posture, and her eyes flashed. Xie Yuyan's strength has always been a mystery. Other countries have tried their best to find out his physical and mental strength levels, but they have not been able to find out. He also looks like a weak willow in the wind, and it is hard to say whether this is an image he deliberately created, or whether he really has no combat power, but relies on his command talent to become the commander of the Judgment Legion. "How do you two want to fight?" Xie Yuyan's voice was gentle. He had always played the role of an escort in this peace talk, and his presence was not high. Lu Shiwang tilted his head and said, "A guest is a guest. How about President Zakana come to make the rules?" Since both of them said so, Zakana naturally refused disrespectfully. "How about shooting at the static target first, then the moving target?" Xie Yuyan and Lu Shiwang had no objection. This was how the shooting training of the major legions was usually conducted. Lu Shiwang said that he would lead by example, or the energy gun, aiming at the target at a standard distance, and fired 10 shots in one breath. Every shot hit the bullseye. Such accuracy was really surprising. Zakana obviously didn't expect Lu Shiwang to have such an accurate hit rate. She was surprised, and the pressure in her heart increased. However, she was the head of a country after all. Even so, she still played her best strength. The same 10 shots hit the bullseye. The two of them were considered a tie. They looked at Xie Yuyan at the same time. Xie Yuyan's face did not change at all. He looked at the target in the distance, pulled out a virtual screen in front of the stage, tapped it a few times, and the target moved back 50 meters. He saw his wrist shaking lightly, and easily scored an excellent score of 100 rings. Shiryu raised his eyebrows while watching from the side. "I didn't expect Xiao Piaoliang to be such a Xiao Piaoliang." This wave of suppression was done beautifully. Xie Yuyan put down the energy gun in his hand, and his expression was as indifferent as always. "Thank you." I don't know if Shiryu had a preconceived idea. He always felt that Xiao Piaoliang had some other meaning when he said this, such as, "You are so delicious." She turned her head and raised the corners of her mouth. Coincidentally, she met the eyes of the female secretary who had been following Zakana. She didn't feel embarrassed at all for being caught laughing. She nodded at her as a matter of course, and the arc of her mouth was raised a little higher. Zakana maintained her demeanor as a head of state and said with a smile, "Marshal Xie is still more powerful." She didn't seem to want to continue the competition. She held the energy gun in her hand and pondered for a while, handed it to the female secretary behind her, raised her chin to her, and turned her head to Shiryu and said, "It's boring for a few of us to fight. I wonder if Lina has the honor to get the guidance of Major General Shi." Shiryu was still laughing, and was suddenly cued. He turned around blankly. Zakana didn't seem to notice that she was distracted, and said, "Lina has wanted to meet Major General Shi for a long time. Is Major General Shi willing to give this opportunity?" Lina is the name of the female secretary. She is not the one whose hair was cut off by Shiryu on Zakana's battleship before. Shiryu has seen her information. She has a brilliant resume in the military of the Republic of Toys. Lina attended a very ordinary military school, and her grades were extremely good during her time at school. Unlike Shiryu, who could participate in military training and military exercises in various ways, She spent 4 years in the military school, very ordinary and ordinary. From that time on, we can only say that she was a relatively outstanding military school student. But after she graduated and joined the military, she won many battles on the battlefield, participated in dozens of battles, big and small, and her military rank rose like a rocket. Now she is a major general like Shiryu, and she is less than 40 years old. Putting aside the two evil characters Shiryu and Xiaoyan, if we want to list the outstanding young warriors in the universe, Lina definitely has a place. Lina has a neat and short ear-length hair. After taking the energy gun, she looked at Shiryu with eager eyes, as if she couldn't wait to fight with her. Y1121. It's a pity that when you were on Winter Star, I happened to take on another mission and left Winter Star. When the head of state was attacked by interstellar pirates, I was also distracted by other things. I missed you twice. I wonder if I have the honor to compete with you this time. This is interesting. Seeing the fighting spirit in the other party's eyes getting stronger and stronger. Shiryu held the energy gun in his hand and made a gun flower and said, "That's really unfortunate. How come you always miss important things? Who doesn't like to annoy people?" After Shiryu finished speaking, she smiled meaningfully, and anyone could see the mockery in her eyes. Lina's face turned cold, and she pointed the energy gun at the target in front of her and said, "How about a competition? Shooting at targets is so boring. If you want to shoot, of course you have to do it with real people." As she spoke, she adjusted the targets in front of her. Dozens of targets appeared on the shooting range at the same time. At the same time, so many guns were like moles, going up and down. There were only bangs and bangs. And just 1 minute later, the perfect pass sign appeared on the shooting range, and the sound of fireworks going up to the sky was heard. Others on the training ground couldn't help but look over, seeing that it was Shiryu who was shooting. They were not surprised and continued to train. Lina stared at Shiryu closely, and it was obvious that she was trying to intimidate her. Want to have a fight? Shiryu blew the muzzle of her gun in a serious manner, and her ponytail swayed slightly with her movements, full of provocation. Of course I have to come. Not coming at this time is equivalent to admitting defeat. 10 minutes later, the two stood on the fighting field. Lina looked serious, while Shiryu was still pulling her military uniform left and right, muttering something in her mouth. Such a contemptuous attitude made Lina angry. After the whistle blew, she chopped Shiryu with her 5 fingers in a knife-like shape. Shiryu dodged lightly to the side and counterattacked at the same time. The two of them went back and forth at a very fast speed. Lu Shiwan looked at the two people on the field and said with a smile, "Who do you think will win?" Whether it was Zakana or Xiaoyan, they certainly stood on their side without hesitation. "Shiryu will not lose." Xiaoyan's voice was not loud but full of confidence. Zakana looked at the two people on the field who were still undecided, and said confidently, "Lina will not lose either." "Then I be a neutral person." "Major General Lina, is this all your strength?" Shiryu turned on the taunting mode, bent her knees forward, and saw Lina avoiding it. She pulled her wrist back and pushed Lina's chin without hesitation. She bent her other hand and hit Lina's chest with her elbow. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Lina had turned from the initial offensive state to the defensive state, while Shiryu's attack was getting faster and faster. If this continued, Lina would lose sooner or later. Lina began to retreat, trying to find an opportunity to attack again. But Shiryu was like a slippery snake, sticking to her and hitting her, not giving her a chance to escape. But her movements were getting faster and faster. Finally, Shiryu bent her knees and made a fake move. Lina subconsciously defended herself, but she kicked her directly. Lina couldn't bear her strength and took a few steps back, but she kicked her to the ground with a sweeping kick. Lina reacted quickly and turned back immediately. Just as she stood up, Shiryu, who had been waiting for her to react, kicked her out without hesitation. The body fell to the ground with a heavy sound. Lina frowned in pain. She still remembered what time it was. She wanted to reorganize her body, but a foot stepped down beside her ear and stepped on a few strands of her hair. Lina looked up and happened to meet Shiryu's eyes. She smiled and said, "Do you want to do it again?" The smile on her face was really annoying, as if to say that it didn't matter if you wanted to do it again. Anyway, it would end the same way 100 times. Lina's chest felt tight, and she jumped up to fight again, ignoring the strands of hair that were stepped on, but was stopped by Zakana. "Enough. Lina, you lose." Shiryu didn't use all her strength at all. The authorities may not see clearly, but the bystanders can see clearly. seeing the unconvinced look on Lena's face. Zakana's chest was even tighter than hers. But she still had to maintain the demeanor of a head of state. So she said, "It's just a competition. Lena, come back." Shiryu spread his hands regretfully and left the fighting field first. Lena tightened her hands hanging by her side and finally had to let go powerlessly. She lost. Y1121 was more powerful than she thought. Lena's eyes followed Shiryu all the way. She took a towel beside her to wipe her sweat and took out a nutrient solution from her space bag and put it in her mouth. She looked relaxed and at ease, without any joy or pride after winning the battle. As if this battle was just an ordinary training for her. There is nothing to be proud of even if she won. Realizing this, Lena's mood became worse. But she came to negotiate this time. And she was in a weak position. She had to restrain her words and deeds more. So she had to suppress all the resentment in her heart. Shiryu finished drinking a nutrient solution and suddenly set her eyes on the secretary behind Lu Shiwang. She laughed, "Just now on the court. Secretary Qi seemed to be staring at me. Do you want to have a try?" Qi Xia was about to shake her head. And Shiryu said again, "Dong Yin often told me that Secretary Qi couldn't beat you. How about we have a fight?" She said with a bright look in her eyes, as if she wanted to see how powerful someone who couldn't even beat her own friends was. Before Qi Xia spoke, she said, "Secretary General Qi won't refuse. Right?" She smiled and whispered something, so quietly that no one could hear it. Lu Shiwang turned his head to Qi Xia beside him and said, "Since Major General Shi is interested, Qi Xia, why don't you fight with Major General Shi for a few moves?" After that, he turned to Shiryu and said, "Major General Shi, please show some mercy." Shiryu smiled and shook his head. "Secretary General Qi should show some mercy to me." Qi Xia went to change into clothes suitable for fighting. Shiryu glanced at his hands, which were still wearing gloves, and said, "Secretary General Qi, aren't you going to take off your gloves? There are many people who like to wear gloves, such as Secretary General Qi in front of him, and the man in a hat who appeared in the Castellan Empire." Qi Xia paused as he was about to raise his hand, bowed his head and said, "Sorry, I'm used to it." As he spoke, he took off his gloves. There was nothing under the gloves, but a pair of beautiful hands. The two stood on the fighting field. Shiryu took the lead in attacking. The faster and more fierce her movements were, Qi Xia could only be forced to defend, and defended from beginning to end. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it only took 5 minutes. Shiryu approached Qi Xia, who was forced into the wall by her, and smiled, "Secretary Qi, do you look down on me? You didn't use your full strength?" Qi Xia's face was calm. "Major General Shi misunderstood. I was injured a while ago to protect the head of state, so I failed," Shiryu said, and looked him up and down. "Secretary Qi, why didn't you say it earlier? If I knew you were injured, I wouldn't fight you. What if the injury was serious? I would feel guilty." That's what she said. But there was no guilt in her tone. Qi Xia stood up straight and said, "I am not your opponent even if I am not injured. You are very strong." He was very modest. The conversation between the two in the fighting field could not be heard by people outside. Lu Shiwang smiled and said to Xie Yuyan, "Sometimes the Major General protects the safety of Marshal Xie. I believe the first Marshal can rest assured." Xie Yuyan looked at him sideways, always feeling that there was something behind his words. Lu Shiwang turned his head and called Qi Xia's name. Shikana stood quietly aside. She felt that there was an undercurrent around her, but she couldn't see what Xie Yuyan and Lu Shiwang were talking about, so she had to remain silent. She knew very well that no matter which country, there would be struggles for power. The First Federation was different from the Republic of Toys. The head of state was not the highest speaker. Most of the decisions of the head of state had to be approved by the 7 marshals, which also led to the restriction of the power exercised by manpower to a large extent. The subsequent peace talks went smoothly. Xie Yuyan participated in the whole process. The content of the peace talks had been discussed by the federal parliament before, and Lu Shiwang did not make any temporary changes. When the two countries finally signed the agreement, Zakana could not even laugh. The Federation was willing to return the Winter Galaxy, but the Brooks Fortress would be ceded to the Federation for 100 years. In addition, the Republic of Toyas would need to compensate for 50% of the military expenses during the First Federation War. It would be a fatal shame for any country to cede its territory to another country for a full 100 years. But the significance of the Winter Star to the Republic of Toyas was far greater than that of the Brooks Fortress. Sakana negotiated with the domestic parliament more than once during the peace talks, and argued countless times. Even the topic of another war was pulled out. In the end, it was decided to take the Winter Star and abandon the Brooks Fortress. The two countries concluded a pact of not going to war for 100 years. 1 hour before the signing of the treaty, Liu Shihuang was assassinated. The assassin was killed on the spot, and he himself was injured. In this way, the signing of the treaty was bound to be delayed. Xie Yuyan stood up and signed an armistice agreement and a peace treaty for the next 100 years on behalf of the Federation and the Republic of Toys. After the treaty was signed, Shiryu escorted Zakana out of the Lilvaya fortress and into the territory of the Republic of Toys. When she returned to the Lilvaya fortress, she went directly to the hospital where Liu Shihuang was. Marshal Xie, should you give an explanation? The people who assassinated the head of state are all regular soldiers of the Judgment Corps. Although this voice has tried to suppress the anger in his chest, it is not polite at all. She stepped out of the corridor and saw Xiao Piaoliang sitting coldly on one side, and in front of him stood Liu Shihuang's inseparable bodyguard. Do you mean that I want to assassinate the head of state? Xie Yuyan's tone was even colder, so cold that it seemed to drop ice chips. Qi Xia paused slightly. That's not what I meant. It's just that it is a fact that the head of state was attacked by the regular army of the Judgment Corps. Marshal Xie has always been strict in managing the army. How could there be a mistake at this time? I was just suggesting. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Qi Xia subconsciously dodged to the side, but found that there was only a gunshot. Nothing else. Shiryu took the energy gun and made a gun flower, and casually put the energy bar that had just been removed back. She leaned against the wall, fiddling with the safety pin of the energy gun, and said slowly, "What identity do you have to question Marshal Xie?" She raised her eyes slightly, with a little coldness in the corners of her eyes. Her indifferent eyes swept over Qi Xia, and after putting the energy gun into the space bag, she said, "Is the president a little nearsighted? His eyesight doesn't seem to be very good." She implied that Liu Shihuang didn't know people well. Qi Xia didn't expect her to be so arrogant, and frowned, but soon realized something, stepped back, and bowed solemnly to Xie Yuyan. "I'm sorry, Marshal Xie. I was too impatient just now. Please forgive my rashness." Shiryu smiled immediately, walked over and patted Qi Xia on the shoulder. "Secretary Qi, don't be so nervous. After all, you are also worried about the head of state. Our marshal is not a narrow-minded person, and he won't bother with you. As you know, our marshal has many admirers, including some blind admirers. Fortunately, it was me who witnessed your disrespect this time. If it was someone else, the shot might not be a blank. This is a threat and a warning." Qi Xia's face was slightly stiff, but he nodded. Soon, the operation was terminated, and the doctor came out and said, "The condition of the head of state is not serious, but he has lost a lot of blood. He needs to rest for a while." Seeing Qi Xia relieved, Shiryu patted his shoulder and said, "Secretary Qi, don't worry. We will do our best to investigate the people who attacked the head of state. I just heard someone report that the head of state was attacked. I think I have some clues. Secretary Qi should also know the people who built the battle fortress on the Grey Star. Not long ago, they appeared near the Lilvaya fortress with the intention of attacking Marshal Xie. I now suspect that they may have secretly lurked in various legions." Shiryu blah blah said a lot from the heart, and those who didn't know would think that she and Qi Xia had a life-and-death relationship and told him everything. Xie Yuyan covered his ears imperceptibly, with the corners of his mouth slightly curved. Seeing Shiryu holding Qi Xia and continuing to mutter, he stood up to visit Liu Shihuang, who had already woken up. Liu Shihuang was indeed fine. When he saw Xie Yuyan, he showed an extremely apologetic expression. "I just heard from the doctor that today's signing ceremony went smoothly. Fortunately, you are here. Otherwise there will be disputes again." Xie Yuyan shook his head. "It was indeed my negligence today. Sorry." The two said a few words. Liu Shihuang showed a little tired, and Xie Yuyan did not stay any longer. The assassination of the head of state could not be a trivial matter. Fortunately, this is the Lilvaya fortress. The news did not spread quickly, and was quickly controlled. Neither Liu Shihuang nor Xie Yuyan wanted the news to spread, so they tacitly concealed it. On the way back to the judgment, Shiryu put his hands behind his head, crossed his legs and said, "What happened today?" "I did it." Xie Yuyan said it very straightforwardly. Shiryu raised his eyebrows. What did you find? Xiao Yan shook his head, just guessing. And he looked up at Shiryu. I hope it's not what I think. Shiryu didn't want to listen to his riddles. So he leaned over and said, tell me quickly. I just sorted things out from beginning to end in the past few days. And found something very interesting. It's easy to think of. But I have always ignored it. Shiryu frowned. Xiao Yan explained, think about it. So many things have happened in the past few years. Who is the biggest beneficiary? The Zerg invasion broke out on the Blue Sea Star. The interstellar spacecraft was hijacked. And many military academy students were killed and injured in the Grey Star incident. The person whose prestige was most affected by the Zerg invasion on the Blue Sea Star was Feng Xian. It was Xiao Yan who turned the tide, shared most of the pressure for him, and finally solved the matter of the Blue Sea Star, establishing prestige in the crisis. And there was no most direct beneficiary. The live broadcast of the interstellar spaceship hijacking incident throughout the Federation caused the prestige of the former head of state to decline sharply. And what happened later also made it basically impossible for him to be re-elected. After the whole incident, except for the civilians who were hijacked to Winter Star and died, he was the person who was most affected. The person behind the Grey Star incident wanted to snatch Shiryu genes in Mecha, and the data of the God of War was collected. It's Lu Shiwang. Among the 3 people who competed with him for the head of state, one was not supported by the people, and the other took the initiative to resign. In the Winter Star incident, he took the initiative to save a civilian girl, which made his favorability among the people soar. There is not only one purpose for doing something, and some people often like to bury their main purpose in the deepest part, and get the greatest benefit in the most inconspicuous way. Shiryu took a breath. Xiao Yan lowered his eyebrows and said, these are all my guesses. And coincidences cannot be ruled out, because each and every one of them is a possibility attached to a great purpose. Before there is absolute evidence, everything is just speculation. Chapter 124. Head of State. Qi Xiao looked at the pale-faced Lu Shiwang. His brows almost piled up into a small mountain. Lu Shiwang looked at the floating car going away outside the window, shook his head and said, I'm fine. Who could have done today's incident? Qi Xiao said hesitantly. Lu Shiwang shook his head again. Since he became the head of state, he has been assassinated many times. And each time he was solved quietly. So not many people knew about it. There are many people who want him dead. He is a civilian with no background. But he has worked his way up to the head of state. He doesn't know how many people's roads he has blocked, and how many interests he has touched. He doesn't care about those who want his life. Because from the past to the present, countless people have wanted his life. But no one has succeeded. Don't tell Dong Yan. Qi Xiao nodded. Obviously not the first time he listened to his orders like this. The two stood and lay down. The war became quiet, and Lu Shiwang gradually closed his eyes and fell asleep. Maybe he dreamed of something worth being happy about. But his frown relaxed and his aura became softer. Qi Xiao stood silently by the side, like a tireless robot, motionless. Don't add unnecessary shackles to yourself. Xiao Yan looked at Shiryu, who had been in a trance after hearing his words, and patted her shoulder. Shiryu suddenly looked up, held his wrist and said, after he leaves, I want to go to the front line. Xiao Yan didn't expect her to say that, and lowered his eyebrows and looked at her seriously. Why do you suddenly think so? I want to go. Find the answer. You and me. No. Shiryu said. You have to stay in the Lilvaya fortress. And you can't let others know that I left here. Xiao Yan frowned. Shiryu reached directly into his pocket, pulled out Lan Luo, who was sleeping comfortably inside, and said, let him pretend to be me and stay by your side. When I used Guardian in the training room before, he was watching from the side. He is quite smart. I gave him the second authority of Guardian. As long as it is not someone familiar to me who contacts me, he will not be able to find it. Lan Luo woke up rubbing his eyes, and heard the word cannot be found. He raised his misty face and heard Shiryu say, little Lan Luo, you must protect my yin yen. When I come back, I will give you endless little puddings. Hearing the last sentence, Lan Luo was shocked and nodded quickly. Half an hour later, Xiao Yan couldn't help laughing when he saw Lan Luo, with a stinky face, holding little pudding, and fidgeting with the ponytail behind him. It's true. They are quite similar. Shiryu touched his chin, patted Lan Luo's shoulder, and said earnestly, from today on, you will follow me in the training room for special training. And you must be proficient in driving the Guardian. My dear little Lan Luo, I know you can do it. Lan Luo rolled his eyes and looked at Xiao Yin for help. Xiao Yin. Don't you care? Sure, you pulled him back and put his hands on his waist and said, he can't control me. Let's go. Don't waste a minute or a second. In the next 3 months, Lan Luo was almost dying. Sure, you gave him the driving authority of the Guardian and put it on his index finger without saying anything. He followed a fleet to leave the Livia fortress and went to the Keltri meteorite belt front. Master Yu. Assemble quickly. If you are late again, the captain will not let you go this time. The bald man shouted. Come and provoke. The one who responded to him was a thin boy who was still biting a bun and speaking vaguely. The boy was less than 1.8 meters tall and was extremely thin among the burly men. Seeing him staggering as he ran, a big man next to him couldn't help laughing. With your tiny appearance, I can break your waist with one hand. The boy called Master Yu swallowed the bun in a few bites, rolling his eyes while swallowing, and then said, let's find a chance to compete. And the loser is not allowed to cry. Hearing him say this, several big men couldn't help laughing. And the big man who just spoke laughed especially loudly. Then it's a deal. Don't cry if you lose. Master Yu put another bun in her hand into her mouth, snorted, and didn't make any other expression. Everyone quickly rushed to the gathering place. The leader of them was a female captain named Fong Dan, who looked to be in her early 30s and had a man haircut. None of the strong men present dared to look down on her. They were all recruits who had been trained to death by her. They were all lucky enough to have been on missions with her and witnessed her skillful response to various emergencies and saving the lives of many reckless people. Yushir was a recruit who had just arrived last month. Among all the recruits, he was the laziest. After completing the daily training, he was always the first to leave the training room. He always arrived on time for every assembly. People who didn't know him would probably think that he was still living in the comfortable campus life in the past. Fong Dan didn't like this kind of behavior. But Master Yu didn't really do anything that violated military orders. Even if she wanted to catch him as an example, she didn't find a chance. It was too slippery. Master Yu was of course Yu. She asked Xiao Piaoliang to help her get a fake identity. She was an ordinary military academy student who graduated from an ordinary military academy. Number 418. Step out. Sure, you thought of Xiao Piaoliang and was lost in thought for a while. Suddenly, she felt someone touching her elbow. She came back to her senses, as if she had just woken up from a dream. She looked up and saw Captain Fong Dan looking at her seriously, with displeasure between his brows. She quickly straightened her chest, shouted here, and stepped forward. Fong Dan didn't speak immediately, but looked her up and down before saying, I don't know how you graduated from the military academy, but I'm telling you now that this is a battlefield, not a comfortable school. If you don't want to lose your life, you should immediately cheer up and change your lazy habits, or leave the army immediately. This is not suitable for you. Sure, you blinked and listened to the lecture obediently. Fong Dan had a headache. She had never met such a difficult recruit. He was so thick-skinned that he seemed to not understand what people said. At the same time, she was a little angry. Angry at those who didn't take their lives seriously unless they were really facing death. At this time, a team nearby had completed its reorganization. The captain who led the team came over and saw the situation of Shiryu team. He smiled meaningfully and said to Fong Dan, Captain Fong, no matter how much you say, it's useless. Some things can only be deeply impressed by personal experience. It's also hard for you. Every batch of recruits you lead is so difficult to deal with. It's hard to say whether this is a kind or mocking remark. Anyway, Fong Dan's face is not very good. Seeing this, the other party continued to walk out with his team. After a few steps, he stopped and said, the mission is about to start. I wish you good luck. Where there are people, there is competition, and the army is no exception. Fong Dan and the captain of the team just now happened to compete for the rank of major. There was no hatred, but there was a little more hatred. It just happened that the other party had completed the tasks very well in the previous few times, while the team led by Fong Dan had mediocre results. Fong Dan no longer had the intention to continue to lecture, and earnestly reminded everyone to be careful and cautious when going on a mission, and to obey the arrangements of their superiors, and then began to arrange tasks. They are all new recruits, so they will definitely not be assigned important tasks. The task that Shiryu team received was to squat on one of the enemy's possible supply lines. After squatting for 24 hours, they can rotate with other teams. This task is neither difficult nor easy, no matter when or which army. The supply line is the top priority, and cannot be easily known by the enemy. This time, the supply line is just one more possibility. The probability of not squatting accounts for 90%. Even if it is squatted, the new recruits do not need to do it. Report the news to the superiors, and the superiors will immediately make the next arrangements. Sure, you listened to Fong Dan's arrangements obediently, and the team went to squat in the best condition. Squatting is undoubtedly boring, but you must concentrate and hide yourself. On the battlefield, the slightest slackness may cost you your life. Fong Dan has been watching Shiryu, fearing that she would be lazy again accidentally. But with the mecha as a barrier, she couldn't observe even if she wanted to, and could only know everyone's status through the opportunity of random roll call. The waiting time was undoubtedly long. 20 hours had passed, and there was no movement on the supply line where they were squatting. Fong Dan was always alert, and reminded everyone not to take it lightly. Shiryu sat in the cockpit biting a tube of nutrient solution, and was so bored that she was about to grow mushrooms. Suddenly, her radar showed a slight fluctuation, and at this time Fong Dan's vigilant voice came over. Everyone pay attention. There is movement ahead. Don't take it lightly, and don't expose yourself. Shiryu drank the nutrient solution in one gulp, pulled through one virtual screen after another, and connected the intelligent brain to the system of the mecha. Soon, a field of red dots appeared on the virtual screen of her intelligent brain. The red dots were very sparsely distributed. Some were at the front, not many, and most were at the back, and they were scattered into various units, as if from outsourcing to in-house. Just at this moment, Fong Dan's voice came again. The mission is here. There is a small supply team ahead. In 3 minutes, we will seize it. Shiryu immediately opened the team channel. No, don't move. Behind this small supply team, there are at least 10 combat teams. We here can't take down this supply team. Her voice appeared in the team channel. Fong Dan was annoyed for a moment, but she quickly reacted. How did you know? The team responsible for monitoring Han County ahead sent accurate information. It was indeed a small supply team. That team must have been destroyed, Shiryu said without hesitation. Quick! We must evacuate as quickly as possible. We have been exposed. It will be too late if we don't leave now. She just finished speaking, and a team in front of her had already rushed out. It's too late. Chapter 125. Such impulsive behavior made Shiryu not know what to say. Perhaps because she had been with the god teammates for a long time. She was used to Xiao Piaoliang and Luo Xiaozi being thoughtful, and not needing her to worry about everything. And she never expected that there would be such a big mistake in this mission. It might not be accurate to say that there was a mistake, but she also admired the command of this operation for not even knowing the details of the enemy, and just going out straight. Mentally a First Federation man. In action a Castellan Empire man? Professionally giving away heads? Now is obviously not the time to pay attention to these things. Shiryu pulled over one virtual screen after another to observe the battle situation in front. Everyone heard what she said in the team channel. Someone sneered and said, "Whatever you say is what it is. If the opportunity is delayed, will you take responsibility? The army has always been a place where strength is respected. Shiryu is thin and weak, and often lazy. A few people are willing to take care of her, but most people can't stand her weakness and laziness, and usually treat her with no nose and no eyes. Seeing her come out to make trouble now, the new recruits are naturally unhappy." Shiryu frowned, and guessed the speaker's thoughts to some extent. She opened Fong Dan's private communication and said, "Captain, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. I will explain to you later. More and more teams are rushing out from the front, and the warships are still on the way to support." Fong Dan hesitated. Yusher is just an ordinary recruit, and the one who gave the attack order is her immediate superior, who is also a veteran, who has been on the battlefield for many years. Comparing the two, the superior's order is obviously more reliable. But for some reason, Fong Dan couldn't give the order to attack after listening to Yusher's serious and tense words. At this time, Shiryu sent the situation of the enemy team detected on the radar to Fong Dan. The array of the local team has changed. The original fan-shaped formation has dispersed, and gradually formed a circular encirclement. With the evidence before her eyes, Fong Dan's pupils dilated, and she no longer hesitated. She immediately ordered in the team channel, "Hold still for now." She immediately communicated with her superiors, and forwarded Shiryu detection to them. "Major, the enemy has an ambush. If we attack directly, we are likely to be hit by the enemy. Before she finished her words, the other side of the communication went dark with a tearing sound. The communication was interrupted. Fong Dan had a bad premonition in her heart. And Sure Yu's steady voice came to her ears. It's too late. We acted too quickly. The other side was well prepared. After other teams acted, it won't take long for us to become a turtle in a jar. Sure Yu stared at the virtual screen and analyzed the surroundings at the fastest speed. Soon, several plans were placed in front of her. Captain, you take everyone away and contact reinforcements immediately. I'm going out for a walk. After she finished speaking, she sent all the plans to Fong Dan privately, without waiting for her response. And the mecha she was driving showed its figure and slowly rushed towards the battle. The surrounding mecha troops soon noticed her. They thought they were planning to catch them all in one fell swoop. So they immediately sent a team to chase her. While driving the mecha, Sure Yu sent a message to Fong Dan. When you see the opportunity to escape, remember to call for help. Her tone was hurried, with a pitiful feeling of you must come to save me. You must come to save me. Fong Dan never thought that she would suddenly run away. Just when she wanted to chase her, she received her message again, and she felt a black screen in front of her eyes. But she was no longer an impulsive recruit. She gritted her teeth and led the other people in the team to leave in another direction, and immediately contacted the warship. Sure Yu drove the mecha and ran a long way. Seeing that there was also a mecha team surrounding her in front, she muttered Amidba, and then started killing. This is not the main battlefield, and the quality of the soldiers is not as high as that of the two National Corps legions. Sure Yu drove an ordinary A-class mecha and solved the two teams like cutting melons and vegetables. The battle on her side ended very quickly, and did not attract much attention at all. The battle in front was still going on. She quietly went back and met another team, killing them all without any hesitation. After repeating the same method several times, the enemy commander seemed to finally find something wrong, and sent 5 or 6 teams to chase her. Sure Yu ran very fast, and suddenly noticed that there was a white mecha in front of him with extremely strong combat power. It killed several teams, like cutting melons and vegetables. At the same time, a voice sounded in the Federal Military Channel. I am Bai Yin, the captain of Bai Yin's team. Please listen to my command for the time being. The team at coordinates 362-25 for 86. One after another, clear and organized orders were issued. The Federal Army, which had been leaderless because the commander-in-chief was killed, soon became orderly under his orders and organized resistance. Sure Yu was numbered 418, and was soon reorganized by him. The one-sided battle began to change. The command of the Castellan Empire army was obviously not as good as Bai Yin, and the battle rhythm was soon disrupted. Not long after, the warships of the Federation came to support, and the shrinking Federal Army got a chance to breathe. And the battle situation changed again. Bai Yin did not hand over the temporary command. More than 2 hours later, this small-scale war ended. The First Federation won, seized the supplies of the Castellan Empire, and captured more than 300 people. Sure Yu did not attract anyone's attention in this small-scale war. When she returned to the warship, she saw that everyone in the Fontaine team was still there, and they looked at her with complicated expressions, showing a relieved look. I was scared to death. But fortunately the support came quickly. Otherwise my life would be explained here. She patted her chest while speaking, and she looked really scared. Fong Dan's eyes were the most complicated. He frowned and asked, how did you find out that there was an ambush? The radar detection range of everyone's mecha could not radiate so far. Otherwise there would be no need for one team after another to secretly squat and try to squat on the opponent's supply line. Sure you couldn't say that her intelligent brain was specially reprogrammed by Xiao Piaoliang and equipped with the most advanced and sophisticated technology of the Federation. The situation was critical at the time, and she didn't think so much. Now it's really a troublesome thing to explain. She opened her mouth and wanted to fool around, and someone suddenly walked over. His presence was very strong, and several people looked over subconsciously. Fong Dan immediately stood up and saluted the other party, and the other people in the team also hurriedly became serious. Major Bai Yin. Bai Yin? Is it the person who just took over the command temporarily? Sure Yu looked at the other party. He looked only in his early 20s. Tall, but not like a big guy, with long black hair tied high behind his head, and a ponytail hanging down. His appearance was handsome, but it did not reduce his majesty. Sure Yu thought he looked familiar, but he was sure he had never seen Major Bai Yin. Why did she always meet someone who looked familiar, but couldn't remember where she had seen him. When everyone saluted him, Bai Yan's eyes fell directly on Shiryu. 418? Bai Yan looked at the number on Shiryu's clothes and slowly read it out. He chewed the number in his mouth for a few times. And then saw Fong Dan. Captain Fong. Can you give me this new recruit in your team? Fong Dan didn't expect him to say that. His eyes were slightly surprised. And he quickly looked at Shiryu. Bai Yan's team is one of the most powerful teams in this fleet, and is often said to perform more difficult tasks. He will appear in today's mission and take over the command. Fong Dan was very surprised. He didn't expect him to come to ask for someone in his team. Did he notice Master Yu's action of leading the enemy away so that the others in the team could get reinforcements? After a brief hesitation, Fong Dan nodded immediately. I have no problem. But please ask Master Yu what he means. Shiryu blinked his eyes. And when Bai Yan looked over, he raised his head and asked curiously, I wonder what the Major wants me to do. I think you have great potential, and I want you to develop in my team. Are you interested? Shiryu pretended to think seriously for a few seconds and asked, Are the tasks your team performs difficult? What standard do you refer to as difficulty? Bai Yan narrowed his eyes and asked back. Shiryu touched his chin and said, It will be harder than today. Bai Yan suddenly laughed. It must be harder than today. 100 or 80 times. These words were obviously said in line with what he had just said. The smile on Bai Yan's face froze slightly, and he narrowed his eyes as well. Newcomers should not be too ambitious. Shiryu didn't know if he had taken this to heart, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, Well, it sounded a bit forced. The people who were listening to the conversation between the two looked at each other quietly. Fong Dan wanted to hold her forehead, pull Shiryu's ear and warn her not to be too presumptuous. The people behind Bai Yan showed a little disdainful look. Since you agree, come to my team tomorrow to report. Bai Yan didn't seem to mind her attitude, and left with his people. Shiryu looked at his back, silently read the two words Bai Yan, and suddenly grinned with a mouthful of white teeth. Fong Dan watched Bai Yan leave, frowned and said, Keep your mouth shut. What did you just say? Shiryu blinked and said obediently, It's all from my heart. Fong Dan saw that she dared to talk back, raised her eyebrows and warned, Major Bai Yan is very powerful. You must have learned more from him than from me. Luckily you are fine. I won't hold it against you for rushing out today. When you join Major Bai Yan's team in the future, change your lazy habits and remember to obey orders. Shiryu nodded obediently, looking like she was absolutely learning. Fong Dan looked at her with a frown on her face, feeling that her words went in one ear and out the other. But Shiryu's attitude made her unable to find any fault. Bai Yan returned to the command room and reported on the small-scale conflict. After the report, he looked at the commander-in-chief, who was studying the simulation sand table carefully and said, I found a very interesting person today. The commander-in-chief of this warship is a major general, a middle-aged man who looks to be in his 40s or 50s. After hearing what Bai Yan said, he pulled his attention away from the simulation sand table and asked curiously, The person you say is very interesting must be very interesting. What's interesting about him? Bai Yan held his chin with one hand and said, Very powerful. But he didn't reveal his strength. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. Why does it sound a bit like a spy when you say that? Bai Yan laughed. I think he might be too troublesome. He looks very similar to someone I know. But she shouldn't be here. Oh! Y1121. Bai Yan nodded. The middle-aged man smiled and shook his head. Are you scared by her? Why do you think about her everywhere? If it's really her, I'm afraid I have to run away early. The middle-aged man said, Xia Liqin will never let Y1121 leave Xia Yuyan. I hope I'm overthinking. But that familiar feeling can't be shaken off. Shiryu didn't know that her vest was almost exposed after only wearing it for a month. She was asked by Fong Dan to write an article about her feelings of participating in the war. At this moment, she was scratching her head and thinking about how to make up the word count. I don't know what kind of messed up habit Fong Dan has. She has already fought, and she still needs to write about her feelings. It's even more troublesome than studying in a military school. After squeezing out 100 words, Shiryu really couldn't squeeze out any more. She pulled her hair. Her eyes lit up. Opened the communication, and sent a voice message to Xiao Piaoyong, which was probably about today's battle situation. Finally, at the end, she carefully asked for a paragraph of feelings of participating in the war, not knowing whether Xiao Piaoyong was busy, and didn't reply to her immediately. Shiryu went into the bathroom, took a comfortable shower, and came out. A folder had been sent to the communication window of the two. Wow. A full 3,000 words of experience of participating in the war. Citing classics. Analyzing the inside from the surface. And also listing a lot of suggestions. The homework was too good. Sure you enjoyed it with a clear conscience? Shamelessly sent it to 030. And took a lot of rainbow farts. And immediately sent the homework to Fong Dan. After being busy for half a day and squatting for more than 20 hours today. Sure you just yawned and fell asleep on the bed. She woke up to a knock on the door. Which was a bit urgent. But there was no alarm or emergency communication. So it didn't seem to be a big deal. She slowly disguised herself and then went to open the door. Standing outside her door was the unreasonable strong man in her team. The other party was very tall. Almost 2 meters. And Sure Yu, who was 1.78 meters tall, became a small man inexplicably in front of him. Master Yu, I heard that Major Bai Yin has taken a fancy to you. And you will report to his team tomorrow? The other party asked this question aggressively. Sure Yu then remembered that she seemed to have heard others say that the biggest goal of the strong man in front of her was to join Bai Yin's team. Now he is here. Why? The strong man was like a small mountain in front of Sure Yu. And he said the 3 words why very angrily. Sure Yu was not scared by his momentum and height at all. He yawned and leaned against the wall and said, maybe he thinks I am better looking than you. This sentence was said too carelessly. But after she finished speaking, she raised her eyelids and said, actually, I don't really want to go. Otherwise, you go and talk to him. And I will switch with you. The strongman has always been the best performer in Fong Dan's team. When he returned to the team and heard his companions talking about the new recruits in the team being favored by Major Bai Yin and coming to ask for people in person, his mind was like a hornet's nest, buzzing, and he couldn't wait to rush over to confront Sure Yu. Seeing the sturdy man's face turn ugly, Sure Yu loosened his joints. Anything else? If not, I continue to sleep? Let's play a game. If you lose, take the initiative to go to Major Bai Yin and say that you won't join his team. The request was too unreasonable, and he was responded by the sound of a slamming door. The sturdy man probably didn't expect Sure Yu to react like this. He was stunned for a moment, and suddenly he was furious, banging the door even louder. The quality of the door was very good, and it was absolutely impossible for him to break it. But the sound of banging the door again and again was really annoying. Sure Yu opened the door again and kicked it unceremoniously. The sturdy man was kicked by her without any preparation. The whole person flew backwards and hit the opposite wall with a bang, and then fell to the ground with a bang. The situation was too tragic, and the mouths of the people around him, who came with him, all opened into an O shape, and they all showed shocked eyes. Sure Yu slowly retracted her foot, leaned against the wall and said, if you have the ability, ask Bai Yin to invite you to his team. Don't come here to seek a sense of existence. I will not be polite next time. After she finished her harsh words, she muttered a disturbing word. Just as she was about to turn around and go back to the house, she happened to meet Bai Yin's eyes in the crowd. Sure Yu paused for a moment, and went back to the house and closed the door calmly, as if she had not seen anything just now. The skinny chicken in Fong Dan's team was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. This news swept through all the teams like a gust of wind, and everyone asked what was going on. The incident of hitting the wall in the lounge spread more and more widely, and everyone was curious about how week 418 looked. Sure Yu didn't know that she had inexplicably become the center of other people's topic again. She slept comfortably in her second sleep. When she got up from the bed, it was the next day. She changed into a military uniform and asked all the way to find out where Bai Yin's team was training. She poked her head in from the door, just to see what was going on inside, and dozens of eyes happened to move over and stare at her. Sure Yu was stunned for a moment, then quickly raised her paw and waved at the people inside, then coughed lightly, walked in very calmly, and saluted Bai Yin, who was standing at the front of the team. Major Bai. New recruit Yu Sure is reporting. Bai Yin looked at her for 2 seconds, pointed to the clock on the wall. 10 minutes late. Run 100 kilometers by yourself. Sure Yu had a question mark on her forehead. Wasn't there still 1 minute left before the assembly time? She didn't ask obediently, but said yes, and started running around the training room obediently. Seeing that she was so obedient, the other people in the team took the opportunity when Bai Yin wasn't paying attention to secretly glance at each other. Why didn't she look like the rumors at all? 100 kilometers was really nothing for Sure Yu. It was just a bit time-consuming. She was running, and still had the energy to poke her head to see how others were training. Bai Yin suddenly received a call, and first sorted out his clothes, and opened the training room, letting everyone run on their own. Training. Sure, you was still running. And someone whistled at her. Little chicken. I didn't know you have such good endurance. Sure, you didn't even glance at her, and just kept running. The man whistled even louder, and didn't even look at her. He stopped training and ran to Sure you. I heard that you knocked down your teammate in the lounge. Why are you so good today? Sure, you felt a little itchy in his fist. He continued. I don't know why our captain likes you. I heard that you are quite arrogant. I can be even more arrogant. Sure, you finished speaking slowly, squatted down and kicked the man with a sweeping kick, and the man fell to the ground with a clang. It happened so fast, and so suddenly, that the other people who were watching the excitement while training all showed astonishment. Sure, you continued to run, and the man who was knocked down got up from the ground, raised his hand to grab her shoulder, but missed, and then his wrist was grabbed by someone and pulled forward fiercely. And at the same time, an elbow hit his armpit hard. There was another clang, and he fell to the ground miserably. Everyone stopped training. Bai Yin received the order to return to the training room, and he found something wrong as soon as he walked in. He looked up and saw people lying on the ground in the training room, groaning one by one, and the only one who didn't fall was still running obediently. The people in his team all died. 1 minute later, Sure you bit a tube of nutrient solution, leaned on the chair, crossed his legs, and admired the future teammates who lined up in a long line to start running. TSK. Too miserable. Chapter 126. You Sure, the new recruit in Bai Yan's team, is a troublemaker. It is said that she knocked down everyone in the team on the first day of reporting. Major Bai Yan felt embarrassed and punished everyone to train 10 times more, and they were not allowed to rest until the training was completed. The training volume of Bai Yan's team has always been the strongest among all the teams. Now the training volume has to be multiplied by 10. The people in other teams feel their legs shaking just thinking about it. When someone left the training room, he looked into the training room of Bai Yan's team, trying to catch the figure of the new recruit, but he didn't dare to stay too long. So naturally he didn't see the new recruit. The soldiers who had finished training in the cafeteria saw that there was no one from Bai Yan's team in the cafeteria, and many of them started talking. I heard that he killed everyone in Major Bai Yan's team with just one hand, and arrogantly challenged them that they were all trash. No matter where. As long as there are people, there will be gossip. And gossip is often distorted when it is spread. Where did you hear that he is so arrogant? No. Is he really that powerful? Someone questioned. That's right. When Major Bai Yan returned to the training room, someone just came out of another training room and heard the groaning and looked inside. Oh my God. That was terrible. There were people lying on the ground. The battle was too tragic. Major Bai Yan's face turned black on the spot. The person who was talking was spitting, as if he had seen the scene with his own eyes. The verbs and adjectives he used were extremely exaggerated. He was talking excitedly. The person who was listening to the gossip next to him nudged his waist and abdomen with his elbow. He didn't realize that the other party was reminding him, and he reached out and patted the other party. What are you doing? The person who reminded him saw that he had lost his mind, and he closed his eyes with great reluctance and lowered his head to eat obediently. He looked puzzled and was about to continue talking when suddenly 2 people walked past him. When he saw Bai Yan's back, he almost sent himself away on the spot. No one dared to speak. Everyone in the cafeteria was watching, wishing they didn't exist. They ate faster. But after the 2 sat down, someone quietly slowed down and pricked up their ears. Bai Yan sat down at one of the empty tables, and Sure you sat across from him obediently. I don't know what this major is thinking, insisting on eating with her. Sure you looked at his long hair tied up high, squinted, and the familiar feeling came again. Bai Yan naturally ordered 2 standard meals and said, Master you, which military school did you graduate from? Hearing her own made-up pseudonym, Sure you suddenly thought of something, and a flash of light flashed through her mind. Bai Yan, Yen Bai. Oh no! Sure you had memorized her fake identity by heart, and said casually, it was a small military school that was not well known in the Federation. I was the last one to get in, and I almost couldn't get in. She didn't believe that Bai Yan hadn't read her information. After she finished speaking, she asked back, which military school did the major graduate from? It was also an ordinary military school, but I dropped out of school when I was halfway through. Later, the Federation and the Castellan Empire went to war. So I went directly to the front line. The Major's hair is really beautiful. Sure, you heard him say this without thinking. Bai Yin obviously couldn't keep up with her train of thought. And heard Sure you say, don't you think it's troublesome to have such long hair? She wore a wig. And now she had an ordinary buzz cut. Wig. Sure you bit a mouthful of rice. And his eyes wandered over Bai Yan's head. Bai Yin felt a chill on his scalp for no reason. And he reluctantly raised his lips and said, long hair looks better. Sure you? ? No. You don't look better with long hair. She didn't say it out loud, but her eyes made it clear. And Bai Yan's face darkened instantly. He couldn't help but say, don't you think Marshal Xia hair looks good? Yo! If she remembered correctly, when Yin Bai wig was taken off by him, he used the name of Xiao Piaoliang Crazy Fan to fool her. If she hadn't thought about it more, she might have been fooled by him, considering that the person in front of him might be an acquaintance. Sure you put the tip of his tongue against his teeth and lied with his eyes open. Why does a grown man have long hair? It's effeminate. Other people with long hair are ugly. But Xiao Piaoliang is really beautiful. Bai Yin, Seeing the disdain in Sure Yu's eyes, Bai Yin tightened the chopsticks of his hand and retorted, Marshal Xia is very strong. He emphasized his tone, as if to emphasize something. Sure Yu's eyebrows were raised even higher. Could it be that he was really a crazy fan of Xiao Piaoliang? She said oh, and buried her head in eating. She obviously didn't intend to continue discussing this topic with him. But Bai Yin felt a perfunctory atmosphere and continued to emphasize, Marshal Xia is the strongest. Sure you, Okay. You know he's strong. So why don't you let me eat? Her little beauty. Doesn't she know whether she's strong or not? Bai Yin felt a stronger sense of perfunctory. And the anger in his heart became stronger. But Sure you didn't even look at him. And more people were listening, feeling the sight of Major Bai Yin sweeping over. The soldiers who were listening to gossip immediately sat up straight and ate quickly, as if they had done nothing just now. Major Bai Yin admired the second Marshal Xia Yuyan the most. Many people in the warship knew it. And many people also knew that he had long hair because Marshal Xia also had long hair. Seeing the new recruit usher perfunctory Major Bai Yin again and again, everyone quietly mourned for him. The last person who perfunctorily treated Major Bai Yin on the topic of Marshal Xia has now been trained to be unrecognizable. This new recruit had just joined Major Bai Yin's squad. But he had offended Major Bai Yin from head to toe. His future life must be miserable. As the center of gossip, Sure you did not know that she had become the protagonist of a new round of gossip. After dinner, she had an hour of free time. She naturally shook off Bai Yin, who wanted to discuss with her whether Xiao Piaoliang was strong or not, and returned to the lounge. She came to the front line with a purpose. After more than a month, everything was progressing slowly. But this was not enough. She wanted to confirm her guess, and had to move forward. But her plan seemed to have a little accident. Yin Bai, who was supposed to die, seemed not to be dead, and appeared on the front line. I don't know what his purpose was. Sure you sent a message to Xiao Piaoliang, asking him to check the person named Bai Yin. She had a strong premonition that Bai Yin was most likely Yin Bai. The art of escaping from the shell was used well. But I don't know if there were other people who escaped from the 9-star system besides him. Xiao Piaoliang was probably quite free. So she quickly found the relevant information about Bai Yin, and sent it to her. Bai Yin did drop out of an ordinary military academy as he said. After the war between the First Federation and the Castellan Empire, he participated in the conscription, and slowly climbed up from an ordinary soldier to the position of major in 3 years. Bai Yin has a good command talent, and his performance since joining the army is also remarkable. But not as eye-catching as the joint military exercise of freshmen from the 7 major military academies of the Federation. Is he hiding? She flipped through Bai Yan's other information again, but did not find anything special. That's right. If he wanted to hide himself, he would not leave a handle on himself in the information. Yin Bai is not a fool. When Sure you went to the training room again, everyone moved away from her at the same time, and then realized something, and came over to call her brother Yu. This brother is not divided by age. It is a respectful title for those with strong strength. There were 24 people in Bai Yan's team, and now there was one more Sure you. So it became 25. 24 against 1, and still being beaten badly. Everyone's face was hot. Seeing that Sure you had no intention of caring, everyone was naturally willing to reconcile with her. As a strong person, Sure you was naturally admired by others. She was a little uncomfortable with the excessive courtesy of everyone. Although she was a little lazy, she also knew to handle interpersonal relationships well. In just 2 or 3 days, the gap between the two sides disappeared. Bai Yin didn't seem to want to let Yu go. Every day when he had time, he would catch her and tell her how powerful Marshal Xia was. She was so confused that she became the fastest runner after the training. Yu got along well with the people in the team and ate and drank together in the cafeteria. The soldiers from other teams, who wanted to watch the fun, looked at each other and regarded the gossip that one person knocked down all the people as a rumor. It didn't sound reliable that they could get along so happily after being beaten so miserably. More than a month has passed in the blink of an eye. In this month, the Bai Yin team has participated in several small missions, and each time they were completed smoothly. Today, the battleship received a larger mission to escort a batch of supplies to the destination. The battleship entered a state of readiness, and the mecha drivers arrived at their respective combat units. The Keltri meteoric belt does not refer to a single meteorite belt, but refers to a cosmic belt with many meteorite belts and few star systems. So it is named the Keltri meteoric belt. The battleship's mission is to escort supplies through the Xiolia meteoric belt ahead. The inexplicable decadence of the meteorite belt has a small word. But this meteorite belt is not small at all. If the mecha enters it, it will take a whole day to cross the Xiolia meteoric belt in a straight line. The Xiolia meteoric belt is very troublesome. Very troublesome. Not only is there a strong magnetic field interference, but the meteorites are also in motion at any time, which also makes it impossible for the battleship to enter it. If the supplies want to pass through the Xiolia meteoric belt, they can only send small transport ships, and then be escorted by the mecha troops all the way. It is precisely because of the complex terrain of the Lesser Lea meteorite belt that this is also the best ambush location. In the past, interstellar pirates occupied this place, and specialized in hijacking passing commercial spacecraft. After the war between the Federation and the Castellan Empire, the interstellar pirates fled, and this place became one of the places where the Castellan Empire and the Federation ambushed each other. Before entering the Xiolia meteorite belt, the warship had sent an advance team to explore the Xiolia meteorite belt, and no traces of the activities of the Castellan Empire's mecha troops were found for the time being. Of course, this does not mean that the transport ship can relax its vigilance. The terrain of the Xiolia meteorite belt is complex, and no one can say whether the Castellan Empire's mecha troops are hiding in it and waiting for them to enter before taking action. The transport ship has no combat power. Once it is attacked, it will only be destroyed. This time, Bai Yin coordinated the battle situation. His arrangement was clear and orderly. Each combat unit was spread out like a net, one link after another. It was impossible for a team to have problems, and cause the entire team to almost get into trouble like last time. The combat unit where Yu was located walked in the forefront, alerting the situation ahead while providing the best route. The meteorites in the Xiolia meteorite belt are in constant motion and have no rules. There is no way to plan the route in advance. The safest way is to open the way at any time. After entering the meteorite belt, Yu found that there was still a lot of space debris mixed in it. The magnetic field interference was greater than expected. The radar played a limited role, and could only radiate an area with a diameter of 20 meters. At such a close distance, even if the enemy troops were detected approaching, it would be too late. But it is better to have it than not. Everyone carefully bypassed one meteorite after another. After half a day, the transport ship only traveled 1/3 of the distance of the Xiolia meteorite belt. Because of the magnetic field interference, the team's communication channel has been receiving a little noise. In the quiet and noisy environment, everyone can't help but feel a little irritable, and want to leave this dangerous and troublesome place as soon as possible. Yu carefully avoided a floating meteorite, and was about to move forward. Suddenly, he found something wrong and immediately retreated to check the situation of the meteorite. Before she could study the meteorite, a shell exploded in front of her right side, and the rumbling explosion affected the meteorite next to her. This explosion was like a domino being pushed down, and the rumbling explosions became more and more, and the meteorite was also pushed by the shock wave formed by the explosion, and the speed was fast and rapid. The meteorite was very heavy, and the huge impact was enough to cause irreversible damage to the mecha. However, there were more and more explosions in the periphery, and dense meteorites were pushed over, one after another. Some mechas were hit by meteorites because they could not avoid them in time, and the drivers were injured. Bai Yin obviously realized that he had mistakenly entered the enemy's ambush circle. He wanted to issue an order in the team channel, but found that the interference of the magnetic field became stronger with the occurrence of the explosion, and the team channel had no effect. His thoughts were turning quickly, and he was about to take the backup plan, when he suddenly found that there was a mecha in front of him firing at the meteorite pushed by the explosion. And the explosions became more intensive. Bai Yin subconsciously wanted to scold her, but found that the meteorite that was originally squeezed over began to be pushed back. His eyes lit up, and he quickly fired at the meteorite. Although the communication channel could not be contacted, the actions of the two people quickly attracted the attention of others. Everyone was not a fool. They followed suit and used bombs to push the meteorite back. Their living space squeezed by the meteorite began to expand. The game of you push me, and I push you is obviously a temporary solution. If it continues like this, the supplies on the mecha will be exhausted, and they have no idea how many people the other side has, and how they are ambushed. Sure, you did not fire again, but drove the mecha while others were not paying attention, trying to sneak out of the encirclement from another direction. Thanks to the magnetic field interference in the meteorite belt, the radar did not play a big role, except for Bai Yin, who had been paying attention to her. Basically, no one noticed her actions. Bai Yin saw that Shiryu wanted to act, and after a brief thought, he did not chase after her. He was the commander and could not leave. Over the past month, he has seen Master Yu ability. He is not lacking in ability and strength, but he has not yet seen where his limit is. Bai Yin quickly closed the distance between himself and other mechas, reconnected the communication channel, and commanded them to cooperate with Shiryu actions. Shiryu was very careful, but even so, the enemy team soon discovered her presence, which surprised her a little, but she did not hesitate at all, and took the big knife on the mecha to clean up the mecha troops that surrounded her like cutting melons and vegetables. The more she dealt with, the more mechas surrounded her, and they seemed to have no idea what casualties were. Moreover, she found that the mecha troops of the Castellan Empire seemed to be able to communicate, and some people hid in the distance and fired cold guns, which obviously could accurately capture her position. Although the radar equipped by the ordinary legions of the Federation was not as sophisticated as that of the Judgment Legion, it was definitely not much inferior to that of the ordinary legions of the Castellan Empire. It seems that the other party has a way to communicate freely in the meteorite belt. After careful observation, Shiryu soon noticed that many people in the Castellan Empire's team were moving close to the meteorites. She thought about it, and jumped behind a meteorite, and found that the noise in the team channel was much weaker. Is it the effect of the meteorite? She used the meteorite as a cover, and regardless of whether others could receive her message, she immediately sent this discovery to the team channel. Another mecha unit surrounded them, and Shiryu jumped on another meteorite and fired a shot at one of the mechas. She did not turn on the thruster, and the recoil of this shot took her and the meteorite back. As she retreated, she observed the surrounding terrain to organize an attack. Suddenly, her back was extremely cold. She did not hesitate to fire at the other side again, and turned on the thruster at the same time, avoiding the fatal blow that fell on the meteorite where she was standing. The black mecha almost merged with the meteorite. The black sword in its hand chopped on the meteorite, and the huge meteorite fell apart in the blink of an eye. It was a strong enemy. Chapter 127. However, after just one look, Shiryu could tell that the person driving the black mecha was definitely not simple. Similarly, this black mecha was not an ordinary one. The black mecha didn't seem to expect that its attack would miss. After a short pause, it rushed toward Shiryu at a very fast speed, not giving her a chance to breathe. Shiryu was driving an ordinary A-class mecha, which was not as good as the black mecha in terms of performance. But she was not embarrassed to dodge. The clash of knives made a clanging sound. Shiryu knew that her knife would be destroyed by the opponent's knife in a head-on confrontation. She did not confront the black mecha head-on. She used the meteorites that were constantly moving around to resist the opponent's attack between the bounces. Her movements were very flexible. Holding the knife with only one hand undoubtedly limited her strength. But as long as she didn't want to expose herself, she must not use her left hand to hold the weapon. Shiryu was absolutely sensitive to fighting, whether it was prediction or avoidance. The next move was confusing. She was very aware of her disadvantages, and knew that if she continued like this, she would be at a disadvantage in no time. A tearing sound was heard in the communication channel, and Bai Yan's voice came, "Don't get entangled with her. You are not her opponent." Shiryu would not be irritated by such words. The gap between the mechas was here. To some extent, Bai Yan's words were not wrong. It's just, Shiryu narrowed his eyes and played hide-and-seek with the black mecha, constantly pulling the battlefield between the two out. But the black mecha only chased a short distance and turned back. Such a decisive decision surprised Shiryu. She was not stupid enough to go back and die. She leaned on a meteorite to connect to Bai Yan's communication. The other party is obviously well prepared. If this continues, we will be blocked here by them. As a commander who has a general view of the situation, how could Bai Yan not see this? He quickly made a decision. I will be responsible for restraining her, and you will escort the transport ship away immediately. In the team of the Castellan Empire, only the black mecha is ridiculously strong, and the quality of other mecha troops is not high. Bai Yan's combat quality is not weak either. He and the black mecha are inseparable. It is estimated that the winner will not be determined in a short time. It is not known whether it was an order from the black mecha. When the two fought, the other mechas of the Castellan Empire did not participate in it, but chased the transport ship with all their strength. Shiryu did not start to retreat according to Bai Yan's words. When she fought with the black mecha, she could clearly feel the pressure she put on herself. Bai Yan would not be her opponent. She took a sniper rifle from the side, jumped onto a meteorite, and aimed at the black mecha, moving quickly and accurately. Bullets kept firing from the muzzle, and with her support, Bai Yan's pressure was greatly reduced. The two of them had also honed some tacit understanding in the battles and training over the past month. Bai Yan's reaction speed was very fast, and with Shiryu cooperation, the two of them suppressed the black mecha together. The black mecha began to retreat, and the two did not intend to entangle with him anymore. Shiryu also wanted to retreat to the side of the transport ship. Suddenly, she noticed the shadow looming on the radar. She asked Bai Yan to retreat and organize the team first, and she hid behind a rock, following the direction of the meteorite's movement, and moved past from the side. The other party did not ambush here for a purpose, but built a small base here. Only in this way can it be explained why the other party would ambush so deeply here without alerting the previous detection team, and could also communicate through the meteorite to avoid the magnetic field here. She was a little curious. Why did the Castellan Empire build a base here? She approached slowly, and the attention of the combat units was all on the transport ship in front. No one noticed that Shiryu was hiding behind the meteorite and approaching quietly. After floating for a while with the meteorite, Shiryu saw an extremely large meteorite in the meteorite belt. At this moment, the meteorite opened a large exit, and a steady stream of mecha troops came out of it. The other party did not intend to retreat at all, but was buying time to get enough mecha troops to go out so that they could wipe them all out. While Shiryu sent the message back to the team channel, she was thinking about what to do. At this time, she noticed something again. She was not the only one who sneaked here. Shiryu quietly turned on the thrusters and let the meteorite move forward according to her own ideas. It was the mecha of the First Federation, but the other party's number was obviously not the one of her battleship. Shiryu approached a little closer, and the other party was very alert and discovered her existence. Seeing that she was driving the mecha of the First Federation, she did not relax and still held the gun. SSS-class mecha. He must be a powerful person. He couldn't come here alone. Shiryu wanted to call him through the communication, but he was afraid of alerting the mecha troops of the Castellan Empire not far away. So he had to control the mecha to make an attacking gesture to him, and first asked how many people there were. The other party quickly replied, 10 combat units. Only 10. It's a drop in the bucket for the current situation, but it's enough. Run after the fight. Shiryu clearly expressed her meaning to the other party, and the other party agreed immediately. She raised 3 fingers, slowly bent them one by one, and when she clenched her 5 fingers into a fist, the two fired in tacit understanding. The other party only fired 1 shot, and Shiryu looked at the familiar little action, and the corners of her eyes curled up. It can't be such a coincidence? Now is not the time to ask if it's a coincidence. She carried a sniper rifle and killed them directly. It's not that she didn't want to rush out and fight directly, but there were too many mechas on the other side. What she had to do was to create chaos, not to die in the early stage. 10 combat units fired at the same time, and in different directions, and ran away immediately after firing, or ran from different directions. If the mecha troops of the Castellan Empire were deployed, they would stop and continue to harass, and if they were chased, they would run away immediately, as annoying as flies. Seeing that her friend was about to run to the side, Shiryu grabbed him and ran in another direction. The other party obviously didn't expect her to suddenly grab him. He was stunned for a moment, but still ran along with her force. Sure, you sent him a communication. I think there are good things in here. How about we go in and take a look? The other party didn't answer immediately, and didn't know what he was thinking. After a long time, he said, "Can you?" "That's absolutely no problem." Sure, you directly answered the other party with practical actions. The two took advantage of the constantly moving meteorites here to constantly create trouble for the mecha troops of the Castellan Empire. Seeing her experience actions, Lu Dongyan was slightly surprised and a little familiar. But he quickly pulled her over. "This way. They dared to come here to squat with only 10 combat units." Of course, it was not blind confidence. But they had come to inquire before. And the 10 combat units he brought were all outstanding. Which was different from the ordinary fleet that Shiryu was in. A road was quickly cleared in front. And the mechas of the First Federation directly carried heavy artillery to bombard the huge meteorite. The sound of fighting was endless here. A dark gray mecha suddenly appeared. It was extremely fast and powerful. It harvested a field of mechas in the moment it appeared. Shiryu narrowed her eyes slightly. She had seen the virtual image of this mecha. It was Mo, the mecha of the 7th Marshal when Renma. It was really like someone delivering a pillow to the door when you doze off. Mo swept across the battlefield like a whirlwind. And everywhere it passed was full of mecha wreckage. So powerful. At this moment, the black mecha that had just retreated appeared again. She met Mo. And the two mechas, one black and one gray, fought together. The light and shadow intertwined so fast that people could not catch their moving trajectory at all. "Let's go!" Lu Dongyan shouted and took the lead. He didn't care whether the A-level mecha beside him would follow or not, and rushed towards the huge meteorite without hesitation. The things in the base were the purpose of their action this time. Shiryu would of course follow. This was a great opportunity to achieve her goal. With Renma holding them back, they could move forward unimpeded. The remaining soldiers were no match for them. Two mechas flew into the base one after another. It was not appropriate to call it a base. After entering the meteorite, Shiryu found that it was a military factory. Two mechas from the First Federation appeared, and the mechas that had not yet attacked immediately attacked them. Both of them were not easy to deal with. They killed them all with the swiftness of autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Lu Dongyan obviously knew a lot. He drove the mecha and directly carried out violent output. He cut off the gate in front in a few moves. After the two entered the interior, they jumped out of the cockpit. The two were very fast. One shot a kid. "Let's go here." Lu Dongyan grabbed Shiryu, who obviously hadn't recognized that the person next to him was his friend. Shiryu followed him and rushed to the passage ahead at a very fast speed. "You seem to be quite familiar with this place?" Shiryu asked casually. "I caught a man before." And it jumped out of his mouth. Lu Dongyan changed the energy bar for the energy gun, and his hands kept moving. "What do you want to take?" Shiryu asked again. Lu Dongyan was silent for a while, and then said, "I can't tell you for the time being." "Confidential? I'd come here with you. And you still say you can't tell me? Do you want to go out later?" The tone of her voice made Lu Dongyan look sideways. And Shiryu whispered in his ear, "It's me." Lu Dongyan slightly widened his eyes. "Why are you here?" "We talk about this later. Remember to keep your identity confidential. Don't tell anyone. Otherwise I will turn against you." This threat was not made with heart. Lu Dongyan didn't know if he thought of something. He nodded immediately, and poured out all the purpose of his trip like pouring beans. "We intercepted a communication, which roughly said that someone from the Castellan Empire built a military factory here, and there may be their newly developed mecha inside." "Oh, is the news reliable?" "Instead of building a military factory in a safe place, they went to a place that is not their own territory. It sounds unreliable. We have been squatting here for more than a month, and we have arrested people and let an insider in. We have found that the situation here is similar to the intercepted news." Shiryu paused for a moment and pulled Lu Dongyan to turn over and enter a passage next to them. The passage they were originally in was filled with dense bombing sounds. She clapped her hands and pulled Lu Dongyan to continue running forward. "Where is your insider?" She put her hands on the wall while running, and her mental power wandered on the alloy wall. In just a few seconds, she almost figured out the layout here. Lu Dongyan was dragged to the other side by her, and then saw Shiryu holding a machete and fiddling with a door at the corner. And soon the door was opened. Lu Dongyan knew that she had the ability to unlock the door, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. He was dragged into the room by her. The two leaned against the door and heard the bombing sound outside. And looked at each other. What should we do now? We have to die here. Shiryu lit up the empty room. There was nothing here. She fumbled around the wall and quickly pressed a groove. Then the wall without any gaps opened. Lu Dongyan was stunned. Shiryu didn't give him time to be surprised and said, "This way." "Who is taking whom to explore the fortress?" Neither of them said a word and rushed forward quickly. Suddenly, an energy bomb came at the two of them. Shiryu dodged one sideways and immediately raised her hand to fight back. The energy bombs collided with each other and exploded directly in the air. Lu Dongyan's reaction speed was not slower than hers. After a simple roll, the energy gun in his hand fired several energy bombs. Standing at the end of the corridor was a young man with a gate behind him. He was guarding here, obviously to stop them. Shiryu and Lu Dongyan looked at each other. At the same time, they climbed up the wall and ran almost vertically across the wall, shooting energy bombs as they ran. The man seemed to realize that he couldn't stop them. He threw away an energy gun and took out a red button from his chest pocket. Just as he was about to press it, a scimitar shot out from the front at a faster speed, piercing his wrist. The huge force made him fall back and nailed his whole hand to the gate. The man looked at the scimitar and his pupils dilated. No one knew the defense of this gate better than him. But at this moment, the scimitar was embedded in the gate. After a brief shock, he immediately raised the energy gun to his head. Another scimitar flew over and cut off the energy gun in his hand. The huge force made his wrist numb, and the remaining half of the energy gun fell to the ground with a sound. The next second, his wrist was pinched by someone. What treasure is in this door that makes you guard it so hard? Has someone already entered? Shiryu's voice was light, and he didn't expect the man to answer his question. A knife fell behind his ear, and the man softened and fainted. Lu Dongyan looked at the closed door and immediately opened his brain. Virtual tentacles stretched out from his brain. But before he could move, the closed gate suddenly opened. A golden light flashed in Shiryu's eyes, and he immediately exclaimed, "When did you become so powerful?" Lu Dongyan was confused, and before he had time to think too much, he was immediately pulled aside by Shiryu, and several energy bombs fell where he was standing. Two people, one for you and one for me. The two rushed out of the passage at a very fast speed, and the energy bombs could not hit them at all. In fact, they were really dealing with only one person, one of whom was standing in front of the workbench, with 10 fingers dancing quickly, and no one knew what he was doing. Shiryu hid behind a container sideways, took out an energy gun with his backhand, and shot at the person standing in front of the workbench. The other party was hit by her, and a blood flower bloomed on his shoulder. The energy bomb was so powerful that his right arm, which was hit, immediately fell down weakly. The person protecting him shouted his name, and immediately fired in the direction of Shiryu. But she was too distracted to take care of herself, and was shot by Lu Dongyan. The man standing in front of the stage pressed the button on the virtual screen hard, regardless of his almost shattered right shoulder. At this moment, another shot came and brushed his wrist. His finger deviated and pressed another button. When this button was pressed, the whole factory began to make a rumbling sound, as if a mechanism was triggered. Above their heads, 2 elevators descended. On top were 2 mechas. Chapter 128. 2 black mechas slowly descended from above, and fell to the ground with a heavy bang following the lift. These 2 black mechas, and the black mecha that just fought with her were obviously designed in the same series. With just one glance, she could see that these 2 mechas were extraordinary. Shiryu smiled and clamped the 2 people they injured and knocked them out as quickly as possible. Lu Dongyan was afraid that they would die from excessive blood loss, so he injected them with medicine and then turned his attention to the 2 black mechas. I don't know if every mecha master has a preference for the mechas he designed. The first mecha Shiryu saw when she first came into contact with was the God of War, whose appearance could beat all other mechas. Later, although the mechas she used one after another were not as good looking as the God of War, they were definitely not ugly. The specially designed and manufactured mechas not only had outstanding performance, but also had extremely beautiful appearance. The 2 black mechas were designed by the same person. They look similar, but their performances are different. One is a melee mecha, and the other is a long-range mecha. With the explosion outside, the walls of the factory trembled slightly, and the lights began to shake. The shaking light hit the 2 black mechas, and the dazzling luster like obsidian flowed through the surface of the mechas, which was so beautiful that it was dazzling. Shiryu patted Lu Dongyan's shoulder beside him. These are really 2 good mechas. Every time I doze off, someone hands me a pillow. Not long after the god of war had an accident, Xia Liqin sent her the guardian that he had worked so hard to make. 2 or 3 months ago, she left the guardian to Lan Luo, and she only had an SSS-class mecha from Xiaomeiliang. Her current identity is an ordinary military academy graduate, and she is an orphan. If she uses it, her personality will collapse, which is contrary to her original intention. Now, 2 such good mechas are delivered to her door. Isn't it just that she dozed off, and someone came to hand her a pillow? Lu Dongyan's eyes also flashed with joy. No one doesn't like powerful and beautiful mechas. His original mecha is also good, but it is still a little short of this top-of-the-line mecha. This long-range attack mecha in front of him is perfect for him. Let's find the mecha ring first. Without the mecha ring, it is impossible to drive these 2 mechas. Shiryu patted her head immediately. She looked around and pointed to the console in the right front and said, "Go and have a look." The program of the console was still running. Lu Dongyan took a serious look. When the few of them were still studying at the first military academy of the Federation, Lu Dongyan's theoretical class performance was always the best. Although he was not as good as Luo Xiaozi in operating various systems, he was not much worse. He stretched out his hand to control the virtual screen on the console. After a while, a small platform rose from the console. There was a groove in the middle of the platform. 2 mecha rings were displayed in the groove. These 2 mecha rings were undoubtedly for the 2 black mechas. Lu Dongyan threw one of the mecha rings to Shiryu. Just as he was about to close the console, Shiryu suddenly grabbed his hand and said, "Is there anything good in it? Go bind the mecha first." And I recorded. She gave all the things in Kane's brain to Xiao Pioliang, and that was why he was able to successfully capture the Talasaka fortress of the Castellan Empire later. Since they had come here, there was still some time. There might be research data on 2 mechas stored here. It would definitely be worth taking them away. Lu Dongyan quickly guessed her thoughts, nodded, and took the mecha ring to start binding. Shiryu turned on the screen recording function of the brain and began to pull out all the information on the console. She didn't have time to filter it. Anyway, she just had to record all the information on the virtual screen that popped up. While recording, she was not idle. She saw a lot of things and said casually, "It turns out that they built a military factory here because there is a certain probability that a rare mineral called Yaohe will be formed inside the meteorites here. According to their calculations, Yaohe is a rare material of SSS plus level. Shiryu has been studying at the first military academy of the Federation for these years. Although he has been slacking off frequently, he has learned something. There are less than 100 existing SSS plus level rare materials discovered in the universe, and Yaohe is not among them. It seems that Yaohe is the latest rare material discovered. Good stuff. Good stuff. Among the SSS plus level rare materials that have been discovered, Yaohe is still a top-grade material. After the researchers of the Castellan Empire discovered it, they tried to collect Yaohe, but found that the output of Yaohe was very small, and it was only formed in the Xiolia meteorite belt. It happened that when they discovered Yaohe, the First Federation had already started a war with the Castellan Empire, and they had no way to collect Yaohe from the Xiolia meteorite belt on a large scale. If the Castellan Empire occupied a dangerous meteorite belt without resources, and not a strategic location, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the First Federation. The Castellan Empire took this into consideration, and was afraid that Yaohe would be exposed. So it secretly sent a research group and a fleet to settle in the Xiolia meteorite belt, and secretly built a military factory. Once the mecha was manufactured, it would be sent back to the Castellan Empire immediately. The people of the Castellan Empire have noticed that this military factory has been targeted. In the past few days, they have been rushing to make the final adjustments to the 2 mechas, hoping to send the mechas out at the last minute. Today, the warship where Shiryu was escorting the transport ship attracted their attention. The Castellan Empire thought that the First Federation escorted the transport ship to cover up their tracks, and it was actually for this military factory. So they took people out to ambush and wanted to get rid of them first. But they didn't expect that the people who were really watching them hadn't made a move at all, but were hiding in the dark. TSK? Shiryu shook his head. Why is this necessary? When it is time to hold back, you should hold back. Now, 2 strategic level mechas are just handed over. No matter how much people laugh at her, she will not hesitate to bind the mechas. When Shiryu had almost finished recording the data, a window suddenly popped up, which was a window for commands to be executed. It showed the identity IDs of 2 people, and it was necessary to control whether to bind the identities of the two people to the mecha rings. It turned out that the last step of the operation just now was to bind the identity ID of the driver to the mecha ring first, so that the two mechas could not be bound by others. In this way, even if they were taken away, others would not be able to drive the mechas. Shiryu immediately cancelled the order. Lu Dongyan had completed the binding of the mecha ring, and the explosion outside was getting closer and closer. Seeing that she was still hesitating, Lu Dongyan hurriedly said, "I am afraid that we can't hold on here for long. Hurry up and bind the mecha ring, and we will leave." Shiryu nodded, and put the black mecha ring on the empty index finger of his left hand. The black mecha is like a general who has restrained his sharpness, revealing calmness in a low-key manner. The mecha bound to Shiryu has not been named yet. As a bad at naming, she took 10 seconds to name the black mecha. Naming is successful. Xiao San. I am happy to fight side by side with you. Shiryu idea is very simple. The god of war is the big brother of the mecha she drives, and the guardian should be Xiao. So this one will be called Xiao San. Lu Dongyan happened to hear her naming the mecha, and was speechless on the spot. He couldn't help but say, "Such a majestic and beautiful mecha. Can you give it a nice name?" Shiryu tilted her head to look at him. Is Xiao San not nice? Her expression was a little serious. Lu Dongyan, that's all. Just make you happy. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Shiryu pulled him and said, "Don't dawdle. Hurry up." The explosions outside were getting louder and louder. It seemed that the battle was very intense, and the military factory was shaking more and more violently, indicating that someone was bombing the military factory from the outside. The two of them came in swaggeringly. The people of the Castellan Empire must have realized this soon. Instead of letting the mecha be taken away by them, it would be better to destroy it. The two of them carried the 3 people who had fainted into the mecha cockpit. When the virtual screens in the cockpit were all lit up, Shiryu familiarized himself with the mecha at the fastest speed, pulled out the long sword on the mecha, and chopped at the wall. The feeling of cutting tofu made her eyes brighten. The performance of Xiao San was much stronger than she imagined, not inferior to the guardian at all. Especially this long sword, which was sharper than the polar night and dawn she had made with nothing. Good stuff. Good stuff. The thick walls of the factory cracked and shattered under the cutting of the long sword, and finally collapsed with a bang. Countless mecha troops poured in from outside the meteorite belt, some from the First Federation and some from the Castellan Empire. They were obviously reinforcements from both sides. The mecha troops of both sides fought together, and the battle was very fierce. The mecha troops of the Castellan Empire had a clear purpose. They began to bombard the military factory crazily, obviously wanting to blow it up. Although the mecha troops of the First Federation had tried their best to stop it, they had little effect. The meteorite was too large and had a wide force area. After being hit by the shells, it was also hit by the meteorites floating around, and soon became bumpy, because the center of the meteorite was hollowed out. As more and more meteorites hit the military factory, its surface began to break. Seeing that the military factory was about to be completely broken, the mecha driven by Wenrenma became faster, suppressing the black mecha that was fighting with him and couldn't breathe. While fighting with high intensity, he tried to call Lu Dongyan from the communication channel. But as the battle became more and more chaotic, the magnetic field here became more complicated, and the communication channel didn't work at all. Wenrenma frowned, inevitably distracted. His distraction gave the black mecha fighting against him an opportunity. The opponent was very strong and was originally suppressed by him. But now, she caught this opportunity and took the opportunity to get rid of Wenrenma's suppression and organize a counterattack. Wenrenma was careless and was knocked away by her and another mecha. At the same time, other mechas of the Castellan Empire aimed at him, and dense shells bombarded him from all directions. Those mechas even ignored that they were about to be shot down by other mechas of the Federation. The Castellan Empire and the First Federation have been at war for so long. Everyone can recognize that the one who is now participating in the battle is Wenrenma, the 7th Marshal of the First Federation. If Wenrenma can be shot down here, it will undoubtedly be a major victory for the Castellan Empire. What does it matter if some mecha troops are lost? Wenrenma certainly knew this. He stabilized the mecha at the fastest speed. At this time, a meteorite was affected by the war next to him and rushed towards him, and it happened to hit his mecha. As a result, the mecha he had just adjusted was hit again, and he had no way to avoid the shells that were bombarding him. When Renmo cursed, Imo attack power was strong and his defense was not weak either. He might not be in danger of his life under the bombardment of shells, but he would be injured more or less. This was nothing to him. The threat to him was the black mecha that was eyeing him covetously. Once he was restrained, the other party would wait for an opportunity to attack him. In this way, the situation in which he had just suppressed the other party was broken, and he would be suppressed by the other party in turn. The mecha troops guarding him immediately pulled out their hands and came over here. When Renma faced the shells getting closer and closer to him with a calm face, he was not panicked at all because of being targeted. He abandoned the idea of evasion and flew towards the shells. Since they were all going to be injured, they must not let the battle turn to the other side. Seeing that Imo was about to collide with the shells, a long sword flew over from a distance, circling and easily cutting most of the shells in half. At the same time, particle cannons flew over from the side. The shells that originally surrounded Renmo were blown up by the cooperation of the long sword and particle cannons. Only some aftermath of the explosion fell on Imo, which was not painful for him. When Renma subconsciously looked in the direction of the support, two black mechas with the logo of the Castellan Empire flew out of the broken military factory. They were very fast, and the situation of the battle changed significantly in an instant. When Renmo recognized that the driver of the black mecha carrying a gun was Lu Dongyan. When he saw Shao San waving the long sword and beating the mecha troops of the Castellan Empire into pieces, like chopping melons and vegetables, he hesitated and narrowed his eyes. Chapter 129. Shiryu and Lu Dongyan joined the battle, which fundamentally changed the situation. The troops of the Castellan Empire realized that they would be unable to resist the attack of the First Federation. The Castellan Empire had already fallen into a disadvantage. If this continued, everyone would have to die here. The opponent's command was very decisive, and he was not reluctant to give up the two mechas that had been taken away by the First Federation. As the most powerful black mecha, it fired a retreat signal flare. The mecha troops of the Castellan Empire did not drag their feet at all. They retreated as soon as they said they would, and did not entangle with the mecha troops of the First Federation at all. They were obviously very familiar with the movement of meteorites in this meteorite belt, and the speed of retreat was very fast. When Renma did not intend to entangle with them anymore, and also sent a signal flare to withdraw troops. A conflict started very suddenly, and ended very suddenly. Shiryu felt that he had not tested all the performance of the black mecha, and he was a little unsatisfied. When Renma began to reorganize all the mecha troops, he also sent people to contact Bai Yin and others to escort the transport troops out of the meteorite belt. Shiryu was temporarily kept in his fleet by his words. She certainly knew that this was because of the black mecha he was driving. During this period, she was not at ease and told Lu Dongyan again, "Remember to pretend that you don't know me. I came here for a special mission. My current name is Yushur. Pretend to be more like it. If it's exposed, don't blame me for being rude to you." This threat didn't sound like a threat at all. It can be said that it was very careless. Although Lu Dongyan didn't know what special mission she had, he also knew that Shiryu looked a little unreliable. But she could be so solemnly explained twice. Her mission must not be that simple. So she responded seriously without asking too much. The team went out of the meteorite belt all the way. There was a fleet outside to meet them. Shiryu was ordered by Renma to return to his warship. This was the first time she had met Renmo face to face at such a close distance. She looked serious, and there was no trace of her previous incoherence. Renmo looked her up and down, and asked after a long while, "What's your name?" Shiryu didn't believe that he didn't know who she was. It was estimated that her information had been completely delivered to Renmo before she left the meteorite belt. But thinking was one thing, and answering was another. She said very obediently, "Report to the Marshal. My name is Yushur, and I'm a new recruit. A new recruit who didn't have any military rank yet." Renmo looked at her seriously, stretched out his hand, and tapped lightly on the table, as if thinking about something. After about 10 minutes, he leaned back in his chair and continued to ask, "You obviously have SSS level physical and mental strength. Why did you only see A-level mechas before? Did you study in an ordinary military school?" Shiryu had expected that his information would arouse suspicion, and began to lie with his eyes open. "Does the Marshal know Y1121? Renmo immediately raised his eyebrows. Shiryu smiled shyly and said, "She seemed to be driving an A-class mecha at the beginning, and she made a big splash. There are always prerequisites. Look, haven't I attracted the attention of the Marshal now?" She said this frankly, and clearly expressed her little tricks. Seeing Wen Renma staring at her, she tilted her head embarrassedly and said, "I'm very strong. Marshal, can I join your fleet? This is really thick-skinned." Wen Renma suddenly smiled. "Are you stronger than Y1121? Sure, you seem not to hear the contempt in his words, but thought about it seriously before saying, "It's hard to say without fighting." After that, she didn't give up and said, "Marshal, can you give me a chance to fight with Y1121? Her eyes were full of eagerness to try. And it might not be appropriate to say eagerness to try. That is a kind of arrogance that is extremely confident in her own strength. "How strong are you?" Wen Renmo did not answer her, but asked back. "Of course. She is very strong." She said it without knowing the world. Like a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers and has never seen the world. Wen Renmo laughed. And laughed very wantonly. He stood up, leaned over and said to Shiryu, "Are you interested in a fight?" Shiryu hesitated immediately. And the smile on Wen Renmo's face also subsided slightly. "Why? Don't you dare?" "It's not that you don't dare. It's just that, Marshal. If I beat you, where will you put your face?" She was worried. Wen Renmo, very good. Very Y1121. If you can beat me, it means you are very strong and have the strength to fight Y1121. Wen Renmo didn't want to laugh anymore. Shiryu immediately raised his head. His face was a little surprised. Does the Marshal have such a high opinion of Y1121? She really didn't expect that her position in Wen Renmo's heart was so high. Wen Renmo sat down again and said slowly, "She is very strong. The strongest I have ever seen in my life. I am not her opponent." Had the Marshal fought against Y1121? Shiryu stood obediently, with curiosity on his face. Sometimes, you don't have to fight to know the opponent's strength. He did not answer this question directly. Shiryu nodded thoughtfully, and the color of Wen Renmo's pupils gradually became darker. But suddenly she said, "Why doesn't she come to the front line if she is so powerful? Otherwise, I can fight her." The words in her mouth became more and more floating. Wen Renmo did not solve her doubts. He took off his military jacket and hung it on the chair, and took the lead to walk in front. "Let me see your strength. If you lose, call out the Mecha Authority. If you win, as you wish, enter my fleet." Shiryu immediately put aside other thoughts, and quickly responded and followed him. Wen Renmo is very tall, but he is not like a small mountain like other strong men in the army. He is upright, like a pine or cypress on a rock wall. Every step he takes is full of determination, as if revealing some kind of unshakable will. Shiryu's face did not change at all, and he followed him to the hatch. Wen Renmo turned around and said, "If we can't perform well in the training ground, how about we go directly into space to fight? Don't show mercy. I don't need face." It was a response to what Shiryu had just said. Shiryu certainly had no objection. The news that Marshal Wen was going to compete with a new recruit of the S-class fleet swept through the entire fleet like a gust of wind. Lu Dongyan came over with a lingering worry, and happened to see two mechas attacking, and heard a lot of discussion. What's wrong with this new recruit? Dare to challenge the Marshal just because he got a powerful mecha? Wen Renmo is the belief of everyone in his fleet. His strength is engraved in everyone's bones. Now that Shiryu is going to stand against Wen Renmo, everyone naturally stands on Wen Renmo's side. Of course, the people who followed Wen Renmo also knew that he usually liked to drag people to fight. He was different from other marshals sitting on the main ship. He liked to go to the battlefield in person and lead his soldiers to win victory after victory. Fighting was commonplace for him. Because of this, his soldiers had a strong cohesion, and the style of the entire fleet was different from that of other marshals. However, each of the 7 marshals of the Federation had his own style of leading troops, and there was no distinction between strong and weak. The atmosphere in Wen Renmo's fleet was relaxed. As soon as the 2 mechas left the battleship, someone shouted to bet, "Place a bet." Place a bet? How many minutes can this new recruit last under the Marshal? 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and 20 minutes. There are only these 4 betting options. Lu Dongyan asked with one hand on his chest and the other on his chin. Why is there no option for the new recruit to beat the Marshal? The people who heard him couldn't help but sneer. Xiao Lu, you can't even last more than 20 minutes under the Marshal. Do you think this new recruit is better than you? After Lu Dongyan entered the fleet, he quickly showed his qualities as an outstanding graduate of the first military academy of the Federation. He completed the tasks extremely well in just a few missions, stood out among all the new recruits, and soon entered the core fleet of Wen Renmo. Everyone knows that the reason why he couldn't last more than 20 minutes under Wenren-Mo's command is not because he is too weak, but because Wenren-Mo has extremely rich combat experience. Lu Dongyan is still a newcomer after all. Although he has experienced a lot of things, he still lacks the heat. When Lu Dongyan heard the people around him say this, he really had the urge to refute for Shiryu. But thinking of Shiryu repeated instructions to him not to expose her identity, he had to hold back this urge and said slowly, "Gambling is prohibited in the army. Be careful that the marshal will punish you if he finds out." This is really a sharp remark. The originally lively lounge was quiet for a second. The person who just shouted "Buy it," and leave it quickly turned off the intelligent computer, coughed lightly, and said very seriously, "I just made a joke." The atmosphere in Wenren-Mo's fleet was relaxed. But it did not mean that there was no discipline. "Come on!" it started. "Everyone, look!" The battle situation of the two mechas in the lounge was projected in, and everyone gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to discuss how this recruit should die more painfully. After escorting the transport troops out, Bai Yin also temporarily stayed in Wenren-Mo's fleet. But he did not go to the main ship, but to one of the secondary ships. The contest between Shiryu and Wenren-Mo made the whole fleet boil, and Bai Yin could not help but follow to the lounge to see what was going on. The black mecha and the gray mecha were quietly parked in space, and no one took the initiative, as if they were competing to see who was more patient. But in fact, "Marshal, wait a minute. I haven't figured out the performance of this mecha yet. Let me see what kind of combat modes there are. It won't interfere, right?" After Shiryu got Xiao San, she didn't really get familiar with his fighting mode. At that time, the situation was urgent. So she took out the longsword Ju, carried by Xiao San, and started to kill. Although she felt that the battle between her and Wenren-Mo could be almost resolved with Ju, it was better to be more safe. There was only one powerful Y1121 in the world. When she couldn't use the double swords, her fighting power would be weakened to some extent. Shiryu had already calculated that she couldn't win too easily or too hard, but just right to make Wenren-Mo feel that she could compete with Y1121. The purpose of coming to the battlefield of the Torcelli meteorite belt was Wenren-Mo. I hope it's not what she thought. If it is, she doesn't mind the Federation losing another marshal. Wenren-Mo was probably speechless to her, but he didn't want to take advantage of her. So he said, "Is 5 minutes enough?" "Enough? Enough? We can start now." The time of talking before and after was only a dozen seconds. Wenren-Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, wondering if this new recruit named Yushir was really that powerful, or just bragging. The battle was about to start. The two mechas grasped their weapons at the same time, and the black light and gray light collided with each other and separated in an instant. All the soldiers who were paying attention to this battle couldn't help but open their eyes wide, fearing that they would miss the wonderful scene in the blink of an eye. Lu Dongyan also watched very seriously. Having been friends with Shiryu for so long, no one knows how strong Shiryu is better than him. Probably no one knows that in a 5-man team, there have been countless times when Shiryu fought against the 4 of them alone. The ending was no exception. She won every battle. Luo Xiaozi's strategy was completely useless to her, which was an extremely terrifying data. Every time the 5 people fought, Luo Xiaozi would do a post-war review for everyone. Each of them was very familiar with each other's fighting style. But even so, they still couldn't do anything to Shiryu. The feeling of being completely separated in strength was frustrating for Lu Dongyan. It was not jealousy or any other meaningless emotions, but powerlessness. He realized very deeply that if they encountered difficulties again, they would still not be able to help Shiryu. After arriving at the front line, in the fight between life and death, his combat quality continued to improve. He could clearly feel that he had made great progress compared to half a year ago. After seeing Shiryu again, he even wanted to fight with her, to see the gap between him and her. But now, he realized more deeply that it was not only him who had improved in the past 6 months, but Shiryu was also accumulating combat experience at a terrifying speed. Lu Dongyan became more and more excited, and he had begun to think about how to pull Shiryu to conduct special training for himself next. Humanoid training machine. It would be a waste if not used. In the projection, as the battle time passed, everyone put away their contempt in their hearts, and their expressions became solemn. No one whispered to each other, and no one laughed at the new recruit for provoking the marshal without knowing his own strength. She is very strong. Very strong. Not only can she keep up with the marshal's battle rhythm, but she can also take away the marshal's battle rhythm in turn. This is really a terrifying opponent. After another confrontation, Shiryu turned on the thrusters and flew backwards, and at the same time pulled a virtual screen in front of him. This mecha is not a pure melee mecha, but a combination of melee and long-range combat methods. Such a mixed design did not reduce the power of the mecha, but made her combat mode difficult to defend. Xiao San took the initiative to distance himself from Mo. The rich combat experience made when Renmo immediately realized that Shiryu must be planning something. A flash of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he turned on the mecha's full-body thrusters and approached Shiryu at a fast speed. Shiryu looked at the virtual screen seriously. He looked at Renmo rushing towards him, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. She wanted to open a public channel to ridicule, but she held back. The involvement of Master Yu and Y1121 was limited to wanting to fight with her. On the virtual screen, Xiao San locked Mo in the blink of an eye, and at the same time, several gun barrels were pulled out from behind, and 8 particle beams bombarded Mo. At the same time, it was not a single bombing, but a route blockade. The galloping Mo was caught off guard, and when Renma began to dodge and retreat at a very fast speed, and Xiao San, who was emitting particle beams in front, had disappeared, some people in the lounge couldn't help but clench their fists. Some let out a low cry, and some grabbed the arms of the people around them. Experienced people could almost see that the winner was going to be decided. And now the person who has the upper hand is Shiryu, not Renma, which no one expected. The black mecha seemed to blend into the space. When Renma's mecha radar, which was as precise as it was, did not catch Xiao San's moving track for a moment. Zheng! It was the sound of swords clashing, when Renma took the attack from behind at a very fast speed. But again, because it was a temporary reaction, his resistance was insufficient, and he was pushed out by Xiao San's huge force. Shiryu has always been an opportunist. When Renma, who was in a weak position, was already a fish on the chopping board for her. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape from her palm. The black mecha moved again. She was like a fish in water in the universe. The intensive attacks made when Renma unable to defend. Unfortunately, Shiryu had a lot of fake moves. No one could tell whether she was really charging or just faking this time. In this way, when Renma, who was passively defending, had to defend with all his strength, physical energy was consumed, and mental strength was also consumed. The two kicked at the same time, and the two mechas flew backwards at the same time. Is it a draw? Of course not. The black mecha disappeared again. A drop of cold sweat fell from Renmo's forehead, and at this moment, a force attacked his back. The expected attack did not come, but on Mo's shoulder was an extremely sharp sword. Shiryu held her breath, making her voice a little more laborious before opening the public channel. Marshal, you lost. Her voice was a little smug, but the feeling of panting made people know that her victory was not so easy. When Renmo put down the long sword in his hand, and he also opened the public channel, you are indeed very strong. Welcome to join my fleet. Soldier 418. He turned around and controlled the mecha and stretched out his hand to Shiryu. Shiryu heard the number 418, raised her eyebrows and extended her hand to him. I'm very strong. The marshal will not be disappointed, he said heartlessly, and eagerly added, I don't know when I will have the chance to fight Y1121. She was very arrogant, and she opened the public channel, so everyone heard her voice. Everyone in the lounge was still immersed in the shock that the marshal actually lost to a new recruit, and suddenly heard her mention the number Y1121, and raised their eyebrows. This new recruit is really a thorn. After defeating the marshal, he still misses Y1121. Does he think the marshal is not as good as Y1121? The soldiers under Renma certainly think that their marshal is the most powerful. As for the particularly troublesome Y1121, that is the second marshal Xieyuyan man. The 7th Sequence Legion and the Judgment Legion get along so. In fact, because the two marshals often confront each other in the parliament, the people of the two legions also compare with each other. As a result, the soldiers of the 7th Sequence Legion did not have much good feelings towards Y1121, a loyal supporter of the 2nd Marshal Xieyuyan. This thorny recruit was a little arrogant, but his arrogance to defeat Y1121 really made people feel happy. That's right. The soldier 418 of the 7th Sequence Legion will definitely be able to defeat the soldier Y1121 of the Judgment Legion. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Shiryu with a friendly look. Chapter 130. Shiryu was very popular in the 7th Sequence Army. And because she defeated the 7th Marshal Wenrenma, her strength was recognized by everyone. Her bold words to defeat Y1121 were also spread throughout the 7th Sequence Army. And there was a tendency to spread outside. No one laughed at her, because she was very strong. However, many people did not think highly of her. Although she was very strong, Y1121 was even stronger than her. The name of the shadow of the tree. Y1121 single-handedly broke the winter rescue of the Republic of Toes, and made everyone know Y1121 thoroughly. Everyone still remembers the Grey Star incident. It is one thing to dislike her, but it is a fact that she is very strong. As a friend of Y1121, Lu Dongyan looked down on her. Every day. Her nose was not a nose and her eyes were not eyes. But this guy was thick-skinned and kept getting close to Lu Dongyan, grabbing him to fight every day. I don't know if he was defeated and no longer ignored her like he did at the beginning. The entire 7th Sequence Legion witnessed the whole process of the two people's love and hatred. No one doubted that the 7th Sequence Legion Soldier 418 was the Judgment Legion Soldier Y1121. During this period of time, Shiryu also knew the identity of the person who drove the Black Mecha and fought with her. It was Princess Xiaolina, the youngest daughter of the late Emperor of the Castellan Empire, and also the twin sister of Zayuzal. Zayuzal and Cain died at the same time. After a period of chaos in the Castellan Empire, Duke Kelly supported another prince as the Emperor. As the biological sister of Cain and Zayuzal, Xiaolina lost power, and was also sent to the most dangerous front. Before this, not many people knew Xiaolina, even if they mentioned it for investigation. Only the identity of being the biological sister of Cain and Zayuzal was worthy of others' attention. At the same time, she was a typical noble lady, and had never shown any talent for war. But when she was sent to the battlefield, the little princess of the empire changed her ladylike style, and took control of the old subordinates, left by Cain, with an extremely tough attitude. When the name Xiaolina is mentioned again, anyone who has fought with her can't help but feel a tingling scalp. She is very strong. She also won a lot of say in the Congress of the Castellan Empire in just 3 years. And the current emperor of the Castellan Empire is just a puppet of Duke Kelly. The Congress of the Castellan Empire is divided into 2 factions. One led by Xiaolina, and the other led by Duke Kelly. Because of Xiaolina's strength, there are even rumors that she wants to replace the current emperor and become the empress of the Castellan Empire. After reading Xiaolina's information, Shiryu couldn't help but sigh twice. The genes of the queen of the Castellan Empire are too strong. Cain is insidious and cunning, and Zayuzal is not a pushover. Now there is also Xiaolina, who is both wise and powerful. Looking at Xiaolina's actions over the past 3 years, she is no worse than her brother Cain, and even better than him. Maybe the Castellan Empire will really welcome a queen. While she was calculating Xiaolina was also trying to check her information. But unfortunately, Soldier 418 was just a new recruit. And when he fought with Xiaolina, he was driving an extremely ordinary A-class mecha, which did not have any identity. Her information was impossible for the Castellan Empire to have, and it could not be investigated. The 3 people brought back by Shiryu and Lu Dongyan were locked in the interrogation room. The interrogation was ineffective. The 3 people were very stubborn and did not pry out anything useful. However, Su Li, the adjutant beside Wenrenma, was a powerful person. Although the 3 people were very tight-lipped and would rather die than surrender, she still got some information from them and pieced it together, and knew the possible plans and actions of the Castellan Empire next. However, it is hard to say what the specific plans and actions are. Although Shiryu is mixed in the 7th Sequence Legion, he is not in a position to access confidential information. After all, she is still an ordinary soldier 418 who does not even have a military rank. Today, she received a mission to sneak into the Vinxum Neutral Zone secretly. The Vinxum Neutral Zone is a very special place in the battlefield of the Keltri Meteorite Belt. The Keltri Meteorite Belt has always been a transit zone for interstellar spaceships of various countries to jump. Since the war between the First Federation and the Castellan Empire, the danger index of the Keltri Meteorite Belt has risen sharply, and interstellar spaceships from various countries have no safety guarantees since then. Considering the interests of non-participating countries, various countries demanded the establishment of a neutral zone, and the Vinxum Neutral Zone was born. Violent conflicts are not allowed in the Vinxum Neutral Zone, which is also to absolutely restrain the people of the First Federation and the Castellan Empire. But even with this rule, there are still many conflicts that should occur. As long as you run fast, the managers of the Vinxum neutral zone can't catch you. Sure, you got off the shuttle and stretched comfortably. After staying in the interstellar battleship for a long time, she almost forgot what the fresh air tasted like. There were 3 people working with her this time, namely Lu Dongyan, Bai Yan, and Wen Renmo's adjutant. Sure, you always felt that Wen Renmo took special care of Lu Dongyan, but it was hard to say. Brother Yan was still very strong, and everyone liked the strong. Bai Yan's command talent was very good. After Wen Renmo investigated him, he also kept him in the 7th Sequence Corps, but he was just a non-staff member. The reason why he worked with several people was that he had stayed in the Vincent neutral zone for a long time and was very familiar with it. Can we say it's the mission? After getting on the hovercraft, sure, you said to Wen Renmo's adjutant Su Li. Su Li was a mature woman with a great figure. She was convex where she should be convex and thin where she should be thin. There were many people in the 7th Sequence Corps who had a crush on her, but no one dared to confess to her. Not only because she was Wen Renmo's adjutant, but also because of her strong strength. This woman once single-handedly wiped out a nest of interstellar pirates. And she was even more ruthless when training new recruits. You could only watch from a distance, not approach. Sure, you was not afraid of her, but he did not tease her. She had a feeling that this woman did not like her, and was even wary of her. She was not a masochist, and she would get close to others even if she was disliked. Su Li had never liked Shiryu from the beginning. In her opinion, this Master Yu not only had an unknown origin, but was also too arrogant. He had good strength, but he would fall sooner or later, and was not suitable for reuse. But it didn't matter whether she liked him or not. What was important was that Marshal Wenren seemed to value Master Yu very much, which made Su Li puzzled, but also inexplicably aggrieved. Su Li was a qualified soldier after all. Now she had to carry out a mission with Shiryu. She suppressed the grudge in her heart, put it aside, opened her smart brain, and sent her the content of this mission. Go kill someone. When she saw the target of the assassination, Shiryu's pupil shrank slightly. She was very alert, and did not let anyone notice her abnormality. Why is it him? She asked doubts as a matter of course, and looked at Su Li, wanting to get an explanation from her. If you are caught killing someone in the neutral zone, you will be sent to the Universe Court for trial, which is very serious. As a soldier, the most important thing is to obey orders, not to question the superiors. Su Li's tone was very flat. Shiryu grabbed a handful of hair. Her face was a little impatient. Do you know who he is? He is the deputy commander of the first marshal. Are you mentally ill? Killing your own people? Her tone was not polite at all, and she clearly expressed her doubts. And she was not afraid that she would upload this to Wen Renmo and let him know. The person they wanted to kill was none other than Wen Zheng, the deputy commander of Xia Liqin, who had gone to the Livia fortress to give her and Xiao Piaoyang the mecha ring. He is an undercover agent of the Castellan Empire. Su Li lifted her eyelids, glanced at Shiryu, and gave a very calm explanation. Undercover? Shiryu blinked, obviously not reacting. Then she chuckled. Do you know what you are talking about? If he is an undercover agent, then what about the first marshal? You don't want to say that the first marshal who reused him is also an undercover agent, right? She seemed to have heard a big joke, and her eyes were full of mockery when she looked at Su Li. Shiryu was not afraid that Su Li would question him for saying this. As a new recruit who had just joined the army, and a troublemaker with ideas, it would be really suspicious if he followed the orders of his superiors to assassinate the deputy commander of the first marshal without any doubt. Su Li was obviously dissatisfied with her questioning. She glanced at the other 2 people, and saw that they also had doubts and questions on their faces. So she had to say, it's okay to tell you. Our marshal found out that the first marshal Xia Liqin was actually Prince Reg, who died 100 years ago in the Castellan Empire. We learned from the 3 people you captured that Xia Lina will go to the Vinxen neutral zone to secretly meet with Xia Liqin Deputy Legion Commander Wen Zheng. Shiryu eyes widened slightly. You can even ask this from them? The focus seems to be a little wrong. Lu Dongyan and Bai Yan glanced at her at the same time. Shouldn't we pay attention to the fact that Xia Liqin is actually the deceased Prince Reg of the Castellan Empire? Su Li also felt that her mind was a little unclear. But Shiryu looked her up and down and crossed his chest and said, You are not fooled. Are you? When I arrested the 3 of them, they were like dumb gourds with sawed mouths, and they couldn't say a word. Why did they tell you everything when they came to you? Do you have any evidence? Do you know how big a deal it is to suspect that the first marshal is a traitor of the Caslan Empire? What you said? I now think it's just a joke. Lu Dongyan couldn't help but say, Sister Suli, does the marshal have any evidence? If there was evidence, they would not have assassinated the person here, but would have directly announced it to make Xia Liqing die without a burial place. Su Li's face was cold. You just need to know that this is the mission you have to perform. As for the rest, you can ask the marshal after you go back. Marshal Wenren hates the Caslan Empire. Su Li simply stated a fact, as if he was going to verify something. So, even if there are more than 10,000 military academy students in the Caslan Empire, you will not hesitate to start a war? Bai Yan, who had been silent from beginning to end, suddenly said. Sure, Yu and Lu Dongyan looked at him at the same time. Su Li was also stunned by his question, and her face turned pale after she reacted. What do you mean by this? Questioning the marshal's decision? The tone sounded a little angry. Looking at the current situation, you are not going to complete this mission well. Since, who said you don't plan to complete it well? Sure, you interrupted her. She flipped through Wen Jing's information and said slowly, hatred can give people strength, but it can also drag people into the quagmire. After she said something inexplicable, she said, check it out. Didn't you say that when Zheng came to the Vingxum neutral zone this time to meet Xiao Lina? In that case, wouldn't it be clear if we check whether he is a traitor or not? She was very calm, as if she was not the one who questioned the fastest and most just now. Su Li's frown relaxed, and Lu Dongyan also said, where is Wen Zheng now? Su Li said a place. It seems that they had been monitoring him early, and they just needed to send Wen Zheng to the west with a final push. Several people came to the Vingxum neutral zone to disguise themselves, and they disguised themselves as rich second-generation people passing by from other countries. After making a decision, several people went to the place Su Li said. Xia Liqing is Reg. This is a secret that has been buried for 100 years. But before the secret is not a secret. If someone knows it, it will definitely be dug out one day. How did Wen Renmon know that Xia Liqing belonged to Reg? Sure, you leaned against the floating car window, holding her chin with one hand, not knowing what she was thinking. The other three people sitting with her had their own thoughts in their minds. Suddenly, Sure, you saw a person outside the car window. Her eyes lit up, and she shouted to stop the car. Chapter 131. What are you guys doing? Sure, you said with his arms crossed. As a second-generation rich, she was well-dressed and spoke with a different kind of arrogance. Sure, your performance was quite lifelike. All thanks to Gu Qianqian, who had so much money that it was outrageous. Perhaps because they had been together for a long time. She knew a little bit about the habits of second-generation rich, and she was also able to pretend to be a fake second-generation rich. In front of her, several tall men surrounded a girl who looked to be 18 or 19 years old. The girl was only about 1.65 meters tall. Sure, you specially wore height-increasing insoles today to pad her height to 1.85 meters. The girl was small to her, and she was wearing a princess dress, surrounded by several tall men. She looked so weak. This girl was Xiao Lina, the youngest princess of the Caslan Empire. It was hard to believe that Xiao Lina was even more weak in person than her lady photos. Sure, you could hardly imagine how the other party could drive a black mecha to fight with her. Seeing that Shiryu was well dressed, several men looked at each other. One of them chuckled and stepped forward a few steps, saying provocatively, "Where did you come from? You little bastard? You want to be a hero and save the beauty, but you don't know how to weigh yourself? Do you have the ability to save her?" Although Shiryu used insoles to pad herself up to 1.85 meters, her height was still a little short for several men who were nearly 2 meters tall. It would be strange if Shiryu was afraid of them. She raised her chin, fully showing the arrogance of the rich second generation. She didn't say anything, but stretched out her index finger and hooked it at several people. This action was full of provocation. Several men looked at each other. The man who came forward at first turned his head and twisted his wrist. His joints crackled and sounded creepy. Shiryu's provocative smile surged on his face. He raised his foot and stabbed his hand, and the 2-meter-tall strong man flew straight out and fell heavily to the ground with a bang. The remaining few men who still wanted to watch the fun were stunned. They looked at Shiryu in disbelief, then at their companions who were lying on the ground motionless, and took a step back at the same time. When they saw Shiryu was about to come forward, they suddenly felt like they were facing a great enemy. After pausing for 2 seconds, they rushed back and carried their companions and ran away. Shiryu glanced at Xiao Lina, who was standing obediently with her hands hanging on the edge of her princess skirt, and turned his head away embarrassedly. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and put it to his mouth and coughed lightly. His cheeks flushed slightly, and he stammered, Are you okay? TSK. What a contrived expression. Lu Dongyin, who was watching from a distance, squeaked and showed an expression that he couldn't bear to look at. Xiao Lina raised her head to look at her. After looking at her for a few seconds, she shook her head very obediently, and her voice was thin and small. Thank you. Fuck. Is this really Xiao Lina? Reasonable suspicion of being possessed by a ghost. Sure, your heart seemed to be thrown into a frying pan and fried. But she still calmly showed her acting skills that could win an Oscar, and asked stutteringly, Who are you? Why are you here alone? The girl stretched out her fair hand and placed it in front of Shiryu, and said frankly, My name is Xiao Lina. I was bored staying alone and came out for a walk. Thank you for saving me just now. It was really Xiao Lina. Shiryu put her hands behind her back and scratched her clothes, seeming a little nervous, but afraid that Xiao Lina would take her hand back. So she quickly stretched out her hand and held her hand. The soft touch made her eyes wander around, and she said absent-mindedly, My name is Yushir. If you want to thank me, can you buy me something to eat? Xiao Lina probably didn't expect her to be so pushy, and was stunned for a moment, but quickly nodded and said, What do you want to eat? No, she just saved the beauty and kidnapped the princess of the Caslan Empire? Bai Yin was stunned. Lu Dongyin touched his chin and said, Should we follow her and see? Is this an unplanned action? The flash in his eyes was clearly gossipy. Su Li's brows were already locked. Just now, after Shiryu shouted to stop the car, he rushed out to save the beauty without saying a word. She hated subordinates who disobeyed orders and liked to act on their own. Bai Yin didn't know if he noticed Su Li's emotions. After listening to Lu Dongyin words, he thought seriously and said, Let's not do it. But, are you sure that the girl just now was Xiao Lina? Bai Yin had heard of Xiao Lina's name a long time ago. He had fought with her in the Xiolia meteorite belt, and was completely suppressed by her. He also studied the suddenly rising princess of the Caslan Empire. Now that he saw the real person, he felt disillusioned. It's not that he didn't know that Xiao Lina used to be a weak lady, but in his opinion, that should be Xiao Lina's disguise for himself. But now, there are really a lot of question marks in front of his forehead. They pretended to be the second generation of rich people, so Xiao Lina wouldn't just happen to pretend to be a lonely little princess. Right? Shiryu very considerately handed over a cup of fruit tea, and also took one for herself without hesitation, because she liked sweet things. Who are you? Xiao Lina looked at the fruit tea handed to her. Her eyes fell on Shiryu's face, and after looking at him carefully, she asked softly. After asking, she seemed to feel that it was not enough, and added, Why save me? What is your purpose? Shiryu was stunned by her question, and did not expect Xiao Lina to be such a direct person. She was not nervous, took a sip of fruit tea, and said slowly, Does my face show that I have other purposes? After speaking, she supported her chin with one hand and said, Are you often approached by people with other purposes? She looked at Xiao Lina, and then she found that her eyes were not pure green, and her pupils were slightly brown, like a different kind of amber. Very beautiful. Xiao Lina looked into her eyes. Neither of them looked away first, and after an unknown amount of time, she insisted, Why save me? She did not directly respond to Shiryu's doubts, and Shiryu did not dwell on this question, as it was not an answer that she had to know. You are beautiful, she said shamelessly, staring at Xiao Lina, and completely forgot about her blushing face and wandering eyes. Xiao Lina wanted to talk, but suddenly she realized something and wanted to lean back. But Shiryu, who was beside her, grabbed her wrist and pulled her to the wall. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out, and several energy bombs flew over where Xiao Lina was originally sitting, smashing the chairs and tables into pieces. And the flying debris hurt people, and screams rose and fell in the dessert shop. Someone wants to kill you, Shiryu asked with a frown. The sound of energy guns was endless. If they couldn't hit anyone, they would shoot at the wall, as if they were trying to break through the wall. Soon, the wall they were leaning against was cracked by the energy gun. It should be my brother. Xiao Lina was very calm. This brother was naturally the current emperor of the Caslan Empire. She said she was going to get the energy gun in the space bag. but her wrist was held by Shiryu. She pulled her back and stuffed an energy gun into her hand, saying, "Do you know how to use it? Be careful not to get hit. Protect yourself." After she gave a simple explanation, she threw out a scimitar, which seemed to be endowed with great power. With a click, it smashed the precarious wall in front. At the same time, she was like a clever ape in the mountains, jumping and turning, avoiding one energy bomb after another, and easily jumped out of the wall. Xiao Lina was stunned, and saw Shiryu holding an energy gun in his hand at some point, shooting at the people who attacked outside. Obviously, there were at least 20 people on the other side, and they were focusing on the dessert shop. But she was able to enter the empty space by herself and easily killed several people. Xiao Lina leaned against the corner of the wall and raised her hand to aim out the window. In her sight, this suddenly appeared strongman was suspicious and scary. She pulled the trigger at Shiryu. The energy gun was not heavy, and the force of the shot did not need to be too great. The energy bullet flew out from the muzzle. I don't know if it was a coincidence. Shiryu raised her hand slightly, and her body happened to turn to the side. The energy bullet brushed her hair and hit the forehead of the person in front of her. Shiryu seemed to know nothing. The moment she turned sideways, she met Xiao Lina's eyes and smiled and lip-synced, "Thank you." As she said, she blinked her left eye. Xiao Lina was slightly stunned, and then she turned around and killed a sneak attacker with her backhand. The following cooperation seemed to be logical, and none of the people who came to assassinate Xiao Lina escaped. Shiryu patted his clothes that were a little messy because of the fight, walked slowly to Xiao Lina, and stretched out his hand to her, who was still half squatting on the ground. "Are you okay?" Xiao Lina looked up at her. The boy stood against the light, with a handsome face. He was obviously not good-looking enough to make people infatuated, but he revealed a different kind of charm. She lowered her eyes, but slowly stretched out her hand and gently placed her fingers on Shiryu's palm. She was pulled up by her clever strength. I don't know if she was too light or the other party used too much force. Anyway, she stumbled accidentally when she was pulled up. She was about to crash into the other party's arms, but she reached out to hold her shoulders and whispered in her ear like a gentleman, "Be careful." The soft breath blew past her ears, and Shiryu quickly distanced himself from her. Xiao Lina's eyelashes trembled. Without looking up, she handed the energy gun in her hand to Shiryu, and her voice was as sweet as before. "Who are you?" Shiryu did not take the energy gun, but picked up a strand of hair that fell from Xiao Lina's temples, took off the hairpin on her head, and carefully pinned it on for her, then said, "Didn't I tell you?" Xiao Lina looked at her and handed the energy gun forward. Shiryu turned around and winked at her with a sidelong glance. "Give it to you for self-defense." She put her left hand in her pocket, stretched out her right hand, and waved at Xiao Lina. "Goodbye, little princess." The boy exposed his back to her without any defense. Xiao Lina looked at him and gently stroked the handle of the energy gun with her index finger. Suddenly, her finger paused slightly and touched an uneven spot on the handle. She picked up the energy gun and saw two small words. "Master you." "Master you?" Xiao Lina read softly. Someone walked up to her and whispered, "Your Highness, do you want to send someone to follow?" Xiao Lina raised her head, and the back figure in front of her was already very small. She shook her head. "You can't keep up. Let's go." She put the energy gun into the space bag, lifted her skirt, and walked slowly in front. One road, two directions. Probably there will be no intersection again. Shiryu got on the hover car and performed lying corpse on the spot. She was responded with 2 thumbs up. And Bai Yin said directly, "Brother? Awesome. You dare to flirt with the princess of the Castellan Empire." That's Xiao Lina. Xiao Lina? Who almost made when Renmal fall on the battlefield. Shiryu rolled his eyes without hesitation. What flirtation? I'm still a boy from an innocent family. She still remembered that she was a man now. Lu Dongyan's eyes were a little hard to describe, as if he thought of some incredible scene, and he was hesitant to speak. Su Li's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip with water. She suppressed the anger in her chest again and said, "What are you doing? Do you know that your behavior has attracted Xiao Lina's attention?" Shiryu did not hide his dislike for her at all. He rolled his eyes again, took out a nutrient solution and drank it slowly, and then opened the smart brain in Su Li's eyes that were about to spit fire, and fiddled with it for a few times. She pushed the virtual screen in front of the people and said, "If you have eyes, look for yourself." This sentence was obviously not said to Lu Dongyan and Bai Yin. Su Li's chest was heaving with anger, but she still looked at the virtual screen to see what Shiryu could do. She was stunned after just one look. The virtual screen showed a location information. Bai Yin looked at Shiryu in surprise. You put a tracker on her? What else? I be her thug for nothing? My appearance fee is very expensive. Okay. Chapter 132. All the words of condemnation from Su Li were strangled in her throat. Seeing the three heads huddled together and muttering, she swallowed hard and said, how could she be so careless? Still finding fault? Shiryu crossed his legs and glanced at Su Li. Sister Su, I think we can perform this mission well. But you can't. Otherwise, you should go back. You are so emotional. I don't know why the marshal chose you as his adjutant. If Shiryu had a bit of face for Su Li before, he was not polite at all now. When the thin window paper was pierced, Su Li's face flushed. Shiryu didn't bother to pay attention to her. He said to Lu Dongyan and Bai Yin, if she really came to meet Wenjung secretly, we just need to follow her. There is no worry that we won't have the opportunity to catch them on the spot. Xiao Lina was certainly not so stupid that she easily let her put a tracker. But what she put was not an ordinary tracker, but metal particles that she controlled to change shape and attach to Xiao Lina's hair. Even if she washed her hair 10 times, it would be impossible to wash off the metal particles. Su Li didn't know if she was stimulated by Shiryu's words. Her face turned pale and blue. In the end, she didn't say anything and didn't participate in the discussion between the three. She also saw that the three of them were now on the same front. She, as a temporary leader, had no prestige for the three of them. Bai Yin quickly marked Xiao Lina's movement route on the map and hacked into the surveillance system along the way to monitor their actions. Shiryu threw the matter to Bai Yin and was not in a hurry to find Wenjung. Anyway, Su Li would send someone to monitor her. When she arrived at the place where she was staying, she began to sleep soundly. She didn't worry about whether Bai Yin could monitor Xiao Lina well, nor whether Wenjung would run away from Su Li's nose. Shiryu slept until the evening, and slept comfortably. She yawned and was about to ask Lu Dongyan and Bai Yin to go to dinner together. But Bai Yin sent her a message first. Something happened. After separating from Shiryu, Xiao Lina returned to a private mansion. There was no movement for several hours until 10 minutes ago, when she suddenly came out of the mansion alone. Shiryu hurriedly drank a bottle of nutrient solution and walked out of the room to see Bai Yin and Lu Dongyan, who also came out. Not seeing Su Li, she raised her eyebrows and said, isn't she with us? She was not even willing to say her name, which shows that she really hates her. Lu Dongyan nodded. Just now, the marshal contacted me and said that the three of us can complete this mission. Shiryu raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised. In this case, let's act. The two nodded at the same time. Soon, they caught up with Xiao Lina. Xiao Lina did not wear an exaggerated princess dress this time, but changed into a smart and capable outfit. Her long hair was tied up and her face was disguised. If someone who was not familiar with her saw her, they would never recognize that this was the delicate and weak Xiao Lina. Sure enough, this was the original appearance of Her Royal Highness the Princess. The three followed all the way to a commercial area. Xiao Lina's hovercraft drove into the underground parking lot, and the three also drove the hovercraft in. However, after entering the underground parking lot, exclamation marks appeared at the lower right corner of their brains at the same time. A signal blocker was installed here. Xiao Yanzi, get off the car and enter the mall from the parking lot. The two of us will stay here. This was of course said to Lu Dongyan. Lu Dongyan frowned and was about to speak, but Shiryu urged again, you are more reliable. Hurry up. Don't waste time. And don't attract their attention. Lu Dongyan had no choice but to follow her words and get off the hovercraft. Enter the elevator like an ordinary customer, and go to the mall above. Xiao Lina's hover car was parked not far away. The two hover cars entered the parking lot one after another, with almost no time difference. Shiryu could be sure that she had not come down from it. Xiao Lina sat in the hover car, seemingly waiting for someone. There were many hover cars in the underground parking lot, and many of them went in and out. Was she planning to meet Wenjung here? Time passed by minute by minute. After about half an hour, nothing happened. Xiao Lina was still sitting in her hover car. Shiryu felt that something was wrong. Just at this time, Xiao Lina's hover car pulled out of the parking space and drove out. Bai Yin and Shiryu looked at each other, and he said, she just left without seeing anyone. Did she come here specially just to sit in the hover car for half an hour without doing anything? Absolutely impossible. Shiryu frowned and played the footage of the hover cars entering and leaving the parking lot that he had just recorded with the smart brain over and over again. Bai Yin drove the hover car and tried to continue tracking Xiao Lina. Shiryu stared at the picture on the virtual screen with a frown on his face. Outside, Xiao Lina returned along the same route, and it seemed that she had no intention of going to any other place. Suddenly, Shiryu was refreshed. Xiao Lina must have met the person she wanted to see. In the floating car that kept coming in and out just now. The information exchanged under their noses? Shiryu quickly looked at the floating cars driving out of the underground parking lot one after another on the virtual screen. No. Shiryu wanted to call Lu Dongyun. But the other party called first. Something happened. When Zheng died in the mall. Lu Dongyun's words were very anxious. Shiryu pupils dilated slightly. And something flashed through her mind. Is it when Renma? Hold on. Shiryu hadn't caught the thought in her mind yet. And Bai Yan's voice penetrated her ears. The slowly moving floating car accelerated instantly, soaring to the maximum speed, and flew forward from the airway with a bang. Shiryu almost hit the floating car because of inertia. She barely grabbed the door of the floating car, and struggled to pull the seatbelt next to it over her body and buckle it, and then sat back in her seat. What are you doing? She said angrily. If she had reacted a little slower just now, her nose would definitely have been hit crooked. Bai Yan turned off the automatic driving function of the hover car and drove the hover car all the way. When he heard Shiryu's words, he didn't even turn his head and said, "You deliberately sent Lu Dongyun away." Shiryu. He called her name without a doubt. Shiryu raised his eyebrows. It seems that you are really a fake who has not died in the 9-star system? Hearing the word fake, Bai Yan's expression twisted for a moment. I said I'm not a fake. He gritted his teeth and said, and he didn't think of pretending to be Xiaoyan. I deliberately wore a wig because I noticed that someone had taken action against Marshal Xie. And I deliberately spread the message that Marshal Xie and I had a close relationship, in order to lure people out. He explained with effort, trying to get rid of the title of fake. But unfortunately, Shiryu didn't care about this. She crossed her arms and said, How did you recognize me? I was bored and read your name backwards, and I accidentally found it. In fact, the shadow of Shiryu on him was too strong. So he couldn't help but doubt when he saw someone with a similar personality to her. More importantly, Master Yu could fight with Xiao Lina, who was driving an A-class mecha, on par with her, which was one of the reasons why he strongly suspected that Master Yu was Shiryu. It's not that other people can't be that strong, but that his shadow of Shiryu was too strong, and he subconsciously imagined Master Yu to be Shiryu. Once he thought about it, it seemed not so difficult for him to find clues everywhere to try to verify it. Bu Yin accidentally discovered that Master Yu might be Shiryu, and he broke out in a cold sweat and didn't sleep well for several nights. He originally wanted to run away, but he thought that when he didn't doubt Shiryu, he was almost exposed in front of her. And Shiryu must have guessed who he was. But she didn't show her cards in front of him, and she probably didn't want to reveal her identity. And he was also very curious about why Shiryu wanted to hide his identity and come to the 7th Sequence Legion. Who is Shiryu in the Lilvaya Fortress, who likes to eat pudding and is as strong as the one next to Xiaoyan? Yes, he also has someone in the Lilvaya Fortress. He suspected Shiryu before, but denied it because the Shiryu in the Lilvaya Fortress did not reveal any flaws at all. It is well known that Shiryu likes to eat pudding. Seeing the kind of pudding that can't move its legs, Shiryu in the Lilvaya Fortress also keeps pudding in his hand all the time. Liking to eat pudding can be disguised, but the skill of driving a mecha cannot be disguised. For this reason, he specially reported to his superiors and asked someone to test Shiryu, and almost broke her hand. He suddenly knew why curiosity killed the cat. Because of curiosity, he did not run away, but chose to stay, hoping to know the purpose of Shiryu's hidden identity. Shiryu didn't know what Yen Bai was thinking. She sighed and said, I should have put more thought into the naming. Her tone was quite careless now, and she had no regrets at all. Yen Bai took the time to glance at her and said, I'm not sure. I just confirmed it. Although you and Lu Dongyun have carefully concealed it, the tacit understanding between you will still be revealed unintentionally, he explained. Shiryu listened to him, slowly raised his hand, pointed the energy gun at Yen Bai's forehead, and smiled with white teeth. Since you have discovered it, I'm sorry. I can only send you to see the King of Hell. Yen Bai probably didn't expect that she would take out the gun without saying anything. thinking of the way he was beaten with a sack by Shiryu before. He shuddered subconsciously and said quickly, I am not in the same group with them. Can you listen to me first? I don't care if you are in the same group or not. You are hiding your head and showing your tail. Is it important whether you are in the same group or not? The cold muzzle of the energy gun was against Yanbai's temple, and it moved up and down in a small arc. I don't know if Shiryu is considering which angle to shoot him from to kill him faster. Yanbai seemed not afraid of death. He ignored the energy gun against his forehead and said slowly, the part of the mission given by Wenrenma that belongs to us is not to execute, but to witness. To witness that Wenjung really met Xiao Lina. And to witness that Xia Liqin is really Prince Reg of the Caslan Empire. Shiryu raised his eyebrows, wanting to hear what he could say. After we arrived at the place where we were staying, Su Li sent a communication. Not to Wenrenma, but to someone in the Vingson neutral zone. As for who it was, I don't know. I can only capture the signal, but can't find out what they said specifically. Looking at the current situation, it should be an assassination order. When Zheng is dead, he and Xiao Lina appeared in the same place. If there is some more evidence, he will become evidence of Xia Liqin treason. Not to mention that Xia Liqin was originally Prince Reg of the Caslan Empire. This game is a dead end for Xia Liqin. If Xia Liqin falls, what will happen to Xia Yuyan? Yanbai tilted his head and asked back. The son of a spy will of course be considered a spy. Shiryu words at the martial conferment ceremony spread throughout the universe, and everyone knew that she was Xia Yuyan's most loyal supporter. Looking at the confident smile on Yanbai's face, she retracted the smile on her face and pulled the safety pin. Yanbai's pupils shrank slightly, and he hurriedly said, their target is Marshal Xia. In the Capital Star incident of the Toyas Republic, they wanted to kill Xia Yuyan. But unfortunately you messed it up. And this time, once the fact that Xia Liqin is Reg is exposed, Xia Yuyan will inevitably fall. Their direct line will also be uprooted. What a cruel move. Seeing that Shiryu had no intention of moving the energy gun, Yanbai took a breath and said, the people behind the scenes planned it perfectly. But they didn't expect you to leave Xia Yuyan and secretly come to the battlefield of the Keltri meteorite belt, and accidentally ran into their plan. Shiryu narrowed his eyes. Did they cooperate with Xiao Lina? 9 out of 10. Yanbai saw that she finally spoke, and his heart was slightly relieved. He really couldn't figure out what Shiryu was thinking. Shiryu squinted at him, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. If it was really a cooperation, Xiao Lina would probably be happy to do it. The Caslan Empire was at war with the First Federation. If the two marshals of the First Federation collapsed at the same time, it would only benefit the Caslan Empire and not harm it. Where are you taking me now? The hovercraft was still speeding all the way, and Yanbai's mental quality was still very good, and there was no car accident. Yanbai glanced at the energy gun still against his temple, and the meaning was very obvious. Shiryu put away the energy gun and looked at him sideways. Yanbai smiled and said frivolously, go kill someone. His voice was very light, but it revealed a sense of arrogance. Shiryu raised her eyebrows, and suddenly remembered the appearance of Yin by standing in front of countless mechas when she and her friends came out of the valley during the joint military exercise of the freshmen of the 7 major military academies of the Federation. She paused, grabbed Yanbai's hair, and pulled it hard. It didn't move. Isn't it a wig this time? Chapter 133. Yanbai felt that Shiryu was about to pull his scalp off. He gasped in pain, but the culprit looked innocent as if nothing had happened and changed the subject. Who are you going to kill? Heal you. Yanbai touched his aching scalp with one hand, and the burning pain made him say it without hesitation. Shiryu? ? She hummed and pulled the safety pin of the energy gun, as if she was going to do something terrible. Yanbai felt threatened. He paused and touching his scalp, retracted his hand and grasped the steering wheel of the hovercraft, pretending that he had said nothing just now, and changed the subject and said seriously, the person Wenjung really came here to see. Shiryu suddenly looked at him. Wenrenma? Yanbai said gently. Shiryu wanted to ask questions, but the hovercraft suddenly stopped. I explain it to you later. Yanbai said he was going to get off the car, but Shiryu sat in the car motionless. He frowned and turned back. Shiryu crossed his arms and said, you don't really think that you can make me believe you with just a few words, do you? Where does her confidence come from? If you want her to be a thug, it's better to ask her if she wants to do this charity. This is the Vingson neutral zone. If Wenrenmo died here, it would not only involve the Caslan Empire, But also the battlefield of the Keltri meteorite belt would be in chaos. Besides, if when Rinmo died so easily, he would not be able to become the 7th Marshal of the Federation from a civilian with no background. Before sure you came to the battlefield of the Keltri meteorite belt, he asked Xiao Piaoliang what kind of person Wen Rinmo was. Xiao Piaoliang's answer was very cautious. On the surface, he was careless. But in fact, he was as careful as a hare. Wen Rinmo was not a brave man who relied on force to get to the top to make Xiao Piaoliang give such an evaluation. Moreover, he couldn't die here. At least not now. If he died, Xiao Piaoliang would definitely come to the Keltri meteorite belt. She didn't want to. Sure Yu unfolded his brain, opened the communication with Xiao Piaoliang, and immediately told him what happened here, and also sent the scene of Wen Zheng's death that Lu Dongyan sent to her. She couldn't handle this situation alone, and her behavior was restricted. So it was easy for people to find out what she did. She considered her words and started sending messages again. Dreaming of being a salted fish, now we have to take the initiative in our hands. You can decide how to spread the news, which will be more beneficial to us. Dreaming of being a salted fish, your father is Reg. She sent these 6 words carefully, and then waited for Xiao Piaoliang's response with some trepidation. She had never told Xiao Piaoliang that Xia Liqin was Reg. After reaching a deal with Xia Liqin, she thought about telling him about it. But after hesitating, she was delayed by other things, and had not told him until now. She thought about burying this secret. But it was obvious that the person who led her to discover this secret did not think so. Sure Yu felt a little regretful. She should have told him about this earlier. Otherwise, she would not have communicated with the intelligent brain like now. She didn't know his reaction at the moment. Nor did she know his mood. The dialogue box between the two people responded quickly. Xia Yuyan, I know. Xia Yuyan looked at the word Reg, and lowered his eyes slightly. He was familiar with his father. When he questioned him at the beginning, he saw the flash of surprise in his eyes clearly. It was precisely because his reaction was too abnormal that he investigated a lot about Reg. Reg was a conceited person. He was excellent. He was conceited because he was excellent. On the other hand, his elder brother, the emperor of the Castellan Empire, was mediocre, defended the city, and was even incompetent. Not only that, he was also suspicious. The young and powerful brother made him feel scared. He took action and designed to kill Reg himself. The name Reg also became a short-lived history of the Castellan Empire. He checked Xia Liqin's life again and found no flaws. He chose to question directly. He thought his father would deny it. But he was wrong. He did not deny it, and even admitted it openly, as if he was mentally prepared after being questioned by him last time. And he would find out the truth. He also asked his father what he wanted to do. But Xia Yuyan lowered his eyes and sent a message. Xia Yuyan, you don't have to worry about this matter. I will solve it. You be careful. Sure you would broadcast to him what happened recently every day. And he also knew that she had mixed with Wen Rinmo. Wen Rinmo was not simple. She was very smart. But he was not very reassured. The two ended the communication. Yin Bai's face was slightly ugly. But sure you didn't care at all. She even crossed her legs and planned to take out a nutrient solution to kill time. But at this time, a person walked by not far in front of the hovercraft. Just an ordinary passerby. Not worth a glance. But sure you stared at him. Looked at him for a few seconds. And didn't even drink the nutrient solution. And got off the hovercraft without hesitation. Yin Bai didn't expect her to make a sudden move. He wanted to ask her what happened. But he saw that she had already run a long way. He looked in the direction where Shiryu left, and saw a man wearing a baseball cap and a windbreaker. He frowned and suddenly noticed that there were strands of silver hair under the other person's baseball cap. Seeing silver hair, it is hard not to associate it with Xia Yuyan. Knowing that Shiryu would have this reaction, Yin Bai slightly widened his eyes. But he quickly denied his thoughts. The man in front could not be Xia Yuyan. He took every step very steadily. He was a martial artist. Others did not know. But Yin Bai knew that Xia Yuyan was in poor health, and could not appear in the Vingson neutral zone at this time. Yin Bai couldn't figure out who would make Shiryu lose his composure, and hurriedly followed him. Shiryu felt that he was dazzled. When he saw a similar back, he thought it was Xie Jiangsa. How could it be possible? Xie Jiangsa died right under her nose. She knew the power of the dragon explosion very well. It was impossible for anyone to survive in that situation. Not to mention that Xie Jiangsa was in the center of the dragon explosion. But her legs didn't listen to her, and she followed him without saying anything. She whispered to herself in her heart, What if? What if there is that possibility? What if he is not dead? Thinking of this, her breathing became a little faster. She had to see what he looked like. The other party was very fast, and was wearing a baseball cap. When she chased him from behind, sure you couldn't see his appearance at all. She didn't follow him secretly, and even told him openly that she was following him. But he didn't stop and continued to move forward. After following for a while, sure you saw him stop, slightly sideways, and seemed to look at her. But soon, he climbed into a wall, and had no intention of communicating with her at all. What was he doing inside? Sure you was about to climb over the wall. But Yanbai chased after her from behind and grabbed her. What are you doing? Didn't you say you didn't want to fight? You're going in without any disguise now. Are you going to expose your identity? Sure you frowned and looked at him. This is... Yanbai rolled his eyes and said, When Renemo is inside now. If you go in now, how are you going to explain why you are here? Sure you listened to him hesitating for a long time, and said such nonsense. She took his hand away with disdain and said, There is something I must confirm. As for the excuse, it's very simple. I followed the person in front. After that, she jumped up and climbed into the wall, not giving Yanbai a chance to say more. Yanbai stood there staring at each other for a while, gritted his teeth and climbed in with her. The two of them only said a few words, and the fight had already started inside. When Renemo was indeed here, he was shot in the shoulder, and was retreating with his arm covered. There were many people around him who were protecting him, and they surrounded him one by one. The man wearing a baseball cap with only a few silver hairs showing was terrifying in combat power. In just a few seconds, he knocked down several guards of Wenrenma. The energy gun in his hand seemed to have eyes of its own. He didn't need to aim, and could easily hit the target he wanted. Wenrenma didn't seem to expect such a situation. His face looked a little ugly. His smart ring was still on, obviously communicating with others in private mode. Sure you had a plan in a flash. Jumped down from the top of the wall, and attacked the silver-haired man directly. When they fought head-on, she found that his baseball cap was pulled down very low, and he was wearing a silver mask on his face. The exposed part of his face was disguised, and his figure was completely different from before. Did she follow the wrong person? Impossible. Did the other party deliberately show a back similar to Xie Jiangsa in front of her to lure her over? Sure you narrowed her eyes and moved faster. The man fought against her with ease, and when he found an opportunity, he killed her without hesitation. Both of them liked to use attack instead of defense, and the speed was getting faster and faster. The bystanders had no chance to intervene. Someone raised the energy gun and tried to aim at the man in the baseball cap, but found that he didn't have the accuracy or the strength to intervene in the fight between the two. However, in just a few seconds, the bystanders who were watching the fight had fine sweat on their foreheads. Too strong. Not on the same level as them. When Renmal looked calm, he looked at the two people coming and going, pushed away Su Li who was bandaging his wound, grabbed an energy gun, and began to aim. His strength was naturally not comparable to that of the guards around him. He held the energy gun and finally pulled the trigger in a gap. The energy bullet flew out of the muzzle, and time seemed to slow down suddenly, and then suddenly speeded up. The energy bullet shot straight at the silver-haired man. It was about to hit him, but he seemed to have eyes on his back, and turned slightly to the side. The energy bullet brushed past his side face, and shot toward Shiryu. The people watching held their breath at the same time. Shiryu also turned her head, and the energy bomb missed and hit the wall, blasting a groove. She avoided the man attack and shouted, "Marshal, it's fatal. Don't make trouble." She was probably the first person to ask Wenrenmo not to make trouble. Wenrenmo's face was slightly stiff, but he knew that he almost made things worse. Shiryu happened to seize the opportunity and kicked the silver-haired man, but the other party did not want to fight with her, and fell to the corner of the wall with a few fake moves. The distance between the two parties widened, and Shiryu realized that the other party did not want to entangle with her anymore. He suddenly raised his hand, raised his thumb, and turned his hand in a direction in front of everyone, with his thumb facing down. The mockery of this action was particularly strong. "Oh!" Shiryu raised his eyebrows. But the other party suddenly climbed up the wall and wanted to leave. Shiryu followed without hesitation. But after jumping on the wall, he found that the outside was empty. Not to mention human figures. Not even ghosts. Running so fast. Others followed and saw the same situation as her. When Renma threw the energy gun in his hand to Su Li beside him, and saw Shiryu standing on the wall without moving. He guessed that the person who climbed over the wall had disappeared. He said, "No need to chase. The other party is well prepared." Shiryu jumped down from the wall, frowned and looked at Wenrenma's shoulder stained with blood. "Marshal, are you okay with your injuries? Aren't you on the warship? Why are you here?" she asked casually, and there was not much respect in her tone. Suli hated her attitude the most, and immediately stepped forward and whispered, "Master Yu, pay attention to your attitude when talking to the marshal. It is not your turn to question what the marshal wants to do. You?" Before she finished speaking, Wenrenmo raised his hand to stop her from continuing. Suli frowned and said with some disapproval, "Marshal, Suli, you go down first." Wenrenmo's tone was very cold, with a hint of dissatisfaction. Suli's face was frozen with resentment, but he did not dare to disobey his order. So he had to grit his teeth and turn around, and immediately sent people to surround the area to ensure that no one would come in to attack. Shiryu stuck out his tongue at Suli's back, turned around and met Wenrenmo's eyes, immediately restrained his expression, and said with concern, "Marshal, you might as well take care of your injuries first, and we can talk later." Wenrenmo shook his head and said, "It's just a minor injury. Nothing serious. Why are you two here? Where is Dong Yenren?" Shiryu did not answer immediately, but walked over without saying anything, and also held a dagger in his hand. The people guarding Wenrenma saw that she had a dagger in her hand, and immediately became alert and pointed the energy gun at her. Shiryu seemed to see nothing. She used the dagger to cut open Wenrenma's clothes. Seeing the bloody wound, she stretched out her hand to Yin, Bai, who was standing next to her. "Where is the healing potion? Give me one." Yin Bai blinked and quickly took out a healing potion from the space bag and handed it to Shiryu. Shiryu didn't care whether her needle was accurate or not, just stabbed it directly. During this period, Wenrenma kept watching her and didn't stop her behavior. After pulling out the needle, Shiryu took out the healing spray from the space bag and sprayed it on his wound. Seeing that the wound began to slowly move and heal, she said, "Even if it is a minor injury, it cannot be ignored." After that, she gave Wenrenmo a disapproving look, not caring at all whether her behavior would be suspected or speculated. Wenrenma didn't know what he was thinking, but nodded obediently. Shiryu then said, "We were monitoring Xiao Lina and accidentally discovered that she had contact with the man just now. Xiao Lina returned to her residence, and we secretly followed that person here." She paused and continued, "Who knew that you were here, Marshal?" After that, she crossed her chest with one hand and touched her chin with the other hand and said, "Marshal, are you worried about us and afraid that I can't complete the task well?" she asked directly, as if she was not an ordinary soldier without a military rank, and Wenrenmo was not a marshal on the power pyramid of the Federation. Wenrenma did not deny it. "After all, this is the first time you have come out to complete a mission, and this mission is very important. I have to watch it in person." Shiryu nodded thoughtfully and asked again, "So the person who attacked in the mall was the marshal?" Her words were more direct than the previous one. Wenrenmo stared at her, as if he wanted to see something from her face, but unfortunately, there was no flaw in Shiryu's expression. He shook his head and said, "It wasn't me. I didn't have time to do it." After he finished speaking, Suli, who had just left, rushed in from outside, his face even uglier than before. "Marshal, the news of Wenjing's death has now spread throughout the entire Star Network. There are witnesses who say that the killer is from the Castellan Empire." Wenrenma's brows immediately frowned, and he asked, "Who is the witness?" None of Wenjing's bodyguards died, and they all insisted. Shiryu blinked his eyes, with a puzzled expression as if he knew nothing. Wenrenma took off his blood-stained clothes, took out a piece of clothes from his space bag and put them on, and left in a hurry without caring about Shiryu and Yin Bai, who were still here. Suli was about to follow him to leave, but she thought of something and stopped and turned to Shiryu and said, "The confidentiality level of this mission is very high. If it is leaked, you will be held responsible." "Shiryu? ? Is there something wrong with this sister? So many people knew about this mission, and they accidentally let the news get out, but they put all the responsibility on her?" Shiryu rolled his eyes at her without hesitation and climbed over the wall. Yin Bai looked at her and then at Suli, whose face was frozen, and climbed over the wall with Shiryu without saying hello. After climbing over the wall, Yin Bai wanted to ask Shiryu a few questions, but found that she was gone. No, it only took a few seconds. How did Shiryu do it? Yin Bai opened his brain and was about to take action when a floating car stopped in front of him. The window of the floating car rolled down. Shiryu leaned on the window with one hand and looked at him speechlessly. What are you dithering about? Can you move faster? Yanbai didn't react for a while. But Shiryu had already opened the door of the floating car and pulled him into the car by his collar. He staggered and just sat down. Shiryu turned on the automatic driving function of the floating car and entered the place to go. Yanbai took the opportunity to take a look. It was the commercial district he had just visited. Are you going back? He asked. Of course I have to go back. How can I watch the fun if I don't go? Yanbai raised his eyebrows and didn't understand her a little. Shiryu is Xiaoyu Yan man. And indirectly Xia Liqin man. The two sides are on the same boat. The deputy commander of the first sequence legion died here. And she actually called it watching the fun? While he was surprised, Shiryu spoke again, but before watching the fun, I need to clarify one thing. As she said, she smiled meaningfully at Yanbai, took out the energy gun again, poked it on his temple, and said under his slightly enlarged pupils, Tell me, who are you? If you don't tell me clearly, I will deal with you first, and let the people behind you collect your body. Letting Yanbai run away once was careless. She would never let him run away a second time. Yanbai pursed his lips and said simply, We are survivors of the Battle of Lilvaya. Not ordinary civilians, but soldiers under the command of several marshals. Shiryu was slightly surprised. If she remembered correctly, after the Battle of Lilvaya, the 5 marshals who died in the battle and the entire legion under their command were destroyed by the Castellan Empire, leaving no one alive. It was because it was too tragic that the Federation set the Lilvaya Mourning Day to commemorate the martyrs who died in the battle. I don't have the right to tell you the specifics, but I can tell you that we have been tracking down the traitors in the Federation. The tragedy of the Battle of Lilvaya was not because the Castellan Empire was so powerful, but because the Federation was calculated, and the 5 marshals were calculated. From the beginning to the end of the battle, there was always a hand behind the scenes pushing it. At first, we suspected Xia Liqin, but over the years, we only found out that he was secretly conducting genetic experiments, and there was no more obvious evidence to prove that he had a relationship with the Castellan Empire until before. The fact that Xia Liqin was the deceased Prince Reg of the Castellan Empire really shocked him so much that he was speechless. Yanbai knew better than anyone how perfect Xia Liqin's resume was. They had investigated for so many years and had not found out this matter. But when Renmo was able to find out that Xia Liqin was Reg, this was really intriguing. But he was Reg, which was not only shocking, but also unbelievable. Xia Liqin's personal character might not be easy to say, but his contribution to the Federation could be said to be the highest among the 7 marshals. Without him, the Federation might still be a country that even the Republic of Toyas could bully at will. It was precisely because of this strong contrast that Yanbai did not believe that Xia Liqin was Reg. If Xia Liqin was the one who helped the Castellan Empire destroy the Federation more than 100 years ago, he would not have to work so hard to pull the Federation up again. And it would be so strong that it could once again be an enemy of the Castellan Empire. It is impossible to say that he deliberately destroyed the Federation just to make it stronger in his hands. This is exaggerated and unrealistic. More importantly, more than 100 years ago, Xia Liqin was vigilant by several marshals because of the people he followed, and was even exiled to the desolate border. Xia Liqin may have a motive, but he does not have the conditions to destroy the Federation. Sure, you listened to him and showed a mocking look. So you have been investigating for more than 100 years and have not found anything. You even need someone to tell you that Xia Liqin is Reg? The marshals back then were all brilliant. How come they are just a bunch of rubbish? Her words were not polite at all, and the sarcasm almost blew into Yanbai's face. Yanbai's face turned pale and blue, and he wanted to speak, but found that the hovercraft had stopped. Get off the car. I'm not interested in dragging pig teammates to run. You don't have the bargaining chips to cooperate with me. After saying that, she kicked Yanbai and kicked him down without any hesitation. Yanbai was kicked by her unexpectedly, and fell off the hovercraft, sitting on his butt on the side of the road. He probably couldn't believe that Shiryu would treat him like this. He opened his eyes slightly, and wanted to say something, but the hovercraft ran away, so fast that he couldn't even see the back of the car. Yanbai sat on the ground for a long time before getting up. He gritted his teeth in indignation, and quickly opened his smart brain and dialed a communication. A back figure appeared in front of him. Yanbai calmed down a little and said, I don't think she believes what we say at all, and she has no intention of cooperating with us at all. The other party was not surprised to hear his words, and said with a low laugh, "The child raised by Dr. Sure has the same temper as him. Let's talk about it later." In order to conceal her identity, Shiryu had not eaten small pudding for several months. It happened that there was no one in the hovercraft now. She took out a small pudding and ate it happily, and went to the mall. When Jung died too suddenly, none of the bodyguards around him reacted before he was shot in the head. The entire commercial district has been surrounded by the managers of the neutral zone. Since the deceased was a senior military official of the First Federation, the managers of the neutral zone were all in a state of panic. The senior military official of the First Federation died here. The biggest suspect is undoubtedly the Castellan Empire. It just so happened that Princess Xiao Lina of the Castellan Empire had been in and out of here not long ago. No one knows what happened, but the news of Wen Jing's death spread on the Star Network at a very fast speed, pointing directly at the Castellan Empire. Many people in the Federation have begun to condemn the Castellan Empire for ignoring the neutral zone rules and killing people at will. When Renmo arrived at the scene, he saw Wen Jing's body and several bodyguards. Before he had time to ask about the specific situation, Xia Liqin communication was dialed to his brain. Xia Liqin was the most powerful among the 7 marshals of the Federation. When Renmo often disagreed with him, and 7 out of 10 times they would quarrel. This time, there was a high probability that they would quarrel again. The development of the matter was completely out of control. When Renmo was now in a headache, and he didn't know who was hiding behind him to kill him. He had to bear the impatience and answer Xia Liqin communication. Lu Dongyan had been guarding here, fearing that someone would use Wen Jing's death to do something. He was still a little anxious in his heart. Sure, you didn't come over immediately after answering his communication, but went somewhere unknown. He was just thinking about whether to send another message to Shiryu, when someone suddenly patted his shoulder. He turned around and saw Shiryu, and heaved a sigh of relief and whispered, "Where did you go just now?" "I met a suspicious person and followed him. I came here after seeing the marshal." She had to act her part. She couldn't tell if anyone nearby was eavesdropping. Lu Dongyan nodded. Shiryu asked again, "What happened?" She still didn't know why Wen Zheng suddenly died. Lu Dongyan whispered, "I found Wen Zheng here not long after I entered the mall. I wanted to send you a message, but the signal in the underground parking lot was blocked, so I couldn't send it. I was alone, so I had to keep an eye on him to see if he would meet with anyone. He got into trouble not long after I followed him. The other party used a sniper rifle and attacked directly from the side building. When I rushed over, the person had already run away. It happened that at that time, Shiryu and Yin by chased Xiao Lina's hover car out of the underground parking lot. At that time, Wen Mo should not have appeared in the mall. Could it be that he really didn't do it? No, he didn't have to do it himself. He had so many people under him, and many of them were good at sniping. The 2 of them were whispering here, thinking that their voices were low. But Su Li, who had been paying attention to them, heard it clearly. She frowned and looked at them for a few more times. At least she didn't say anything sarcastic in public. Wen Mo finally ended the communication with Xia Liqin, and his face was 10 times uglier than before. He saw Lu Dongyan and Shiryu standing next to him, and his brows piled up again and said, "You 2 go back first." Shiryu shook his head. "Marshal, the person who tried to sneak attack you just now has not been caught. What if he is waiting for an opportunity nearby and wants to attack you? I can't just leave like this." Taking the opportunity to show loyalty, Wen Mo said, "I have already transferred people here. It is not so easy to get in nearby. You have been busy all day, so go back first." At this point, Shiryu didn't want to argue anymore, nodded obediently, and left the mall with Lu Dongyan. After leaving the mall, Shiryu put her hands behind her head and was about to speak when she suddenly noticed a line of sight falling on her. Unbiased, she turned her head and unexpectedly met Xiao Lina's eyes. "Oh, Xiao Lina is back again?" She immediately smiled and waved to Xiao Lina. But Xiao Lina pretended not to see her and walked straight in. Lu Dongyan pulled her claws back. "It seems that your identity has been exposed," Shiryu said indifferently. "She is not stupid. She has long guessed that I am from the Federation. Maybe she also knows that I put a tracker on her. The play in the underground parking lot was performed for me." Perhaps Xiao Lina did not meet anyone in the parking lot at all. They preconceived that Xiao Lina was going to meet someone, and they thought that Wen Zheng was being watched by Wen Renmo's people. So they focused on her and wanted to catch her, and Wen Zheng in the act and seize the stolen goods. It was precisely because of this mentality that they did not expect that someone would take the lead in attacking Wenjung. Women. Shiryu shook his head, and seemed to have forgotten his gender. Lu Dongyan was too lazy to pay attention to her. He dragged her onto the hovercraft, and went to the place where they stayed before. When the two arrived, Yanbai was already sitting in the living room. Shiryu raised her eyebrows when she saw him. Can't bear to leave? Lu Dongyan didn't know what happened between them yet. And the number on his forehead waved. Yanbai ignored her, stood up, and went back to his room. Is this a temper tantrum? Who spoils him? He's not a pretty girl. Shiryu didn't even look at him, and waved to Lu Dongyan while going back to her room. She was about to open her smart brain after returning to her room, but stopped the action of her hand the next second. In her room, the window was wide open, and a person was standing in front of the window. He had his back to her, and his short silver hair was swaying in the night wind. Shiryu's pupil shrank, but the person turned around and said softly, "Long time no see." Shiryu. Chapter 134. Shiryu slightly opened her eyes, and stared at the man standing by the window. She wanted to rub her eyes, but she was afraid that if she blinked, Xie Jiangsa would disappear. Perhaps her expression was too complicated. Unlike her expression, Xie Jiangsa chuckled and said, "What? Did you see a ghost?" "Yes, I saw a ghost," she answered absent-mindedly. A person who should have died actually appeared in front of her. What else could it be but seeing a ghost? Xie Jiangsa listened to her and lowered his eyes. Yes, a ghost who was reluctant to die and crawled back. His voice was very soft. If Shiryu hadn't stood close, she would have almost heard it. She paused and asked, How did you come back?" His hair changed color. It's impossible that he dyed his hair silver in pursuit of fashion. Thinking of the beautiful silver hair, Shiryu's hands hanging by her side curled up slightly. The next moment, Xie Jiangsa's words confirmed her guess. "This is all thanks to the doctor. He is very powerful. He saved me." Xie Jiangsa closed the window and sat on the sofa. He took out a small pudding and threw it to Shiryu, and took one for himself. "I finally know why you like to eat small puddings." He sighed softly. Shiryu caught the small pudding and said, "Because it tastes good?" The somewhat heavy atmosphere was completely destroyed by her words. She sat down next to Xie Jiangsa. "How is the doctor? Has he been abused? Why don't you go to find Xiao Yu Yin when you come back?" You asked so many questions at once. Which one should I answer?" After eating the small pudding, Xie Jiangsa carefully put away the pudding cup and put his hands behind his head. "The doctor is full of energy and likes to scold me like before. He will not treat himself badly. Don't worry. My father can't do anything to him. Don't tell Yu Yin or anyone else that I'm still alive." "I can understand not telling others. Why not tell him?" Shiryu asked back. After Xie Jiangsa got into trouble, Xie Yu Yin was hit the hardest. Shiryu still remembers his look when he found out about Xie Jiangsa's accident. Xie Jiangsa gave her a look that said, "How can you be so stupid?" And then said, "What if I tell him I'm not dead? And then I die again? What do you want him to do? Crazy again?" That's right. After Xie Jiangsa got into trouble, he dug deep into the ground to find Helles, killed him himself, and almost broke the entire Toya's Republic apart. Shiryu frowned and asked, "What do you mean? What do you mean by not dead and dead again?" "It means that the mission I'm carrying out now is very dangerous, and I might end up dead." He learned the word cold from Shiryu. "Okay. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm leaving first. I wish you a happy undercover life." Xie Jiangsa stood up and was about to leave, not giving Shiryu a chance to ask more questions. How could Shiryu let him go like this? She grabbed his arm and pulled him back, forcing him to ask, "Who told you that I'm an undercover here? What mission do you want to complete?" Xie Jiangsa staggered back to the sofa when she pulled him. Seeing Shiryu looking at him with a cold look, he raised his mouth helplessly, leaned on the sofa, and asked, "Do you really want to hear it?" Shiryu sneered twice and said, "You came to me just to tell me that you are still alive? Can't the intelligent brain tell? Isn't it because I haven't seen you for a long time, and I miss you so much? I have to see you to express my love for you." There is no truth in his mouth, and it is difficult to solve the problem without taking action. Say it or not. Shiryu suddenly appeared with a scimitar in his hand, and pressed it against Xie Jiangsa's neck. Xie Jiangsa made a surrender gesture very skillfully, and said quickly, "Say it. Say it." He really said it. "I have been to the Lilia fortress. Is Lan Luo the one who followed Yu Yin?" The question was a rhetorical question, but the tone was affirmative. Sure you touched his nose, isn't he pretending? Xie Jiangsa sneered, yes. Of course not. It's a pity that he doesn't have you. Well, you're a seasoned man. Fortunately, you don't show up in front of people much. Otherwise you'd be exposed sooner or later. Seeing Shiryu embarrassed smile, Xie Jiangsa lowered his voice. It's not a big deal. I followed Deputy Corps Commander 1. As soon as he said this, Shiryu frowned. What do you mean? When Zheng died with you around? Just now. When fighting with Xie Jiangsa, Shiryu clearly felt that his strength was more than a little stronger than before. If he was by Wending's side, he would not be able to detect that someone wanted to kill him, and the other party would not be able to succeed so easily. From the moment she heard the news of Wenjing's death, she felt something was wrong. Wenjing died too easily and too easily. He was the deputy commander of the 1st Sequence Legion, a master of SSS-level physical and mental strength, and had countless practical experience honed on the battlefield. It was okay for him to assassinate others easily, but it was hard for her to believe that others could easily assassinate him. Xie Jiangsa glanced at her and said, someone set a trap for father, and father played along. This sentence contained a lot of information. Shiryu was shocked and said, he was not assassinated at all. But, Xie Liqin set a trap for others? Even his own deputy commander could be used to set a trap? Put away the nonsense in your little head. Deputy Commander Wen has accumulated hidden injuries and is dying. He volunteered to take the initiative. Father, he won't go to this. Xie Jiangsa himself was not sure about the last sentence. When he saw Shiryu mocking eyes, he turned his face away unconsciously. Not to this? But he can use his own son as a tool? What a not to this. But Xie Liqin is Xie Jiangsa's father. What can he do? Shiryu closed his eyes and changed the subject. So, what are you doing here? After talking for a long time without getting to the point, can the topic drift a little more? My father said that when Renmo has problems, so let me test him. What's the result of the test? Shiryu followed his words and asked. The result is naturally problematic. Although Xie Liqin followed when Renmo's trap, he did not arrange Xiao Lina. Xiao Lina appeared in the parking lot and stayed for half an hour. No one would believe that there was no trick here. These two people are calculating each other. It's just that I don't know who will be more skilled in the end. You came here concealing your identity. You must have suspected him. Right? I don't know where you found out that it's wrong. But now I can tell you clearly that there is someone behind him. Shiryu raised his eyebrows and listened to him continue. When I attacked him today, he was communicating with someone. I went in very suddenly and just happened to hear a sentence. Don't worry. Everything has been arranged. As he said this, the hair on his forehead fell down, and his eyes gradually became deep. Shiryu frowned. This sentence at most showed that when Renmo had an accomplice. Xie Jiangsa quickly answered her doubts. He said, when Renmo's tone was also respectful, tell me, he is the 7th Marshal of the Federation. Who should he be so respectful to? The 7 Marshals of the Federation are the top of the pyramid of power in the Federation. The 7 Marshals are not ranked according to strength. The status of the 7 Marshals is equal, and the power they exercise is also the same. Shiryu's eyes were heavy. After a little consideration, she said, what do you think of Lu? Knock knock knock. Her door was suddenly knocked, and the knock was short and urgent. The two looked at each other, and Xie Jiangsa immediately stood up, put on a baseball cap and mask, and walked into the room. Shiryu saw that he was hiding, so he went to open the door. The person knocking on the door was Lu Dongyan, who looked anxious. She was about to ask him what happened, but he said first, something happened. He walked in and closed the door. A fleet disappeared in the Rachel Fragmented Star Belt. The Marshal just contacted me and asked us to take some people, and the Deputy Legion Commander to support immediately. Shiryu looked puzzled. Rachel Fragmented Star Belt? She had memorized the star navigation map of the Keltri Meteorite Belt before coming to the Keltri Meteorite Belt. It almost cost her life at that time, but she still memorized it all. The Rachel Fragmented Star Belt is the most dangerous place in the Keltri Meteorite Belt. There was originally a galaxy there, but the life of the star came to an end, and the planets left their orbits one after another. Later, the star decayed and exploded, causing the entire galaxy to be destroyed. Although hundreds of years have passed, turbulence still occurs frequently, which is very dangerous. Normal fleets will never enter the Rachel Fragmented Star Belt. If I remember correctly, The Rachel Star Fragment Belt is very far from us. And it's almost at Talisaka Fortress. It's not reliable to go there to provide support. Lu Dongyan shook his head and said, I don't know much. But the marshal said so. Let us cooperate with the support. Shiryu was full of doubts, wondering if Renma suspected her. So he sent her away at this time. But soon her doubts were dispelled, because when Renma's deputy legion commander and most of the fleet also went there, something serious must have happened, which would cause the 7th Sequence Legion, which is the main force of the Keltri Meteorite Belt, to split half of it and go to the Rachel Star Fragment Belt. In today's technologically advanced world, everything on the front line spreads very quickly. First, the deputy legion commander of the 1st Sequence Legion was assassinated in the Vingson Neutral Zone. And then the Federal Rescue Fleet disappeared in the Rachel Star Fragment Belt. Things are getting more and more difficult. Even if you jump in space, it takes a full 36 hours to get from the Keltri Meteorite Belt to the Rachel Star Fragment Belt. Shiryu was a little worried about the situation in the Vingson Neutral Zone. But when he thought about the fact that Xie Jiangsa was still there, Xie Liqin was no pushover. And Xiao Piaoliang also knew about the Vingson Neutral Zone. Even if when Renma and the people behind him were planning something, it would not be so easy to succeed. The fleet had been sailing, and she had no way to contact them through the intelligent brain. Before the fleet arrived at the Rachel Star Fragment Belt, the list of missing persons was also listed. When they saw the names of Feng Xiao and Gu Qianqian, Shiryu and Lu Dongyan were shocked. What's going on? Why are they both on the front line? After she entered the Judgment Corps, she asked a few friends what they were going to do next. Lu Dongyan told her very straightforwardly that he was going to the front line. Feng Xiao clearly said that he was going to his father's legion. And Gu Qianqian was also tied back by his family. Why is it now? Lu Dongyan looked at her carefully. And seeing her emotionless face, he said carefully, they said they would tell you after making some achievements. In fact, after you went to the Lilvia Fortress, we all came to the front line. But we agreed to wait until the war with the Caslan Empire is over, and then tell each other how we are doing. We haven't been in touch during this period. Who knew that Feng Xiao and Gu Qianqian would play themselves to disappear? But this can't be blamed on them. The missing fleet was responsible for sending the wounded back to the Federation. Feng Xiao and Gu Qianqian were probably assigned the escort mission. Shiryu sighed. Her friends were all more like Conan than each other, and they would run into trouble wherever they went. Shiryu certainly couldn't blame them. We're almost there. Lu Dongyan glanced at the range. And on the radar, he could already see the image of the Rachel Star Belt as the top combat forces of the 7th Sequence Corps. Shiryu and Lu Dongyan were quickly summoned to the 7th Sequence Corps' deputy commander Ming Zhu. Ming Zhu was a middle-aged man in his early 40s. He had a calm personality. When Renma led the team to fight, he was responsible for the overall coordination. Seeing that the rescue team had assembled, Ming Zhu said, I just received news that the head of state was also on the missing fleet. This short sentence shocked the dozens of people present, and Lu Dongyan opened his eyes wide. How could the head of state be on the missing fleet? Ming Zhu quickly answered their doubts. The head of state went to the front line to express his condolences a few days ago, and happened to return to the Federation with the wounded. When passing through the Rachel Star Fragment Belt, he disappeared with the fleet. The rescue team that rushed to the Rachel Star Fragment Belt has already started the search and rescue. But the results are minimal. And there is no news yet. This mission is extraordinary. The head of state must not get into trouble. Everyone in the fleet must come back alive. Ming Zhu assigned the rescue tasks in an orderly manner. After just a few minutes of explanation, all the rescue teams attacked from the warships at the same time, preparing to enter the Rachel Star Fragment Belt for search and rescue. Shiryu looked at Lu Dongyan, who was worried, and patted him on the shoulder and said, I see that your mental state is not very good. Otherwise you should stay in the warship. No. I'm fine. My brother must be fine too. When he said this, his expression was obviously a little reluctant. The situation this time is completely different from that of Winter Star. Lu Shiwang was kidnapped on Winter Star. Lu Dongyan knew that the Republic of Toyas would not easily attack him with his identity. But this time, the universe is the most mysterious and awe-inspiring place. And the Rachel Star Belt is even more notoriously dangerous. Nature is fair to everyone, and will not look at someone differently or show mercy because of his special identity. Let's go! Not only must we find my brother, but we must also find Feng Xiao and the others together. It's not that easy to get into trouble. They are all very smart. Shiryu also knew that he would definitely not be able to stay in the battleship at this time. The two of them entered the mecha together, and turned into two lights and shadows, and disappeared in the universe. The Rachel Star Belt is very dangerous. There seems to be a mysterious power here. Many meteorites or space debris drifting in the universe will slowly gather here. Some disappear in black holes, while others slowly gather together, and slowly merge with each other, as if forming a new planet. But this process will last for a long time. The meteorites here are very large. The mechas are like a coin on their palms. Moreover, the movement of meteorites is very dense. If you walk in it carelessly, you may be hit by the moving meteorites. There are also some strange species, like lizards that can move in space. They feed on meteorites and have strong attack power. Shiryu and Lu Dongyan formed a team, entered the area they were responsible for searching, marked it on the map, and reported back to the fleet within a certain period of time to ensure that there was no loss of contact. The two wandered around the Rachel Star fragment belt for more than half an hour. Not to mention the fleet. They didn't even encounter the most unique rock lizard here. They searched very quickly. There was another small area, and the area was searched. Shiryu marked it on the map, and when he was about to report back to the fleet, he suddenly received a very weak signal. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately clicked it to see that it was a distress signal. Lu Dongyan obviously also received the distress signal, and the two flew to the direction of the distress signal at the fastest speed. What appeared in front of them was not a fleet, but a lifeboat, which was being attacked by a rock lizard and was about to be damaged. Shiryu rushed over with a long sword and blocked the attack of the rock lizard in a few moves. After a brief fight, she found that the level of this rock lizard was at least SSS level, and its defense was extremely strong. The long sword in her hand cut iron like mud, but it only caused slight scratches on its skin when it was cut on the rock lizard. Saving people is the most important thing. Shiryu did not intend to entangle with the rock lizard. Lu Dongyan knew Shiryu's ability and left quickly with the lifeboat. Seeing that he had almost run away, Shiryu kicked the rock lizard away and ran away without looking back. The two flew around here, and after not receiving any other distress signals, they immediately returned to the fleet with the precarious lifeboat. This was the only harvest after 2 days of search and rescue. Mingzhu rushed over as fast as he could, and other fleets carrying out search and rescue missions also sent inquiries. Shiryu looked at the severely damaged lifeboat, activated the mimic exoskeleton, and broke the lifeboat open in front of everyone. When they saw the people in the lifeboat, everyone was stunned. The person sitting inside was not the leader they wanted to rescue, nor any soldier, but a girl with black and shiny waist-length hair and a warm yellow gauze skirt that reached her ankles. She looked only 16 or 17 years old. When she came into contact with the light from the darkness, she subconsciously raised her hands to block her eyes. She had a light yellow lace on her wrist, which made her skin look even whiter. After a while, someone heard the girl ask in a soft voice, "Excuse me, did you save me?" Her voice was sweet and soft, and even better than Xiao Lina's voice that Shiryu had seen before. Shiryu was the first to come to his senses. He asked in a low voice, "We saved you. Who are you?" She was sure that this girl was not in the missing fleet. If there was, she would not have had no impression of such a beautiful girl after carefully looking at every missing person. The girl seemed to have adapted to the light. She put her hands down. Only then did everyone see her appearance clearly. Her eyes were big and her pupils were dark. She seemed to be favored by God. Her face was so beautiful that it was almost impossible to describe it in words. Especially, the blank look on her face made people involuntarily have an impulse to protect her. She remembered the question asked by Shiryu belatedly, holding her chin and thinking carefully, as if who she was a difficult question to answer. After a long time, the girl tilted her head and said seriously, "My name is Lan Shi." Lan Shi? Shiryu frowned and repeated her name. The girl nodded and walked out of the lifeboat. At this time, everyone saw that she was still wearing high heels. Nude. Very beautiful. She was dressed like a little princess in distress. "Why are you in this lifeboat?" Shiryu continued to ask. As she asked, she unfolded her smart brain, scanned the girl's face, and began to search in the missing list. Unfortunately, no relevant information about the girl was found. The girl walked in front of Shiryu, put her hands behind her back, walked around her, and did not answer her, but curiously asked, "It's strange. What are you wearing? Why have I never seen it?" The mimic exoskeleton is no longer a secret. As long as people living in the universe are not too ignorant. They all know the great invention of mimic exoskeleton. After the girl finished asking, she glanced at the people around her, and the doubts on her face accumulated more and more. She fixed her eyes on Mingzhu. Admiral? Which legion are you the deputy commander of? Why have I never seen you? This is a bit interesting. The girl looked up and down at the battleship again, and asked curiously, Are you sent by my brother to save me? Where is my brother? A series of doubts made everyone have a question mark on their foreheads. Who is your brother? Lu Dongyan asked. Lan Shi glanced at her and pouted in dissatisfaction. You don't even know my brother? My brother is Lan Zhe, the first marshal of the Federation. Fuck. Shiryu was now heartbroken. There was no such name as Lan Zhe in the history of the Federation. He was a person erased from the history of the Federation. And he lived more than 100 years ago. The others naturally looked at each other in bewilderment, not understanding what she was saying at all. Shiryu stepped in front of the girl. Where are you from? She repeated the question again. Lan Zhe is a Zerg. This girl. So beautiful. Fuck. She really looks a bit like Lan Luo. Lan Shi looked at her in confusion, but still answered, Lipikea? I have been living in Lipikea. But one day, Lipikea suddenly lost contact with the outside world. I have been waiting for my brother to come to me. But, Lan Shi rubbed his head while speaking, as if he was recalling something, but couldn't remember it. When he heard the word Lipikea, Shiryu took a breath again. She should be glad that she was caught by Xiao Piaoliang and read a lot of information about the Lilvaya galaxy. Lipikea? The main star of the Lilvaya galaxy is Lilvaya. But the most prosperous one is not Lilvaya, but the artificially built cosmic island, Lipikea. At that time, Lipikea was not only the most prosperous place in the Lilvaya galaxy, but also the most prosperous place in the Federation, the economic center of the Federation. However, one day, Lipikea suddenly disappeared without any signs. Not long after, the Lilvaya War broke out between the First Federation and other countries. No one cared about Lipikea's whereabouts. Lipikea, like Lanes, was buried in the history of the Federation. There were almost no serious documents that mentioned the word Lipikea. Shiryu's mind was in a mess. She was not sure if there were other people present who knew Lanes or Lipikea. She tried to calm her emotions and not show any clues. Mingzhu, who was listening to the conversation between the two, frowned and said, Little girl, are you mistaken? There is no marshal named Lanes in our Federation. The current first marshal is Marshal Xia Liqing. Lan Shi slightly widened her eyes and said without hesitation, Impossible. Would so many of us unite to deceive you? What's the benefit of deceiving you? Shiryu said with her arms around her chest. Her face was calm, but her heart was in turmoil. She had no idea what to do. She didn't know what happened back then. The only words she knew were from Xiao Piaoliang. She had no idea how to deal with a little girl who claimed to be Lan Zhe's sister. And from what she said, before the girl spoke, Shiryu asked again, Where is Lipikea now? Did you come out from up there? The girl didn't know if she was distracted by her. She lowered her eyebrows and thought for a while, and said, Lipikea is nearby. We received a signal from nearby and entered the lifeboat. This sentence revealed more information. You? Are there anyone else besides you? People living on Lipikea? The girl answered as a matter of course, not knowing how shocking her words were. By the way, someone arrived on Lipikea 2 or 3 days ago, and their interstellar battleship seemed to have a problem. Do you know how to get to Lipikea? Shiryu asked immediately. Now anyone with a brain would probably see that there was something wrong with the girl's origin. Although Lipikea is no longer mentioned, it is not like Lan Zhe, an untraceable secret. If someone is interested, they can still find clues by looking it up on the Star Network. Mingzhu's expression has turned into exploration, and it is obvious that he knows Lipikea. The girl thought about it seriously, but shook her head again. I don't know. I followed the signal from Lipikea, and I don't know the way back. After she finished speaking, she quickly added, with a somewhat anxious tone, I don't want to go back again. Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, Shiryu looked at Mingzhu and asked what he meant. Are you leaving? Lan Shi grabbed Shiryu's sleeve, with a look of uneasiness in her eyes. Shiryu could probably guess her mood at the moment. Nodded and said, I still have to go save people. You will be fine if you stay here. Lan Shi nodded obediently, but the uneasiness in her eyes did not disappear. Shiryu couldn't help but think of Lan Luo who fought with her for pudding every day. Thought for a while and said, If someone is bad for you, find a way to escape. Don't stay here. Lan Shi didn't expect her to say that. And the expression on her face became silly and stupid. Sure, you didn't say much to her. Held her wrist, put her hand back, and whispered, "You must learn to protect yourself. I'm leaving first. I hope there will be a chance to see you again." She turned and went out, leaving Lan Shi in the lounge. The guards outside quickly closed the door. Lan Shi looked at the closed door, her eyelashes trembling slightly. If there were outsiders here, they would definitely see the phosphorus powder falling from the corners of her eyes. She raised her hand and touched the wrist that Shiryu had just touched. Suddenly, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Gently, with malice. Half an hour later, Shiryu and Lu Dongyan set off with the team again. Lan Shi's identity was strange, and what she said was inexplicable. Everything had to be investigated. Shiryu had some guesses about her situation. He told Xiao Piaoliang the news before leaving, but he might be busy and didn't reply to her message immediately. How did Libikea disappear? Shiryu felt that there was a big secret hidden in it, and it was very scary. Her mood also became heavy. With a direction, the search and rescue team kept going in. The further they went in, the more rock lizards they encountered, and the meteorite activities became more and more frequent. The team recorded on the map while walking, and they didn't know how long they had walked. Finally, a huge cosmic island appeared in front of everyone. Shiryu had never been so shocked. Coming to this world with extremely advanced technology, environmental issues are no longer a problem. She has seen all kinds of beautiful scenery, but never anywhere as beautiful as here. It was a huge tree, so big that it seemed that nothing could measure it. Its branches were thick, and the green leaves were dense. It grew naturally in this dangerous place. Looking down along the branches, its roots were intertwined, and every inch of soil was imprisoned by it. It extended to the surroundings, and materials continued to gather around it, making it bigger and bigger. Is that Libikea? Shiryu had seen the image of Libikea and knew that there was a famous attraction in Libikea called the World Tree, which was a genetically cultivated tree. Its roots secreted a substance that could gather soil or other things, which was also the reason why the Universe Island could be built. The World Tree more than 100 years ago was not this big at all. Not even 1% of the current size. Listening to the sound of inhalation in the team channel, Shiryu knew that others were as shocked as she was. She quickly gathered her mind and began to use radar to detect the situation ahead. But within a second, a warning sign popped up in front of her. Warning! Warning! A large number of SSS-level unidentified creatures are approaching. It is recommended to evacuate. It is recommended to evacuate. Just as the warning sounded, countless rock lizards rushed out from behind the dense meteorites. They were huge, and when they raised their heads and roared, the sound seemed to penetrate people's eardrums. Everyone has seen the fighting power of rock lizards. The weakest rock lizards have SS-level fighting power. Now there is such a large group. For a team of only dozens of people, the pressure is doubled. Shiryu made a decision in a flash. She didn't care who was the commander of this team. She spoke directly in the team channel. Group A, go back immediately and report the situation here to the fleet. We will go to find someone. Don't get entangled with them. There are so many rock lizards here. She suddenly wanted to know how Lan Shi got through here and reached the place where they found her. Shiryu always felt that something was wrong, but the terrifying fighting power of the rock lizards made her have no mind to be distracted, and she could only go all out. At this critical moment, someone issued an order, and others subconsciously obeyed. Everyone in Group A retreated as quickly as possible. Shiryu and others did not get entangled with the rock lizards, but rushed to Libikea in front. Soon, an image of a warship appeared on her radar. It was the warship that disappeared in the Rachel Star fragment belt. This discovery made her calm down a little. It seemed that Lan Shi was not lying. The reason why the warship landed on Libikea was probably because it encountered rock lizards here and was seriously damaged. Everyone in the team drove the mecha to Libikea. The speed of the mecha was very fast, and even the rock lizards that could survive in space could not catch up. But in just a few seconds, the two sides opened up the distance. The rock lizards chasing behind them were aggressive at first, and their speed began to slow down after approaching a certain range of Libikea. Later, they seemed to be blocked by something and wandered around the periphery. They could only make a numbing roar, but they dared not approach. Animals have always been more sensitive than humans. Is there something here that makes them afraid? Shiryu was still thinking, But the situation at the moment did not allow her to decide whether to choose to enter Lipikea or leave here. The fleet has been discovered. In this case, the survivors must be taken away from here no matter what. I hope that the Team A that just left can report the situation here to the fleet. Sure, you and the rest of the people entered Lipikea together. But they didn't know that the Team A was ambushed soon after they separated from them. The black spider with 8 legs crushed the cockpit of the mecha with a click. The white sharp teeth under its abdomen bit together, making a terrifying click, as if chewing something. Next to it, the rock lizard stared at it, and roared provocatively from time to time. There is still air in Lipikea? This discovery is really surprising. It has been more than 100 years since Lipikea disappeared. But this cosmic island seems to be unable to feel the passage of time. The buildings here are all intact. But there is no one on every street. The hovercraft is parked neatly in the parking lot. And the AI robots in the street shops are silent, as if waiting for customers to come. This world is alive, but dead. There is no one here. Soon, sure, you and others came to the place where the fleet was anchored. And the scene they saw made their scalps numb. Blood. Blood everywhere. There was blood everywhere. But there was no body. But there were fragments of flesh in some places. This discovery made everyone's backs go cold. What happened here? After a while, cleaning robots came over. And they cleaned up the messy ground step by step. In just a dozen minutes, all the bloodstains were cleaned up. And it was impossible to tell that there had been such a horrible scene here. Lu Dongyan couldn't help but lean over to Shiryu. You said. It's okay. Shiryu said first. Click. Like the crisp sound of teeth biting on something. Shiryu turned around as quickly as possible to take out the energy gun and shot at the distance. With a click, a small black spider fell down, and its 8 legs trembled slightly. And soon it was dead. Zerg. It's Zerg. Someone in the team shouted in shock. Retreat. Leave here now. Shiryu shouted. Zerg. Lipikea lives. Zerg. This race caused countless casualties in the deep blue galaxy and left a terrifying shadow on people. Shiryu held his breath and led everyone to run in another direction. What happened in Lipikea more than 100 years ago? Chapter 135. Countless small spiders followed behind Shiryu and the others. Their thick legs made a clicking sound when they hit the ground, which was more terrifying than the clicking sound made by the sharp teeth on their abdomens. The legs of these spiders were terrifyingly powerful. On the aquamarine star, they could easily knock holes in the ground one after another. But in Lipikea, they couldn't even penetrate the road surface. The road surface here was harder than Shiryu had imagined. Among the group, few people knew Lipikea, let alone were familiar with it. Everyone didn't know which direction to run, nor did they know where it was safe and where it was dangerous. They were even more afraid that a group of Zerg would rush out in front of them, blocking their way and then eating them. Perhaps the more you fear something, the more it will come. The team kept running forward, and the radar was constantly detecting the situation ahead. But unfortunately it had little effect. There seems to be a certain restriction on mechanical instruments here. The mecha here will be affected by the strange magnetic field, and the gravity it suffers is several times that of the standard gravity. The detection range of the radar is also limited. But the human body is not affected at all. The impact of wearing a mimic exoskeleton is not as strong as driving a mecha. But as time goes by, it will still cause a load on the human body. But the Zerg is too dangerous. Without the defense effect of the mimic exoskeleton, the sharp body of the Zerg can easily cause human injuries in the battle with the Zerg. This can't go on. We must find a safe place. Otherwise, we can only temporarily withdraw from Lipikea. Shiryu ability slowly spread through the road surface. After a while, she stopped and shouted, "You can't go there. Here." Her tone was resolute, and she didn't give anyone any chance to refute it. She took the lead in running in another direction. Lu Dongyan had no doubt that he was the first to run behind her. After a brief hesitation, the others also chose to run with her. It was only a few seconds before and after, and everyone's radar detected a large group of spiders surging in the direction they originally fled. These spiders seemed to have been measured. Each of them was only the size of a palm. And when they were in groups, they were as dark as a black tide, constantly approaching from a distance. Countless times more terrifying than the sky with a storm coming. With so many tireless spiders running, everyone's pressure grew little by little. At present, this amount of exercise was nothing to them. But if they were chased like this, they would sooner or later die of exhaustion and eventually become a meal for the spiders. and no one knew when other Zergs would appear in front of them to block their way, form a circle around them, and then slowly enjoy the food in their mouths. Shiryu also had a tense face. She should be thankful that her ability had been upgraded, and it was many times stronger than before. In this case, when she stepped on the ground, her ability could be transmitted to the outside through the tiny particles on the ground to detect the situation in the distance. Shiryu's ability continued to spread, and gradually, she found traces of fighting in front of her. Judging from the situation on the scene, the scope of the battle was not small, and it happened not long ago. This time she didn't say anything, and ran forward with the people behind her. After running for a while, she heard a loud fight, so it was heard far away. Shiryu's eyes lit up. Someone is ahead. After turning another corner, Shiryu's eyes lit up with golden light, and a building next to it collapsed without warning, and it happened to hit the spiders chasing behind everyone. The black spiders suddenly dispersed, and the ground was covered with green and disgusting blood. It's so strange. The buildings here can kill spiders so easily. Shiryu secretly remembered this incident, and her eyes lit up with golden light one after another. When her pupils gradually turned golden, the surrounding buildings collapsed with a rumble, as if they had agreed. Those spiders that had not had time to escape were all pressed down, and the green liquid accumulated more and more, and it was still very sticky. The spiders chasing them seemed to be frightened and no longer tried to chase them, but began to retreat. Shiryu stopped and made a surprised expression, and the people behind her looked at each other in bewilderment. "What's going on?" someone asked hesitantly. Shiryu touched his chin and pondered. "I don't know. Is there someone helping us?" She pretended to be quite serious. "Soon." She clapped her hands and said, "We will get back to these later. There seems to be a fight ahead. Let's go and take a look." After she finished speaking, she was about to move forward, when the others heard her say that there was a fight ahead. They didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly followed. Not long after, everyone ran forward. I saw a group of people wearing the Federation standard mimic exoskeleton, fighting the Zerg. They were not fighting with the black swarms of small spiders just now, but one after another green mantises. This kind of mantis is different from the scorpion-tailed mantis that appeared on the aquamarine star. They look exactly like normal mantises, about the same size as humans, and the double knives they wield are very sharp. When they brush against the ground, they easily cut a big hole. Their fighting power is simply not comparable to those small spiders. Shiryu took a running start and jumped forward. The scimitar in her hand blocked the mantis's big knife that was about to fall on his shoulder for one of them. The scimitar and the mantis's knife collided together, making a long clanging sound, which was very piercing. Her appearance made the people in the battle look at her sideways, and they quickly focused on fighting the double knife mantis. This level of battle does not allow for distraction. Shiryu said while fighting the double knife mantis with ease, "Are you from Major General Huicheng's fleet? We are here to rescue." She did not use her original voice, but a man voice made by a fake Adam's apple attached to her throat. The people who had stepped aside because of her intervention immediately helped their companions to deal with the other double-bladed mantis, and responded, "What Huicheng? We are the fleet of Major General Huahao." Hearing the response, Shiryu calmed down and said quickly, Sorry. I remembered it wrong." The reason why he said the wrong name was to test. Wait, this voice is a bit familiar. Lu Dongyan next to him also joined the battle and asked the question that Shiryu wanted to ask. Old Gu. The person who just responded was obviously Gu Qianqian, and his next answer also verified Shiryu's guess. "Old Lu. Is it you? Aren't you in the battlefield of the Keltri meteorite belt? Why are you here?" Gu Qianqian's words were full of questions. The two people who are obviously quite young have to grow old together, and I don't know what habits they have, Shiryu complained. But he still remembered that he covered his vest and pricked up his ears obediently without making a sound. Lu Dongyan briefly explained the order he had received and the current situation outside, and finally asked, "How are the president and Feng Xiao?" There are not many people fighting with the double-blade mantis, and they are all good fighters. Lu Shiwang is an absolute weakling, and it is impossible for him to be here, and there is no powerful bodyguard of his here. Gu Qianqian quickly said, "He and the president will stay in a safe place for the time being. We will talk later. Let's leave now." Shiryu retracted her long ears, turned the scimitar in her hand, stabbed into the abdomen of the double-blade mantis, and pulled it out at a very fast speed and retreated. Before the double-blade mantis rushed over angrily, she took out the energy gun and shot it in the abdomen. The energy gun is very powerful. The abdomen of the double-blade mantis was already stabbed by his scimitar, and it received another energy bullet. It immediately exploded with a puff. Shiryu ran fast enough, and was not stuck by the disgusting liquid that exploded. She succeeded in one move, and immediately rushed into the battle on the other side. In a few moves, the stalemate between the two sides changed. She was like a human killing machine, always finding the weakness of the double-bladed mantis, and knocking it down easily. Gu Qianqian had noticed her just now, but he had just heard her voice, which was a man, and his doubts rolled up in circles. Shiryu saw that he looked at her from time to time, and was really afraid that he would accidentally reveal her identity. So he said first, "I am sure from the 7th Sequence Corps. Do you know our Lu team?" She thought that what she said was correct, and she also emphasized her vest. But Gu Qianqian seemed to have opened up his Ren and Du meridians, and suddenly realized it in his heart. After being supported by her again, he lowered his voice, and said beside Shiryu, "Little pudding?" "Shiryu, eh?" She did not respond, but pushed him away. "Good guy. It's really her." The pressure of the battle was getting less and less, and this group of double-blade mantises were almost dead. He looked Shiryu up and down, and tactfully did not ask her directly what was wrong, and why she was dressed like this. Gu Qianqian, as the leader of this team, said after the double-blade mantises were dealt with, "This place will soon attract other insects. We must rush to the World Tree as soon as possible. Are you the only ones coming to rescue?" Shiryu kept silent from beginning to end. Lu Dongyan nodded and said, "The search and rescue work is still in progress. The search and rescue team has not confirmed your location yet. We are just here to lead the way." Gu Qianqian did not ask any more questions, and led the way with people. "Let's go." The Zerg dared not approach the World Tree. Shiryu and others followed immediately, and no one asked anything at this time. If the buildings had not collapsed just now, and scared away the spider group, the current situation would be hard to say. Gu Qianqian was obviously very familiar with this place. He completely avoided the direction where the Zerg were with a few light turns. Shiryu was slightly surprised, a little curious about how he did it. After running for about 10 minutes, Gu Qianqian and the others slowed down. He reminded them, "Be careful later. Since we came here and entered the barrier of the World Tree, the Zerg often wander outside. When we came out, we found a gap with fewer Zerg. This time, we can't say whether there are many Zerg in that gap." The meaning of his words was very clear. After leaving the interstellar battleship, they hid in the World Tree. But what about the fresh bloodstains on the interstellar battleship? Once again, he sighed that now was not the time for people to talk. And Shiryu had to follow with a lot of doubts. The outside of the World Tree was indeed not peaceful. There were not only small spiders and double-bladed mantises, but also the most disgusting black leeches. What surprised everyone was that the Zerg here were not big, and the largest was not far from the size of humans. The black leeches looked even more disgusting, and the sticky liquid on their bodies fell to the ground as they crawled. Wet. But there was an even more weird side. After they crawled, the cleaning robots would clean up the disgusting liquid at a very fast speed. Under such circumstances, the ground became dirty and clean and dirty again. I don't know what the structure of those cleaning robots is, and they won't break down after repeating this over and over again. Lu Dongyan looked at the dreadful situation ahead and asked, "What should we do now? Should we just kill them? Or should we go around? The World Tree is very large, and it is not realistic to go around from the outside. Moreover, we may encounter Zergs at any time. When the Zergs roaming outside the World Tree all rush over, everyone will have no choice but to die." Since no one was paying attention to him, Shiryu touched his forehead and covered his eyes. At the same time, the ground in front of him suddenly collapsed, and the Zergs that were constantly wandering on it fell down like dumplings. Gu Qianqian was shocked by the scene in front of him just as he was about to speak. He blinked and blinked again, and after a long time, he said, "What's going on? This is..." Lu Dongyan shook his head, and suddenly thought of the sudden discovery of the building just now. Shiryu did not give them too much chance to guess. "Let's talk about it later. The Zergs have retreated. It's best for us to rush over now." She started to lead the pace, and everyone immediately followed her thoughts. Gu Qianqian always trusted her the most, and did not continue to doubt. Everyone rushed forward together. The mimic exoskeleton's blessing on the human body is obviously stronger than the additional load given by the strange magnetic field of Lipikea. The Zerg seemed to be still immersed in the shock of the sudden collapse of the ground, and had no reaction until everyone got close. And then they realized that they wanted to rush over. Everyone had no intention of entangled with the Zerg at all. Before they came to kill, they rushed forward to the limit of the human body. The Zerg felt their breath and became agitated in groups, as if they wanted to cross the invisible barrier outside the world tree and chase inside. They rushed inside like they were on drugs, so fast that Shiryu almost thought that what Gu Qianqian said about the Zerg not daring to approach the world tree was no longer effective. But after a while, she felt that the Zerg chasing them slowed down, as if they were afraid of something. And when they reached a certain limit, they made a protesting click from time to time, just like the rock lizards blocked outside Lipakea. But they dared not cross the non-existent dividing line. She breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Zerg were not fishing. Otherwise, the fish would have been dead. The protection range of the world tree is very large. After the Zerg stopped chasing, everyone slowed down. Gu Qianqian was the first to remove the mimic exoskeleton. He looked at Shiryu intentionally or unintentionally. The friends were not stupid. Before they faced each other's disappearance, Gu Qianqian also saw the gossip about Shiryu in the Livia fortress on the Star Network. The news content was that Shiryu and Xiaoyuyan were shopping. Shiryu couldn't move his legs when he saw the little pudding, and he had to stay in the store to let Xiaoyuyan buy a big bag. At that time, a reporter happened to pass by and watched the whole process of Shiryu's inability to move his legs. After the two left, he immediately exaggerated it in the news and attached a few photos, saying that there are pictures and the truth. And he chose a hot topic. The CP I'm obsessed with. The title is attractive enough, and the writing is really exaggerated. It immediately became a hot search on the Star Network. The comment area is even more exaggerated. A lot of people are obsessed with it, almost flooding the screen. He also wanted to call Shiryu to ask her if she has become thicker-skinned again. She likes to eat small puddings so much that the whole Federation knows about it. She is probably the only one in the world. When he saw the photo with a gossipy mind, he inexplicably felt a strange sense of disobedience in his heart. Xiaoyuyan's attitude toward Shiryu is like an old father who owes his children for many years. He buys whatever he points to. I don't know how those people are so obsessed with it. Maybe they were brainwashed by the sentence, "You are my honor" at the marshal's conferment ceremony. Pulling his thoughts out of his memories, Gu Qianqian wanted to see if the person in front of him was the pudding maniac who had caused a scandal on the Star Network just 2 days ago. Shiryu had no idea what he was thinking. She removed the mimicry exoskeleton, revealing a face that could only be regarded as a pretty boy, which was completely different from her original appearance. Gu Qianqian frowned, and seeing Lu Dongyin's calm expression, the doubts in his heart grew bigger and bigger. The tacit understanding between them made him keep silent decisively, and moved his eyes away from Shiryu, saying, "Come with me. The leader and others are resting in the temporary camp we set up." Everyone immediately followed, and Lu Dongyin said, "What happened after you got here?" Gu Qianqian said as he walked, "This is a long story. No matter how long the story is, it has to be said." He organized his words and said, "When we passed by the Rachel fragmented star belt, the warship was suddenly attracted by a special magnetic field and entered the Rachel fragmented star belt uncontrollably. We just wanted to send out a distress signal, and space turbulence appeared nearby, and the warship had no way to return. Unfortunately, the rock lizards in the Rachel fragmented star belt attacked our warship like crazy. In desperation, we had to flee all the way. Inexplicably, we finally found a place. The Interstellar battleship was severely damaged, and we couldn't use it to return, so we had to anchor here. The leader told us that this is Lipakea, a space island that disappeared overnight. After we came up, we were attacked by Zerg not long after. There were so many Zerg that we thought we had entered their lair. It was very tragic. More than half of the people in the fleet were killed or injured. While fleeing, we unexpectedly found that the Zerg did not dare to approach the world tree, so we had a chance to breathe. I don't know if this is the Zerg's lair. As long as you leave the protection range of the world tree, there are Zerg everywhere. However, the Zerg here are very small, unlike those we saw on the Aquamarine Star, which are like mountains. Although the Zerg living in Lipakea are small, their combat effectiveness is not weak at all." Gu Qianqian explained it very clearly, one sentence after another. After saying this, he was silent for a while before he said in silence, "Almost all the wounded who were supposed to be escorted back to the Federation by us have been killed. The Zerg's offensive was fierce, and there were too many injured people. In order to allow those who were able to escape, they almost held the bombs and died together with the Zerg. Gu Qianqian had seen countless casualties during his time at the front line. For him, death was no longer a sad thing. But this time, the tragedy made him terrified and confused. After the confusion, there was a fatal sense of powerlessness. In the past 6 months, he believed that he had grown a lot. But now, reality clearly told him that he was still an ant. And in the face of force majeure, he still could not do anything to turn the tide of the war. Now was not the time to be sad. Gu Qianqian quickly sorted out his emotions and continued to talk. We have too many injured people, and a lot of supplies are left on the Interstellar battleship, including important medical equipment. I had no choice but to take people back to the battleship. I didn't expect the Zerg to have been entrenched there. When we came out of the battleship, we were attacked by them without any preparation. And some people died. That's why Shiryu and others just saw the blood on the ground. And the remaining flesh fragments. Everyone was silent. Gu Qianqian quickly changed the subject. You appear here. I think it won't be long before the support of the large force will come. Speaking of the support of the large force, Shiryu thought of Lan Qi, who was rescued by them, and asked immediately, have you seen any living people since you got here? People who live here. Gu Qianqian was very puzzled why she asked this, and shook his head and said, no. The Zerg are the only living creatures we see here. After that, his brows piled up a little higher. Why do you ask this? The head of state said that Lipakea has disappeared for more than 100 years. If it has stayed in the Rachel Star fragment belt for more than 100 years, without external supplies and occupied by the Zerg, it is impossible for anyone to live here for more than 100 years. Not a human. Shiryu didn't know what to say now. Lan Qi didn't clearly express her identity as a Zerg, and Shiryu couldn't confirm whether she was really a Zerg. And she also said that in addition to her, there were people who left Lipakea. Shiryu scratched his hair randomly, feeling that his thoughts were about to be tangled. I should have brought Lan Qi here despite Mingzhu's objection. But it's too late to say anything now. Shiryu shook his head and said, let's go meet the head of state first. After learning about the situation after the fleet lost contact, they soon saw rows of tents set up under the world tree. It's also fortunate that the space bag is a great invention that allows people to carry a lot of items. Otherwise they would have to sleep in the open and worry about food. Seeing the arrival of a strange face, everyone in the camp became alert. But they looked at Gu Qianqian again, and their vigilance relaxed a little. Feng Xiao was standing next to a wounded man at this moment, changing his dressing. His face was very calm. He stabbed the needle accurately and quickly. It is estimated that the person he stabbed has not reacted yet, and the medicine has been pushed into his body, slowly repairing his wound. Shiryu shuddered reflexively. Ever since she met Feng Xiao on the Blue Sea Star, she had been stabbed by him. Being stabbed when injured was one thing, and she would also be stabbed after training. Feng Xiao was almost becoming their exclusive doctor. The movement of the people around him distracted him. He raised his head reluctantly, and when he saw Gu Qianqian coming back, his expression was obviously relieved. When he saw Lu Dongyan standing next to Gu Qianqian, he raised his eyebrows in surprise, and then saw the short and thin boy standing next to him, and happened to meet her bulging eyes. Feng Xiao was slightly stunned for a moment, and soon thought of something. Just as he was about to stand up, he saw Gu Qianqian walking towards him first, and said, I have taken the things back, all in the space bag, and I don't know which instrument is important, and which is not. I took all the instruments in the storage room. He handed over the space bag and blinked. Feng Xiao has always been smart, so how could he not guess what he meant? He took the space bag and looked at it, nodded and said, it's okay. You have taken everything you need. I will go to operate on them now. He didn't ask much, and didn't say anything else. A group of medical staff immediately entered one of the tents. Gu Qianqian then told everyone that Shiryu and others were outside support. The people who were originally depressed because they were besieged by the Zerg suddenly became energetic. Gu Qianqian didn't say anything else, and immediately asked the people in the camp to find Lu Shiwang. Lu Shiwang didn't put on the airs of a head of state. He took off his coat at this moment, wearing only a shirt, and treated the wounds of the wounded in one of the tents. When Shiryu looked over, he saw that his short hair was a little messy, and there was a little sweat. He didn't know when he took off his glasses, and he was holding a roll of bloody bandage in his hand. He noticed someone standing outside the tent, and subconsciously looked over. When he saw Lu Dongyan, he paused, quickly stood up and said, You? Why are you here? He obviously wanted to say you, but then realized that he was not the only one here. So he quickly changed his words. He has always been so cautious and considerate, and will not ignore anyone. He always makes people feel good about him because of his consideration. Lu Dongyan obviously breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense shoulders also relaxed. He walked over a few steps and quickly stood in front of Lu Shiwang. We are here to search and rescue. He was as restrained as Lu Shiwang, and even in this situation, he did not make any inappropriate moves. Lu Shiwang quickly thought of something, nodded, and patted Lu Dongyan's shoulder again. I'm fine. Don't worry. Lu Dongyan responded dully. Sure, you always remember that he was wearing a vest, and did not dare to have too much contact with a few friends. And she always felt that Lu Shiwang was not a simple person. His eyes, which were always smiling under his gold-rimmed glasses, seemed to be able to see through everything. Every time he stood with him, sure, you had a feeling that he actually knew everything. This feeling was not good, but it subconsciously made people feel that he was very dangerous. But he was very good at hiding this little danger under his gentle surface. Even if sure you knew that he was very dangerous, it was difficult for him to have any malice towards him. Seeing Lu Shiwang looking over, sure, you smiled at him obediently. Hello, President. Lu Shiwang nodded at her. Hello. His smile has always been friendly and easy to make people feel good. There were only these 2 short conversations between the two. Lu Dongyan stayed to help Lu Shiwang treat the wounds of other people in the tent. Sure, you was afraid that he would be exposed if he stayed here accidentally. So he followed outside to understand the situation in the camp, and also helped other soldiers who needed to change their medicines to bandage their wounds. The number of casualties was much higher than she had imagined, due to limited medical conditions. Even though the medicine was very effective in restoring the human body, many injured people still had wound infections and fevers, and laid down one after another. On Aquamarine, people injured by the Zerg must undergo a complete physical examination. Otherwise, they will have serious infections and unhealable injuries. For example, the strong man whose finger was bitten off by a small spider when he went out with Shiryu to look for supplies on Aquamarine. If his wound was not cleaned and treated in time, he would not be able to undergo organ transplant surgery, which means that he would have a broken finger for the rest of his life. Shiryu and others began to help. Everyone had learned the most basic rescue methods, and it was not difficult to bandage wounds or inject medicine. People around them couldn't help asking about the situation outside, and when support would arrive. Although they had lost contact with the outside world for more than 2 days, it was not an exaggeration to describe their experiences in the past 2 days as thrilling. Not to mention that they had to watch their companions get injured and die, which was more unacceptable than death on the battlefield. Shiryu picked out some of the outside world situation, and told them that the rescue fleet already knew that the fleet was lost in Lipakea. And everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as someone knows, they will be saved. Shiryu didn't sit there and wait for death. After helping everyone treat the wounds of the wounded, she wandered around under the world tree. The Zerg didn't dare to approach the world tree. Is it the same reason as the antidote must grow where the venomous snakes live? They want to leave here, and it is absolutely impossible to rush around. And the world tree is the best breakthrough. What exactly makes the Zerg feel so scared that they dare not approach? The world tree is so big that just one root made sure you pant like climbing over mountains and ridges. And its thickest branches are like a wall with no end in sight. To it, Shiryu is just an insignificant ant. After walking for a while, Shiryu sat on a root of the world tree. From here, looking into the distance, he could see the Zerg cruising on the opposite side. They hovered and were unwilling to leave. When different types of Zergs met, conflicts would break out. The fight was so tragic, and the remaining corpses were eaten by the living Zergs. This was not the first time Shiryu had seen such a scene, but it still made his scalp tingle when he saw it now. This place had everything that nature had. After Shiryu sat for a while, she felt a gust of wind blowing, and the faint fragrance of flowers made her straighten her back instantly. She had smelled such a fragrance before. Xiao Pielyong had it, but she could only smell it when she was very close to him. Lan Luo also had it, but after his physical condition recovered, the fragrance was restrained. When she was training Lan Luo before, she pinched his little face and wondered what this fragrance was. Lan Luo looked confused, and thought for a long time before saying that it might be pheromones. Shiryu heard Xiao Pielyong talk about his experience. Not long after he was born, Lan Zai's identity as a non-human was exposed. Lan Luo was raised by Xia Liqin, and before that he always thought he was Xia Liqin's child. Even if he was a Zerg, He probably didn't know much about the Zerg. This was the first time that Shiryu smelled such a fragrance besides the two of them. She looked in the direction of the fragrance, and suddenly narrowed her eyes. A scimitar appeared in her hand without warning. The next second, the scimitar and the dagger met, and the clanging sound instantly shook. Secretary Qi? Shiryu narrowed his eyes. The person who suddenly appeared behind him was not someone else, but Qi Xia, who had not appeared beside Lu Shiwang just now. Qi Xia didn't expect Shiryu to suddenly attack, and when she called her name, she frowned, took a step back and said, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Shiryu thought that he was not in the camp just now, and probably didn't know that they were in Lipikaia. So she took a step back and said, "I am a soldier sent by Marshal Wenren to rescue, and I just arrived at the camp." Qi Xia didn't know if she believed her words, looked at her a few times, and repeated one of the questions just now, "Why are you here?" Shiryu was also very straightforward and said her guess, "I think the world tree is the key to our departure from here. So I ran up to take a look." She looked very obedient, and was completely different from Shiryu, who always provoked Qi Xia. "Is Secretary Qi also here to investigate?" Qi Xia nodded and said, "Nothing was found. But I took some samples from various parts of the world tree, and plan to go back for testing, and then try it on the Zerg. This world tree is artificially synthesized and created through genetic modification. But the real reason for its appearance is that an accident occurred in the original experiment, causing the original cultivated trees to mutate genetically. Due to the accidental experiment at that time, the culture fluid and various radiations were mixed together. Even after the experimenters accidentally created this world tree, there was no way to replicate a second one. After Lipikaia disappeared, the only cosmic island in the universe also disappeared. Shiryu felt that his idea was correct, but he did not completely believe what he said. If she was not wrong just now, Qi Xia came here in the direction of the fragrance, but just happened to meet her here. During the short conversation between the two, the faint floral fragrance disappeared. The two of them each had their own thoughts, and simply went down to the roots of the world tree together and returned to the camp. Qi Xia quickly returned to Lu Shiwang and confirmed the identities of Shiryu and others with him. She also saw Lu Dongyan who came with him. Shiryu also got a specimen of each part of the world tree and gave it to Feng Xiao. She didn't care whether Feng Xiao could find the world tree, but the reason why the Zerg didn't dare to approach it. After all, in her opinion, doctors and biologists are connected in some way. As for whether the two can be linked, it is not within her consideration. Feng Xiao's understanding of her is just 2 words. Speechless. However, he still took the specimen with a good temper and conducted a serious test. Fortunately, Gu Qianqian took all the instruments. Otherwise he might have to spend a lot of effort to find out the composition of the world tree. Half a day passed very peacefully. Shiryu lay in the tent with her eyes open, unable to fall asleep. Lu Dongyan, who was lying beside her, also stared at the top of the tent with his eyes wide open. Both of them had no sleepiness. Shiryu suddenly stretched one foot out of the sleeping bag and kicked him. "Brother Xiaoyan, did you hear any sound?" Thump, thump, one after another, like the sound of a heart beating. Shiryu didn't stop kicking people. He climbed up and put his ear to the ground. Thump, thump. It seemed like there was a heart beating violently in the ground. Chapter 136. Shiryu was really scared to death by the heartbeat coming from underground. She put her ear to the ground, and the heartbeat became stronger and stronger, as if it was constantly approaching her. She climbed up from the ground and tugged at Lu Dongyan's sleeve beside her. "Brother Xiaoyan, did you hear it? Heartbeat. It's a heartbeat." The sound was getting closer and closer, and she could hear it even if she didn't stick to the ground. Lu Dongyan nodded solemnly and pulled Shiryu out of the tent. It was obvious that they were not the only ones who heard the heartbeat. People crawled out of the tent one after another, and someone shouted in fear, "There is a heartbeat underground." "You heard it too?" "I have it here too. The sound is getting louder and closer." "What is it? We didn't hear it here the past 2 days. What happened today?" The voices of inquiry came one after another. In this strange place, in the dark night without lights, everything seemed so terrifying. Even though Shiryu had experienced the end of the world, he had never seen such a scene. She squatted down again, trying to listen to the heartbeat that was getting closer and closer. But at this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "The president is gone." This sentence successfully stopped Shiryu's movements, and she looked up at the person who shouted loudly. He looked to be in his early 30s, and was dressed very decently. Even in this ghost place, he was still meticulously dressed in formal clothes, and his hair was specially groomed. At this moment, his face was covered with fine and dense sweat, as if he could wipe it away with his hand. He looked nervous, a little panicked, and kept muttering about the president. Sure, you knew him. He was one of Liu Shiwang's entourage, and was particularly responsible for a certain aspect of the president's affairs. Liu Shiwang is gone. Sure, you subconsciously looked behind the man. No one. Lu Dongyan rushed over and grabbed his wrist and said, "What did you say? Why is the president gone? Isn't he with you?" As the president, Liu Shiwang has countless bodyguards around him. In such a dangerous place, no one dares to let him stay alone. Lu Dongyan asked and looked behind the man. He didn't see Liu Shiwang or Qixia. The others looked at each other and became nervous at the same time. So many people died in the past 2 days, and the number of injured people exceeded most of the survivors. The soldiers were resolute, but if Liu Shiwang didn't comfort them, they would not be able to stay here at ease. In just 2 days, he has surpassed Major General Hua Hao to become the backbone of everyone. Everyone asked each other, wanting to know if anyone had seen the president. But the person in charge of the night watch also shook his head. The president had never come out of the tent. There was no other movement except the constant thumping of the heartbeat. Lu Dongyan was a little panicked. He rushed to Liu Shiwang's tent and opened it. He found that the sleeping bag in the tent was messy, and Liu Shiwang's clothes were scattered inside. It seemed that someone took him away in a hurry. Lu Dongyan immediately turned around and looked around in the crowd. No! Liu Shiwang was really gone. Lu Dongyan staggered back a step. Feng Xiao quickly helped him up and said, "Don't worry. There are so many of us here. How could the head of state disappear quietly? Maybe he just walked outside and no one noticed. We will definitely find him if we look for him." That's what he said. But he himself was not sure whether Liu Shiwang was really in trouble. Looking at the current situation, it is very unlikely that he will leave by himself. Lu Dongyan nodded silently and immediately went to find someone. Sure, you grabbed him and said to Feng Xiao, "You stay here. I will take some people to look for them. There are many wounded here. It is not suitable to move. No matter what the heartbeat sound is underground. You try to gather everyone. If an accident happens, drive the mecha away from Lipikea immediately." Her thoughts were very clear, and she said it very clearly. Feng Xiao nodded. The reason why the mecha was not used to leave before was that the injured people were not suitable to drive the mecha again. The load of the magnetic field here would cause irreversible damage to their bodies. Moreover, there are rock lizards outside Lipikea who are eyeing them. Driving the mecha away is the worst strategy. The best way is to wait for rescue temporarily. With so many people here, the Federation will not sit idly by. After Shiryu gave a brief explanation, he went out to look for people with Lu Dongyan and the team that came with him. Their mental state was the best, and they were the strongest among so many people. Seeing them leave, Feng Xiao and others cooperated with Major General Hua Hao to gather everyone and count the number of people. It's not known if you don't count it. It's more terrifying after counting it. In addition to Liu Shiwang and Qixia, there were other people who disappeared. But those who disappeared were not injured. This situation is even worse. If they didn't leave on their own initiative, what took them away quietly? If they left on their own initiative. Sure, you really wanted to know why Liu Shiwang left on his own initiative. Everyone felt heavy in their hearts. Liu Shiwang couldn't get into trouble at this critical moment. But it was still unclear whether he could find him if he went out to look for him aimlessly. It was more likely that they disappeared inexplicably. Sure, you didn't care whether his identity would be exposed at this time. He walked to Feng Xiao and stuffed 2 scimitars into his hands. When no one was paying attention, he whispered, "You and Qian Ershio each take one. And you must carry them with you." After her supernatural power was enhanced, she could sense metals of the same material. Xiao Piaoyang knew that she liked to use scimitars. So she took a piece of rare ore and made a few scimitars for her. Because they were cut from the same ore, these scimitars could sense each other under her supernatural power. Feng Xiao didn't ask. He nodded and put away the scimitars, planning to find a time to give one to Gu Qianqian. Sure, you activated the mimic exoskeleton and took out the moonstone for lighting. Coincidentally, at this moment, the faint floral scent she smelled during the day appeared again. She thought of Qixia, who had followed the floral scent during the day, and narrowed her eyes. If she remembered correctly, Liu Shiwang was now over 100 years old. If she calculated carefully, He was about 18 or 19 years old when Lipikea disappeared. As Lu Shiwang, who had lived in Lipikea during those years, was it possible that he had been to Lipikea and knew something that others didn't know? Once a person's thinking is expanded, he can always make wild guesses. Sure, your current situation is roughly the same. Not to mention that she has begun to doubt Lu Shiwang. Lu Shiwang and others may not have disappeared at all, but were chasing the floral scent. Sure, you dragged Lu Dongyan and ran in the direction where the floral scent came from. In front, following the wind. This time the floral scent was not blown away. The further they walked, the stronger the scent became, but it was also maintained within a good degree. Not so strong that it would make people feel disgusted. Plop! Plop! It was like the sound of a beating heart. I don't know if I got used to it after listening to it for 10 minutes. It was not as scary as it was at the beginning. Everyone kept chasing in the direction of the flower fragrance. The root of the world tree was so big that chasing it was no different from crossing mountains and ridges. Fortunately, everyone was the elite among the elites, and would not be stopped by such difficulties. The flower fragrance was always there. After everyone followed Shiryu for a while, most of them guessed that she was chasing after the flower fragrance. No one said much. The scene of Shiryu defeating Wen Renma was still engraved in their minds. The strong represented the direction at certain times, and to some extent. Don't mention it. I have never seen such a beautiful woman. The man touched his chin and laughed twice. The man beside him also said, she said she lived in Lipikea? Lipikea in the Lilvaya Galaxy. Have you heard of this place? What Lipikea? You know that Lilvaya Galaxy is a hell of a place. There are a group of monsters living there. Only the second marshal insisted on saving them. If I were to ask them, they are not human beings. They are still making so much effort. I don't know how much more fiscal expenditure the Federation will have to spend every year for them. Why not use those Federation coins for those monsters? Be careful with your words. After all, they were normal people before. If they hadn't been irradiated, they wouldn't have become like that. TSK. You are the only one who can pretend to be a good person. Don't think I don't know that your son secretly drove a private spaceship to Lilvaya, and was scared silly by those monsters. You were demoted from a major to a second lieutenant because of this. Don't you hate it? Click. The closed door suddenly opened. The conversation between the two stopped abruptly, and the girl's soft voice sounded behind them. Hello. Can you give me a glass of water? She stood there obediently, with a smile on her face and curved eyebrows, looking like a girl next door. Her black and beautiful hair fell down, one strand of which fell on her chest, swaying gently as she tilted her head. Pure and charming. Very beautiful. None of the internet celebrities in the Federation can compare to her. Not only in appearance, but also in temperament. The two of them swallowed their saliva at the same time. And the person who spoke first stuttered, yes. Yes. Wait a moment. As he was about to take water from the space bag, his hand was already in the space bag. And suddenly he found something wrong. If he remembered correctly, after Master Yu left, they deliberately put a secret key on the door, and it could not be opened without instructions. Why now? He thought about raising his head. But the moment he met the girl's eyes, his eyes suddenly widened. Lan, she smiled. But a bloodline appeared on the necks of the two people guarding her. The bloodline stretched out, and blood rushed out. Two thumps were heard, and the two bodies fell to the ground. Their heads and bodies separated. Lan, she lifted her skirt, gracefully stepped over the spreading blood pool, and walked forward slowly. Bang! Lan Luo frowned as the energy gun for training was fired. What's wrong? Xie Yuyan, who was sitting on the side and watching the intelligent brain, raised his head and asked. Lan Luo rarely got so angry. He was calm most of the time. He didn't speak immediately, but put down the energy gun and walked to Xie Yuyan. He frowned and sat for a while before saying, Xiao Yan, did that Lan Shi find anything? Both of them read the message sent by Shiryu. Xie Yuyan knew Lan Zhe, but had never heard of Lan Shi. He immediately started to investigate, but he couldn't find any clues about the name Lan Shi. In the end, he could only ask Xie Liqin. But Xie Liqin hasn't replied to him yet. I guess the matter of Vinx in neutral zone is not so easy to solve. Meeting Lan Luo's inquiring eyes, Xie Yuyan was about to shake his head, and suddenly a prompt sound came from his intelligent brain. It was a message from Xie Liqin. Xie Liqin, Marshal Lan Zhe has no sister. Lan Luo is his only blood relative. Xie Liqin, how do you know he has a sister? No. Xie Yuyan frowned. And at this moment, an emergency call came into his brain. It was when Meow. Marshall. It's bad. The fleet that went to the Rachel Star Fragment Belt to search and rescue was completely destroyed. Chapter 137. Sure, you took a breath. It was really exhausting. Maybe it was a psychological effect. She felt the fragrance of flowers was particularly good now. She followed the fragrance and chased it. She didn't know how many roots of the world tree she had turned over. Finally, she saw a sea of flowers. Behind the huge roots of the world tree, the sea of flowers was endless. With the caress of the evening breeze, they swayed like waves, layer upon layer, and floated over. In the dark night, the reason why everyone could see the sea of flowers was because the heart of each flower in the sea of flowers was blooming, like a continuous stream of lights on the sea. So beautiful that it was shocking. The heart of each flower in the sea of flowers seemed to be pregnant with life, as if something like a transparent flower bud was shrouded in the heart of the flower. When the flowers swayed in the wind, the unknown life in the transparent flower bud would quietly roll. Everyone looked at it and didn't speak for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, sure, you noticed that there were silver threads flying in the sea of flowers. They were very subtle. If it weren't for her strong mental power, she wouldn't even notice it. After a while, she found that the flowers with slightly dimmed light gradually withered. Those tiny silver threads were formed by the light in the heart of these withered flowers. The silver threads flew in the sea of flowers, and then turned into even finer threads that were absorbed by the flowers around it. The flowers that absorbed the silver threads were brighter than before. These changes were very subtle, and could not be detected under the wave-like sea of flowers. Raising goo? Sure, you took a breath. The flowers with brighter light were absorbing the life of flowers with less light than theirs to breathe the life in their heart. And the cycle continued until only one was left. It was just raising goo. The competition between plants was not as intuitive as that between animals. But it also existed. What Sure You was more concerned about was what was being bred in the heart of this sea of flowers. A terrifying guess formed in her mind. Zerg? Such a beautiful sea of flowers. But such disgusting Zerg were bred? Sure, you couldn't accept it. But she quickly thought of Lan Luo and Lan Shi, who was suspected to be a Zerg. Both of them looked better than each other. She thought of Lan Luo's location in the underground laboratory of Hylon Express headquarters. Suspected Zerg royal evolution. Could it be that there is a class division within the Zerg, like the Caslan Empire? What is bred here? Can it be the Zerg royal family? Sure, you felt that he might have guessed the truth. The life bred in this way of raising goo must be the strongest in the end. Other Zergs dare not approach here. Perhaps not because of the world tree, but because this is the place where the Zerg royal family was born? No. How was Lan Luo born? This situation looks like asexual reproduction. Sure, you felt that his head was going to be dizzy. And just as he was about to sort it out, he suddenly heard a voice from the side. These flowers are so strange. Let's collect some specimens and bring them back to the Federation for research. Shall we? Sure, you was not the only one who noticed the changes in the sea of flowers. Those standing here were all the best of the 7th Sequence Legion. One of them walked to the edge of the sea of flowers. He was wearing a mimic exoskeleton. Perhaps he trusted the defense of the mimic exoskeleton too much. So he reached out to pick it. Sure, you pupils dilated. And she was about to call him. But she saw that his hand had already been placed on the receptacle. Nothing happened. She breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she was too nervous. The man held the dagger in his other hand, and he raised his hand and cut the fragile flower path with the dagger. And the flower fell into his palm. Sure, you didn't know if it was her illusion. She felt that the sea of flowers swaying in the wind seemed to pause for a moment. The next moment, reality told her that there were not so many illusions. The flower that fell on the man's palm shone brightly, and the bright light almost illuminated the entire dark night. The person holding the flower screamed. Everyone watched helplessly as his palm was pierced by the thick petals. The pink petals were stained with blood. With a gurgle, his screams became louder. The blood in his body was drained, and the mimicry exoskeleton was forced to dismantle. His face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his originally strong body became shriveled in an instant. In just 2 or 3 seconds, a dry corpse fell to the ground. The flower that had absorbed his blood fell to the ground, and its receptacle sprouted branches again, sank into the ground, and grew back to its original shape. The light in the center of the flower became brighter, and the life inside, whose figure could not be seen clearly, seemed to have had a full meal and was stretching its body. At the same time, The beautiful sea of flowers was like an open Pandora's box. And the terrifying roots poked out from the soil, which were gray and black, like ugly long snakes. Go! Go! Someone shouted. Chaos. The team of more than 30 people was in chaos in an instant. Precisely because they were companions. They knew better how strong the dead person was. He didn't even have time to resist before he was sucked into a dried corpse by the flower. One can imagine how terrifying those seemingly weak flowers actually are. Sure, you didn't say anything at this time. Now there was no other way to solve the problem except to escape. But facing so many disgusting roots that were completely incompatible with the beautiful flowers, how could they escape so easily? Those roots seemed to be sharks that smelled blood, attacking them with great precision. Sure, you threw out the scimitar, and the extremely sharp scimitar spun a large semicircle in the air. Wherever it passed, the gray-black roots fell down. The other roots that were originally crowding over seemed to smell the danger and hesitated to move forward. But their hesitation was only a few seconds, and soon they rushed over like black silk snakes. Sure, you held the scimitar in his palm again. And Lu Dongyan also fired a few shots in coordination with her movements. He deliberately changed to an energy gun with a wide coverage range. The energy bullet was fired and immediately released an arc, tearing and pulling apart, and slightly blocked these roots. Looking at this situation, we have angered them. Plants are afraid of fire. Try to use fire. His thoughts were very clear. Sure, you nodded. And after a while, the others calmed down quickly. After all, they were well-trained soldiers. In addition to their high combat literacy, keeping calm was also one of their daily training tasks. 2 people took the lead, and everyone took out their energy guns and shot at the roots coming from all directions. The energy bombs hit each other and soon exploded in the air. Sure, you immediately threw out 2 scimitars. The scimitars rubbed in the air and made a sharp and harsh sound. The energy of the explosion also heated up rapidly in the friction and reached the ignition point in an instant. With a bang, the flames gushed out. The gray-black roots that were still invading subconsciously shrank back when they touched the fire snake. It worked. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they followed the same method. More and more sparks fell on the roots. The originally dense roots seemed to have encountered natural enemies and began to retreat desperately. But after retreating to a certain range, they became free and refused to retreat. Obviously, they were still brooding over the fact that the flower was hurt just now. The gray-black roots rolled on the ground like ugly snakes, trying to come over, but curled back when they touched the burning flames. Sure, you soon discovered that this place could not support large-scale flames. The sparks bouncing in the air gradually extinguished after falling to the ground, and the fireballs surrounding them and blocking the roots from moving forward were also slowly shrinking. If this continued, the roots that refused to leave would definitely move forward again, and they would not be able to leave the encirclement of the roots. Sure, you was thinking about what to do next, and Lu Dongyan, who was standing beside her, suddenly pulled her sleeve and said, "Look over there. There seems to be a door." She subconsciously looked in the direction he pointed, which was where the roots of the world tree were connected to the soil. The color of the door was exactly the same as the color of the roots of the world tree. If you didn't look carefully, you really couldn't tell that it was a door. And there were roots of the world tree coiled outside the upper door. Everyone slid down from the roots of the world tree and landed in front of the door. It really was a door. Xia Yuyan stood up and asked subconsciously, "What did you say?" It took Wen Yao a long time to accept the authenticity of the news. He swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, "The 3 fleets heading to the Rachel Star Belt for search and rescue, including Marshal Wenren's fleet, all activated the self-destruct system and exploded at the same time. It is more unbelievable to say that they exploded than being attacked and wiped out by the Castellan Empire. There is no other possibility for more than a dozen warships and 3 fleets to explode at the same time except that there is an internal problem. But even if an undercover is arranged, it is impossible to activate the self-destruct system controlled by the captain of the warship." Xia Yuyan was silent. After a few seconds, he asked, "Did anyone escape?" When Miao shook his head, his throat became drier, except for a small team that entered the Rachel Star Belt for search and rescue first. No one survived. 3 fleets, more than a dozen warships. Looking at the entire battlefield of the Keltri Meteorite Belt and the Talasaka Fortress battlefield, are a force that cannot be ignored. The Castellan Empire doesn't have the ability to make them self-destruct. For some reason, looking at Xia Yuyan's solemn expression, when Miao suddenly thought of the Livia battle that caused the Federation to decline from the strongest country in the universe more than 100 years ago, The Federation will experience it again. No! The idea was completely extinguished by Wen Miao before it formed in his mind. No. The marshal is still there. Wen Miao took a deep breath and suddenly heard Xia Yuyan say, Wen Miao, you continue to garrison the Lilvaya fortress. I will lead the fleet to the Rachel Star Fragment Belt. Wen Miao's eyes widened instantly and subconsciously said, Marshal. How can you? I can. During the communication, Xia Yuyan turned around, and Wen Miao could only see his profile. He looked at him looking into the distance and said to him, I promised. I will protect the Federation. If there is no power, he will get power. If power is needed, he will go to power. If he is always hurt, he will become a guardian. No matter who is standing behind him. The Federation is not a toy in his hands. Chapter 138. Marshal. Su Li hurried in from outside. Her manner and demeanor were anxious. Others said that Wen Renmo was a reckless man, who often acted on impulse and did things without considering the consequences, but who knew that he was more organized than anyone else and more thoughtful than most people. What he presented was just what others wanted to see. Seeing that Su Li had lost her usual composure, Wen Renmo frowned and said, What's the matter? Of course, Su Li was able to become his adjutant not because of her beauty, but because of her strength. She rarely lost her composure like this. Not to mention that he was still discussing things with others. If it wasn't absolutely urgent, he would never come in at this time. Su Li glanced at the other people in the conference room, quickly walked to Wen Renmo and whispered a few words in his ear. Wen Renmo, who was just thinking about the next plan, stood up immediately. Seeing him lose his composure, the others in the conference room looked at each other, curious about what happened. No one is alive? Wen Renmo asked in disbelief. Su Li nodded vigorously. No one from the 3 fleets survived. The news has not spread yet, but several marshals have already known about it. The second marshal has even led the Judgment Corps to the Rachel Star Belt. Wen Renmo has always been the main person in charge of the battlefield in the Keltri Meteorite Belt. The 2 old marshals were responsible for the support. After one of the old marshals was killed in a sneak attack by the Castellan Empire, Xia Yuyan, who ended the tug-of-war with the Toya's Republic, took down the Talasaka fortress at the instruction of Xia Liqin. Xia Liqin intervened in the war with the Castellan Empire. The battlefield on the other side of the Talasaka fortress was no longer under Wen Renmo's control. Now something happened in the Rachel Star Belt again, and half of his own fleet was directly destroyed. He couldn't even find a reason for Xia Yuyan to go to the Rachel Star Belt. It's no wonder Wen Renmo started to talk about conspiracy. His mind was a little confused, and he quickly asked, Do you know who did it? The reason that more than a dozen warships exploded at the same time was too exaggerated. Not to mention the leaders of the other 2 fleets. Only half of his fleet. Ming Zhu was a powerful person. Otherwise, he would not trust him and leave the back to him. And he was afraid that he would be sent to the Rachel Star Fragment Belt. But Ming Zhu also fell and left no information. Su Li shook his head and said, The fleet exploded without any signs, and the person responsible for monitoring the communication did not find any clues. Wen Renmo did not ask any more questions, but sat back at his chair in silence, his fingers tapping quickly on the table, obviously thinking about something. Finally, he narrowed his eyes and said, Let him go. He must find the head of state. Xia Yuyan and Xia Liqin are undoubtedly on the same side, but Xia Yuyan's ability is unquestionable throughout the Federation. Even if Wen Renmo is at odds with him, he has to admit that this young man who can lead the Judgment Corps to take down the Lilvaya fortress at the age of 16 is amazing. Su Li nodded, and another person knocked on the door outside. He discovered the heavy atmosphere in the conference room and said with a stiff face, Marshal, Princess Xia Lina of the Castellan Empire is here to visit. There is a door at the root of the World Tree, and it is not closed tightly, as if waiting for Sure You and others to come and open it. The soldiers looked at each other, not knowing whether to push the door open, and subconsciously cast their eyes on the 2 leaders in the team. Lu Dongyan didn't know whether to go in, and he subconsciously looked at Sure You. Sure You, who was placed with high hopes, touched his chin and thought of the old Long Outhian novel he had read before. There was a door clearly here, and they happened to see it clearly, which was clearly to let them in. If she chose not to go in, then various changes would definitely force her to go in. For example, the gray-black roots that kept trying to get closer after the flames became smaller. Sure You rolled his eyes, too lazy to hesitate, and stepped forward to open the door. This door was not closed tightly, and it was not deliberately waiting for them to go in. But it was open not long ago, and there were traces of scratches on the moss on the door. Lu Shiwang. Is it possible that he has been here and entered through this door? She couldn't tell this doubt to others, nor could she tell Lu Dongyan beside her. When others saw her open the door, they subconsciously looked inside. There was a dark passage inside. Before entering, they could feel the dampness spreading inside and the moss climbing on the wall. This passage was empty, with nothing. Someone looked away and said hesitantly, "It's too dangerous here. Why don't we go in?" The fate of the man who wanted to collect flower specimens just now is still vivid in our minds. Who knows what kind of danger is hidden behind this door? No matter how powerful they were, they are always small and vulnerable in unknown places. Sure, you understood his hesitation and pointed at the gray-black roots outside. If we don't go in, when the flames go out, all of us will become their nutrients. There are too many roots, circling outside in circles, and there is no intention to retreat. Even if everyone can make flames again, it is just a dying struggle and can't last long. After hearing what he said, everyone was silent. The person who just spoke finally gritted his teeth and said, "It's death anyway. So let's go in and take a look. Wouldn't it be enough to have this awareness? If there is a second way to choose." She doesn't want to enter the strange door of the folding fan. Who knows what is waiting for her in the end? At this time, everyone didn't care that the purpose of their trip was to find Lu Shiwang. Lu Dongyan also frowned and kept silent. He and Shiryu walked in the front. The moment they stepped into the passage, Shiryu found that the heartbeat that kept beating in her ears disappeared. She hurriedly retreated again, and the heartbeat surged again. This strange phenomenon made her more curious about the relationship between the heartbeat and the world tree. She had previously suspected whether the heartbeat was produced by the world tree. But now that she had entered the world tree, the heartbeat disappeared. How strange. Walking slowly into the passage, everyone turned on the lighting function of the smart bracelet and shone it forward. It was pitch black, and the end was invisible at all. This undoubtedly added another layer of pressure to everyone's hearts. The passage was not narrow, but even very spacious. It was several meters high and 3 or 4 meters wide. Not to mention 2 people. 5 or 6 people walking side by side would definitely not be crowded. Just as everyone was about to go in, Shiryu suddenly thought of something, stopped, and took out a thumb-sized glass bottle from the space bag, which contained some fine powder. Everyone was curious about what she wanted to do, so she pulled out the piston of the glass bottle and threw the powder inside toward the passage in front. After a while, the whole passage was emitting a bright light and became completely bright. This feeling of being able to see everything slightly relieved the pressure in everyone's hearts. Lu Dongyan looked ahead and soon noticed a moss with traces left after being rubbed. He immediately took a few steps forward and squatted down. He could see that the moss was left with traces of shoes. It seemed that someone accidentally slipped when walking here, but quickly stabilized his body, leaving such a scratch. This was obviously a trace left by humans. They were the only ones who entered Lipakea. Lu Dongyan's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Maybe they and I have entered this passage. You can see if there are other traces here." Hearing his words, everyone became energetic and looked around for traces of human activities. They really found several places. They were all footprints. There was not much water on the ground. After who knows how many years, there was still some dust scattered on the ground. Moss climbed on the dust. When someone stepped on the moss, it was inevitable that there would be traces. With this discovery, Lu Dongyan frowned relaxed. "Let's go in and take a look." His tone was a little urgent, but not excited, and there was a little weird feeling. Shiryu looked at him for a while. From the current situation, it is unlikely that Lu Shiwang was forced to leave the camp. Lu Dongyan is so smart that he must have thought of this. It is precisely because of this that he hesitated. What is Lu Shiwang doing here? However, it is not certain that he is the one who came here, but he is the most suspicious. Shiryu wanted to walk in front first, but Lu Dongyan pulled her. "You walk behind." A question mark appeared on her forehead. Lu Dongyan said calmly, "You have been messing around all day today and haven't rested much. So don't show off. Although everyone is acting together, Shiryu has to be vigilant about this and that. And he always considers more than others. So the consumption is naturally greater. Besides, it was he who insisted on coming out to find Lu Shiwang. In this dangerous place where one could die at any time. Even if Lu Shiwang was the head of state, he was no more special than others. If he had known that so many people would be put in such danger, He should not have asked everyone to come together. Sure, you felt that his mood was strange from the beginning. As friends for so long, Lu Dongyan knew her. And she also knew Lu Dongyan. She guessed his little thoughts to some extent. Pulled his arm and asked, "Am I better, or are you better?" This statement was irrefutable. But Lu Dongyan's face changed color and said, "I am better." Anyway, he was going to walk in front. Sure, you was stunned by the way he lied with his eyes open. When she came to her senses, she saw that Lu Dongyan was already walking in front. She hurriedly chased after him. "Can you be more careful? It's very dangerous here. If you rush around like you will be careless." Pa. 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 "We will definitely be fine." The two of them were talking quite relaxed. And the other's nervous mood also eased a little. They followed behind them and kept alert. Some people were still thinking about the gray-black roots circling outside. But they had been in for more than 10 minutes. And the flames outside should have been extinguished long ago. They didn't see the roots coming in through the door and channel. And they wondered if they had given up. After walking for a while, everyone found that the channel was downward. And water stains slid down the wall, forming a small ditch that flowed forward all the time. The ditch had been formed for a long time. And there was still scale on the ground. Soon, there were stairs in front of them. The stairs were ring-shaped and kept winding down. When they got here, everyone could feel that the air here became thinner. But everyone was wearing mimic exoskeletons, so it was not affected much. Mimic exoskeletons can reflect the content of the surrounding air and provide the oxygen needed by the human body. This is also the reason why mimic exoskeletons can replace heavy space suits. What a great invention. It was unknown how deep this staircase was. The light from above seemed to reach the bottom. And it was so gloomy here that I felt a chill down my spine when I stood here. Go down? Someone hesitated. We've come this far. Where else can we go if we don't go down? We definitely can't go back the same way. Those roots might still be waiting outside for them to get out. That's the truth. But they always hesitate to express their fear. The stairs here are hollow, with pieces of iron placed on metal wires made of unknown materials. As people walked, they creaked again and again, which made people's scalps numb. Maybe it was because they had heard the creaking sound too much. After walking down, everyone's sense of urgency was not as strong as before. But at this moment, a bang sounded, followed by a creepy scream. The crowd, who had just relaxed a little, was instantly in a state of panic again. Ping-pong sounds were heard. An evil thought struck the thin iron sheets of the stairs. The dense sounds made people more frightened. Sure, Yu's ability had always been connected to the stairs, and she did not find anything unusual. She shone the light of the intelligent brain over there, and saw a person lying on the stairs, with one of his feet passing through one of the iron sheets. He missed. Sure, Yu's mouth twitched. He just missed. But he screamed so miserably, because he thought this place was not scary enough. After a brief panic, everyone soon discovered the situation over there, breathing in and out, talking in a flurry, and no one knew what they were talking about. Sure, Yu moved the light back and continued to walk down. Suddenly, when the light swept to a certain place, she opened her eyes wide in horror and looked over there. Not far away from where the man just missed, there was a white shadow hanging. It was indeed hanging. There was a wire hanging on the neck of the white shadow, and the black hair was hanging down. Very long. The reason why it was a white shadow was because the other party was wearing a white coat. Lu Dongyan suddenly saw this scene and subconsciously took a step back. He almost stepped on the air. But fortunately, he grabbed the handrail of the stairs and avoided rolling down the stairs directly. "What is that?" someone shouted, obviously also scared. "It's a mummy. It was hung here to dry." Sure, Yu moved his wrist and let the lighting of the intelligent brain sweep over the mummy. But nothing else could be seen. The white coat worn by the other party seemed to be of good quality. It had not decayed after so many years. Suddenly, Sure, Yu noticed that the other party's hand was not hanging naturally, but in his pocket, and something was exposed on the edge of the pocket. Sure, Yu avoided the people who were staring at the mummy in horror and tried to walk towards the mummy. The mummy was not hung on the stairs, but on the wall next to it. The object hanging it was a protruding rectangular block. It was unknown what the protrusion was for. Perhaps it was protruding just to hang it. Sure, Yu took a glove from the space bag and put it on the mimic exoskeleton, and then tried to take the things in the mummy's pocket. The others looked at each other, not knowing what she was going to do. When she got the things, Sure, Yu suddenly felt her body leaning forward, and the handrail of the stairs she was holding in her hand broke. Lu Dongyan took 2 steps forward without hesitation and immediately pulled her back. Between the loose and tight. Sure, you almost thought she was really going to fall down. She stood back on the stairs and exhaled heavily, still holding the broken handrail of the stairs in her hand. She was about to throw away the rusty iron sheet. And her eyes suddenly paused. There was a very fine cut at the broken part of the iron sheet in her hand. It can be clearly seen that it was caused by human beings. And it was a new mark. She didn't show any abnormality, but casually threw the iron sheet on the stairs, exhaled heavily, and muttered, "I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Brother Xiaoyan, it's a good thing you're here. Otherwise when you find me, I might be a pile of meat patties." She always speaks without any taboos. Lu Dongyan suppressed his heart that was about to jump out of his chest and said in a deep voice, "Be careful. This place is dangerous. And you are still messing around?" Sure, you made a gesture of surrender. Lu Dongyan was originally looking at her, but now his eyes fell on the thing in her hand. He frowned and said, "Album?" Sure, you was stunned for a moment, and then realized that he was talking about the thing in her hand. She immediately put the thing she had just taken in front of her and took a light to shine it. It was really an album with only one photo. It is not quite accurate to say that it is a photo. The photo can be seen as a group photo, but it was torn in half. There is a person wearing the uniform of the 1st Federal Marshal in it, but you can only see him in the uniform. His appearance has become blurred in the frame due to moisture. The photo of the marshal that appeared in Lipikea must be the Federal Marshal who was in office 100 years ago. Unfortunately, this photo can't even see the appearance of the person clearly, so it is naturally impossible to know the identity of the person in the photo. Sure, you touched his chin and turned to look at the mummy hanging on the wall. It was even more difficult to identify. At this time, someone said, "What exactly is this place?" The inexplicably long passage, the now dilapidated circular staircase, and the person hanged here. He was wearing a white coat. Something was about to come out. The white coat was always a sensitive sign. The person wearing it could be a doctor or an experimenter. Hearing the word experiment, it was inevitable to think of something bad. And it was not the first time that Sure Yu had dealt with a laboratory. She did not draw a unilateral conclusion, but shook her head and said, "Let's take a look at it." She took out a bag from the space bag, packed the album, and stuffed it back into the space bag. This time, she did not argue with Lu Dongyan about who should go in front, but said, "I be the last one to leave. You guys be careful, and don't step on empty space again. In this terrifying and gloomy place, leaving the rear is much more terrifying than leading the way." Seeing that she was thin and small, the person who just stepped on empty space said, "I go with you." Sure, you did not refuse. Lu Dongyan and another person walked in the front, leading everyone to walk down the creaking stairs, and she walked at the end with that person. Sure, you knew the person who left the rear with her. Mingju's capable man Suhi, who was the leader of the team. But now, he was dead in name only. There was a thrilling scream, and everyone was very careful, fearing that they would accidentally step on empty space and make a mistake and add pressure to others. The rest of the way was very peaceful, but as time went by, the deeper they went, the thinner the air became. At the end, everyone even felt that their bodies were becoming lighter, as if they were in space. When they reached the bottom, a ruin appeared in front of them. It is not quite appropriate to call it a ruin, because this place is like a small underground city, with many connections. The place they arrived at was very wide, with various instruments placed on it. There was no sign of damage to the instruments, but because there was no gravity, all the items were floating in the air. Sure, you sighed slightly, thinking that her guess would probably become a reality. Others were already looking around. She turned her head, and suddenly saw Lu Dongyan staring at this empty, but slightly messy space in a daze, and she didn't know what he was thinking. Sure, you stretched out her hand in front of him and waved it, but he didn't come back to his senses. She was about to call him, and suddenly someone next to him exclaimed, "Come here quickly." His voice was very urgent, as if he had discovered an extraordinary sound. And Lu Dongyan also came back to his senses. Sure, you didn't bother to ask him what he was thinking just now, and hurriedly walked to where the man was. The mimic exoskeleton has a gravity device, which can walk on the ground. In this way, the ground will inevitably splash some dust because of the movement of everyone walking. Everyone gathered around and soon saw the scene that made the man exclaim. The passage was very clean, but there were people floating one after another. Each of them wore a white coat, floating gently in the air, motionless. Their bodies still looked like they were at the moment of death. And for some reason, their bodies had not decayed. And everyone could even see their appearance clearly. Shiryu then noticed that the air composition monitored by the mimic exoskeleton had turned to a vacuum. No one expected that there would be so many dead people here. Their facial expressions were very hideous, as if they had been suffocated to death by the air they depended on for survival being sucked out in an instant. Shiryu unfolded his intelligent brain, took pictures of their faces one by one, and searched on the star network. Unfortunately, this place cannot allow her to enter the star network, so she had to save all the photos she took. Seeing someone trying to come forward, Shiryu hurriedly said, "Have you forgotten what happened just now? Don't walk around here." The man paused when he said that, and quickly retreated, pointing to the floating corpse and said, "They are still wearing smart bracelets on their hands. We may be able to find something from their smart bracelets. The smart bracelets are of good quality, and will not be damaged in the vacuum. The energy consumed at ordinary times will be converted from light energy, and the energy bar can also be replaced manually." Shiryu thought about it. And Suhi also said, "Let's be careful. This is a vacuum zone. Normally, no living thing can survive for a long time. Animals that can survive in space, such as rock lizards, are not counted." Shiryu nodded, and everyone went over carefully. She also moved like this. Lu Dongyan, who was standing beside her, suddenly pinched her arm. She subconsciously looked over, through the mimic exoskeleton. She couldn't see Lu Dongyan's expression, but she could feel that his condition was not good. Shiryu frowned and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Lu Dongyan shook his head and vaguely heard someone whispering. But when he looked up, Shiryu was the only one around, and the others had entered the wide passage again, and no one spoke at all. Seeing Shiryu's worried eyes, he hesitated and said, "I seem to have been to this place." Chapter 139. Shiryu's eyes widened instantly. She was about to speak, but she took into consideration the others, and grabbed Lu Dongyan and whispered in his ear, "How could you have been here? Do you know what you are saying? Lu Dongyan is only 22 years old now, and Lipakea has disappeared for more than 100 years in the history of the Federation. If he had been here..." Shiryu's mind was confused. Lu Dongyan shook his head again, but he couldn't remember the picture that just flashed through his mind. He looked up and down at this place again, frowning and said, "I don't know. I just feel that way. This place is very familiar to me. I have lived here before. This is more frightening than the thumping heartbeat just now." Shiryu's hair stood up all over his body. "Are you sure you are not wrong? Have you been to a place very similar to this place before, and you don't remember it clearly? In any case, it is too unbelievable that he once lived here." Lu Dongyan shook his head and said, "I don't know either." He searched in his memory for a long time, but couldn't find any memory about this place. He said uncertainly, "Maybe I was distracted just now. This ghost place is gloomy, and the possibility of illusion is indeed quite high." Shiryu frowned and thought about it. Just as he was about to speak, he heard another voice in front of him. "These smart brains are equipped with self-destruction programs. When the owner dies, the smart brain will automatically destroy all data." It was Suhi. He just tried to charge one of the smart brains and check the situation, and found that the smart brain was broken, with obvious signs of self-destruction. It's normal to think about it. This place is obviously like a laboratory that cannot be seen in the light. The things they study must not be seen by others. Generally, the smart brains worn by such people will be equipped with self-destruction programs. He checked each smart brain bracelet, and without exception, they were all broken. Suhi muttered that these intelligent brains might still be repaired. Just like Shiryu put away the photo album before. He put all the intelligent brain bracelets that everyone had taken off together, and put them into the space bag. Shiryu glanced at him and said nothing. He turned around and patted Lu Dongyan's shoulder, indicating that he should not be too nervous. Then he said to everyone, "Let's see if there are any other people coming in here." She had not forgotten that the main purpose of this trip was to find Lu Shiwang. Everyone nodded. But unfortunately, there were no traces of other people here except for the traces of their activities just now. The footprints on the moss just now were real, but there were no traces here. Did they go to other places from an entrance they didn't know about? Or did they deliberately not leave any traces here? This doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that they were so careless before, but they became cautious here. Come and see. There is a big gate here. Someone else made a discovery. Lu Dongyan put aside his chaotic emotions and walked over with Shiryu. As expected, he found a huge gate at the end of one of the corridors. The gate was very high, and it was unknown why such a high gate was built here. Shiryu was about to speak, but Suhee, who was standing not far from her, said first, "Does anyone know how to open the door?" As soon as he spoke, someone came out, wearing a mimic exoskeleton. Shiryu could only see the number 509 on his shoulder. She couldn't say that she had a goldfish brain, but it was the first time she cooperated with the people in the team. After thinking carefully, she couldn't match this number with the other party's face, and kept silent. "Do you want to open this door?" 509 asked. He hesitated a little, and Suhee nodded and said, "Now we have no other way except opening this door. There are many passages here, but no one knows where they lead to. This door seems to be the most worth exploring." Someone gave a positive answer, and 509 subconsciously glanced at Shiryu. Everyone saw this action, and few people thought it was a big deal. Shiryu knew that he was seeking recognition, so he simply nodded. Under this situation, it was meaningless to worry about who was the real captain. 509 did not hesitate. He unfolded his brain and let the virtual tentacles of the brain connect to the door. After so many years, it was not known whether the gate system could still be used. After the virtual tentacles were attached to the door, a virtual screen really popped up. Everyone was excited and looked over. 509 obviously did not expect that our key system could still be used. He originally wanted to add a key system to this door, use his brain to connect the gate, and force it to open. He was not stunned. His 10 fingers jumped on the brain, and soon layer after layer of keys appeared in front of him. He looked focused. After about 10 minutes, the gate made a click and moved, and slowly opened under the eyes of everyone. Everyone clenched their weapons, fearing that there would be another danger like the sea of flowers above. Nothing happened. It was pitch black inside. Shiryu turned the smart bracelet to adjust the distance of the light, and suddenly there was a click next to him. Then, it seemed that a mechanism was opened here, and the sound of bangs continued. One after another, lights came from the passage outside to here. This is a laboratory. Very large. So large that it is terrifying. Densely packed huge transparent glass jars stood one after another inside. Some were broken, and the liquid inside flowed out. But after so many years, no one knew where the liquid went. But the things inside were still floating in the air. It was a baby. It was not the monster she saw on the Blue Star, nor the human experimental subject he saw in the Gray Star Battle Fortress, but one baby after another. Some of them have not yet taken shape, and some are just a bunch of embryos. In all stages, most of the experimental subjects were still in the huge transparent glass jars, and only a few of them were broken and floating in the air due to the lack of gravity. They were all dead. In addition, there were many people in white coats floating here. They died of suffocation, and their faces were hideous. Shiryu had goosebumps all over her body, and someone next to her couldn't stand such a scene, covering his chest, as if he wanted to vomit. She couldn't bear to look away, thinking that she might have discovered a fact that was even more horrible and cruel than before. The so-called Glorious Federation, the so-called first superpower in the universe, was doing such cruel and disgusting things when it was in its heyday. She thought of Xiao Puliang. Did Xiaoliqi know? Did he know about what was going on here? Was he also one of the supporters? After Lipikea disappeared, the laboratory here also disappeared. Did Xiaoliqi continue to do such a crazy thing? Xiaoyan was the best answer. Because of the genetic experiment, the genes collapsed, causing him to have to take gene repair drugs for a long time. If he wasn't so smart, would he be abandoned like a failure if he became the commander of the Judgment Corps? She was so stupid that she actually thought Xiaoliqi had something to admire. How could a person who didn't even have the bottom line of being a human being be admired? Shiryu's mind was in a mess, and she didn't notice that Lu Dongyan's pupil shrank sharply after seeing one dead baby after another, and he subconsciously took a step back. Plop! An extremely strong heartbeat spread from his heart, and fragmented images stretched in his mind. People in white coats walked in front of him. Men and women, old and young. In addition, there were several people in military uniforms. They whispered to the people in white coats, and seemed to be discussing something. Then the scene changed, and the people who were originally talking well began to quarrel, and some even took guns. Lu Dongyan opened his eyes wide, wanting to hear what they were saying, but the images in his mind were speeding up, as if at double speed. He could hear dense whispers, but he couldn't hear what they were saying at all. Frame after frame of the images scrolled by, and in just a few seconds, a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. "What's wrong with you?" Someone noticed that Lu Dongyan suddenly held his head, but he couldn't see his current situation clearly because he was wearing a mimic exoskeleton. So he had to ask. Shiryu was called back to her senses by this voice. She turned her head and saw Lu Dongyan holding his head. A bad idea came to her mind, but before she could carefully follow it, a terrifying scream sounded in everyone's ears. One after another, terrifying black shadows enveloped the top of their heads. Shiryu immediately grabbed Lu Dongyan's arm and moved aside, and the place where the two of them were originally standing had been pierced by a large hole by the gray-black roots. The roots were connected straight from the top, like a gray-black stone pillar, but it was quickly pulled out from the ground and attacked everyone at a more terrifying speed. Lu Dongyan didn't know what was going on, and was still immersed in his own world. Shiryu couldn't help but drag him around to avoid him. As for other people, she had no time to care about them. It was also at this time that she noticed that the bases of those huge transparent glass jars were connected to gray-black roots one after another, and their tips were soaked in unknown liquid in the glass jars. Perhaps the liquid inside was a good nutrient for them, and the exposed roots were swaying from time to time, as if they were swinging happily. Shiryu felt that her scalp was about to explode. She threw a scimitar, and the scimitar immediately smashed one of the transparent glass jars. At the same time, the liquid inside flowed out, and the gray-black roots that were originally attacking them all rushed towards the transparent liquid like sharks that smelled blood. The pressure on the others was greatly reduced. The person who had just opened the gate shouted loudly, "Go! Get out of here! Close the door!" The people who heard his words immediately retreated to the gate. Everyone was very fast. Before the gray-black roots absorbed the liquid, most of them had already rushed out of us. However, Shiryu and Lu Dongyan were the farthest away from the gate because of their escape just now. Lu Dongyan's condition was not right, which completely hindered Shiryu's actions. The two of them were only halfway there when the roots swayed and attacked again. Shiryu swung out his scimitar again to smash a transparent glass jar, and the gray-black roots once again rushed over. She was about to drag Lu Dongyan to the gate, but saw Suhi standing in the middle of the gate. At the same time, the gate slowly closed. He looked coldly at Shiryu, as if he was looking at a dead object. Chapter 140. When Shiryu found the broken part of the handrail when she went down the stairs, she knew that someone in the team wanted her life. When she took the photo album, there were probably several people standing on the handrail next to her. The light was very dark, and everyone's attention was on her. It was undoubtedly difficult to locate the target of suspicion on one of them. She chose to stay put. She really didn't expect that the person who wanted her life couldn't hold back after such a short time. Shiryu saw the dazed look of the others, and a layer of golden light appeared in her eyes. At the same time, a gray-black thing that was almost exactly the same as those roots rushed out from the gate, wrapped around Suhi's feet, and pulled him in with force. However, after 2 or 3 seconds, the gate closed with a bang, and Suhi fell straight next to one of the transparent glass jars. He probably didn't expect such a change to happen, and the look of astonishment on his face had not disappeared. Shiryu didn't want him to meet the King of Hell so easily. The metal strip wrapped around Suhi's ankle pulled hard, and Suhi was pulled into the air. At the same time, the roots that had absorbed the unknown liquid began to dance and tried to attack the 3 people who were still in this space. Now is not the time to hide your weakness. Shiryu's eyes flashed with layers of golden light. The transparent glass jar farthest from her was pierced by a steel bar and shattered with a crash. The gray-black root surged over again. Suhi, who was hung upside down by her with a metal strip, was hanging upside down at this time, seeing himself getting closer and closer to countless gray-black roots. His teeth began to tremble. He was not a person who would only be afraid when encountering a critical situation. He was very calm, or the machete equipped with the mimic exoskeleton, and wanted to cut off the roots wrapped around his ankles before the roots noticed him. But as soon as he moved, his wrist was pulled by another root, and at the same time, the other 2 roots also wrapped around his remaining foot and hand. Suhi was hung in the air in a big letter shape. Shiryu pulled Lu Dongyan against the wall and asked calmly, "Who told you to attack me?" She was too calm, not afraid that the gray-black roots would suddenly rush over to surround her and absorb her as nutrients. Suhi's gums were not only trembling now. His face under the mimic exoskeleton was covered with fine and dense cold sweat. 2 or 3 meters away from him, the roots were fighting for the transparent liquid. and some even fought. And broken roots fell to the ground one after another. The injury did not stop them from fighting. But their competition for the transparent liquid became more and more intense. Suhi wanted to know why these roots were entangled with him, but did not attack Shiryu and Lu Dongyan at all. Nor did they fight for the transparent liquid. His chest was heaving, and he refused to answer Shiryu's question. After he was silent for 5 seconds, the roots that were hanging it in the air pushed him forward. And by chance, his arm was stained with some transparent liquid. Almost the next moment, a gray-black root rushed towards him. The roots that were hanging it in the air moved to the side without panic, and the gray-black root that rushed over brushed his arm and passed through. The severe pain made Suhi want to scream for a moment, but he held back. And those roots that were still fighting for the transparent liquid suddenly paused. This subtle pause made Suhi open his eyes in horror. After the person who was sucked into a mummy in front of the sea of flowers just now hurt the flowers. The sea of flowers also paused for a moment. The two pauses overlapped strangely. And almost the next second, all the roots rushed towards him. The roots that pulled him moved to the side faster. He was hung in the air and swung back and forth like a roller coaster. The blood on his arm was all over the space. The gray-black roots were like crazy. They rushed up without hesitation when they smelled the blood. The blood was shared by them. I don't know if they were full after drinking it. There was a gurgling sound coming from somewhere. Suhi was sweating all over. He had never felt so close to death as he did now. At this moment, Shiryu's frivolous voice was still echoing in his ears. You have to know that people without value will only be abandoned. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. I can guess it. These little things seem to like you very much. Why don't you stay here and keep them company forever? It's a threat. It's intimidation. But it's not a joke. It's him. It's Master Yu. He can control the roots here. Suhi reacted in an instant and finally couldn't help shouting, How is it possible? How can you control them? You monster? Calling others monsters is not polite at all. And he doesn't even look at what he did before. Shiryu didn't have the patience to waste time with him anymore. The metal bar hanging Suhi stopped moving. The gray-black roots that were still fighting for Suhi's blood all bent and floated in the air, as if they could rush over and crush Suhi at any time. No! He couldn't die here. Suhi's heart was thumping wildly, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, I tell you! I tell you! It's Su Li. He took a deep breath and said, He said you are of unknown origin. Maybe you are an undercover sent by someone else. Let me find a chance to get rid of you. Shiryu thought about whether his identity was exposed and caused suspicion from Wenrenma or others. But he didn't expect it to be this reason. She narrowed her eyes. Without questioning or believing, Suhi saw that she didn't react, and saw that the gray-black roots were already rushing towards him, and immediately shouted in fear, Let me go! Let me go! His voice broke at the end. But at the last moment of his voice breaking, a scimitar flew over from a distance and passed in front of him. Before he could react to what was flying over, he felt a sharp pain in his throat, and then a warm liquid gushed out from it. He widened his eyes, and the scarlet liquid covered his face, passed through his eyes, and left a deep red. He moved his lips and tasted the fresh taste, but lost consciousness completely the next moment. Such a strong smell of blood made the gray-black roots rush over here madly, and the metal bar holding he was pulled to the side at a very fast speed. The originally flat wall sank, and he was thrown in. The metal wall covered him again, completely covering him inside. The gray-black roots madly hit the wall, but the wall did not move. And Shiryu, who was leaning against the wall, turned her head to meet Lu Dongyan's complicated eyes. She did not explain, but still pulled his wrist and walked towards the cracked wall behind her. This is another passage. It is not as dark as the one they came in. There is moonstone above the passage. This stone will glow naturally in the dark, and the glowing time can last for hundreds of years. After the two came in, the wall behind them healed without any signs of cracks. There are no gray-black roots that may threaten their lives at any time, and there are no corpses floating in the air that were smashed in the violent movement of the gray-black emptiness. The two were silent. After a while, Lu Dongyan looked up at the quiet passage and said firmly, I want to continue going down. He did not ask what happened just now, and naturally gave Shiryu trust. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at her. It is not difficult to leave here with your ability. Let's go! He was interrupted by Shiryu before he finished speaking. What a joke. How could she leave here alone first? Lu Dongyan looked at Shiryu, who interrupted him in a daze. He was grabbed by him and walked forward 2 steps before he grabbed his arm in return. It's very dangerous here. Much more dangerous than you think. Don't you understand what I said? Shiryu raised his hand and slapped him on the forehead with a claw. Besides, do you really think I can come and go as I please? She retracted her claws and pointed at the healed wall and said, you saw the situation just now. Those roots may be staring at us all the time, trying to find an opportunity to attack us. My ability is only useful here. Once I go out, I will be killed by them directly. The world tree is a plant, and the place where the flowers grow outside is also soil. The metal elements are minimal. For her, it is not as safe as here outside. Lu Dongyan didn't know what her ability was, but at this point, he knew that Shiryu would definitely not leave by herself. He thought about it and was about to speak again, but Shiryu took out a scimitar from the space bag and handed it to him. Take it. Remember to always carry it with you. As long as you carry it with you, I can find you within a certain range. She has always been cold-hearted, but she will be good to whoever treats her well. As for those people outside the gate, none of them are fools. It is not so easy for them to be wiped out here. If they really die, it is not her fault. Who knows if there are still people who want her life in that group? Lu Dongyan did not ask, and took the machete obediently and put it on his waist. Shiryu had a strong premonition that something beyond her control would happen next. However, she seemed to have never really controlled anything. The two continued to walk forward. This passage was not narrow, but it was also very long. I don't know where it leads. After walking for a while, there appeared another person in a white coat floating in the air in front of him. But this time, there was only one person. He had his back to the two people, and he was holding a paper document in his hand. It was also thanks to the lack of air here. Otherwise the document would have rotted and disappeared. The two looked at each other, slowly moved from the side, and moved in front of the man. Shiryu took a look at the man and unexpectedly found that he was a bit similar to the stingy uncle. Not in temperament, but in appearance. She thought of the stingy uncle identity and began to guess wildly in her heart. Suddenly, she saw something sticking out of the pocket on the chest of the man in white coat. She carefully took it out. It was an identity card. Shiryu. Sure. I'm not used to Shiryu sensitivity. This surname is too coincidental. Not to mention the similar appearance. This man is definitely related to the stingy uncle. Shiryu took a picture of his appearance. Lu Dongyan next to her had already put on gloves to take the paper materials held in his hand. It's strange. In the Interstellar era, paper is rarely used. The intelligent brain can store a lot of things. It is not only easy to carry, but also very private. Like those people before. The intelligent brain is equipped with a self-destruct system. Once the owner is in trouble, the intelligent brain will automatically destroy itself, giving others no chance to know the secrets. However, only people who have something shameful in their intelligent brains will do this. Lu Dongyan flipped the documents open, and after just one glance, he froze, and grabbed the documents and flipped through them frantically, his movements getting faster and faster, even without any rules. Shiryu was frightened by his appearance, not understanding what he had seen and what was wrong, and grabbed his wrist and tried to take the paper documents from his hand. But he avoided her. She called his name, but Lu Dongyan seemed to be immersed in his own world, just flipping through the paper documents frantically without responding to her voice. Shiryu closed his 5 fingers and made a knife hand. And just as he was about to move, Lu Dongyan's tolerance reached a critical point. He collapsed and screamed, let go of the paper documents in his hand, and covered his head with force. He felt that his head was about to explode. But he couldn't remember anything. He began to recall his childhood, but found that everything was blurry. He seemed to have no childhood. In his memory, there was only the scene when he woke up from a nightmare at the age of 6 and threw himself into Lu Shiwan's arms. He remembered it very vividly. Lu Shiwan hugged him, coaxed him softly, and told him not to be afraid when he was scared to tears by the nightmare. He remembered that his name was Lu Dongyan, and that he was Lu Shiwan's younger brother. He was never afraid of anything again. But everything before the age of 6 seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see clearly. He opened his eyes, and could see Shiryu opening his mouth and saying something in front of him. But he couldn't hear anything. His eyes were on Shiryu, who was floating quietly in the air. The next moment, he took out the energy gun and shot wildly at Shiryu, who was floating in the air. At the same time, The blurred images in his mind gradually became clear. He still couldn't hear what those people were saying, but he could see the appearance of each of them clearly. It was this person in front of him. He stood in front of him, staring at him with cold eyes. It was also at this moment that he heard the only sentence in the whispers among the constantly rolling pictures. Failed product. Destroyed. Lu Dongyan only felt a chill from his tailbone. He opened his eyes in fear. But he didn't know what he was afraid of. His hands didn't listen to him at all. And he shot wildly at Shiryu, who had been dead for an unknown period of time. Blood splashed out, floating in the air, and also stained his fingertips. In a trance, someone came over and picked him up. The extreme coldness and fear slowly subsided. He tried to open his eyes wide to see the man's appearance, but he could only see short hair. He couldn't even tell the color of the short hair. Who is it? Lu Dongyan. The voice that suddenly sounded in his world brought him back to his senses. Lu Dongyan loosened his hand, and the energy gun broke away from his hand. It didn't fall to the ground, but floated in the air. In front, Shiryu's body was already broken. Lu Dongyan gasped heavily, and Shiryu said solemnly, "What happened to you?" Suddenly losing control. This is not like his usual calm and steady self. What did he see that made him so emotional? Shiryu turned his head and saw that the paper document had been smashed to pieces by the energy bomb. Tears welled up in Lu Dongyan's eyes, and he grabbed Shiryu. His voice trembled and he stuttered, I'm not a normal person." He was not stupid, and was even very smart. Seeing those babies in transparent glass jars, and thinking of the pictures in his mind, everything was ready to come out. He was not a child who was expected to speak by his parents, but a failed experiment for some unknown research. When the word experimental product appeared in his mind, Lu Dongyan opened his eyes in horror. Shiryu paused, and said in the same voice as usual, "If you are not a normal person, then what are you?" "To be honest, I am not a normal person." As she spoke, she pulled him against the wall and muttered to herself, "You guys have been with me for a long time, so you know a little about my situation. I tell you the truth. When I was about 6 years old, I had a serious genetic breakdown. The stingy uncle. Oh, no. Dr. Shirji. He met me and cured my genetic breakdown. I don't know how it happened, but I became a normal person. Sometimes I wonder if Bai Zhuang and I are the same," she said, as she tilted her head to look at Lu Dongyan. But unfortunately, both of them were wearing mimicry exoskeletons, and couldn't see each other's appearance at all. Lu Dongyan seemed to be different. The hand that was tightly holding Shiryu's wrist loosened a little. But she heard her say, "What's the difference between the same and different? I am who I am. I like to eat small puddings and want to be a salted fish. I don't care how I survived. Isn't being alive the luckiest thing in the world? I didn't do anything that was harmful to the world." It was the first time that Lu Dongyan heard her say such a thing. He looked at her stupidly. His shaking hands became steady, and his shaking heart seemed to have settled down. "Don't think about those messy things. You are a top student. Can you be more promising? Don't get nervous and lose control when encountering a little thing. I was scared to death just now. I was afraid that you would hit me by accident. Do you think I should fight back? Or fight back? Or fight back?" She was still wearing a voice changer, but her words were as frivolous as usual. They were familiar and reassuring. Lu Dongyan was silent for a while and whispered, "I'm sorry." He was knocked on the forehead just after he finished speaking. "Are you more promising? Did I say everything I just said in vain?" Shiryu said unhappily. Lu Dongyan couldn't help but curl his lips and said, "Thank you." Shiryu heard him say that, and pretended to rub his arm. "Can you not be so cheesy? Goosebumps all over my body." Lu Dongyan smiled, and slowly stood up from the wall. He waved his hand to Shiryu. Shiryu groaned and climbed up with his strength. Just like he didn't ask about her secrets. She didn't ask him what he was thinking just now. Lu Dongyan glanced at the messy passage. His eyes swept over Shiryu, whose appearance could no longer be seen clearly, and walked ahead. He said, "I have no parents since I can remember. My brother told me that they died in an accident. Every year on their death anniversary, my brother would take me to worship them. I always thought so, and didn't go to investigate." He stopped talking after he finished this sentence. Shiryu listened obediently, knowing that he didn't need to respond at this time. Lu Dongyan fell silent. He realized at this time that when he threw himself into Lu Shiwang's arms, he naturally thought that he only had one brother. The person he relied on the most, and the person he trusted the most was also his brother, Lu Shiwang. Do you know his origins? Boom. The wall suddenly began to vibrate, as if something exploded on the other side of the wall. The two could feel the heat waves sweeping in an instant. But in just a few seconds, the heat began to spread on the wall. Burning hot, the heavy atmosphere was broken. And Sure Yu immediately pulled Lu Dongyan forward and ran. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion sounded continuously. Not only the wall, but also the ground became hot this time. And the shaking sound became louder and louder. With a bang, a door in the passage was opened by the flames, and the heat wave surged over, almost engulfing the passage in the blink of an eye. The two ran forward quickly, and the heat wave rolled behind them. Sure Yu pulled Lu Dongyan over and put his hand on the wall. The next moment, the two entered another passage. After repeating the same method several times, the explosion sound was getting farther and farther away from them, and the heat wave could not turn around. Sure Yu supported his legs with both hands and exhaled a little. Lu Dongyan also breathed out, tilted his head and said, "Your strange ability is really useful. Whether it is attacking or escaping, it is hard to defend against." Sure Yu spread his hands. "If I can, I don't want to use it." Ever since she used her superpowers for the first time in this world, her life has been like being thrown into a frying pan, frying into all kinds of flowers, and her happy life is gone forever. Lu Dongyan understood a little bit of what she meant, smiled softly, and said, "A piece of chicken soup, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility." Sure Yu rolled her eyes at him, but unfortunately, the mimic exoskeleton blocked Lu Dongyan's view. The atmosphere between the two became relaxed, and they finally had the energy to look around. This seemed to be a lounge, and there were moonstones on the walls. No one had lived here for a long time, and all the furnishings were floating in the air. Messy. The two looked around, and suddenly, Sure Yu's eyes paused. She found that there was a restriction bracelet hanging on the head of the bed floating in the air, broken into two pieces, obviously damaged. Has anyone been imprisoned in this room? Sure Yu had this doubt in his mind. She felt more and more that this underground laboratory was hiding a big secret. After what happened just now, Sure Yu wanted to see if he could find out the identity of the person who had lived in this room. Lu Dongyan also looked around. Then, he turned off the function of the mimic exoskeleton to walk on the ground, and also floated in the air. While floating, he tried to find something useful. Perhaps he was too focused, so his lower back touched the corner of the table, and he turned around alertly. This table is not big, like an ordinary desk. The drawer is open, revealing something. Lu Dongyan looked at it carefully with doubt. It was a photo. The photo was torn in half, and only half was here. Under the shadow, only half of the photo was left, and only a corner was exposed. The first thing that appeared in his sight was a hand holding a paper book. Very familiar. Lu Dongyan slowly opened the drawer, and the moment he saw the photo clearly, his pupils dilated and shrank at a very fast speed. He took a breath and pressed his hand on the photo.